Chapter 801. Richard nodded in relief. During the days he spent in the city, he used to marvel at its beauty and the arrangement of the buildings that looked like an artistic painting. Caesar told him the secret of the city that only a few knew. The city itself is an integrated array. So Richard was not very surprised by the mayor's answer. The imperial capital is the strongest fortress in the 4 planets without a doubt. It would be strange if it fell so quickly. According to Caesar's interpretation, his father Reuben personally designed arrays to protect the city's walls and atmosphere. Jabba put his magic touch by drawing these arrays using the city's quarters and towers instead of drawing them underneath them, thus creating a 3-dimensional array. It can be said that it is a joint work between the master and his disciple to ultimately produce the largest and most powerful array known to date. Sigh. I am afraid that if we had relied on the array alone, the imperial capital would have fallen under the weight of that terrifying attack from hundreds of martial emperors. Fortunately, His Excellency and Her Highness Zara invented the Field Hospital Instant Array and no longer needed the life emperors in Nihiri's war, so they decided to leave them here as elders to manage the empire in their absence. If it were not for those 20 elders supplying the Sky Dome array with life energy day and night, we would not have been able to survive until now. Then Henry continued in a depressed voice, the second reason behind our resilience is the suicide attacks. Whenever the Sky Dome array is about to be destroyed, several hundred soldiers rush out to distract the attackers using their lives. We have lost a lot of good people so far. Give me an estimated time for the fall of the capital. Richard got straight to the point. The mayor waited a few seconds and then sent his answer, 5 days. After 5 days, there will be no one left in the city strong enough to carry out a suicide operation. 5 days, huh? More than I thought. Richard muttered and then sent, within 5 days, the surroundings of the imperial capital will be cleared. This is my promise to you. Your Highness, please do not worry about us. If you want to help, you can participate in city battles on any continent. In every city, a shadow sword has been planted to lead its people. Find the shadow sword in the city closest to you and cooperate with him. You can help the empire this way. Richard showed a slight smile. I am not that weak, Uncle Henry, just spread my words and wait. Then Richard ended the transmission. He began to look around. In every city, there is a shadow sword. Huh? Interesting. Shush. A huge amount of green flame began to rush from Richard's feet to the ground. After a full minute, Richard stopped pumping out more, then sat down and closed his eyes. Shah. Richard's hair suddenly flared up. What are you going to do? Why are you going to leave them for 5 days when we can arrive in a few hours? Did you not hear that they would by this time with their blood? These are our family. Bush. You asked for help, now shut up and let me do my job. Richard's hair went out and he reacted in annoyance, then focused on controlling the flame he had injected into the city. KRRR. Now every wall in the city either had an ear or an eye. Boom. I will kill you, traitor. Ah. Richard watched and heard everything in the city for 2 full minutes, then he spotted. Slash. Slash. He saw a shadow moving strangely, and then a few heads fell before the shadow disappeared again. Found you. Richard opened his eyes smiling, then clenched his right hand and pulled down. In the next moment, the ground split under the shadow sword's foot, and a few arms came out holding his limbs, then pulled him down. What the? The shadow sword screamed fiercely, but the scream was muffled underground. Crack! The ground in front of Richard split open and revealed a person wearing all black and wearing a mask that completely covered his face except for his eyes. Wah! What? After he thought that he was inevitably dead, the shadow sword's eyes caught the light again. When he looked next to him, he found Richard looking at him with an emotionless face. After several seconds of awkward silence, Richard finally spoke. You are indeed a shadow sword, level 26, you are only 32. That means you are somewhat of a genius. Good enough for the job. Shadow sword stood up, took 2 steps back, then took out 2 daggers and took an attack stance. Since those hands pulled him, he was passed through an underground tunnel very quickly and yet he did not receive a single scratch. This kind of superior control means that the person in front of him is alarming. He most likely kept him alive because he needed information from him. He was certain that it would be impossible for him to win against this character, but he will not reveal anything today. Finally, a smile appeared on Richard's calm face and he stood up sighing. Ha! Even with your failure to expose the rebels, the shadow swords are still the true treasure of this empire. You may relax, maybe you know me. My name is Richard Burton. Then he lit his green flame, and from what the girl said a little while ago, it seems that this flame is somewhat famous. Showa. Rich. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Shadow Sword quickly knelt down, even forgetting to use the voice-changing technique. As for Richard, he continued, I need someone who is smart and agile to perform a very important task, and since I do not have many options, you will be the one. This is an honor for me, Crown Prince. But the city. Shadow Sword shouted loudly and then looked back slowly. It is the city entrusted to me. There are 50,000 citizens here, most of whom are women, children, and workers from the poor class. They are good people who fight for the empire. They were attacked by 4,000 rebels half a day ago, and the situation does not bode well. If you leave them now and leave them without a leading figure, the city will fall within 2 hours at most. Richard smiled and then closed his eyes. The eyes and ears distributed around the city began to move madly for a few seconds before he slowly opened them. If I am called the Crown Prince and then one of the Shadow Swords is more careful about the lives of my citizens than I am, wouldn't that make me look bad? Then he snapped his finger. Shwela. Crack. Ah, what is going on? Arg. Richard nodded twice when he heard these sounds, then the green flame began to return from under the ground and rush towards the bottom of his foot again, with a larger quantity this time. Richard then took a deep breath with a big smile, grabbed the shocked shadow sword from under his armpit, and flew quickly. The shadow sword looked behind him, towards the city where he thought he would die today. He found the most shocking scene he could imagine. He saw thousands of piles emerging from the ground like ship masts. On top of each pile, there was a corpse like a mummy. Chapter 802. Shush. Richard pierced through the void like a green shooting star. Richard currently, in addition to his high speed as a level 45 martial emperor, was also using life fire to increase his acceleration. This high speed is unbearable for many at the same level, and they certainly cannot maintain it for a long time. But his body, which was accustomed to dismemberment, and his mind, which was tormented until it began to ignore pain, helped him reach this extraordinary speed. Perhaps only a martial emperor who uses the path of light or space can catch up with him. Ugh. But the same cannot be said about the shadow sword. The high speed of the flight struck the face of the shadow sword strongly, completely changing its features. If Richard had not deliberately tried to protect him, he would have been seriously injured by now. Sorry, but we have to get there before they defile the city, Richard reassured Shadow Sword, as he knew what he was going through now. This is? Shadow Sword forced his eyes to open slightly to tell Richard that he did not mind. When he noticed a destroyed spaceship on the ground, it looked like a piece of junk. He began looking around for traces of a battle, but he did not find anything. It seemed as if the ground had split open and swallowed the entire crew. Swoosh. The afflicted city of Jura? The Shadow Sword could not help but send a sideways glance towards Richard. He could not understand why he would bring him here in a place like this. What are these people doing there? At this moment, the city was teeming with uninvited visitors. There were thousands of them, many of whom were demi-humans, and the rest were rebels. V-room. 3 massive ships could be seen surrounding the city as well, while a fourth and fifth were approaching on the horizon. Swoosh. But Richard did not stop or turn to them. He continued on his way like an arrow toward the heart of the city. Shush. Suddenly he slowed down and began to descend, and they both landed inside a broken metal warehouse. Is this a space portal? And it seems to be intact. The Shadow Sword ignored the pain he felt throughout his body and his untidy hair. He was stupefied when he saw the portal. The existence of the portal in Jura City can be considered a secret. Robin worked on it alone with the help of the rune masters who took the oath, but this secret was leaked to certain parties after the invasion of the city. For example, the forces of the Flame Empire knew about it, and the traitorous elders of the Burton family, and these people may have leaked it to other people here and there. But it is still in the hands of certain people and on a limited basis. Most of the inhabitants of the planet do not know about the existence of a portal here. Who is there? A shout from the side caught Shadow Sword's attention and made him quickly take out his weapons. In that direction were a number of law users, some of them humans and some of them demi-humans. You damn traitors! Shadow Sword shouted angrily, while Richard remained watching the situation silently. These people were examining the portal's control panel. Apparently, they were trying to safely remove it. Swoosh! Swoosh! 4 more individuals landed next to the portal, and their aura forced the Shadow Sword to retreat. They took a few seconds examining Richard and the Shadow Sword before one of them opened his mouth. Mid-level Emperor, I did not know some of you had the courage to move outside the Imperial capital, haha. Boy, do you know what happened to ship number 006 outside? That demi-human began to advance toward Richard, his aura increasing with every step. The Shadow Sword had no choice but to kneel in shame. High level Martial Emperor. Are you what they call a general? Richard asked quietly. Step. The general moved forward until there was a step between himself and Richard, then he leaned down slightly until their breaths mixed. You did not answer the question. What happened to my ship? I wanted to avoid wasting life energy as much as possible, but I guess a general's head is not a waste. Richard muttered, smiling. What are you talking about, you son of a... Bam! Before the general could complete his phrase, Richard fired a punch into the middle of his chest, penetrating it easily and crushing his silver armor in the process. The general's heart was sent flying and exploded in the face of one of the other martial emperors in the back. You, Shuela. Richard did not allow anyone to say a word or show a reaction. The ground collapsed, and thousands of metal and stone hands came out, wrapped around everyone's legs and necks, and then pulled them down while screaming. The other 3 martial emperors finally took action. One of them attacked Richard directly, and 2 of whom tried to quickly retreat, but all 3 of them ended up being caught and having their necks ripped out by the stone hands before turning into mummies amid miserable screams. From the shock, the Shadow Sword forgot how to speak. 4 martial emperors and dozens of sages and saints all disappeared in split seconds. After Richard cleaned around the portal, he hit the ground with his foot again, this time spending more than 5 minutes pumping green flame into the ground. When Richard opened his eyes again, the city was filled with wailing. Thousands of skeletons and stone hands came out and attacked the aggressors. Even the wells overflowed and attacked them with their water, and the walls jumped from their place to fall on their heads. Swoosh! Boom! Even the half-destroyed city walls rose up and sent their stones like cannons toward the 5 ships, and their towers turned into their fists and struck them. 7 martial emperors emerged from the ships and were able to fend off the first few attack waves, but the stones of the wall were harder than they could have expected, so they quickly fell one after the other. Immediately after them, 4 ships fell, and a green fire broke out in all of them. As for the farthest spaceship, it started its engines at the right time and was able to escape after receiving a lot of damage. Clake! After everyone was put down, everything returned to normal. The skeletons and walls returned to their place, and the mummies were dragged out of the city and piled up to form a small hill. Shadow Sword opened his mouth wide, and even the sound of shock he was stammering was muted. Only after several seconds did he speak to himself in shock. This is the power of the Crown Prince? This power is not something a human should have. Richard shook his head when he heard him, and faced him with a fake smile. You are right. This is the life force of millions of mortals and tens of giant emperors. I am only a mediator. Then he came forward, patted his shoulder, and continued his way towards the portal. Come with me. Chapter 803. The Shadow Sword was still trembling slightly from the horror of the scene, but he obeyed Richard's orders and followed him until they reached the side of the portal's control panel. There, Richard passed his soul sense through the voice ring and closed his eyes again, leaving the Shadow Sword behind him, swimming in his thoughts. The Shadow Sword couldn't find anything to do, so he glanced back at the city that had witnessed tens of thousands of deaths within a few seconds. It had completely returned to what it was when they came. There were no new blood stains or burn marks on the ground. Even the rocks had returned to their places. If it weren't for the destroyed spaceships outside and the mountain of mummies, he would think he was hallucinating. Well, we got it. After a while, Richard opened his eyes again, then put an energy pearl on the control panel. Buzz. The control panel finally lit up after being dormant for decades, and then the glow extended until it surrounded the entire space portal. Richard then began entering coordinates into the control panel. V-room. The space inside the portal metallic arc began to liquefy, and then the portal opened completely. It was already connected to the other side. Then Richard turned and addressed the Shadow Sword. I spoke to Mayor Henry Burton and got the coordinates of the last space portal that Jura's army used, the southern space portal in planet Nihiri. This will make your mission somewhat easier. And what exactly is my mission, Crown Prince? Shadow Sword responded with the utmost respect possible. After having personally witnessed Richard's power, he no longer respected him only as the son of His Excellency, but as one of the major power centers in the Empire, a character no less than Supreme General Caesar. My father probably does not know what is happening here. Go and tell him, and he will know what to do. But beware of telling anyone before you reach him. If this news spreads among the army, devastating chaos will occur. Richard took 2 steps toward him. I have injected half of my life energy into Jura City, the life energy of 1 million giants, including 9 martial emperors. This amount will be enough to defend the city. Depending on the severity of the attacks, the protection may last for a few months or perhaps one day before it vanishes. When that happens, the city will surely be destroyed. You must reach my father as quickly as possible and bring support before the life energy is dissipated and the city and the space portal are destroyed. Do you understand your mission? Yes. The Shadow Sword stood up straight and shouted, but then asked again in a low voice, but what about you, Crown Prince? Richard smiled. If I leave the planet, I may lose control of the city and then the gate will be destroyed after me. And also, my father did not take the army to planet Nihiri to play, but to go to war. Even if he heard the information, I do not know whether he would be able to return or not. I will do what I can until he comes back. Shadow Sword lingered at Richard's face for a few seconds, then lowered himself in a full bow. I will deliver the message no matter what the cost. What is your name? Richard asked, smiling. Leonid Burton, Crown Prince. Leonid. I will remember the name. Richard nodded. The fate of planet Jura is in your hands. Leonid nodded vigorously, then gave a military salute, and jumped towards the portal. Vin. Richard waited until the space portal went off again, then sighed, ha. He took a few steps towards what had once been Robin's mansion and patted its wall. Jura City, you are back to being the center of events again even though you did not ask for all of this, but you have to endure, just this once. Car. A small earthquake was the response to Richard's words. He smiled in turn and then muttered to himself, okay, buddy, I am going to take a nap for a little while. It is your turn, just calm down and just do what we agreed on. The flames caught Richard's hair. His calm eyes befitting a king turned into those of a convicted criminal as he laughed hysterically towards the sky. Ha ha ha, you will never find me complaining about killing too much. Then he set off far away, not north towards the imperial capital, but west towards a city near Jura City. While Richard was flying, he noticed with his strong soul sense that this city had been completely occupied by demi-humans, and everyone in it was killed. There were apparently at least 5,000 demi-humans still there, and next to it was a village that had fallen under the rule of the rebels. There were about 3,000 rebels there as well. On that day, many piles filled the ancestral continent, and a lot of life energy began to refresh Richard's reserves. At the same time, on planet Greenland, Peon's eyelids trembled and he sat up with difficulty. Where am I? Oh, Sleeping Beauty finally graced us with her appearance. Peon heard a sarcastic laugh from the side. When he saw its source, he smiled and scratched his head. His Highness the Supreme Commander of the Shadow Swords is waiting for me to get up? What an honor. Then he stood up with difficulty, his facial expression showing a severe headache. Tisk tisk. I just got up and yet I feel like I haven't slept in months. I am going to take a shower, and maybe take a nap after. Then he looked around until he located the bathroom and headed towards it with heavy steps. There was no longer any need to know where he was. As long as Theo was here it meant the location was safe and that was all that mattered. Sitting on a couch next to the bed, Theo smiled. Heh, take a nap? How ironic, considering you have been sleeping for months. He was really happy that his little brother chose today to wake up. Months. Peon stood up and quickly looked back in shock, but he seemed to remember something and walked back to the bathroom again. Oh, because of that fight, thinking about it, I was supposed to die at the time. It must have been Richard who saved me, remind me to thank him later. It was a joint venture between Richard and his father. In fact, you made a lot of people worry about you, Theo nodded. His Excellency participated in my treatment? Why did he get his hands dirty when Richard was there? Peon's voice came from inside the bathroom, and immediately followed it with a broken voice. Arg, I owe him for saving me and everything, but Richard should not have gone so far. As soon as Peon entered the bathroom, he noticed a strange man inside, so he took a step back but quickly calmed down. It was the mirror. His torn face that had frightened every ally and enemy had been completely healed. What was left was a handsome face with sharp details befitting noble Peon Camden. Shush. But he started showering anyway. He would probably recover all of his injuries after a battle or two. Richard used the life energy of tens of thousands of giants to rebuild your body, while the adoptive father used the souls of 10 martial emperors to rebuild what he called the soul domain. Both of them have done a lot for you. You have to live long enough to return this favor. Do you understand me? Theo smiled assuredly. The only one who spoke to him so freely was Peon. Even with his adoptive father and Caesar, he would be acting respectfully and with much fewer words than needed. I will see what I can do about it. Peon smiled while taking his shower. For the first time in decades, his smile was this beautiful. How could he not understand Theo? It is clear that he is telling him to stop committing suicide attacks, but it is not as if he really wants to die. If he wanted to, he would have committed suicide in some random street and got it over with. It is just that he wants to do something and does not have the strength to do it, so he uses his life to get closer to his goal. If he had been stronger during Richard's battle against the Azil tribe, he would not have needed to carry out that attack. Shush. The sound of the water stopped and Peon came out of the bathroom with wet hair and a loose robe. You say His Excellency used the souls of 10 martial emperors to treat my soul? Thinking about it, I feel something strange in my head today. I think you should figure it out quickly then, third brother. Theo stood up and calmly took a few steps toward the window and then opened it all the way. No more sleeping. I will not allow you to shirk your responsibilities today. Peon raised his eyebrows, then took a few steps towards the window. Pa! The towel fell from his hand as he opened his eyes wide. Oh no. At this moment, specifically outside the city walls, there was a massive battle. The defenders were humans wearing armor and weapons made of wood, apparently the local Greenlanders trying to defend the city, while the hostile army was the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire. Chapter 804. Nihari Planet. Swoosh. Swoosh. Boom. Hiding inside one of the evacuated villages, Robin, as usual, followed the chase with great concentration. 5 days have passed since the Earth seal array was broken and the pursuit began, and not a single boring moment has passed during these 5 days. The martial emperors of the Great Serpent Empire at the front were already tired and full of injuries after the Battle of the City. After being forced to fly under the massive weight of gravity for days, some of them gave up and decided to stop and fight until the end, calling on the others to do the same. In order to prevent a chain reaction from occurring that would cause all the Great Serpent martial emperors to stop and end the pursuit, Robin would intervene every time and kill whoever stopped before opening their mouths. He had killed 7 so far. To avoid further problems, Robin ordered his martial emperors to slow down and allow their opponents to catch their breath so they could continue advancing. They started to pretend there was a problem going on and stop for 5 minutes every few hours to give them the feeling that they could still escape. The spaceships also tried more than once to use maximum speed to escape the pursuit, but Caesar and Alexander would shoot down any ship they felt was about to make a major move. But the captains of 3 ships were smart enough to evade detection and actually managed to activate the engines and set off. However, they were not faster than the major heavenly law of time. They all fell at Robin's hands before they could get away. Because of all these delays, the 3 marshals and their followers succeeded in narrowing the gap to 1 hour after it was 4 hours, and a large number of them succeeded in breaking through the Sky Seal Grand Array and descending to join the chase below. If there was another major delay, they would be able to catch up, and the second major battle would begin before they reached the north. Robin inserted his soul sense into his voice ring and sent a message. We will reach the northern border within 36 hours maximum. Are there any movements of any kind on the border? Perhaps the only positive surprise over the past few days is that Halak did not carry out his threat. So far, at least, nothing occurred that may cause the pursuit to stop. Rather, as they progressed, Robin noticed that they had penetrated territory that was likely under the control of a beast emperor and was prepared to remove the threat, but that beast didn't move at all. Yes, Your Excellency, there are big movements here. I see the northern governor Halak personally sitting with an annoyed expression on the edge of the northern central border. If he takes another step, he will enter the central region. The response came quickly from the Shadow Sword. And he is not alone. Behind him stands a huge army standing at the end of the path that was set for the chase. There are at least 300 giant martial emperors from the 11 northern tribes, and there are hundreds of thousands of tribal soldiers as well. I also see dozens of huge beasts standing behind the wyvern Crixus the Great, and the numbers seem to be increasing. Humph, I knew he was selfish and greedy, but he is definitely not stupid. Robin spoke confidently, but he was smiling at the same time. Continue watching him closely, the coming hours will be faithful for the war. Then he closed the communication channel. Then the smile slowly disappeared from his face again. Halak's movements mean that he has begun to mobilize to participate in the war, and this is certainly good news, but the overall situation has not improved that much. During the Safe City War, there were many casualties, especially on the part of the Great Serpent Empire, who lost between 700 and 800 martial emperors in total. But the losses were not from one side. On the side of the true beginning empire, they lost roughly 350 human martial emperors from Jura and Greenland, 30 demi-human martial emperors of the orphan blood planet, and 200 demon emperors. This is in addition to the 100 human martial emperors and the 100 demons who set off for the secret project. This meant that the true beginning empire side now had approximately 500 martial emperors from Greenland, Jura, and orphan blood, and it also had 300 demon emperors, for a total of 800 martial emperors ready to fight. If Halat's words were true and he could mobilize 600 martial emperors before the border battle started, this would raise their side to a total of 1,400 martial emperors. On the other hand, the demisnakes still have at least 1,500 martial emperors participating in this pursuit, and there are 50 others spread out in the central region that the demons are still searching for at this moment. 1,400 versus 1,500. Robin clenched his fists. This battle will not involve arrays, machinations, or psychological games. As soon as they collide on the northern border, a devastating battle will take place, the title of which is power. If the trap was perfect and the 40 warlords got involved, then Robin personally intervened and showed some cards, maybe they could snatch victory, but the price would be devastating. In order to kill 800 martial emperors on the demi-snake side, he had to sacrifice nearly 600 on his side. This battle would undoubtedly be devastating without both sides, leaving the true beginning empire completely helpless afterward. In a flurry of anger, Robin inserted his soul sense into the ring again. Flora, did the group you sent for orphan blood decide to spend a family vacation there? Why the hell did they take so long? Robin was really burning with anger now. If he had been able to send all those captives to orphans' blood and turn them into sacrifices, he might have obtained hundreds of martial emperors by now. But since that group had gone to convince Aru and the rest of his followers, they disappeared. Your Excellency, I assure you that something like this cannot happen. Flora's voice sounded fearful. My father went on that mission with 9 other tribal chiefs, all of them of respectable stature and of authority in the orphan blood planet. How is it possible that they would be lazy after receiving a direct order? Something must have happened. Then her voice began to gradually fade until it disappeared as if she was thinking about something. Robin's next angry words were exactly what she was afraid of. Oh, what might happen to those 10 big shots in their own backyard? Maybe your sweetheart declared direct disobedience and he and his followers arrested them, and perhaps even killed them. I was showing good faith and decided to throw a bone for the dogs, but in return, they bite my hand. How brave. Today I will get the demons to visit all their tribes. No, please, no. Flora responded in horror. Robin was not stupid to summon all the demon emperors to participate in the Battle of Nihari and leave orphans' blood unattended. He told Amon to leave a garrison behind. Aru has around 30 followers at the level of a martial emperor, all of whom are demi-humans with high destructive power, and Aru himself is a true monster at level 45 that no one can stop him face to face. So in return, Amon left 50 demon emperors behind, with their head being a demon emperor at level 47, in addition to the millions of demons present on planet Orphan's blood now. If Robin really orders them to start a war on the rebels, they would be more than enough to shed seas of blood. Then she quickly continued, please allow me to return. I will take all the martial emperors of the orphan blood planet with me and go see what is happening. If we find an obstacle, we will remove it. If we find a rebellion, we will kill everyone involved and unite the planet under your command by force. Today you will receive a satisfactory answer. Please, there is no need to move the demons again. Faced with Flora's insistence, Robin could only sigh. All right, gather at the southern space portal. I will send orders to prepare it for you. You will leave in 10 minutes. Thank you, Your Excellency. Flora let out a relieved exhale and then began to communicate with all the orphan blood emperors, all of them opening instantaneous portals and disappearing from the pursuit one by one. As for Robin, he returned to focusing on the pursuit again, until this focus was interrupted 10 minutes later, when a message came to him. Your Excellency, I am Elder Wells Burton in charge of the South Space Portal. I am afraid we have a problem here. What is wrong? Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly. I tried to make the link with the portal in Orphan Blood Planet several times, but to no avail. There is no response. I am afraid it no longer exists. Chapter 805. Crack. Immediately after hearing the message, Robin did not look shocked, but rather angry. Fuck. Robin kicked the walls of the house he was hiding in, shattering it. That bastard Aru. That bastard must be the one who destroyed the portal. I will kill him. I will slowly tear out his spine with my bare hands. Your Excellency, what are your orders? The person in charge of the newly constructed southern space portal sent again, not knowing Robin's state of mind. General Flora is kneeling in front of the space portal here, she is crying. Tisk, she must have guessed the same thing, there is no other explanation. Robin was about to send Flora a reprimand, but what he heard from the portal's official changed his mind, and then he sent Flora, bring your followers and return to participate in the pursuit. We will see about the orphan's blood later. Yes, Your Excellency. After a few moments, he received a weak response. It seemed as if she did not know where she was. Although Robin did not say anything or try to reprimand her, how could she not understand what he was thinking? He must be seeing seas of blood now. The moment he finishes with Nihari, he will level the orphan blood planet to the ground, and he will surely kill Arrow. Her separation from Aru and her acceptance of joining Robin was to facilitate the way for him to follow her because she knows how proud he is and that he will not change his position easily. All the martial emperors standing around her now also did not see him as an enemy, but rather came for better opportunities, and they indeed found them here. But they all respected Aru to an indescribable degree. If, after this war, Robin gave orders to attack Orphan Blood and kill Aru, Flora would undoubtedly defend him, and it would not be just her. It would not be strange if most of the orphan blood martial emperors turned against Robin. Come on, we will get back to the pursuit. Flora stood with a determined look. But the orphan blood emperors looked at each other. We still have some time, we will think of something later. Flora made her final statement, then wiped her tears and flew away. Sigh. Then the rest followed. Robin also took a few deep breaths to calm himself, then snapped his neck left and right twice, preparing to split into space again and move forward to continue watching over the pursuit again. Thinking about what is happening in orphan blood is completely futile. After the space portal collapsed on the other side, it will take about 7 days to reach the planet, and he cannot abandon forces to go there now while he has a fateful battle in his hand that will take place in less than 2 days. Everything depends on the battle of the northern borders. If he wins, he will regain everything, and if he fails, well, then he will have something more important to occupy himself. But at this moment a voice was heard, "Your Excellency, this lowly one is the one in charge of operating the southern portal." What is wrong? Robin really did not know why this obscure character was talking to him again. Everyone was hesitant to address Your Excellency, as perhaps you are busy with something important, but there is a chance now, allow me to be the one to bring this news. The official spoke hesitantly. 5 days ago, a shadow sword arrived from Jura and asked about Your Excellency. When he learned that you were near the northern border, he asked to be transferred to your location or to be given Your Excellency's soul imprint card. But the shadow sword officials here refused and began to question him further. In the end, he took one of Draco beasts by force and rushed towards you. Robin furrowed his eyebrows. A shadow sword that came from Jura? Did he not say what he wanted? The official quickly responded, "No, Your Excellency, he said he has a message from the Crown Prince that he must deliver to you personally." Of course, this is not how the shadow swords work, so a number of his comrades here doubted him and tried to stop him so as not to disturb Your Excellency since we know what you are up to now, but he managed to escape riding the Draco. The person in charge of the gate breathed a sigh of relief that Robin had not shouted at him. The last detection of him was in the central region, flying at high speed, completely demolishing himself and his Draco in the process. We believe that if he continued at the same speed, he might reach Your Excellency after another 5 days. A message from the Crown Prince? Richard, send any available martial emperor to arrest him and bring him to me immediately. If it is something important, I should hear it, and if it is trivial, I will kill him myself and get it over with. Robin ended the communication, then headed north again to continue the pursuit. Meanwhile, on Orphan Blood Planet. Ha, 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 boom, boom, run, run, your lives depend on it. The dark crimson soil of the planet seemed to be moving from the many bodies running on top of it, millions upon millions. They were all dark red in color, like blood. They had spiral horns and had nothing on their faces except a jaw full of fangs. However, the elderly, females, and children could be identified among them, all trying their best to survive. Wherever you look, you will find some of them tripping and falling, and whoever falls into this torrent of bodies will never rise again. Sometimes you find 1 or 2 explosions appearing here or there, scattering the crowd, but never stopping the advance. Now, for example, a mother is running like crazy while holding the hand of her little cub, but that is all, there is nothing else attached to the hand. Ha ha ha, yeah, keep running, show me where you are going today. A mid-level emperor of the Great Serpent Empire laughed loudly and then gave the signal, and another wave of attack began coming from 40 space warships, that is, an entire fleet. Boom, 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 no! A large number of flying demons shouted and tried to block the shots, but they were too many and too quick to stop them all. Hundreds of bullets left the cannons and flew randomly toward the sea of bodies below, each shot taking dozens of lives. Stop! A sea of blood filled the sky and slammed towards the nearest ship. This was the power of a high-level demon emperor. But shush, a purple mist stood in front of the blood sea. Within seconds, the entire blood sea disappeared. Haha, let the boys play together. Why do you have to interfere? From behind the fog, the fleet general appeared. If the rest of the brothers were here, would you dare to brag in front of us? The demon emperor shouted in despair. About 1 million demons had been transferred to the orphan's blood since the beginning of the invasion, and 5 days ago they were joined by huge numbers coming from Jura, fleeing from an attack on the demon city there. Meaning that he alone is now responsible for all the civilized demon families that took shelter under the rule of the empire of the true beginning. Over 2 million of his kind had been killed over the past 5 days, and a handful of the garrison consisting of martial emperors had perished as well. If he could not find a safe way for those who remained, perhaps the entire demon race would perish under his care. Haha, but they are not here. Today show me how you will escape today. The general laughed loudly. Clatter. Suddenly the sky changed, crimson and purple clouds filled the horizon, and then caca. Boom. A lightning bolt landed like a pillar of light, splitting one of the ships in half. Chapter 806. Crack, crack, boom. The spaceship broke into 2 equal halves like a children's toy midair, then each half moved away from the other and hit the ground. Everything happened in slow motion in everyone's eyes. This was the first spaceship to be shot down in front of the demons. 5 days ago, a strange incident occurred. The space portal in the demons' headquarters on the Orphan Blood Planet suddenly lit up, and huge numbers of Jura's demons began rushing toward the Orphan Blood Planet, terrified. When they were able to ask some of those refugees, they learned what had happened. Some strange floating warships carrying hundreds of martial emperors attacked the space portal near the imperial capital, and those ships were heading towards them at a high speed, killing everyone who stood in their way. So they opened the portal of the demon city to smuggle out the families of the demon emperors before the battle began. Within an hour or less, more than 2 million demons had passed through the portal, after which the portal stopped working. This meant that the portal on Jura's side had most likely been destroyed. No one anymore knows what happened to the Demon City, the city that controls the eastern half of the central continent of planet Jura, the city that is inhabited by tens of millions of demons. How is it possible that it fell and the portal built in the heart of the city was destroyed so quickly? No one had time to think either, as in the next moment, attacks rained down on them from all sides. 100 martial emperors, including a high-level one, descended on them, killing everyone in sight. The 50 demon emperors did what they could to restrain the new enemies. The demon kings merely tried to repel the rain of cannon shots coming from above, and then clashed with the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire who disembarked from their ships with their shiny silver armor. The demon headquarters of the Orphan Blood Planet was destroyed in minutes. 7 demon emperors and hundreds of demon kings were killed, but at least the weaker ones managed to escape, and after them the demon emperors and kings spread out in every direction, leaving the ruined city behind. Over the past 4 days, they were chased everywhere and more of them were killed. The demons' extraordinary sense of smell and instinct for hunting also enabled them to kill a large number of soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire who came out to chase them, and then slowly they were able to follow the scent of their leader and were able to gather again. After nearly 1 million demons swarmed again, the high-level demon emperor decided to take them and head north and hide there, but they were found again within a few hours. Ha! Ha! More than 1 million demons continued running like crazy, not caring about what was happening behind them nor who died as they were running. But the demon emperors and kings remained fixed in their positions, looking at the wrecked ship in stupefaction. Clatter! Clatter! Haha, I heard it was a loud party here, so I came to join. A sound like thunder resounded in everyone's ears. From above the clouds filled with lightning, a person 3 meters tall descended. He had 2 upward-pointing horns and long white hair. The lightning spread over his entire body, but it was particularly concentrated between his horns. Those specifications. Thunder Bull Aru. The fleet general bared his fangs. You finally decided to show yourself, huh? I thought you would hide in some hole forever. The general seemed relaxed but remained ready to fight. In fact, 3 fleets attacked this planet, led by a marshal. Each of the 3 fleets attacked a third of the planet, while the marshal's ship landed in the center of the planet to coordinate and research the characteristics of the planet. It is worth noting that the attack on the third that had the demon headquarters was the easiest, as the population density was very high and they were not prepared for any attack. Plus, the demon emperors and kings put all their energy into protecting their families instead of dealing with the enemies. As for the other 2/3 of the planet, the situation was different. The third, controlled by Aru, was expecting an attack from the demons and the true beginning empire at any time, so they made ample preparations to escape. As for the final third, represented by the tribes with the red flame dragon, the lord of the seas, and others, they were expecting an attack from Aru or from the demons, so their level of caution was high. So when they saw the spaceships coming and the cannons aiming at them, they wasted no time, fleeing in moments without leaving a trace, leaving their cities and everything they owned behind. Even the space portal established in the Red Flame Dragon tribe was destroyed the moment they reached their capital, with no resistance at all. The generals caught some locals and learned about the planet's customs and about the local hero Aru, but it was too late. Aru and all the martial emperors, alongside all forces capable of fighting, had already disappeared for 5 days, and no one knew where they were. Who would have thought that they would appear today on the opposite side of the planet and at a time like this? Haha, this is called knowing when to strike and when to back off. Why should I fight face to face when you have such advantages? Do you take us for fools? Aru slowly descended, placing his hands behind his back, and then one after another descended from the clouds of martial emperors, the total number reaching 47. These were all orphan blood martial emperors left on the planet, and there were also Flora's father and the rest of the heads of the 10 families who had come to negotiate with Aru. You left the battlefield in Nihari and came here attacking women and children? Flora's father gritted his teeth. You all deserve to die. His Excellency will kill you all. Your empire will not know a single day of peace after he knows. Another tribe master shouted with heavy killing intent. Facing such heavy killing intent, the high-level demon emperor retreated slightly, keeping both the fleet general and Aru within sight, preparing to engage whoever came first. When Aru noticed this, he moved towards the goblin. Cyril, it seems that you do not know what is going on in the rest of the planet. I will explain it to you later. The important thing is that we have a common enemy now. We will help you and you help us until you receive reinforcements from your side. The demon emperor looked worried. Aru almost brought them to the brink of annihilation not long ago, had it not been for the intervention of the Lord. He is now between a rock and a hard place. The Great Serpent Empire's fleet general quickly chimed in. It does not have to be like this. You are the locals, right? Didn't those disgusting creatures invade and kill your tribes? This is your chance for revenge, help us, and together we will eliminate them all today. The demon emperors are insanely strong. It started with 50 versus 100, but now it is 43 versus 90, and the demons can still hold back all the Great Serpent Emperors. If 47 other local martial emperors intervened in the battle, a disaster could occur. What about after we help you? Will you leave us alone? Or will we move from serving one occupier to another? Aru turned to face him with a smile on his face. If I had to choose, I would choose the current occupier. As they say, a devil you know is better than an angel you don't. Then he laughed and looked at Flora's father and the rest. At least the occupier we know can still be reasoned with. What do you think, father-in-law? No better words can be said. Flora's father shook his head with a smile. How do I know you will not turn against us in the middle of the battle? Cyril lowered his guard a little, but he was not willing to bet his entire race so simply. Aru looked back, then extended his hand with a serious look. You have my word, you do not need anything else. Fire. The general had no reason to listen any longer, and taking advantage of everyone's inattention, he gave orders to the fleet to launch again. The 90 Emperor fleet also took the initiative and attacked their nearest targets, immediately repulsing the demons and locals in a battle that shook the heavens. However, Aru did not move yet, still looking at his rival seriously as he extended his hand. Finally, Cyril sighed and stepped forward, placing his hand in Aru's. Your word is enough. Chapter 807. Planet Nihari. Near the northern central border. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Robin waited until the 1,000 martial emperors of the Great Serpent Empire flew past him, then he slowly removed the cover of darkness from around him and looked towards the north with obvious concern. It had been almost 12 hours since Robin heard the news of the orphan blood planet being separated, during which many fights took place on the front lines of the pursuit. The 90 martial emperors of the Great Serpent Empire no longer wanted to keep going. Every few hundred miles they would stop and start a quarrel for a few minutes before they were intimidated and forced to continue. The 400-plus martial emperors who were closely following the pursuit from above the Skyseal Grand Array became more and more eager to join the battle, attacking the array with all their strength whenever a battle started below and whenever they had a chance. But in the end, they would give up and continue to push forward as they do not want to leave a big distance between them and their colleagues. Some of them also spread out to the right and left at the top of the array to search for any borders or loopholes. The few hundred spaceships also joined the fun and started firing their cannons at the true beginning martial emperors from behind. 3 motherships even managed to seriously injure a few true beginning martial emperors before they were shot down. 8 of the ships also managed to break free and escape but did not go too far before Robin got them. All these delays made the time difference between the front line and the 1,000 martial emperors led by the 3 marshals less than 1 hour. If more fights broke during the remaining day, the main battle might begin early. But this was not what worried Robin. All of this was calculated and considered a normal reaction from the enemies. What really worried him was how the 3 marshals were dealing with the situation. Maybe the 90 emperors who escaped in the first place are helpless, and the other 400 at the top of the array are also behaving reasonably, following orders and trying to save their comrades. But why are those 1,000 emperors and the 3 marshals acting so nicely? If Robin were in their place and in a situation like this, he would think there was a trap by now. According to his information, these are monsters who have conquered planets and fought for thousands of years. How could such a possibility pass over them? However, 5.5 days had passed since the pursuit began. Since then, they had been moving in a straight line at the same pace without deviation. Not one of them had even stopped to destroy a city to vent their anger or pull any trick. They are way too comfortable. I hope this snake race is just stupid and I am overthinking. Robin clenched his fist. What increases his belief that something is wrong is that even though he is a few steps away from resolving the battle, the bad feeling has not left him, and is even increasing. At this moment Robin heard a message. Your Excellency, I have captured the escaped Shadow Sword. Where is Your Excellency's location? I will bring him to you. Shadow Sword? Ah, the one I ordered to arrest half a day ago? Only now did you catch him? Robin actually forgot about him. After a small reproach, Robin sent many numbers without stopping. PZZZT. Poof. Piffed. An instant space portal opened next to Robin, and 2 people came out of it. One of them was a martial emperor wearing black gold armor, and the second was wearing a shadow sword uniform, but was thrown to the ground, spitting out blood. The martial emperor wearing the black gold armor bowed slightly. I apologize for the delay, Your Excellency. This is my fault. I was assigned to arrest this boy because I am the fastest among all the wind forces available, but he was very crafty. As soon as he sensed me approaching from afar, he abandoned his Draco and used the law of darkness to hide around. I had to call for help from some brothers from the wind and light forces and a number of shadow sword forces as well to besiege him. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly, then took a few steps towards the shadow sword in surprise. What exactly do you intend? Shadow swords are a system built to integrate. If you got some important information then you had to hand over any information to someone with a higher rank than you, then he would deliver it to someone higher than him. Only then it would come to me in the end if it were of utmost importance. If every shadow sword acts like you, what is the use of the system? If the news you brought me is not worth breaking the sequence, are you prepared for the consequences? I am ready for anything. Piffed. Shadow Sword almost spoke but he spat out blood, a lot of it, yet he forced himself to say 2 more words, please. Alone. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly, then took out 2 4th-grade life talismans and threw them on his back, then motioned to the martial emperor, you may leave, I will take care of the rest. The wind emperor bowed slightly and then left the way he came. Robin looked at the shadow sword during the treatment process with surprised and anxious eyes at the same time. He tried to wait longer, but he could not restrain himself and spoke first. They told me that you were carrying a message from the Crown Prince. Did you mean Richard? Yes, Your Excellency. Shadow Sword started to recover somewhat. In order to arrest him they gave him serious internal injuries. Is he the one who told you to deliver the message using this title? Robin asked quickly. No, Your Excellency. Cough, cough. Shadow Sword took several breaths, but I called him that more than once and he did not tell me to stop. Robin showed a smile for a moment before it quickly disappeared. Oh, I can waive your punishment as long as the Crown Prince gives you the order then, and I will even give you a reward for sticking to the orders, haha. I will talk with the Crown Prince later and teach him these things myself. Crown Prince. Richard accepts the title of Crown Prince. He has not been this happy in the last several months. No, in the last several decades. So what does the Crown Prince want? A new palace in the imperial capital? No, that is not good enough. I will build him a city. Maybe he wants to get married? No, no, he is still young. Maybe he wants a remote plot of land in Greenland? I know it, that guy wants to stay away from everything, but it would be good too. Robin asked excitedly. Whatever Richard wanted, Richard would get. A pained facial expression took over Shadow Sword's features when he remembered the situation. He bit his lower lip and looked down as he shouted, "The Crown Prince wants you to save Jura before it is too late." Chapter 808. Save Jura? What is wrong with Jura? Robin was mildly surprised. He quickly remembered something. Is this about the negative energy accumulated in the city? But I can't do anything about it. It became a graveyard after all. What does he want me to do about it? I don't mean Jura City. Planet Jura itself is about to be destroyed. Shadow Sword shouted forcefully. Step, step. Robin approached the Shadow Sword in wonder and grabbed his collar. Then he asked in a low voice, looking directly into his eyes. Do you know what you are saying? Who in Jura dares to challenge my authority? Is it those rebellious rats who call themselves the people? Does Richard need my help against a bunch of hooligans? The Shadow Sword opened his eyes and quickly replied. Why not? Please don't underestimate them. They had captured 10% of the ancestral continent just before I came here. They were at war against the rest of the continent and even against other continents. According to our estimations, the number of rebels exceeded 60 million. They are frantic and destroy everything that stands in their way. They burned all the cities and villages that refused to submit to their rule and secede from the empire. Trash. Robin's scream shook the room. You allowed an internal rebel organization to expand until it reached the point of directly challenging my authority? What is the point of feeding you then? It seems that the Shadow Sword's organization is no longer of any use. I will kill you all and disband it to save my resources. He then quickly thought of something and added angrily. Humph, and why would Richard want my help against scoundrels who do not have a single martial emperor on their side? And what if they are tens of millions? He has killed a similar number of giants with his own hands, they should be a piece of cake for him. Or does the Crown Prince want to throw everything on his old father's shoulders? He wants to tell me that my regime is a failure. 60 million of them? So the reports that were coming to him about killing 1,000 and hunting down 10 leaders and these trivialities were just scratches against the real organization? They were keeping him in the dark. In this case, he wouldn't be surprised if the Shadow Sword's organization itself has fallen. No. The Shadow Sword realized that he messed up, so he spoke quickly to save what could be saved. We were actually completely suppressing them, and it was impossible for them to show themselves even after 1,000 years. Most of the 60 million joined recently after that calamity hit. Some of them heard about the rebellion movement after they started the attack and joined them. Most of them just wanted to survive and chose the side they thought would win. I also saw with my own eyes the Crown Prince actually killing them. He is indeed capable of killing them all with his godly power, but the real problem is that calamity that started it all. And what calamity is this? A small but feral smile appeared on Robin's face. It all started when warships descended from the sky a few days ago carrying hundreds of martial emperors and hundreds of thousands of law-wielding soldiers. All of them were wearing silver armor and all of them looked like a mixture between reptiles and humans. At their heads are two people who claim to be marshals. They destroyed all the space portals as soon as they appeared. Then they spread out and attacked the entire planet like locusts, and the rebels helped them in the attack. Currently, the entire planet is being smashed while the imperial capital is under severe siege. Badump. Robin's heart gave a hard beat and then stopped for a moment. He did not take his eyes off the Shadow Sword. Even his slightly smiling expression was still stuck on it as if time had frozen. Only after about a minute did Robin's smile grow a little. Let's speak truthfully for a bit here, okay? Is this a prank on Richard's part? If so, just tell me and I won't turn a blind eye and piffed. Before Robin could complete his words, he clutched his chest and spat out blood. Your Excellency. Shadow Sword was shocked. He didn't know what to do, so he quickly removed the life talisman from himself and placed them on Robin. Your Excellency, do you hear me? Your Excellency. Ugh. Robin dug his 5 fingers into his chest out of intense pain. At this moment, he felt that the thousands of insects that had been buzzing in his chest over the past few months wanted to destroy him from the inside and get out. Your Excellency. Shadow Sword held his head with both hands. In his view, Robin was an unshakable entity, a creature like no other. He was a person who, if the sky fell above him, would raise it with one hand, and that person was writhing in pain in front of him. Please, someone help us. Shadow Sword looked around and shouted, but found no response. The problem is that he does not have the soul imprint of anyone in Nihari because this is not his area. Ha, ha. Suddenly Robin stopped screaming out of pain. His hands also stopped digging into his chest, and he began to take rapid breaths. Your Excellency, do you hear me now? Yeah, I'm fine. Robin helped himself to stand again, then began looking at his hands and his chest. In fact, he was actually fine, much better than before. The bad feeling from the truthful omen had almost ceased. Robin did not stay on his feet for long. He quickly found a stone and sat on it weakly, placing his head in his hands. So it's like this. This is why the bad feeling never left me no matter how much I tried to take new measures. I was striving for perfection in the east while I was being beaten in the west. Here I am besieging my enemies while my enemies are besieging my family. Your Excellency, you must return immediately before it is too late. Jura City space portal is still intact. Shadow Sword quickly shouted. While his features were still in stupefaction, Robin looked towards the north. No wonder the three marshals are acting so coldly and not taking into account the presence of an ambush. As soon as they announce the truth about the occupation of planet Jura after the battle starts, the morale of the main body of the army will collapse. No, my own morale and will to fight will collapse. That would have been an absolute knockout blow. Even Shadow Sword was astonished. He expected Robin to become angry and rush towards the space portal madly, but he was still sitting there talking to himself. But how? How did they get to planet Jura? Was I betrayed? But by who? Jabba's image appeared before his eyes, but he quickly shook his head and continued speaking in a low voice. No, all those who have the coordinates to Jura are trustworthy people or have received an intense soul oath. Robin looked down for a few seconds until he seemed to remember something and shouted, "Is it possible that it is the southern space portal? Is that why they targeted it in such a suicidal way? But how can they know the coordinates to Jura from the destroyed space portal? No, there is definitely another explanation. If they knew it from the southern space portal, this means that they knew about Greenland and Orphan Blood as well. If I were in their place, I would attack all the planets at the same time and destroy all the space portals. This will not only prevent reinforcements from arriving to us, but it will cut off any escape route, and it will be overwhelming and irreversible news if they use it on the battlefield. But fortunately for me, this did not happen. If they had touched planet Greenland, that brat would have told me." From this point of view, Robin was completely reassured. In order to complete ownership of planet Greenland, he created a permanent soul connection between himself and Evergreen, a fragment of which now resides in his soul domain all the time. If anything had happened there, she would have told him immediately. About that. At this moment Robin heard a familiar voice coming from his soul domain. "I've been under attack for 5 days. An eighth of my population has been killed and almost a quarter of the planet's villages and cities have been leveled to the ground. Oh, and the imperial cities you were building recently are all destroyed too, hee. Owner, are you okay?" Chapter 809. In front of Evergreen's words, Robin remained dumbfounded, opening both his eyes and mouth wide for a few seconds. He slammed his head several times hard as if he wanted to regain consciousness. When he realized that what he heard was real, his anger flared. He shouted, "Evergreen, what the hell?" After shouting loudly, he entered his soul domain. Within his soul domain, Robin saw the little girl retreating as she spoke quickly. What? Instead of thanking me, you came yelling at this young miss with this ugly face? Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath? Evergreen. Robin's soul avatar took another few steps, grabbing Evergreen by the clothing covering her nape and lifting her up. There were enemies wreaking havoc on Greenland, my property, to the point where they killed an eighth of the population and destroyed all those cities, and yet you didn't tell me? What, are you falling out with me now? Fuck off. What did you want me to say? She asked. They entered my airspace and began the attack during the events of the Safe City battle in Nihari. Evergreen raised her foot and directed a kick at Robin's stomach before running away a few steps. If I had told you, either you would have withdrawn entirely and started a losing streak that would end with my destruction, or you would have continued the battle while your mind was occupied and you would have been defeated all the same. She shouted. You should thank me for remaining silent and taking action on my own. Robin wanted to shout at her again, but the words got stuck in his throat. Indeed, if information like this had come to him while the Safe City battle was underway, he would have inevitably been defeated. You say you acted on your own, what did you do? Robin's avatar sighed and sat down on the silver grass, the same passive position his real body was sitting outside. Pa! Evergreen stepped forward and slapped Robin with her small palm. Hey, pull yourself together. I've already broken several rules for you, it's not time for you to stop yet. She yelled. Then she quickly ran to get away from him before he caught her, and changed the subject. Just listen to me, you can take Greenland out of your calculations and focus on Nihari. I only told you because I heard you making strange theories. Yeah, how could I forget this? You are the planet with an owner, you can use force against them. You can eliminate them, right? Robin's hopes rose slightly, ignoring the slap. Piffed, haha, dream on. Evergreen put her hand on her mouth and laughed. If owning the planet means killing all hostile armies, then this means that the interplanetary wars will end the moment the first owner obtains the planet's spirit. She said. But this is not true, a planet may change owners by dozens of times throughout its existence. She quickly followed and then she felt that Robin was about to shout at her. But of course, we can participate in the defense as a courtesy to the current owner. We can do the same things that you can do with the refinement percentage, but on a larger scale. Of course, this requires direct leadership from you and control through your soul force, but I broke this rule again for your sake. She added. At this moment, I established a law prohibiting flying on a planetary level. I also created waves of beasts and insects near the places where your enemies were stationed, and started many natural disasters. This news seemed good, but Robin suddenly became agitated. You did all this, and yet they killed an eighth of the planet's population and destroyed a quarter of the cities and villages. Well, just because I broke through the rule doesn't mean I did it well, those things I did affect both sides. Her voice dropped. Are you sure you're okay? Robin quickly stood up and took a few steps to choke Evergreen, but she quickly escaped. Are you saying that the beast waves and natural disasters struck my cities? Doesn't that mean you're responsible for most of the losses, you little bitch? Ouch. Evergreen narrowly escaped from Robin but received a kick. So what? They are all minor losses. This chaos has enabled your army stationed in Greenland to spread throughout the planet and cause great damage to those fake snakes, while your main forces are still almost unaffected. Then she put her hands on her waist. 400 martial emperors participated in the attack, including one at level 48. What was I supposed to do? Thanks to my intervention, what is happening in Greenland is not a one-sided massacre, but a real war, even though the difference in experts is extremely large. After the epic sentence, Evergreen lowered her voice again. Let's just ignore civilian casualties. 3 fleets and a marshal with them. What happened to all of this? Robin sat down again, placing his chin on the back of his hand and cursing the irony of fate. He had just tightened his grip on Greenland and given its inhabitants safety, saving them from the oppression of the Tree Fathers, just for them to be annihilated by his personal enemies in the end. According to what he remembers, Greenland still has around 200,000 veteran soldiers from Jura who decided to move their families there and settle there as a new home. There are also 4 human kingdoms that have huge armies estimated at several million. According to Robin's orders, they began arming all of them with Hoffenheim's bark, which is equivalent to the Valheimer metal used in golden armor. So from the point of view of the main army, there is no concern about Greenland at all, but looking at the experts. Who's leading the war over there? Robin asked quietly. Of course, your adopted sons Theo and Pion are the main headlines of the resistance. Evergreen answered quickly. Besides them, there are 13 emperors from the headquarters and the Sky Conqueror Tower. There are also 7 martial emperors from the Shadow Swords, in addition to 5 warlords who were in training but had to be sent to the battlefields early. 20 emperors and 5 warlords, plus all the chaos you've been dealing with and the no-fly zone on top of that. It's no wonder they've been able to hold out. Evergreen answered quickly. Robin scratched his chin for a few seconds, then raised his eyes and looked at Evergreen quickly. Wait a minute, Pion is one of the leaders? He is awake from his coma. Humph, not only that, but his soul force has seen an explosive rise. In my estimation, he is not far from the silver domain now. Evergreen folded her hands in front of her small chest. He's trying to take advantage of his new power, but he doesn't know how. You know why? Evergreen asked. Because your excellency didn't leave them any offensive soul techniques. So he's focusing on increasing his killing intent by using his soul force, and maybe putting a little pressure on the enemies with it. She continued, but this was enough to gain him many victories. He has killed 13 fake emperors so far. Haha, excellent, excellent. Robin finally received good news today, so he sat back and rested his chin on the back of his palm for a while. Then he raised his eyes to look at Evergreen's face. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Chapter 8:10. Evergreen furrowed her eyebrows slightly and looked at Robin seriously. These would be military orders she received from her owner. She might act as if it was a piece of cake for her and that she could lead the defense against her first foreign invasion however she wanted, but in reality, she was forcing herself to do what she couldn't. The situation was really difficult for her. She was created to be a tool, just a piece on the board that does not have the ability to be one of the players, and this is clearly evident in the war currently taking place. Just in order to balance the scale a little, it caused the death of tens of millions of people. As she sees it, Robin now does not have many options. In the face of this dual invasion of Jura and Greenland, he has to completely withdraw from Nihari and send his entire army as support to these 2 destinations, and then he may have a chance to save what is left. But in this case, planet Nihari will be lost forever, and once the Great Serpent Empire tightens its grip on it and begins tapping into the vast reserves of energy pearls there to power their cannons, it will be difficult to make a comeback. The second option is to withdraw part of the forces in Nihari and transfer them to these 2 planets to help keep the war burning until the war in Nihari ends. But in this case, the enemy will have the upper hand in all fronts, and there will be a risk of losing them all. As for Robin, he remained silent for a few seconds, then spoke seriously. We will not do anything new for now. Continue with your self-destructive actions. Evergreen just stared at Robin's face for several seconds. Is that all you could say? If my actions are self-destruct, then show us your actions. Then she took off her slippers made of tree leaves and threw them at him while saying her last words. Fuck, what do you want me to do? Robin avoided the slippers. Them finding you means they found the orphan blood planet. It became obvious that the destruction of the space portals there was because of them and not because of Aru and his followers. This means that I am fighting a war on 4 fronts at the same time. Then he continued excitedly. Let's do a simple calculation here. There were 5 fleets here, then 16 came as reinforcements, so the number of fleets in Nihari rose to 21. There are 3 more fleets in Jura and 3 in Greenland, which brings the total number to 27 fleets. And if you and Jura were attacked by 3 fleets each, this means that the other 3 or 4 fleets left are all in orphan blood. This is in addition to the appearance of 7 marshals with their personal soldiers so far, which means that those damn snakes have sent all their forces to war, literally all their forces. Their bastard emperor has abandoned 8 planets, and he sent his armies against me. These are not the actions of a rational person. He is opposing me as if I had killed his mother. I do not know what is happening. His master, the all-seeing god's rival, must have incited him against me personally. I see no other explanation for his actions. This is no longer a war for possession of a planet, but rather a personal war, a war for survival. Then he was silent for a while and lowered his voice. Honestly, even if I withdraw all my soldiers now and send them to protect my 3 planets, I cannot guarantee victory, and if I am victorious, this will not happen without enormous sacrifices. Then how will I defend them afterward? Do you think that if I sacrifice Nihari now and save Jura, Greenland, and the orphan blood, we will taste peace? Evergreen paused and bit her lip. If it were an ordinary planetary war or even an ordinary planet, she would have told him to abandon Nihari and immediately return to her and cleanse her of the abomination that spreads on her land. Although she does not care about mortals, she definitely does not like breaking the rules repeatedly in this way. But this is not the case now. He is fighting against an ancient planetary empire and one that knows all of his footholds as well. If Robin withdraws from Nihari, allowing them to win and possess Nihari today, they will not simply forget about Robin. Using Nihari's vast resources, they will send another expedition to her, then a second, and a third, until they finish off Robin and his empire. He wasn't an ordinary owner she could risk losing. He shouldn't reach this kind of fate now, not yet. I am glad that your mind is still clear after receiving such disastrous news. You have matured compared to what I heard about your actions in the past. Evergreen turned her back to him. I will continue what I am doing in Greenland. That is what I told you at the beginning anyway. You may leave now. Go back to what you were doing. When Robin saw her behaving like this, he smiled and shook his head. Even though she was just a spirit and not a real woman, she undoubtedly acted like one. Then he placed a finger on his forehead for a few seconds and took out a short string, then threw it towards Evergreen. Since you have an owner, you can now communicate with my kids easily. Give them these. Since my battle against Hoffenheim, I have been thinking about offensive and defensive soul techniques. Here are some of them. They are primitive and need a lot of polishing, but it should give a good boost to Peon. Oh. Evergreen received the thread of soul power with both hands and then disappeared into them. Seconds later, she opened her eyes to the last of them. Guardian Shell Spirit Defense Technique, Single Blade Spirit Attack Technique, Lethality Range Attack Technique, and Soul Net Siege Technique. You call these primitive techniques? They do need some practical testing, but when they are finished, they will definitely be an epic level martial arts. What do you mean by epic level martial arts? Robin raised his eyebrows. This was a new term to him. Evergreen waved at him. Shoo, shoo. When you reach the middle planetary belt, you will know. Who knows, I may never go. Robin laughed, and then his soul avatar began to fade away. Just before it vanished, he opened his mouth. When you pass these techniques on to Peon, tell him that I am sorry, but he will have to hold out for a while longer. Tell him to gather some rune masters and blacksmiths and start making a space portal in a safe place and keep it inactive. Tell him that the support will be a little late, but it will come. Robin opened his eyes outside again and found the shadow sword still standing in front of him, looking around with tense eyes, holding his daggers. It was clear that he took a defensive position when he saw Robin entering a deep state of meditation. Robin smiled slightly. What is your name? Ah. The shadow sword quickly turned around and put his daggers back in place. This subordinate is called Leonid Burton, Your Excellency. You did a good job of not spreading the news, Leonid. You are a dependable person. Are you also from the Burton family? You can call me Uncle Robin starting today. Robin stood up, took a few steps, and patted Leonid, smiling. This is an honor I don't deserve. Shadow Sword Leonid quickly knelt down, but he quickly raised his head slowly and muttered nervously. But what? Robin laughed. Don't worry, I'm not crazy yet. I will send someone with you to help Richard. According to my expectations, he will be very good. Someone? One. Your Excellency, what the? Leonid was left dumbfounded. But Robin had already taken a few steps away from him and looked towards the north with a smile. Your Majesty Planetary Emperor Pythor, do you consider me a threat that must be eliminated, or are you part of the all-seeing god and his rivals game like me? But that's fine either way. Let's play. Let's see whether your forces are stronger, or my foundations deeper. Chapter 811. Buzz. Step. Step. Shadow Sword Leonid Burton came out of the Jura City space portal. He immediately sighed in relief that the portal was still there 5.5 days after he left, and then he began to look around frantically to see if there were any enemies nearby. But contrary to what he thought, there was no one, not even a sound could be heard, only the silent and stagnant city he left, covered in fog and a gloomy aura. Buzz. Behind him, the space inside the portal shook again and another person came out. He was wearing black gold armor and a golden cloak flying behind his back, his hair was short dark black and he had a light beard, and it was Caesar. The shadow sword quickly looked behind him and bent down, opening his eyes to the last of them as his heartbeat was getting louder. He was present when His Excellency summoned his Supreme General and informed him personally of the situation in Jura, Greenland, and the Orphan Blood. The news struck both of them like a thunderbolt, as even the Shadow Sword did not know that Greenland and the Orphan Blood were under attack as well. From that moment on, Supreme General Caesar was surrounded by an aura of immense anger. After he was assigned to return to Jura alone to help confront the invaders, he did not object for a moment. He only grabbed the shadow sword by the back of his neck, opened an instant portal, then jumped towards the southern space portal, and then they got transported here together. As soon as Caesar left the gate, Leonid thought that he would take out his anger on him again, but he saw him calm and looking around with a wandering eye instead. Caesar said, "The always beautiful city of Jura. I remember when everyone thought that you are a small city that does not deserve the good that began within you. It was then you were the reason for the restructuring of the planet and the establishment of the empire, and today everyone says that you have become a graveyard without a soul, but you became the only hope for saving the entire planet. Naming the planet after your name did not do you justice." Then he took his time, looking around, saying, "I've heard a lot about my brother Richard's ability, but this is the first time I've witnessed it. It really is something that shouldn't belong to a human." Caesar furrowed his eyebrows slightly as he walked away from the gate comfortably, but he was maintaining an intense energy stream around his hand, ready to produce death fire at any moment. The shadow sword might not feel it, and even if one of the great serpent marshals came he might not realize the difference, but he who had touched the major heavenly law of death could easily sense that this city was alive. The moment Caesar left the space portal, he felt that the city opened its eyes to him, ready to kill him, but that feeling quickly disappeared. Perhaps the city decided that Caesar did not pose a threat. "There's been a lot of death here," Caesar muttered, looking around. "This is normal, Supreme General. There were several massacres in the city of Jura. Leonid did not know what else to say, as the response to Caesar was very obvious. No, I'm talking about the past 3 days. Caesar knelt on one leg and placed his hand on the soil, then closed his eyes. At least 70,000 people were killed here, and a few martial emperors as well. The last group killed here was only 2 hours ago. Then he stood up, shook his hands from the dirt, and rose slightly from the ground, looking in a certain direction. There, in front of the walls of Jura, were several hills of corpses that looked like mummies, and behind them were a large number of warships belonging to the Great Serpent Empire and an even greater number of chariots, all broken. That boy devoted a lot of energy to moving the trash out. Could this be called silliness or obsession? In front of this sight, Caesar laughed a little. Anyway, it seems that Richard has invested a lot of life energy here. He has created a true monster in the form of a city, but it seems that we have barely gone back in time. The remaining life energy is barely enough to fend off 1 or 2 more attacks of this level. What? Shadow Sword looked around quickly, but he did not feel that Caesar's words were exaggerated when he remembered what happened before entering the portal. Now he understood why Caesar maintained a combat-ready aura ever since he left the portal. He now felt as if he were standing on the back of a sleeping lion, and no one knew what the lion would do in the next moment. Swoosh! Several black flags emerged from Caesar's space ring and an instant space portal opened in front of him, but before entering he turned to Leonid. Stay here and contact the Shadow Sword higher-ups and tell them to deploy my orders to every man capable of fighting on planet Jura. He added, first tell them that I have returned and that more support is to come, and then tell them to start gathering our forces on each continent in a safe area and start forming a regular army. But, Supreme General, doesn't this mean that we give them all the remaining cities on a silver platter? The Shadow Sword quickly asked. Caesar gave a small nod and said, so what? If we continued to battle in each city separately, many lives would be lost and it would only make our forces spread out and difficult to send reinforcements to each other. Just by gathering all our forces in one spot, we would be able to quickly get our hands on a corner on each continent, and from there we will begin the counterattack. Yes, Supreme General, I will convey every word. Leonid bowed quickly. After finishing, Caesar entered the instant portal and disappeared. Badum. Left alone, Leonid looked around tremblingly for a moment, but after he confirmed that everything was still stagnant, his heart relaxed a little. He thought, I guess I can brag that the legendary Jura city considers me a friend. That's pretty cool when thinking about it. Then deep inhale. The Shadow Sword let out a long exhale, made up his mind, and inserted his soul sense into his voice ring, saying, Mr. District Supervisor, the Shadow Sword number 777 is speaking to you. I have tremendous news, please answer. Shadow Sword number 777, you can continue. A voice answered quickly in Leonid's head. Leonid let out a sigh of relief that the area supervisor was still alive, saying, Sir, Supreme General Caesar has arrived on planet Jura. Please spread his message to the rest of the commanders. He is telling you to gather the allied armies on all continents into one area N. The district chief interrupted him with a message that paralyzed the Shadow Sword's mind, as he heard, Tell His Highness the Supreme General that there is no longer any need for any of that. Chapter 812. Planet Jura. Central Continent. The Imperial Capital. Boom. Hundreds of Great Serpent martial emperors and hundreds of thousands of law users attacked the Sky Shield Dome with all their might. There was not a single reserve soldier, and not one of them tried to keep their strength to themselves. This very day, not one of them held anything back. What the hell are these buildings made of? One of the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers shouted in frustration, then continued firing. Now the dome of the Sky Shield no longer deserves this name. As the area it covers has become much smaller than the hole spread over it, it can now be better described as a beehive. Thousands upon thousands of attacks fell every moment, but were no longer completely repelled as they were in the past few days. Now a large number of them are able to pass the Sky Shield Dome and reach the city. Boom. For every 1,000 or so attacks, one of them would land on the heads of the capital's citizens. But every time this happens, the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire become more surprised. So far, a large number of citizens have been killed as a result of these attacks, but not a single stone of the city has been destroyed. How the hell did they make this city? Did they go off to conquer other planets just to gather resources to build this damn city? One of the martial emperors shouted angrily. Even their own capital, which stood tall for 10,000 years, only had the emperor's palace comparable to these buildings. The only thing stopping the Great Serpent Emperors from rushing through all those openings is that they still don't dare to directly provoke the Sky Shield array. Swoosh. Although the dome is full of holes, the remaining energy in it moves at a speed that the eye cannot track, so it appears as if it is complete. Even the marshals had never seen such a conscious array before or heard of something similar. Robin designed it to be alive, converting the enormous natural energy reserves in the city into life energy, and drawing soul force and consciousness from the people responsible for operating it. For example, the attacks that pass through the array currently, the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire notice that the array is what allows them to pass in order to focus on confronting others. As every time an attack passes, it is either from someone weaker, a saint, or it is a weak attack thrown in a hurry. What is the level of awareness and speed required that enables an array like this to identify tens or hundreds of thousands of attacks in an instant, select the weakest of them, and allow them to pass through? It is also capable of making counterattacks at the right moments. Over the past few days, this array has killed 7 martial emperors and seriously injured at least 30 martial emperors. But of course, it is not invincible. The number of attacks on it is greater than it can withstand. Over the past 5 days, they have filled it with loopholes several times, but whenever they are about to destroy it, several thousand sages and saints come out to blow themselves up, killing huge numbers of law users of the Great Serpent Empire, taking down a ship or two. They even manage to wound the martial emperors a few times, and force them to retreat. This process happens a few times a day, allowing the array to catch its breath again. But today seems different. Since the beginning of the day, they have only seen suicide attacks 3 times. The array has not reached this type of vulnerability before, and no one has come out yet. Keep going, don't stop. Haha, I bet all the suicidal bastards are dead and there's no one left. This will be the easiest planet to take in. Through the gaps in the sky shield dome, they could see the city clearly. They saw hundreds of thousands of people hugging each other and crying. Some children took up weapons and stood in front of their homes, still having the intention of fighting until the last breath. Looking at the situation, even if more warriors were hiding in these buildings, there would not be many. Although they did not see the riots expected from a city about to fall, this no longer mattered. They were all children, women, and old people. There was no one left among them who could fight. Although 7 emperors have fallen, a large number of soldiers have been killed, and a number of ships have been destroyed due to the array and the suicidal maniacs, their morale is still touching the sky. What is happening now is truly the best possible scenario for a group of invaders. All the enemies gathered in one place. As long as they eliminate this gathering, everything else will be at their disposal. And what if 7 emperors die? In return, they will control the planet the moment they break through the shield. On the other hand, they have been fighting on 4 planets for hundreds of years because the inhabitants of those planets are dispersed, good at escaping, or using devious methods of attack and escape. Such people are the worst enemy. Damn it. Mayor Henry gritted his teeth as he heard the taunts above, but he couldn't help it. Everything they said was true. Richard told him to do everything in his power to hold on for 5 days, and that's why he continued sending retired soldiers on suicide missions. Nearly 100,000 were in the city, of whom only 20,000 or less remained. Sending more than 80,000 people to their death in front of their families like this. Grandfather, didn't you say His Highness Richard was coming to rescue us? Did he abandon us? A little girl clung to the mayor's sleeve and pulled him tight, her eyes full of tears. Haha, how is this possible? His Highness Richard is a superhero like his father. The only thing is that I spoke to him and told him not to come. I didn't want him to throw his life away. Do you hate me for it? No. The little girl shook her head. His Highness does not deserve to die with us. Thump, thump. Mayor Henry's heart skipped a beat when he heard his granddaughter talking about death, but he couldn't help but smile forcefully. Don't worry, the dome His Excellency made is strong. It will keep them out for at least another day or 2. By then His Excellency will come and will save us all. Truly. The girl was happy and hugged her grandfather. Yes, of course. The mayor's fake smile increased slightly, while the rest of his family members and advisors around him shook their heads in silence. The only true thing about what the mayor said was that the array could last a day or 2 thanks to the city's huge energy reserves. It will now fall today, but the end is near already. The number of attacks passing through the array will increase rapidly, striking down everyone in the city until the entire population dies, that or the array collapses completely, whichever comes first. As for every other word the mayor said, it was a lie. They are inevitably dead. Enough. At this moment, a powerful sound shook heaven and earth. Everyone inside and outside the city heard it. Chapter 8:13. Enough. A shout that shook heaven and earth and attracted everyone's attention. The attacks on the city stopped, and the wail inside it subsided. Everyone looked in one direction now. Shush. In that direction, someone emerged from a huge ship with his hands behind his back. His height exceeded 3 meters, and his tail was twice that. His oppressive aura and imposing presence made everyone know who he was immediately. We salute His Eminence Marshal de Ruth. Both the emperors and soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire bowed in equal measure. The marshal looked towards the city and spoke in a voice that everyone could hear. Congratulations to you for holding out for this long. I never thought that a city with such a small population would stop us for 5 days and 6 nights, but enough is enough. This is your last chance to escape a hideous death, so deactivate the array immediately. The mayor did not know what was going on, but he decided to go with it. We are just a bunch of elders, women, and children. Why would a great leader like you turn to us? Please show us your greatness and leave us alone. When His Excellency returns, he can host you properly. We don't have what it takes to entertain you longer. The marshal ignored the mayor and continued speaking loudly. This seat knows that your city shield can still last a day or 2 at most, but I am fed up with this dead spot and I do not want to waste any more time. Whoever among you is smart enough to open the array from the inside, I shall show him and his close family mercy, and I will make him the ruler of this planet under me. I will give you all 10 minutes to save yourselves. The imperial capital that sank into silence a moment ago exploded with discussions once more. Some slaps and shoves also began to spread among the gatherings of families below. Even the emperors and soldiers of the Great Snake Empire began to look at each other strangely with itching hands. They really wanted to continue the attack. At this moment, the Sky Shield Dome was drawing energy from the city's huge reserve of pearls, repairing itself at a visible pace. Every second that passes in cessation is definitely in the enemy's favor. Swoosh! Another person as majestic as Marshal de Ruth, tall and charismatic, appeared next to him with an expression of surprise and some anger on his face. What exactly are you doing? Why are you giving them the time they desperately need? Is there even a reason? The city is already ours in a day or 2. Marshal de Ruth turned around and lowered his voice to the utmost. I have lost contact with ship number 677 that we sent to investigate the disappearances. There is no more time to waste here. We have to spread out and see what is happening. What? Mothership number 677 has disappeared too. Marshal Striga finally opened his eyes wide. A few days ago, after communicating with the local rebels, they were told that most of the planet's power was concentrated in the Imperial capital and the Demon City. So Dayruth and Striga agreed with them that they would take over these two spots, and in return, the rebels would take over the rest of the planet. They would also aid them with 100 martial emperors and 40 warships to help, which was an entire fleet. According to what the rebels said, this should have been more than enough. Without any martial emperors on planet Jura, spreading 100 demi-human martial emperors among them was like using a cleaver to slaughter a chick. Yet for some reason, they lost contact with all of them. The disappearance of 100 martial emperors and 40 ships carrying more than 150,000 soldiers was a serious blow. It was something they had only heard about in the devastating Nihiri War. The marshals had to either continue the siege to eliminate this annoying outpost and not give them a chance to strengthen their already impossible defenses further, or disperse and try to understand what was happening in the rest of the planet. If they did not understand what was happening, they would simply destroy it. In the end, the two marshals chose to send Mothership number 677 to investigate the situation alongside 30 martial emperors and 20,000 third-stage law users on board. However, according to what Marshal Dayruth now said, it too had disappeared. The soldiers here were bragging that they would get this planet with the least possible losses and that their enemies were fools. Meanwhile, they had already lost 130 martial emperors and 170,000 law users in just 5 days, and they do not even know how that happened. What to do now? Has the Third Truth chosen set traps here that these traitors don't know about? Are we being besieged right now while we are busy with the city? We can't stay here any longer. Marshal Striga muttered in a low voice. He had ruled a planet for more than 3,000 years and participated in devastating wars, but he was starting to feel nervous. There is nothing more fearful than a hidden danger. What we should do is to storm the city and take shelter under its dome, of course, and then destroy the planet piece by piece until the locals have nowhere left to hide. Marshal Dayruth smiled maliciously and pointed down. The dome is almost destroyed, their army is dead, and they are being besieged by a foreign race. Now that I have opened a door for them to escape, do you think no one will take the bait? Look at them and how they are arguing, Just wait, as the deadline is nearing, the riots will break out, and before the 10 minutes are up, they will bring down the array themselves. Striga looked down a little and then turned back to his colleague. Are you sure? This doesn't look like a normal city, because a normal city wouldn't have produced all those suicide maniacs. Haha, you don't know how dirty human nature can be, but I do. Just wait, because I refuse to believe that a city filled with hundreds of thousands of people wouldn't break out in riots at an opportunity like this. They are just humans and not some virtuous beings. Marshal Dayruth laughed and fixed his gaze on the city. Look at them, because each one of them has their own story, each one of them has ambitions, friendships, and family, and each one of them is undoubtedly afraid of death. Humans cannot be intimidated and controlled the way we do to our men. It is only a matter of time before they fall into devastating chaos. Marshal Striga nodded and returned to focusing on the city. 1 minute passed quickly, then the second, then the fifth. After the 5th minute, the marshal began to sweat a little because he was unable to spot any riots yet. The seconds began to pass in his eyes as if they were years. 7 minutes passed. The arguments between the people of the city calmed down, and they all returned to hugging each other and crying again. All 10 minutes passed, and part of the families dispersed. They were the remaining 20,000 law users in the city. They said goodbye to their families and left them with firm looks. Then they began to gather around the mayor. Most of them were still young men in the knighthood domain, but it was clear that they were able to convince their families to join the suicide squads after hearing about the state of the array. This city. Marshal Striga furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Ha ha ha, idiots. You are all idiots. Do you want to create chaos among the residents of the imperial capital? Do you think it is a normal city? Do you want to differentiate between the survivors of Jura City, or the veterans of the true beginning empire's army? Ha ha ha, better luck in another way. The mayor could not contain his laughter as he saw the young men, whom he did not dare to summon, gathering around him of their own free will. Dayruth gritted his teeth and then shouted loudly. All right then, this seat has shown his generosity, now I will show you my brutality. Embarrassed, the marshal could not restrain himself any longer as he began to burn his blood and exhale the purple mist thickly. He shouted behind him, all ships, prepare to use up all your reserves of energy stones, energy essences, and even energy pearls. Either I or this city will survive past today. Chapter 8:14. Boom, 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 boom. Mayor Henry Burton took a few steps back, his facial expression showing extreme panic. This is bad. Thousands of side cannons and forehead cannons fired their shots at the same time and towards a certain spot, which was the highest point in the dome. This was not the first time they had done this, but it seemed like it was. All the ships consumed their energy reserves for that single strike. Some of them began to slowly fall toward the ground after they released their energy, no longer able to fly. They were not the only ones. The combined army of the two fleets and the personal marshal's soldiers did not remain silent, following the orders of their masters, shouting forcefully, and firing at the same time. Come on! Marshals Dayruth and Striga also did not stand by. They created a joint purple cloud and pushed it toward the dome. Squeak! The array made a loud sound for a few seconds as if it was being tortured. No! Mayor Henry shouted in fear, then pointed outside. Go now and stop them. The Sky Shield dome must not fall. We must preserve the city that His Excellency built for us with blood and sweat. Yes. 20,000 young men quickly rushed toward the walls and jumped out, immediately clashing with the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire outside. Strangely, even their families, who were trying to stop them a while ago, ran after them and followed suit. A huge number of these people were once warriors, but now they include mothers and elderly people. Among them are veterans who received psychological trauma and did not want to engage in any more battles, but at this moment they all rushed out, including the mayor and the rest of the Burton family elders. Shit, what is going on? The soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire found tens of thousands of city residents jumping toward them, including housewives wearing stained clothes, old people holding their sticks, and even children who were not yet 14 years old. Those who were confident among them chose an opponent and attacked. As for the rest, boom, boom, boom. Thousands of explosions resonated around the dome. The self-explosions did not differentiate between an ally or an enemy. Tens of thousands of lives were taken at the same time. Damn it, what is wrong with this city? Marshal Daroth shouted angrily when he noticed the number of deaths among his army. He lowered his gaze again and increased the speed of his blood burning. Persist, we must penetrate this damned city now. The marshal almost went crazy. He had gone to the middle planetary belt before and participated in battles there. He knew that there were war techniques used by the Overlord and his enemies called arrays, and he had even personally experienced the power of those arrays, but he had never faced an array this powerful. Actually, even Robin himself, if he were here, would not have expected it to be this strong. When Robin designed it, it was to stop the attack of a few martial emperors and allow the people of the city to counterattack. It was never for anything of this scale. But at the same time, he did not know the extent of the impact of Jabba's amendments, had almost no energy pearls, and no martial emperor worked under him. Now, after Jabba had strengthened it, supplied it with a sea of energy pearls, and supported it with 20 emperors who used a high-level heavenly law as the life law, all this pushed the array to a completely different level. But in the end, everything has its limits. Ah! At this moment, the mayor heard the sound of a painful scream. The direction from which that scream came made his chest hurt even more. When he looked there, he found one of the life emperors supporting the array falling to the ground, spitting blood. And he wasn't the last. Piffed. Arg. 4 more martial emperors fell in succession. 2 of them did not make a sound, and they died instantly from extreme exhaustion. SRR. The array struggled a little to try to hold itself together, but what was left of the dome eroded very quickly. Within just a few seconds, it was completely gone. The city is ours. As soon as the dome disappeared, Marshal Striga shouted, pointing his weapon down. Haha, finally. All the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire pounced on the city like hungry lions among a group of sheep. While the martial emperors kept circling above the city, laughing, there was no need to get their hands dirty anymore. Boom, boom, boom. Blood was scattered in all the streets of the capital. The soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire took out all their anger on the commoners and mortals in the streets in a massive killing spree. Stop. The remaining life emperors left their positions and tried to confront the aggression. They were unable to do much in the face of the hordes of enemies. BZZZT, BZZZT. The marshals noticed a slight movement on one side of the city. The array was already beginning to reshape itself. What the hell is wrong with this array? Disperse and find me the energy source for this damned array quickly. Marshal Daroth finally issued an order while clutching his chest. He was blatantly angry. He had released 10% of his Dirger the Devourer's blood in order to use the minor corrosion law to destroy the array. This was a huge loss that he had to make up for at any cost. Thankfully, whether controlling the array or obtaining its massive energy source would be more than enough. Yes, Marshal. The soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire stopped focusing on slaughtering everyone and began entering the huge buildings, trying to find any clues. You shall not pass. The inhabitants of the city did not stand idly by, even the mortals rushed toward their doom, purely driven by hatred and revenge. In front of the second massacre taking place below, the old mayor's body twitched, his eyes already beginning to tear up, the utopia he had sacrificed so much for being erased before his eyes. All of you, aren't you afraid of His Excellency's revenge? Don't you know what he is capable of? When he learns what you have done, he will kill you all. Kiki, this Your Excellency of yours is being chased like a dog in planet Nihiri by 25 fleets and 3 marshals. He must have turned to dust already. We just came to swallow the scraps, Kiki. His opponent laughed loudly. Before the mayor could respond, they heard a shout from below. Over here. The mothership's sensors indicate large amounts of energy under this building. The shout of one of the third stage low users attracted everyone's attention toward a circular-shaped building located in the southern area of the city. No, stop him. The mayor ignored his opponent and shouted, then rushed toward that building. The rest of the elders of the Burton family and the remaining fighters turned their backs on their opponents and rushed toward him as well. If this building fell into the hands of the enemies, everything would truly be over. Swoosh. Arg. The old mayor felt terrible pain in his back and spat out blood. When he looked down, he found a long blade sticking out of his stomach. Kiki, it looks like we really found the power source. His opponent extended his tongue from behind and licked Mayor Henry's ear. Don't be afraid. You won't die so quickly. It seems you have some kind of a position among them. The Information Extraction Department will be happy to receive you, Kiki. No. Mayor Henry didn't hear a word the half-snake was saying. His eyes were still on the circular building and the massive battle taking place in its surroundings. No time for this. Marshal Daroth himself got impatient and descended. With a swing of his sword, he killed the few thousand humans protecting the building and rushed toward the entrance with a big smirk on his face. It's over. The mayor slowly closed his eyes. PZZZT. But strangely, before they closed completely, he noticed a small space portal opening in front of that building's entrance. Chapter 8:15. 5 minutes ago. The Wind Continent. This is Winter Breeze City, the third largest city on the continent. Tens of thousands of the Levon family, and millions of other families who were formerly called servant families live here. With high walls and ancient buildings that exude history and many young talents, this was the capital of the Wind Empire 4,000 years ago. But today it was dead silent. This city has been under attack for several days by a large army of followers of the People's Movement. Since the beginning of the war, the city's citizens might win a battle and kill one of the enemy leaders. Perhaps the rebels achieve a victory another day and destroy part of one of the walls. Just yesterday the rebels succeeded in storming the city, but the residents also resisted strongly and the battle continued throughout the city. Even until a few minutes ago, the war over the city went without a clear victor. Everything changed in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of piles came out of the ground in the blink of an eye and pierced the bodies of the rebels. Before the pile reached its highest height, the body hanging on its tip was already absorbed like a mummy, with an expression of extreme horror on its face. In the blink of an eye, the ancient city was filled with piles and mummies. Each of them stood like a flagpole higher than any other building in the city. Wherever and however you looked up, one would only see this hideous sight. The city's residents themselves, who were being killed by them, did not know how to feel as they saw this scene. Most of them fell to the ground, panting from fear. Others began screaming, fearing that the same would happen to them. Standing at the gate, Richard opened his eyes as all the life energy returned to the soles of his feet again. I spent the life energy of 50,000 people and in return, I got the life energy of 970,000, not bad. Your Highness's wisdom in choosing this one-strike attack method is eye-opening. A Shadow Sword Emperor standing behind Richard bowed deeply. No matter how many times he saw this scene, it made all the hair on his body stand every time. No need for niceties. Is there another city that needs my intervention? Richard raised his calm eyes, looking at his latest masterpiece. Unfortunately, there are many, Your Highness. There are still many enemies left in the ancestral continent as well. Shadow Sword quickly replied. No, I mean the major ones. Is there still a gathering with more than 200,000 rebels on any continent? Richard waved. Shadow Sword closed his eyes slightly to bring up the data from the new hidden headquarters. There are currently only 7 cities on the entire planet facing this kind of attack, and we can teleport to any of them right now. But what about the rest, Your Highness? This is up to you. According to my brother Caesar's words, all the inhabitants of planet Jura have received military training in one way or another. I have cleaned the big obstacles for you, and now it is your turn to clean the small pebbles. This would indeed be easy, Your Highness, but what about life energy? Have you collected enough? Shadow Sword nodded. Coordinating with citizens of the true beginning empire to kill what was left of the rebels would indeed be easy. It would take more lives, but they would all undoubtedly be killed. I no longer care about the small fish. The 5-day deadline has passed. The capital must be suffering now. I have to finish quickly and head there. Richard shook his head, laughing, and that bastard got tired of these side missions and forced me to take over again. What scoundrel! The important thing is, there is no need to worry at all, Your Highness. According to our reading of the situation, the array can prevent the entry of the enemy armies for 2 more days. In the meantime, you can visit more cities. The Shadow Sword tried to convince Richard. Since they contacted him and knew about his crazy plan, they helped him identify the cities suffering the most and transported him directly there. Richard looked back at him. You are hiding something from me. Mayor Henry told me that the array would last 5 days. Then whenever I contacted him, he told me that I had 2 more days, and you too, a Shadow Sword, are telling me the same. Have the enemies been kind enough to give us this grace period? Tell me the truth, this is an order. The array is filled with holes and attacks are now passing through it, but it will not be completely destroyed for an additional 2 days. The Shadow Sword Emperor responded directly. These 2 days you can use to gather more and more life energy and... Crack! Richard quickly took 2 steps and grabbed the neck of the Shadow Sword. His hair and eyes began to burn with a green flame. Are you saying the enemy attacks are passing through the defenses? Doesn't that mean they fall on civilians? How can one family member be allowed to be killed as long as I am alive? Your Highness, your success is more important. The mayor understands this, he is willing to buy time with blood for you. The Sword Shadow Emperor could barely get out his words, fear filling his heart at the sight of Richard's oppressive aura. Richard pushed back the Shadow Sword. My affairs are not for you lot to decide as you please, open a portal to the Imperial City for me right now. Cough. Yes, Your Highness, yes. Thankful that he was still breathing, Shadow Sword took out several black flags and began forming an instant space portal. Hey, are you the one who saved us? Before Richard could step, he heard a childish voice coming from below. Richard looked down and found a few children looking at him excitedly. Very strangely, they did not seem to be afraid of his oppressive aura, even though he did not express any killing intent and only used it to put pressure on a martial emperor. Richard thought that little calves are not afraid of tigers as he responded to them with a smile. Yes, I am the killer, get away from here. Hee, thank you, the Impaler uncle, you are the best. The boys and girls laughed and quickly left, excited to share what they had seen. The Impaler uncle. Richard calmed down a little and laughed. Then he turned around and started walking toward the instant space portal. Current time Imperial Capital. PZZT. Richard passed through the gate with a slight smile on his face. He was confident and relaxed after his quick interaction with the little ones, ready to defend the city with all his might. He was ready to show the whole universe that Jura City's tragedy will not happen again as long as he lives. But, Shuela, a mini space portal? No matter, I will kill you first. Chapter 8:16. As if time had stopped, everything froze in Richard's eyes. The moment he walked out of the portal smiling, he saw a huge demi-human heading toward him like a lightning bolt, carrying a long sword. Richard didn't know who this was, or how he was being targeted before he even left the portal, but he knew one thing: that person was strong and he had to defend himself. Shuela. Starting from the bottom of his foot to the top, the green flame burned on Richard with extreme intensity and began to invade his entire body, then rushed strongly towards his right arm. Shred. Richard's right sleeve began to tear lengthwise due to the sudden swelling of his muscles. The sudden pressure that resulted within a fraction of a second made the marshal open his eyes to the end and put more force into his attack. But there was no room for much adjustment. Richard punched ahead. SRR. The immense power that Richard put into his fist was almost equal to the marshal's sword, creating a sort of dividing invisible wall between the two. Boom. The compressed air between Richard's right fist and the marshal's sword produced a massive explosion like a sound bomb, pushing the crowd back hundreds of meters, spitting blood and bleeding from their ears. Some even suffered internal bleeding, and others died instantly. What the fuck? Less than a second after the collision, the marshal's pained voice was heard. Then, Richard's fist won the pushing match by ever so slightly, but it was enough to break the balance. His punch made the other side of the sword strike the marshal's forehead, and then sent him back like a cannonball. Boom. Arg. Marshal de Ruth. The marshal's body couldn't be seen as it took off, but everyone knew exactly where he was as he destroyed several apartment buildings in his path. Silence. At this moment, the city fell into a terrible silence, as both allies and enemies looked toward the new arrival. Your Highness Richard. The Crown Prince came for us. Kill him, he must have been damaged by the collision as well. As if we'll let you. A new battle took place in front of the round building, but this time its goal was not to storm the building. Now all eyes are on Richard. The remaining residents of the city want to protect him and gather around him, and the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire want to kill him. Who is this person? Why wasn't I told about such a strong individual? Marshal Striga slowly took out his weapon and grabbed it strongly. He was the most aware of Marshal de Rotha's power and the most shocked by what had just happened. Whoever the newcomer was, he was a figure to be reckoned with. In response to the marshal, if we take the reactions and his name into consideration, it is assumed that this is Richard, the son of the third truth chosen, replied the marshal's close advisor. His son? I can see it. A boy like this is only befitting to be the direct descendant of a planetary emperor. We initially expected this to be the birthplace of the third truth chosen due to the frequent back and forth between this planet and Nihiri, which is why Daroth and I were appointed here together after we arrived. The rebels confirmed our suspicions, and we even found his family trapped here like dogs and chickens inside the city, and now his son is coming to us as well. After killing everyone here, the third truth chosen will have no choice but to show himself. He will not be able to escape. The advisor laughed. Your insight is as sharp as usual, my lord. Yes, that is true. His Majesty Emperor Pythor has ordered us to attack all the planets just to besiege and kill the third truth chosen. It is a mission from the Overlord no less important than capturing planet Nihiri. If your eminence is able to kill him yourself, perhaps you can escape from that poor planet and move on to be the sovereign of planet Nihiri. Haha, right, I will cooperate with Daroth to eliminate this boy first and we will use his head to lure his father, then Nihiri will be mine. Marshal Striga grabbed his weapon and glanced towards the spot where his colleague Daruth had landed. This punch would not be enough to bring down his colleague. If he cooperated with him, they would be able to kill the son of the third truth chosen easily. But whether against this boy or his father, he had to snatch the final finishing blow for himself. Badump. Marshal Striga opened his eyes wide. In one moment he heard the sound of a strong heartbeat, and in the next moment, he felt a severe shiver running through his body. Badump. Marshal Striga slowly turned his neck towards the source of the sound, towards the entrance of the round building, towards Richard. Badump. The marshal was not the only one who noticed. The battle around the round building stopped again, and everyone started to slowly retreat. Even the Shadow Sword Emperor who had come with Richard and was standing behind him, quickly took a few steps back in fear and then disappeared. After his collision with the marshal, the view opened in front of him. He saw red. The ground was soaking wet with blood and minced meat. After he realized that this was the imperial capital that he remembered, he spread his soul sense in fear, hoping that this was the only battlefield. Badump badump. Richard took a weak step forward. His immense heartbeat, powered by the life energy of tens of millions of people, started to shake the capital. He saw it. The entire capital is covered in blood. He saw burned corpses and the dismembered bodies of children. He saw women hugging corpses crying and elders lying next to their limbs, as hundreds of thousands of dead people lay in every street and every alley. He saw it. He saw Jura's tragedy once more. Shwela shush, Shwela shush. The green flame began to burn on his head and rise until it touched the sky, bearing his fangs in anger and hatred. Then it was extinguished and a tear fell from his eye and his body trembled in fear and sadness. This scene began to repeat itself before everyone's eyes, as if spring and autumn were only passing through his body, ignoring the rest. Ah. Richard opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. He raised his hand slowly as if he wanted to reach something, but everything turned into a mirage. Why? Why again? I am here now. I am stronger now. Why? With every shattering step he took, his curly golden hair was losing its luster little by little. By the third step, his hair had turned completely white. Are you still delirious? Kill him. Whoever brings me his head, I will fetch him enough beast blood to be the next general. Sensing that something was wrong, Marshal Striga ordered his followers to attack first to assess the situation. Die. Hundreds of Great Serpent Empire soldiers easily evaded their opponents and rushed towards Richard madly. In front of the wave of enemies coming from every direction, Richard finally stood up, his right eye bleeding and his left eye streaming with tears. He clenched his fists tightly, then muttered in a voice that echoed in everyone's souls, "You all deserve death. Fall, 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 fall." Chapter 8:17. Fall, 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 fall. In plain sight of everyone, all those who moved to attack Richard fell to the ground like mosquitoes, one after the other. He is dead. One of the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers quickly moved to check on his brother, finding no life left in him. The rest of the soldiers surrounding Richard took a few steps back, thanking the fact that they were a step behind and did not attack directly like the others. Silence. More than 1,000 law users were killed before their eyes, and no one knew how. Even Marshal Striga stared at Richard with his mouth open, not understanding what had happened. He saw everything from beginning to end, and Richard did not make a single attack. Even if Richard had a sole attack of this scale, Striga would have noticed it without a doubt. Richard did not do anything but show killing intent. It is true that it was a hideous killing intent that Striga had never felt before. Even if the killing intent of the 9 marshals was combined with his majesty pathers, they would not amount to anything against it. However, it was still something that showed a person's willingness to kill, not a weapon. Or is it possible? The marshal's heart pounded violently. Is it possible that his killing intent had become so intense that it could actually kill? In front of Richard's silent angry stare, looking at him with his eyes glowing with hatred and killing intent, even someone like the marshal was startled. But Richard did not do anything after that. With the same deep frown, he looked back in front of him at the scattered lumps of flesh and bone. Then, repeatedly, the soles of Richard's feet ignited with green flames and began pumping flames underground with high intensity. Attack! I cannot believe he can use that magic again. Bring me his head, and the offer is still valid. Marshal Striga pointed at Richard and shouted in a hesitant voice, "Step!" Upon receiving the direct order from the marshal, a number of soldiers automatically took a step forward, but they did not take a second step. Some even took 2 steps back again. The sight of their comrades falling like puppets whose strings had been cut was still etched in their memories. Who would want to be the experimenters? Humph, this nonsense does not work on me. The blood of Durger the Devourer will be mine. One of the mid-level martial emperors nearby spat on the ground. He then took out a great spear that he had tied to his back and rushed towards Richard with a swoosh. Marshal Striga narrowed his eyes and fully unleashed his soul sense. This time, he had to know what trick Richard was playing. After closing the distance and realizing that Richard had not taken a defensive stance or tried to escape yet, the mid-level martial emperor laughed loudly. "Ha ha, your head is mine. Today, I will earn my ticket to the UG. Arg." In mid-air, the expression of the mid-level martial emperor changed to one of terror, and then he fell down, holding his head with both hands. Arg. Ah. Richard slowly shifted his gaze away from the marshal, staring at that mid-level martial emperor. Yet again, he did not move, only his eyes began to glow green and silver, watching him with eerie calm as he pumped green flames into the capital's ground. A moment ago, something strange happened. His mind collapsed. Yes, the number of questions that invaded his mind, the amount of sadness, pain, anger, and dozens of other emotions that did not even exist, made something in his mind click. But it did not die as he expected. The thing that collapsed in his mind quickly regained its strength and expanded. Before he realized it, he found that his soul energy had become much stronger and silver in color. What happened a moment ago was not intentional. He unleashed his true, tangible killing intent that he had gathered from the 50 million giants in Nihari and over 50 million humans on planet Jura. For some reason, that terrifying killing intent came into contact with the silver soul that had not settled yet, forming this deadly weapon that killed over 1,000 law users in the blink of an eye without him moving a muscle. The power of his soul was not the killing element in this equation, as it had not left his body. Therefore, the culprit here had to be the killing intent itself. But how? Even in his rage, Richard was surprised. This was something that should not have happened. However, it did not matter now. He had to kill everyone inside the capital first. Fire! The fleet general that the mid-level martial emperor belonged to shouted to the rest of his followers. This time, the order was a long-range attack, so everyone took heart and raised their weapons. Dozens of martial emperors and thousands of law users in the area aimed their strongest long-range attacks at Richard. Swoosh! Swoosh! Boom! The city ground at that spot opened up, and metal rods in the shape of snakes came out of it. Then, the rocks gathered and took the shape of golems, surrounding Richard from all directions and receiving the attack of an entire field on his behalf. What the hell is this? Marshal Striga muttered as he watched what was happening. What kind of stone monsters were these, and why did they have enough power to withstand all these attacks? Rise! Richard slowly raised his arm, and a stream of green flame seeped into the bodies of the capital's sons scattered everywhere inside the walls. They all rose with all their energy and began searching for their severed limbs and scattered entrails, putting them back inside their bodies before jumping towards the nearest soldier of the Great Serpent Empire. Ah, die already! One of the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire shouted and easily knocked his opponent's head off, but his body continued to advance and caught him by the neck. Arg. Anyone who tried to escape and prepare for a major attack was harassed by a lamppost or simply had the ground split open beneath their feet. Seeing their sons, fathers, and loved ones rise from the dead and fight like this pained the hearts of those left alive in the imperial capital, knowing for certain that it was only their bodies that were moving. However, they followed in their footsteps and fought alongside them one last time. Mayor Henry and the rest of the youths still capable of fighting were also filled with killing intent and rushed forward, not caring about safety or fear for their lives. For the first time in several days, they saw the advantage in their favor and they were not going to waste this opportunity. Roar! Dozens of metal snakes and giant golems let out a loud howl and pounced on the martial emperors. Even if you were a damn stone, I will kill you today. One of the Great Serpent Emperors shouted and began to burn his blood, but little by little, he was pushed back by the golem. The rest also faced the same problem. The stone golems and metal snakes focused on pushing the martial emperors back away from the round building. The fight broke out again all over the imperial capital. The difference this time was that it was not one-sided. Ah, arg, ah. After a full minute, the mid-level martial emperor finally died, his face showing the same signs of horror as the rest. After Richard confirmed that his victim was lifeless, he slowly moved his head and looked up at Marshal Striga. Richard did not say a word, there was no need to speak. He just used his soul sense to pull out a golden spear from his void ring, and slowly began to advance. Crack! Marshal Striga's fingers tightened on his short hammer, with something shouting inside him telling him to step back, but his pride stopping him. Swoosh! At this moment, Richard noticed an attack from behind him and quickly turned around. Boom! Chapter 8:18. Boom! Richard parried the attack from behind just in time, but was forced back like a cannon shot. Swoosh! Before he landed, he felt danger approaching from above, so he stabbed the ground with his spear and forced himself to stop. Boom! A moment later, an explosion occurred in the area he was about to land in. A hole more than 10 meters deep appeared in the ground. Richard didn't wait for the dust to settle. Instead, he stomped his foot on the ground and quickly retreated, keeping his two attackers in his line of sight. The person who attacked him from above was of course none other than Marshal Striga holding his short hammer. As for the person who attacked him from behind, it was a 3-meter-tall person, with a deep-cut wound extending from his forehead to his chin, looking at him with hatred. It was none other than Marshal Dayroth. Marshal Striga threw his short hammer several times in the air as he approached Richard with a big smile on his face. Playtime is over, you brat. All those toys you control in the city will end the moment we kill you, right? I hope you're ready to die. Step. No, he won't die, this boy is mine. Enraged, Marshal Dayroth's steps quickened as well. It never occurred to either of them that one day they would have to fight side by side against an opponent, and certainly not one this young. But something inside them told them that they had to get it over with quickly, that this was not the time for pride. Shwela. Facing two enemies each stronger than him individually, Richard ignited the green flame on the golden spear, then looked at Marshal Striga with mockery, daring him to come closer. You're courting death. Before Marshal Striga could finish his shout, he was interrupted by a bam. Richard pushed the ground with his foot again and charged towards Marshal Dayroth. Marshal Dayroth was caught off guard and unable to take a defensive stance, so he decided to attack. Boom! The second collision between Richard and Marshal Dayroth sent energy waves in all directions. This time the Marshal held nothing back in his attack and did not underestimate his opponent. Richard also took this into consideration and opened up the use of the stolen life energy in full. Rumble! The two of them froze for more than a second. No one could push the other back, and the energy waves reached a devastating level, where they began to demolish all the residential buildings and statues, and killed a large number of soldiers and citizens. I will fucking kill you. When Marshal Striga saw that he was ignored, he bounced on Richard from behind. When Richard noticed the attack coming from behind, he tried to retreat, but crack, Marshal Dayroth put all his weight on the sword, not allowing Richard to move an inch. Haha, die. Marshal Striga laughed out loud when he noticed what was happening and struck his hammer horizontally toward Richard's head, wanting to send it flying in one go. Before the hammer reached the back of his head, Richard gave orders to the city. Shah! The ground beneath Richard's feet softened, and he quickly sank down. Ha! Marshal Dayroth didn't have time to be surprised, as the moment Richard disappeared, a huge silver hammerhead slammed into his forehead. Boom! Arg! Marshal Dayroth flew backward, spitting blood. Dayroth! Realizing what he had done, Marshal Striga opened his eyes wide and jumped after his colleague to try to help him. After all, he had received a direct hit from him with his full strength. But Shah! Richard rushed out from under the ground again and stabbed at him with the golden spear. You damned rat! Marshal Striga quickly jumped to the side to avoid the stab, but Richard was too close to him and managed to reach him. The Marshal's armor was an ancient epic piece, so Richard couldn't destroy it with one blow. But he managed to pierce the right side of the Marshal's armor and only managed to get the tip of the blade to scratch his chest before the Marshal could retreat. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Marshal Striga retreated to a safe distance, he laughed. Humph, congratulations on piercing my armor, but that's the most you can do today. That's enough for me. Maintaining his cold expression, Richard pointed his spear at the Marshal's chest. Marshal Striga looked down following Richard's gesture, finding his chest engulfed in green flames. Humph, just a silly trick. You think you won something now? Look at me crush your dreams. The Marshal laughed and then flicked his internal energy toward that spot. Shola. But the flames grew stronger. Badump. What's going on here? The Marshal's heart pounded and his legs felt weak as the fire grew stronger. Extinguish already. Tisk. A purple mist began to emerge from the Marshal's pores, covering the green flames. The flames seemed to be suffering and slowly fading, but then something strange happened. The green flames separated from the marshal's chest and jumped towards the ground, disappearing into it. Marshal Striga was forced to sacrifice some of his blood and use the minor corrosion law just to force the green flames to escape. He then quickly examined his body to see why he suddenly felt weak. Where did my life energy go? What kind of magic is this? In front of the marshal's shouts, Richard did not respond but remained standing in place, looking at him with cold eyes. He could have immediately continued the attack and not given him a chance to examine himself or even extinguish the flames so quickly, but he preferred to leave him and let him explore the damage of the green flame. In any case, it is impossible to use the life flame alone to kill the marshal, so why not use it as a weapon to intimidate him? Now the marshal will think more than once before approaching Richard, and no one would want to get in touch with these flames again after seeing what they do. You filthy little human, I'll tear you apart with my teeth. Marshal Dayroth emerged from the rubble again, shouting at the top of his lungs. This time, his forehead was crooked inward and his nose was bleeding profusely. There was also a slight squint in his right eye, and the hammer blow was no joke. In front of the angry marshals, Richard tightly gripped his spear and took half a step forward, preparing for the second round. However, he involuntarily took a quick glance to his right. He was currently using the life force he had gathered to fight nearly 250,000 law users, dozens of warships, and over 350 martial emperors, and at the same time, he had to keep some to himself to fight these two marshals. Even though he had the life energy of nearly 50 million humans and a little more of giants and demi-humans when he arrived in the city, it was still life energy that could be harnessed until it ran out, and it was running out fast now. If the life energy he pumped into the city ran out before getting rid of the enemy army, or the life energy he kept with him ran out before he killed the marshals, he would be dead for sure. Bam! Swoosh! At this moment, Richard felt attacks coming at him from two different directions. With the marshals in front of him, Richard couldn't try to dodge or he would fall prey to them. He had no choice but to burn the stolen life energy madly and stand still. Boom! Boom! Blades of wind from the left and lightning bolts from the right landed directly on Richard in a huge explosion that changed the landscape once again. Humph, now let's see how he can brag. Haha, even if his father is here, he will die today. From among the dust, two figures appeared, giving a relaxed military salute to the marshals. I hope you don't mind our interference. We both know that the great marshals can win on their own, but we wanted to speed up the process a bit. Granted. Marshal Striga waved, and he was actually happy to see them. They were the generals of the two fleets responsible for the siege of the city, each a martial emperor of level 47. The generals laughed but didn't come any closer, instead standing at a safe distance from the last point where Richard appeared, drawing a square of enemies with him in the middle. Chapter 8:19. Boom. Piffed. Richard rushed backward like a cannon shot, destroying several residential buildings. Bam! Before he could even settle down, he felt a massive attack coming from behind, so he mentally sent his orders to the city. Clatter! The ground behind him sprang up and quickly rose, forming a barrier between him and the attack. Boom! Arg! Richard's head hit the rock barrier first, adding another wound to his already severely injured body. But what was happening on the other side of the barrier was even more horrific. Sure. A purple cloud hit it from the other side, easily destroying the rock barrier until it crossed to the other side, but Richard was already far gone. Swoosh! Swoosh! Richard quickly rushed away. There was no place on his body that was not covered in blood or cuts, and even worse, there was a chunk of meat missing in his left shoulder area. That chunk was the result of him touching the minor law of corrosion. Although the life force was rushing there quickly to nullify the minor corrosion law and reshape his shoulder, this would still take a few more minutes. Where do you think you are going? Before Richard could get far, he heard a voice to his right and found a halberd inches away from him. Richard's frown grew more aggressive. This time there was no need to dodge. Vroom! A dense green energy enveloped his right arm and he reached for the halberd's staff. Bam! What? The general was shocked to see the attack. He had put all his strength into being stopped in such a way, but his shock did not last as he had to deal with something far worse. Humph! With a face full of erosion wounds and eyes covered with blood coming from his head, Richard forced his left hand into a fist, and then punched. When the general saw Richard's fist coming towards him, he quickly sacrificed some of Durger the Devourer's blood and released purple mist from all parts of his body. Haha, if you touch me you will die. I want to see what you can do, you son of a bitch. Bam! Unlike expected, Richard did not hold back. His left fist went without hesitation until it made its way toward his nose, crushing it. Swoosh! Swoosh! The general's eyes disappeared into his skull and all his internal organs felt the shock. Already disconnected from reality, the general did not feel as he dropped his weapon and flew backward. Grab! Richard let go of the halberd and quickly grabbed the general's wrist before he could get away from him. He grabbed his wrist with his left hand and extended the green flame to cover his entire body, burning the layer of the law of corrosion and beginning to consume his life energy quickly. Then he began to grind his face with his other right hand. Bam! 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 Richard landed 5 more punches on that general's face before he felt a threat approaching from the side. Swoosh! By then he had let go of the general and rushed away again. A moment later, Marshal Striga appeared at that spot angrily. Damn that cautious bastard. Was he not acting crazy a moment ago? I thought he was going to attack us directly. Why would he fight cautiously and jump around like a grasshopper now? He then looked to the side at the beaten general. General Wagaz, did we not tell you to always cover your weapon with the minor heavenly law of corrosion? Why did you let him grab your halberd shaft? Go to your position in the siege. We must not let him escape, General Wagaz. Ugh. Piffed. The general slowly fell to his knees, then to what was left of his face. Richard's 6 punches crushed his skull completely and gouged out his eye. The only thing keeping him hanging between life and death was the fact that he was a high-level martial emperor with a powerful life force. Damn it! Marshal Striga looked at his general with pity, then passed a layer of purple mist over him, extinguishing the green flames. Then he heard a boom and found that Marshal Dyroth and General Smilat had cornered Richard again, but he was about to escape. He looked down at his old colleague. "Focus on healing yourself, we will be back later." Then whoosh, he went back to chase Richard. As he quickly flew towards the new battlefield, Marshal Striga shouted with all his might, "General Wygaz will take a short rest and return to us, we will switch to a triangle formation." General Smilat, who was busy clashing with Richard at this moment, felt his heart clench and he started to calm down a little. He no longer dared to try to take his head by himself, even increasing the burning rate of Durger the Devourer's blood. Marshal Daroth, who was watching from the side waiting for an opportunity to intervene, immediately understood that something was wrong with Wygaz and looked at Richard angrily. "Everything you do will only increase the intensity of your suffering, resist as much as you want." Then he rushed towards him holding a sword covered in a thick layer of purple mist. Tisk! Richard was already busy fighting the general who had become increasingly cautious. Now, in front of the marshal's crazed rush, he had no choice but to increase his life energy burning rate and prepare for the shock. Bam! The marshal's epic sword coated with the corrosion law pierced the energy shield around Richard like a hot knife through cheese. But the energy shield resulting from burning the life energy of tens of thousands of people was simply too dense. Before the marshal could reach Richard's body, Richard detonated what was left of the energy shield between him and the marshal. Boom! Arg! Richard, the marshal, and even the general let out a pained cry at the same time, and each one of them was thrown in a direction by the shock. The detonation of tens of thousands of people's life energies at once was huge and left a huge gap in their place. Most importantly, it severely damaged the 3 of them internally and externally. Besides avoiding the direct attack from the marshal's sword, Richard was also betting on his miraculous healing speed. For example, his shoulder injury that was eaten away by the law of corrosion a short while ago had healed greatly, so he was confident that he would recover from this explosion quickly as well, but the same could not be said about the rest. Bam! Bam! The general and the marshal collided with several residential buildings that fell on their heads. This is bad. When Richard saw where the explosion was throwing him, he panicked and then gave orders to the city, and a large metal wall emerged. Bam! Piffed! Richard collided with the metal wall with much power, feeling the shock all over his body, and then he fell to the ground spitting blood. Marshal Striga laughed when he saw Richard's condition, then raised his hammer and was about to rush to finish him off. But a certain question exploded in his head: why did Richard decide to stop himself like this? Marshal Striga moved his eyes until they fell on the first thing Richard was about to bump into. It was a 10-story tower built of strong stones and metals. It was one of those damned buildings that would be attacked from the outside and not leave a scratch. It did look like an expensive structure, but in the end, it was just a building. It also seemed to be used as a restaurant. This was not something that someone like Richard, the son of a planetary emperor, would try to avoid touching. Marshal Striga slowly rose and scanned the capital with his eyes and soul sense. These types of towers were numerous and spread around the city in certain patterns, even after the war broke out and hundreds of thousands were killed on both sides. All of the buildings of this type were intact. Something is going on here, these are not just flashy buildings. The marshal frowned. While the marshal was talking around him like a madman to find the missing puzzle, he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. It was the city walls. Above the city walls, he saw a compressed layer of energy. That energy was trying to compress more and get closer to the wall as if it was trying to hide, and it seemed in its actions as if it was alive. This is bad, the damned sky shield array is still active and is currently recharging its energy. That bastard is just wasting time for the sake of the array. Destroy those damned buildings, they are connected to it somehow. Marshal Striga shouted at the top of his voice and raised his short hammer once more, this time aiming at the 10-story tower. Chapter 820. Damn it! When Richard heard Marshal Striga shout, he forgot about the intense pain coursing through his body and quickly stood up. The marshal's words were indeed correct. This was Richard's plan from the beginning. In front of an army capable of occupying planets, one person wouldn't be able to do everything. Even at the height of his anger and mental breakdown, he was well aware that he would fail if he tried to fight alone. And there is another problem. His enemies use a minor law of the path of destruction, so battling against them is extremely difficult. Although he has an integrated law that contains the major heavenly law of life, which is no less powerful than the law of destruction, each has its own use. Comparing them is like comparing the height of a giraffe to the speed of a gazelle, because when it comes to fighting, who can stop the path of destruction? So his silver soul immediately worked to try to find solutions as quickly as possible. When Richard pumped the life energy of nearly 30 million people into the capital and supplied it with his silver soul force to give it consciousness, he could read the entire city as if it were in the palm of his hand. Of course, he felt the enormous heaven shield array, and most importantly, he felt that the array was still working and was drawing energy from the circular building, which came directly from the large treasury of the imperial capital. At that moment, Richard knew that he had found the solution. This enormous array had been repelling the attacks of this huge army for nearly 6 days, and most importantly, according to the Shadow Sword, it was responding to their attacks and even took down a number of their martial emperors. If he could restore it to its full strength and use it to seal everyone in the city, the array would easily be able to attack them from above like ants and kill them all. So Richard took over the array and directed it instead of the 20 life emperors who had fallen or were fighting, ordering it to silently regenerate itself and remain hidden for as long as possible. He didn't worry that this would take too long. Without anyone to attack the array, and with a treasury containing an endless amount of energy pearls, it wouldn't be an hour before the array would return to its optimal state, and by then he would be victorious. But, stop! Richard shouted loudly as he saw the short hammer slip from the marshal's hand and quickly approached the tower, knowing full well that he couldn't reach it. Marshal Striga laughed loudly when he saw Richard's reaction, his suspicions confirmed then. Even if they had wanted to control the array before, they wouldn't be able to do it if they were killed by it. Destroying it now would prevent any future problems. Now kneel obediently and accept your defeat, you fool, or escape to the ends of the planet if you wish. This city is ours. Ha! Before you destroy something in the city, you must ask this mayor's permission first. A shadow came rushing out of nowhere and stood in the hammer's path. His body was covered in injuries, blood was pouring from his neck and stomach, and he was already half dead. Boom! The hammer hit him, and there was a huge explosion that made it lose most of its momentum. Piffed! A cloud of blood splattered everywhere, and that person's body turned into dough and scattered everywhere. A few weeks ago. So you are nephew Richard, what a young man. Just looking at you pleases my eyes and gladdens my heart. The mayor of the city, Henry Burton, approached with a kind smile on his face, opening his arms wide as he spoke. Excuse this old man if the celebration does not suit your coming, but I blame nephew Caesar because he did not inform us of your presence beforehand. There was no need for all this, I just came to take a look around. A faint smile appeared on Richard's face. Just take a look? Then go where? This is your father's city and your city after him. The mayor spoke in panic, then looked at Caesar. Did you hear that, nephew Caesar? He is just playing around, Uncle Henry, don't pay attention to him. You can go back to organizing the celebrations, I will talk to him. Caesar gave a laugh. Phew, alright, I am reassured now. Mayor Henry sighed and took out a small metal card. Nephew Richard, this is my sole print. If you need me or the city for anything, just let me know. Even if you want to declare war on the world, we will follow your lead. Alright, I will let you rest now. Richard received the card, then waited until Henry left the palace and the smile disappeared from his face before he carelessly placed the sole print card in the ring. It seems that my father left quite a few instructions for the city officials. Come by my side and look at the streets. Did your father leave any instructions for all of them? Caesar gently pulled his brother toward the palace window and pointed toward the huge festival in the streets of the capital. Why don't you say that they see you as the future of the empire and they truly love you? Richard took a moment to look into the eyes of the boys and elders on the streets. Can you trust their love? The ones who opened the gates of Jura from the inside were the elders of the family. They treated you and me like princes before they stabbed us in the back at the first opportunity to save themselves. But there were also many elders who died to give the young a chance to survive. Have you forgotten them? Mayor Henry himself was still in his 40s during the Jura City War and was one of the first to choose to sacrifice himself along with Grandpa Brian Burton and the rest, but he was captured and put in the prisons of the Flame Empire. Then he took a long look at the streets. The current elders were not chosen in vain, they are all good men who have done many things for the family, and the new generation is not bad either, as they opened their eyes seeing all these good men in front of them and were raised on family unity and dying for the rest. The Jura War was a catastrophe indeed, but it made this family strong, making them worthy of being the family of a planetary emperor. I do not know. From my experience, what you are talking about seems like a fictional story. Richard smiled and shook his head. Caesar laughed. I hope that we may never see such a catastrophe again in our lifetimes, but if it comes, you will see for yourself how refined this family has become. Then he looked back out the window with a smile. Uncle Henry. Richard muttered in a low voice as he saw Mayor Henry's body scattered everywhere. All that remained of him was his head, with eyes devoid of any signs of life, and a mouth showing a satisfied smile. Chapter 821. Follow the mayor's lead, we must protect the towers. Help His Highness Richard. Destroy those damn dark buildings. Before Richard's lost eyes, the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers gradually began to approach the towers. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of city dwellers quickly gathered around them all over the capital. The marshal's shout a moment ago had already revealed Richard's plan to everyone. A large number of Great Serpent soldiers and martial emperors tried to evade their battles to destroy one of the towers and achieve a great military achievement. Meanwhile, when the city dwellers found out what His Excellency's son intended, all of them decided to help immediately. They left the fight to the zombies, golems, and metallic snakes while they went to surround the towers, thus creating meat shields ready to intercept any approaching attack. That damned city. Insignificant side characters dare to get in my way. The marshal gritted his teeth and summoned his epic hammer to his hand, ready to throw it again. If this marshal wants something, it will be, all of you die at my mercy, haha. Tremor. At this moment, the ground shook violently. Everyone below the level of a saint fell to the ground, fainting or vomiting. What's happening? Even Marshal Striga in midair felt the earthquake. It was strong enough that it made him stop his next attack. The city was shaking as if it wanted to separate from the continent. Under this strange phenomenon, the marshal heard Richard's voice as if it was coming from the depths of hell. Uncle Henry, an honorable person like him shouldn't have died a death like this. Insignificant side character? I'll show you how insignificant side characters are dealt with. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone, stay alert. The marshal shouted loudly, but it was too late. Tens of thousands of metal and rock pillars pierced the ground and rushed towards the Empire's soldiers. Pa, pa. This time, the Serpent Empire army was in a state of high alert for combat, so Richard couldn't catch them off guard with the stakes as he had done before. That first wave was enough to impale more than 30,000 soldiers directly, all of whom were lifted and displayed to the public at a height of more than 50 meters for each stake. Crack, crack. The ground beneath the residential buildings and gardens cracked deeply, and lava began to emerge from them. Then this lava quickly formed into monsters, each at least 30 meters tall, and after a loud shout of roar, they jumped on the martial emperors of the Great Serpent Army. Damn it, what is this? Arg. The first clash against the Great Serpent Emperors, who were already busy fighting the golems and metal snakes, resulted in 10 of them being killed in the blink of an eye. The rest panicked, increasing the burning of Jura the Devourer's blood in their bodies and attacking the lava monsters. But the huge monsters did not fall easily, and whenever they completely destroyed one using the law of corrosion, another one would immediately emerge from the ground. Damn, retreat. The Great Serpent Emperors for the first time lost their positions and were forced to spread far apart from each other. The balance that Richard was trying to create had been broken. Now the city had the upper hand. Long live the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is invincible. We haven't lost yet. Long live the true beginning empire. Amidst the epic scene around them, a number of the city's people fell into a fit of hysterical crying. Marshal Striga began to turn around like a madman, watching the wave of violent killing that swept the city. Then he looked back at Richard with raging anger, but when he found the boy staring back at him, Badum. In front of Richard's cold gaze, his hair that had turned gray in his youth, and his aggressive features that made him look like he was ready to eat his raw flesh, the marshal's heart beat strongly. But he smiled, saying, "The energy that envelopes your body is no longer as stable as before, nor nearly as thick. It seems that what you just did was not without a price." Richard kept his calm and did not show anything, but the marshal was right. He had to give up half of the reserve that he had left for himself in order to tip the scales and push the army away from the towers. Or perhaps he did it to vent his anger. He himself does not know. Boom, boom, growl. One of the lava monsters took quick steps and stood in front of the 10-story tower, staring at the marshal. Straight knew he could handle that lava monster and strike the tower down, but it wouldn't be easy, especially when Richard was eyeing him like a hawk. So he looked back at Richard. Hee, there is no need to get distracted with your toys, boy. Are taking us for fools? We'll just kill you first. V-room. The purple mist around the marshal grew larger again. He had sacrificed a quarter of his share of the Jura the Devourer's blood so far. Step, step. Marshal Dyroth and General Smilat slowly advanced, keeping a safe distance from Richard. They stayed not too close for Richard to easily reach them, and not too far for them to intervene at any time. Marshal Dyroth had been injured several times since the fight started because he was rushing towards Richard recklessly, including 3 serious injuries that changed the shape of his head. While General Smilat was severely damaged from the last explosion, what happened to General Wagaz was still fresh in his mind and he did not want to end up like him. So the two tactically decided to give the honor of the upcoming fight to Striga alone this time. That guy has been avoiding any direct clashes with Richard for long enough. Chapter 822. Tisk. Marshal Striga huffed nervously when he noticed what was happening. He advanced towards Richard anyway, making Jura the Devourer's blood burn even faster. "I warn you, human, if you try to jump around again I won't chase you. I'll focus all my effort on taking down those towers first, so be sensible and fight like a man." Crack, crack. Richard cracked his neck in both directions and started moving towards the marshal. "4 against 1, and I'm the one who has to fight like a man." Richard sneered in a sarcastic tone, his steps quickening and with a schwa green flames ignited on his body. "We'll see who will have the last laugh." The marshal was enraged by Richard's comment, and in the blink of an eye he rushed forward, raising his hammer. Bam! The hammer covered in purple mist came down on Richard's golden spear shaft with tremendous force, breaking it in half and taking the shape of. Before Marshal Striga could start laughing, Richard used his long experience in life and death battles. He moved the end of the spear, and the blade close to the marshal's face cut his right cheek and broke one of his fangs away. Then he pulled the broken spear forcefully back, pulling the hammerhead out of the marshal's hand and throwing it away. Arg! Before the marshal could even begin to wince from the deep injury to his face, he saw Richard throw the broken spear aside and turn his hand into a fist covered in dense green energy. "Halt your insolence." The marshal shouted loudly, then turned all the purple mist to condense around his palms and pounced forward, raising them like claws. He knew exactly what those fists were capable of after seeing General Wagaz's face. When Richard saw the marshal's hands approaching, he decided to match him. Boom! The collision between Marshal Striga and Richard was all about sheer force. The shockwaves sent all the debris around them flying for miles, and even the lava creating the lava monster that was protecting the Dark Tower began to fly everywhere like crazy. What the hell? Marshal Dyroth quickly took 2 steps back. General Smilat was certainly no better. Above the shockwaves they were exposed to, it was a real shock that Richard was able to fend off a direct attack from Marshal Striga, who was known for his immense physical strength. Bam! Bam! Marshal Striga was a 3-meter-tall monster with a long tail and sharp claws. In front of him stood the tiny human Richard, whose palm could barely be seen in the marshal's hands. However, it seemed as if the two of them were sealed in that position. Their eyes looked at each other with hatred, and their intertwined hands tried to seize some advantage. Between them, the purple corrosion energy and the green flame were trying to seize the advantage. The corrosion was trying to destroy the life energy, while the dense life energy in the green flame was purifying the law of corrosion and neutralizing its work. However, this dense conflict created a barrier of energy that seemed like it was about to explode at any moment. The ground beneath them began to slowly sink, and even the clouds in the sky began to tremble. Marshal Striga tried to press both hands harder, adding to that the weight of his physical and soul force, but he couldn't push Richard back even an inch. "You tough bastard." The room. Marshal Striga no longer cared about what happened after the battle, and he no longer cared about his status. Until this moment, he believed that Richard was still alive and caused them these injuries because of his ability to escape and control the city, but only now did he feel a real danger. Die. The marshal immediately sacrificed half of his Dirger the Devourer's blood. Hiya. Clack. Clack. Richard quickly looked around and saw he was completely surrounded by a dense purple fog. In turn, he pulled out a part of the energy he had concentrated in his hands and quickly enveloped his body with it to protect him. Step. Step. After losing a large part of his attack power, Richard began to retreat weakly. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Facing Richard's retreat, Marshal Striga burst out laughing. What if you have a law of the ridiculous path of life? What if you have this cold flame that cannot even destroy an ant? Nothing can stand against destruction. Your games may work against armies of weaklings, not against true experts like me. Ha ha ha. In the midst of his pain and retreat, when Richard heard the marshal's words, he forced a smile. Did the sun rise from the west? A lowly minor law user like you bragging in front of a merged law user. Step. Richard raised his face to look into the marshal's eyes again, and took a step forward, his eyes shining with a white glow. Marshal Striga was surprised by the sudden shift as his hand started to feel hot. Perhaps a mouse like you does not know what a merged law technique is yet, right? Richard laughed for the first time today. The merged law of life fire was a law that was created specifically for my mother to create armies, and also to kill the generals. Shuala. The green flame surrounding Richard slowly began to lighten its color until it became mostly white. What is happening? Arg. Marshal Striga screamed like he never screamed before. The cold flame suddenly reached a temperature of thousands of degrees, and he felt like he was holding the sun in his hands. I feel like people are overlooking the power of the major fire law a bit, do you not think? I mean, it really is common, but are not suns made of fire? If it is strong enough, who can stop the fire? Facing the marshal's tortured screams, Richard took another step forward with a crazed look on his face. Just because I messed with you with the life fire law because I like to use it, you dare to brag about a minor law in front of me? The minor corrosion law you say? Watch me burn it. Marshal Striga took 2 steps back. Richard was not exaggerating, as all the purple mist he produced had already been burned up. The perfect Fire Master law powered by life energy was extremely difficult to imagine in the extent of the destructive power it reached. The marshal tried to withdraw his hand in various ways to save himself, but Richard closed on it tightly. Since I first read the life fire technique, I knew that I could increase or decrease the proportions of each law as I chose when I reached a high level of understanding. I knew that this would consume my energy faster and exhaust me to death, but I knew that the possibility of using the major law of life or the major law of fire was always available to me. And even though, I still vowed to myself when I was young that I would only use the life fire because my mother truly loved it back then. Crack, crack, the marshal's fingers smashed into Caesar's hand. Help, he cried out as he found his skin beginning to melt. He quickly tried to burn off the remaining Dirger the Devourer's blood in his body, but the purple mist was burning as soon as it left his body. Stop. Marshal Dyroth and General Smilat were startled awake by the cry for help and rushed towards Richard. Shuala. The white flames around Richard quickly expanded in all directions and blocked the two before getting any closer. Arg. Upon touching the white flames, the two were forced to stop and watch. I am now over 50 years old. For 50 fucking years I have experienced things that I do not even want to remember, and yet I managed to keep my vow to myself. Richard looked at Marshal Striga from top to bottom with contempt. But you, a thing who was neither a man nor an animal, forced me to break it today? Even if I die today, I swear I will drag you with me. TSHH. The white flames grew stronger. Help! Help! Marshal Striga's eyes began to melt, and his once strong body, which was similar to the bodies of ancient beasts, began to fall off in burning pieces. From the intensity of the pain, he no longer had the ability to scream. Damn! Do you think you are invincible now, you human scum? I will show you something invincible. In front of that terrifying scene, Dyroth burned his blood endlessly, forming a giant skull of purple mist above him, and inside the skull's eyes, a great snake could be seen moving. This is bad. Richard sensed danger behind him and narrowed his eyes tightly, but he did nothing. The increase or decrease in the precise proportions that his father had determined for one of the laws was already putting a lot of pressure on him. For example, now he had the concentration of someone trying to pass a thread through thousands of narrow needles in succession without making a single stop. If he lost focus for a moment, his body might crumble. On top of all that, he had to increase the consumption of the little life energy to fuel his white flames. He already had a little bit left after he pumped what he had into the city to protect the Dark Towers. At the moment, Richard had nothing left to face his opponents with. All he could hope for was to take the strongest of them down and hope that this would give the array enough time to complete and take down the rest. When he said he was ready to die and drag the marshal with him, that was not just talk. The snake stuck its head out of the skull's eye and screeched towards the sky. HSS. Then it spat out something purple toward Richard. That thing it spat out looked like an attack using the law of corrosion too, but it was a real, tangible liquid and not something like the fog or clouds they used every time. Fall. Richard let go of the marshal's hand, and half-burnt bones fell from his hand. As they settled on the ground, the rest of them burned and even their ashes evaporated. The great Marshal Striga, the ruler of a planet for thousands of years, was burnt alive today. PSHH. The white flame went out, then he closed his eyes. There was no longer any point in trying to resist or dodge. He no longer had the strength in his body to even stand still. Death? Maybe it is not so bad. This life has not been kind to me anyway. Richard raised his head towards the sky, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Buzz. Step. Step. Hey, wipe that stupid smile off your face, or I will wipe it off for you. Chapter 823. Richard opened his eyes wide when he heard the familiar voice and quickly looked to his side, finding a black-haired young man wearing full black gold armor and a long golden cloak wavering behind him. Brother Caesar. Pa. Caesar didn't respond, but opened his arms wide and clapped loudly, before slowly opening his palms and muttering, "Return to nothingness, 4%. SRR. From between his hands appeared a small colorless fireball with black flames coming out, then it rushed from his hand towards Marshal Dayroth. Damn it, your head alone won't be enough to make up for what you've done. I won't leave a single living being on the surface of this planet." Marshal Dayroth shouted in deep hatred. Although he was not Striga's best friend, he was still a colleague of the same rank, and killing him in his presence was a great insult. In his eyes, the moment the poison of Durger the Devourer came out, Richard was dead. Now he just had to think of a way to achieve a great accomplishment that would intercede for him before His Majesty Emperor Pythor and make him forget his failure in the Striga killing incident. As for that small, insignificant colorless flame, he ignored it. V-room. Marshal Dayroth narrowed his eyes. As the small fireball advanced, the space in front of it twisted and turned as if it was turning into oil. TSH. The moment the colorless fireball came into contact with the purple poison, it was completely engulfed. Haha, just as I expected, no one can stand against the corrosion poison of Durger the Devourer. This is its most powerful attack that spread blood all over the poison rock planet. Dayroth laughed out loud as he saw the flame disappear into the purple liquid that had put most of his Durger the Devourer's blood into executing. But his laughter suddenly stopped. Ha! Tisk, tisk. Unlike expected, the liquid did not extinguish the flame, or even pass it and continue on its way towards Richard and Caesar. Rather, it stopped in mid-air as if it was trapped in the fabric of liquid space, and began to diminish. Within a second, the poison had completely evaporated, and the colorless flame reappeared. It had become noticeably smaller, but was still burning strongly, and continued on its way towards Marshal Dayroth. Damn it! The Marshal's heart trembled as he watched that fireball that was as big as a fingertip accelerate toward him. He tried to dodge it quickly, but it followed him everywhere tirelessly, so he shouted once more, "Damn it!" Then he headed towards the nearest battlefield, grabbed one of the soldiers, and threw him towards the fireball, wanting to know what would happen when it touched him. "What the soldier shouted when he felt his marshal throwing him like that, but his sentence was not completed. The fireball disappeared inside him, and he fell to the ground dead without any wounds, not even knowing what happened. This. Marshal Dayroth took a few steps back. The aura of that fireball had terrified him since he saw it, and now that he saw its effect, he was sure of what it was, the number one enemy of all living beings. Does this thing have anything to do with the path of death? As for Caesar, he let him guess as he pleased and looked back at Richard from top to bottom. There was not an inch of him that wasn't cut, burned, or broken, and there wasn't a drop of energy left in his body. But Caesar ignored all of this, as this was normal in a huge battle like the one taking place. What he focused on was his white hair and his pained yet satisfied expression. He felt as if he was looking at someone who was already dead. Caesar turned his back to the marshal and patted his brother on the shoulder. "You don't have to take everything personally, as this is what wars do. What is destroyed today we will rebuild tomorrow." Of course, he knew what had brought Richard to this state. A moment ago, he opened an instant space portal and landed at a random location above the city. As soon as he got out, he saw the ruins of the devastating war. As a holder of the Death Flame Law, he easily sensed the number of dead in the city. Even in Jura's time, they hadn't suffered losses of this scale. But he didn't fall into his anger and sadness, quickly getting himself together and deploying his soul sense. He located the strongest person and opened another portal towards him. Richard shook his head with a fake smile. "Will those who died today also wake up tomorrow, brother? Our women will give birth to many others." Caesar pressed his shoulder, frowning. "As the Supreme General of the True Beginning Empire's army, I thank you for intervening and saving the lives of many of the capital's residents. You are already a hero and I cannot ask you for more. But as your brother, I ask you to be more patient and help me save their lives. Now is not the time to give up." Swoosh. In the middle of his speech, Caesar quickly turned and took out his halberd, then sent a stab of black flame toward General Smilat, who was trying to sneak closer. "Huss." The general trembled and jumped back. With half-open eyes and a simple smile, Richard nodded and sat on the ground. "My energy reserve is gone, but the city still has some surplus. I will try to use it to help the survivors and protect the towers, but I will have to leave these two to you." Caesar didn't know if he was convinced by his words or not, but this was not the time. He nodded and gave a final reminder. "I will try to lead them away to keep the death fire away from you. Trust me, I know how annoying it is." Swoosh. Then he rushed towards Marshal Dayroth. Richard opened his eyes in surprise. What is annoying about it? Then he closed them again. Chapter 824. Boom, boom, boom. The battle of the imperial capital against the Great Serpent Empire's army continued. Anyone who hears this would only think about how crazy this statement sounds, but it is actually happening right now. Richard's life fire has enabled a large city to defend itself against a planetary empire's army, and win. Actually, ever since Caesar arrived, the battle between the imperial capital and the Great Serpent Empire's army became more intense. Not because the city received more energy from Richard, but because Richard put all his focus on it, extending more of his immense silver soul force into it, making the city faster in making decisions, while the golems, metal snakes, and lava monsters became better at coordinating attacks and targeting the opponent's weak points. Gasp. Hugh. Much better. Richard let out a long exhale, then stood up again. Richard not only passed more of his soul force to the city, he also took some life energy back for himself, but only enough to heal himself and restore his focus. Now if he fought against the marshal again or even one of the generals, he would be easily defeated. Richard glanced far away, towards the only battlefield he could not read completely. Shui Lei. Caesar was quietly floating in the city sky, sending blades of flame left and right toward Marshal Dayroth and General Smilat. What was strange from Richard's point of view was that Caesar did not attack like someone who just saw his people die, nor did they rush towards him to kill him. He merely waved his halberd around while standing in the same spot, and they merely avoided and surrounded him from afar, perhaps launching an attack or two every now and then that Caesar would easily burn. What was even stranger was that Caesar's features began to turn pale, while the features of the marshal and general were filled with dread. What is going on here? Who has the upper hand? Richard frowned tightly, not understanding anything. That battle continued for more than half an hour in the same manner. It is like both sides were trying to waste time but fighting for their lives at the same time. Richard injected the life energy of 30 million people into the city, then increased it by another 5 million, making it a total of 35 million people's life energy, but most of them are mortals below the knighthood realm, so the burn rate in a fight against hundreds of martial emperors was extremely high. The city barely managed to kill 15 martial emperors and a few thousand soldiers, and Richard also gave the city orders to swallow all the remaining city residents and protect them in a safe place underground. But in return, the life energy of nearly 25 million people was already burned. If this high pace continued, the city would fall soon. From his position, Richard tried to control some of the lava monsters to reduce the consumption a little, but the situation worsened. Reducing the consumption led to the Serpent Empire's Real army gaining the upper hand. When he felt the situation was dangerous, Richard sent his brother through the voice ring. When will the rest of the support come? I am the support. Caesar's response was very short. The city is about to fall and you have time to joke. Richard frowned. No one is coming. I'll explain later. You and I will handle it. Caesar sent a quick glance behind him. How much time is left until the city falls, and how can I help? Richard's brow furrowed. 15 minutes at most until the city's life energy runs out, while there are still 25 minutes until the sky shield array is fully restored, and then we will be victorious. If you can make those snakelings stop attacking for 10 minutes, I'll be grateful. Richard sneered. Although he wouldn't scold his brother for not bringing support at a time like this, he certainly didn't like it. All I need is to buy 10 more minutes, right? Understood. Caesar nodded, and then his body began to burn with black flames. Take cover, and repeat in your mind that this is just a feeling that has nothing to do with reality. Do not let it control you. What feeling? Richard was surprised that his brother took his words seriously. Shui Lei. Caesar shouted at the top of his lungs. A column of black flame shot out from his body towards the sky. Death mushroom, 6%. Damn it. The marshal felt his heart stop for a moment and quickly stepped back. The flames reached a certain point and then began to spread to the side, until they quickly took on the appearance of a mushroom, covering the entire sky of the city, drawing a pitch-black skull above everyone's heads. The flames in this state were very thin. A martial emperor could probably easily push them away, and ordinary soldiers would not be seriously hurt if it touched them. But that was not what was meant. The flames just kept hovering above and did not descend. Badump. The hearts of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of martial emperors throbbed violently, and some of the weaker-minded soldiers fell to the ground directly from fear. Richard did not know what was happening, but he quickly gave the city and the monsters orders to seize the opportunity and attack. Boom, roar, arg. That wave of attacks was the most violent since the battle began. The casualties among the soldiers were so high that Richard was surprised. They started acting like Marshal Dayroth, fighting very cautiously and continuing to retreat. He then looked back at Caesar again and inserted his soul sense into his ring again to ask him what he did to affect an entire army like this. But he soon stopped. Caesar grew even more pale, becoming like a ghost. He could be seen sweating profusely and swallowing his saliva continuously. The look on his face became that of a sick person. Even his flight was no longer steady and his fingers were trembling. Father, what did you do this time? Richard looked at his brother with pity. This was the first time he saw him fighting seriously. He, as a user of the fire of life, had to kill tens of millions of people in order to confront the army of the Great Serpent Empire, but his brother as a user of the fire of death affected them all on his own. Whatever he did must have had a terrible price, and he is shouldering that price on his own right now. But why did whatever he did not affect me? Did he mean to exclude me? No, his words a moment ago did not suggest that. He told me to ignore what I feel and take cover. He did not do anything to protect me. I am just immune somehow. Richard looked at his brother for a long time, then looked at his palm. Shawalaa. The flame of life burned lightly in it. The fire of death. Is that possible? Richard muttered, then looked back at Caesar, and threw the little flame at him. Ka-ka. The flame hit the back of the absent-minded Caesar. Chapter 825. Tired, right? Wouldn't death be a relief? No. I'm scared, I don't want to die. You're just scared because you don't know what happens after death, but what's the harm in that? Look at how many people have died before you. Have you ever seen one of them come back to regret it? Come beside me, come to the eternal rest of all creatures. No, I want to stay in my body. I want to stay and help my father. Aren't you the one who sets foot near me every day? How long do you think you can come and go as you please? And today you've crossed your limits. Die. Death is beautiful. Death is a relief. No, 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 I don't want to die. Caesar started to mutter his delirium out loud. His body became cold as ice, and drops of sweat fell like they were coming from the freezing hell. But suddenly he felt a gentle energy enter his back. Ha! Caesar quickly looked back, and found two wings hanging on his back made of green flame. He saw Richard raising his thumb to him with a smile. A simple gift of the life energy of 5 people, use it as you wish. The life energy of 5 people? Even Zara can't create that amount in months. How can you distribute it with this ease? What are you? Caesar slowly raised his hand. The tremor was no longer present in it. He closed his eyes and began to control the life energy and spread it throughout his body. He inhaled deeply. Ha! After the first exhale, the frozen sweat and trembling disappeared, and his skin color began to return to normal. He inhaled deeply again. Ha! After the second exhale, Caesar no longer felt any dread in his heart. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Caesar laughed loudly towards the sky. Is this why father said I would be enough? Did he know that this was the solution to my dilemma? Ha ha ha, who can stop me now? Who can get in my father's way now? He then opened his mouth and roared. Black flames rushed out of his jaws like the mouth of a volcano, then rushed towards Marshal de Ruth. Key! The marshal flinched and quickly retreated. Just because Caesar no longer felt the terror of death didn't mean that the rest of them had the same privilege. Just the roar of the black flame a moment ago doubled the power of the giant mushroom and suffocated the hearts of the Great Serpent army even more. Boom, boom, arg. No, go away. With the pressure of the death mushroom that had doubled in intensity, the Great Serpent Empire's army suffered even more losses, and Richard no longer felt any pressure dealing with them. Retreat! Full retreat! The marshal shouted with his full strength, then rushed out of the city. Caesar's awakening now left him no ground to stand on. Come here! Caesar shouted at him and used the death fire to increase his momentum, but the gap between them only widened. The marshal was still a true level 48 expert. Caesar might be able to scare him with the death path or even kill him, but if he wanted to run away, he wouldn't be able to catch up with him. But this wasn't the same for the rest of his army. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Let's get out of this damn death trap! All the remaining Empire soldiers tried to evade their opponents and rush in a random direction. Not so fast. Richard stomped his foot quickly. Buzz! The sky shield array appeared again in the sky of the capital. Damn it! Damn it, let's retreat. The remaining ships outside turned and rushed away. Catch! The array immediately began raining energy arrows on the fleeing soldiers. While the golems, metal snakes, and lava monsters also pursued their opponents with full force, a new wave of slaughter covered the city, but this time the Great Serpent Empire's army was its victim. Let me join in the fun. Ha ha ha. Glad that the restrictions had been lifted from him, Caesar stopped chasing the marshal and returned. Waving his halberd cheerfully, he unleashed seas of death flames. This was the first time Caesar had used his power freely, and it was also the biggest slaughter he had ever committed. Since he started his conquests as a member of Robin's army, he always went for the strongest person to kill him. If he didn't succeed, he would just keep him away from the battlefield, or maybe intervene at the crucial moment of the battle and create a wall of flame. As the supreme general, he was known in his army for being a low-profile and low-interventionist, but that wasn't what he wanted, but rather what he was forced to do. He was general because his father ordered it, and because he was capable of beating everyone in the empire individually, but that's it. With only focusing on stopping the strongest guy in the hostile army while not hurting his own men in every single battle he has been through, he got to a point when he had enough. In the Greenland War, he really wanted to tell Robin to get him out of there and let him be a free warrior. He wanted to let him wander the land in peace for a few decades to prevent himself from going crazy. But he didn't. He couldn't leave his father. He decided to keep going until he couldn't anymore. But today, Shuela, a huge wave of black flame covered several thousand soldiers, all of whom fell like mosquitoes from the sky without time to scream. Interesting. Richard rubbed his chin a little as he watched the deaths of those soldiers, then fired a small green flame from his index finger towards the place where they died, and kept it there. FRR. Within a few seconds, the small flame began to grow rapidly until it became a few meters in diameter. So, the death flame expels all life from the body, but it doesn't completely destroy it. Any place where people die by the death flame is rich in pure life energy and primal souls. I may not know how to benefit from the primal souls, but this life energy simply comes to me on a silver platter. Richard muttered. His eyes then went to Caesar before moving his finger towards him. Swoosh! The giant ball of green flame collided with Caesar. His wings that were about to disappear regenerated and became several meters long. Thank you, brother. Caesar shouted. He knew right away that he had more time in this wonderful state. Swoosh! Swoosh! The massacre continued unabated. With the array above and Caesar below, there was no one to protect the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers. But unfortunately, the siege couldn't be completely sealed. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, led by 300 martial emperors, rushed towards the array at the same time, all of them panicking and burning their blood like madmen. Many loopholes were revealed in the array, and a large number of them managed to escape. Most of the martial emperors managed to break through as well. After 1 hour, the last soldier inside the capital was killed, marking the end of the battle. Chapter 826. Bam! Caesar lightly descended from the sky in front of Richard, his wingspan reduced to just 2 meters each. It seems we are done for today, you can let the citizens go out now. Richard looked around for a few seconds. No one else was left in the capital except them. No soldier from the Great Serpent Empire, no citizen from the true beginning capital, no cat, no mouse, not even a cockroach remained. All the buildings that weren't dark in color had been demolished. Yes, we won, I think. Richard sighed deeply, but I don't want to face them. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. I sensed the large number of survivors as you dragged them to the shelters. If it weren't for you, no one would be alive today. Caesar took 2 steps forward and spoke with furrowed brows. Richard nodded several times, then gave the order to the city. KRRR. The ground cracked in several places in the city, and a few ladders appeared to descend deep underground. After a few minutes, survivors began to emerge one by one. Let's go, we've had enough rest. I've ordered the Shadow Swords to mobilize our forces on all the continents to launch a counterattack against the People's Organization. If the fleeing martial emperors find our troop concentration points, another great massacre will occur. Caesar looked serious as he watched the city's survivors emerge. The battle had just ended, but he was already thirsty for blood. You ordered to mobilize forces to fight against the rebels? I don't think your orders will be carried out this time, brother. Richard shook his head. Why? Caesar frowned. Who would dare to slack off on an order he gave? Because there's no need. I've already killed most of the traitors. Where do you think I got all this life force from? Richard laughed. There are still a few left, but they're scattered and can be easily cornered, so I don't think the Shadow Swords will carry out your orders this time. They're an independent entity after all, and don't have to listen to you. Richard shrugged with a smile. You killed most of them? The boy you sent said there were about 60 million of them a few days ago. Caesar exclaimed in surprise. Caesar watched him for a few seconds without saying anything, as if he was looking at a monster. Killing tens of millions in less than a week was staggering. That's not mentioning the horror stories he heard from the mouths of the martial emperors who helped him take down the Azil tribe. The boy in front of him, the one he used to make him ride his back like a horse back in the days, had already killed over 100 million people. That's more than the entire army of the true beginning empire combined, and only the demon army could rival him. What, are you scared? Richard let out a sarcastic laugh. It doesn't matter, you don't have to feel bad about it, I don't blame you. Caesar paused for a moment, then took a few steps, hugging his brother tightly. Thank you. What's wrong with you, man? Go away. Richard was really flustered. He was far from such emotional things as brotherly hugs. Caesar grabbed his shoulders and looked him straight in the eyes. What happened today? These wings. You didn't help me fight, you gave me a new reason to live. Richard scratched his white hair in embarrassment. If you mean the effect of the life fire, then you should thank your father for this, he is the one who invented this technique. But if you want to thank me for the awesome shape of the wings, I will accept it with pleasure. Ha, didn't the energy take an automatic shape to suit me? Caesar was surprised. You, calm down a bit, I wanted to bind the energy to you and slowly introduce it into your body, so I chose the shape of the wings for you. If you want, I will bind it to the shape of a tail next time. Richard laughed out loud. You dare. Caesar hit him on the head, then smiled and continued to follow the survivors out. I saw you collecting life energy from my battleground, do you think it is a coincidence? What is it? Richard patted where Caesar hit him. Caesar looked back at his brother. You relieved me of the symptoms of the death fire, and I increased the strength of the life fire. Together we can stand before the armies of heaven and earth with our heads held high. Do you think our father thought of this while he was creating the two techniques? He created the life fire technique for my mother shortly after creating the death fire for you. I don't rule out that he had this possibility in mind, to have you in the front lines to fight and my mother in the back lines to support you, but his vision came true through me. After a short silence, Richard smiled again. Or maybe it's just a coincidence, that old man didn't tell us to try something like this before. Caesar looked at his brother for a while, then returned to follow the scene in front of him without saying a word. The survivors of the city emerged from the bowels of the earth like ants. Most of them went directly to search for the bodies of their loved ones. This process was much easier after Richard gathered all their remains and improved the cohesion of their bodies that had turned into pieces. Then he ordered them to lie on the ground in a state of peace before he drained the life energy from them. The whole city fell into a fit of tears. Some were crying for those they had lost, and at the same time crying with joy that the rest of their families had survived this great ordeal. Contrary to what Richard thought, not a single person came to blame him or shout at him that he was late. Everyone who had come out of their state of loss came crying and thanking him, some even falling on their knees directly in front of him, finally making Richard's heart that had been tainted with grief soften a little. Another hour later, and after Caesar felt that his body had returned to its optimal state, he patted his brother on the shoulder. Come on, the great battle may be over, but the lake is wide and the fish are plentiful. We have to start fishing. Chapter 827. Planet Nihari. After a day and a night. Swoosh. Boom, boom, boom. What, have you found your guts now? Go back to running like the dogs you are. Bam. I will die here before taking another step, but be damn sure that I'll drag you with me. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it. Watching from afar, Robin followed the battle with furrowed brows, then looked to the north. Not too far from where he stood, he saw with his own eyes a huge army standing in close ranks. He saw giant beasts of various kinds ready for battle. Most importantly, he saw Hulak sitting on a throne watching the battle. The tips of his toes almost touched the central region, but he kept them within the northern borders. And of course, he wasn't the only one who saw them. When the 90 escaping emperors from the Great Serpent's side saw what awaited them ahead, they decided to stand and attack their pursuers, refusing to advance a single step. Why should they advance any further? There was no escape anymore. If they advanced, they would be surrounded from the front and the rear. It was best to stay where they were and battle their pursuers until reinforcements arrived. Even if they didn't receive any reinforcements, killing a few of those scum who had been chasing them for a whole week was enough for them. Behind them were 200 true beginning martial emperors tasked with pushing them forward. But with the helpless Great Serpent Emperors halting and fighting suicidally, a massive battle broke out. Boom, boom. Of course, the 400 Great Serpent Martial Emperors atop the heaven-sealing Grand Array didn't just stop and watch. Taking advantage of the fact that the chase had stopped, they began to focus their attacks on one point. Some of them came by sacrificing a few drops of the blood of Durger the Devourer and sending purple clouds onto the array from above. It wouldn't be long before they made a gap at this spot and descended to join the battle. Faced with this dilemma, Robin ordered the rest of the martial emperors who were resting in the central area to be summoned, and indeed, the 300 emperors immediately arrived. 500 versus 90. Robin did it to provoke the Great Serpent Emperors to flee again. He even opened up different directions for them to flee, not just towards the northern army. What was important to him was to move from this point quickly before the 400 martial emperors descended from above, or the 1,000 martial emperors and the 3 marshals caught up with them from behind. But it seemed as if their minds were absent from the continuous terror for 6 days. They completely surrendered to the fact that they would die in that battle and continued fighting no matter what. Just kill them. Robin clenched both his fists, then sent Flora and the rest of the martial emperors participating in the chase. Understood. Boom, boom. Their hands suddenly became heavy, the pushback strategy ended, and their attacks turned into instant kills. The numerical difference, plus the fact that those 90 martial emperors were already injured and in a continuous chase for 6 days, turned this battle into a bullying game. Launch. While everyone was busy in their life and death battle, a voice was heard coming from behind, supported by a rumble in the sky. Buzz. The warships arrived. When they saw the battle and what was happening, the ship commanders ordered all the cannons to be opened immediately, both the side and the main ones, and fired everything at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Damn, don't you have me in mind? Alexander shouted from behind, then he and a number of Shadow Sword Emperors with him began to launch their strongest attacks towards the ships from behind, quickly destroying a number of them. But the damage had already been done. The first wave of the attack had destroyed the battle order of the martial emperors and seriously injured a large number of warriors on both sides. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Surrounded by the battle of the martial emperors in front and Alexander and his followers in the back, the ship commanders issued orders to quickly open the doors, and the soldiers came out like locusts. Bam, bam, shoot them. Nearly 700,000 soldiers covered the ground and pointed their weapons upwards, targeting the martial emperors of the true beginning empire. The remaining warships also took advantage of the distraction of everyone's attention and spread out in all directions using their high speed. Some returned to attack, and some disappeared into the horizon. Faced with the rapid development of events, Robin sat in his place and watched. Now that Alexander had arrived, he would take care of managing the battle, although what would happen next was easy to predict anyway. Greenland emperors, chase the warships, don't let them escape. Orphan blood forces, crush those ants below. Alexander already started shouting at the top of his lungs. Jura's men, follow me to end the misery of those fugitives. If they don't want to keep running, then there's no point in keeping them alive any longer. As expected, Robin sighed. What was supposed to be a chase turned into 3 battlefields, and none of them were easy. The warships are very fast and equipped to deal with different situations. When they got their freedom and started the engines as they pleased, the Greenland martial emperors no longer had a way to reach them, and instead the warships started to rain down cannonballs on them. As for the round battle between the Orphan Blood Emperors and the Great Serpent's Law users, it wasn't a walk in the park for them either. Even if a single emperor could face off thousands of saints and hundreds of sages, this was still a fight of 40 against 700,000. Without exaggeration, they spent most of their time escaping. As for the Emperor's battle, it was actually the easiest of them all, yet the Great Serpent Emperors were fighting with a strange determination in life and intense hatred in their hearts. They wouldn't be annihilated anytime soon. Shush. Robin looked up as he heard a powerful melting sound. The great heaven-sealing array had a hole in it. Robin's eyebrows sunk even more after seeing the hole in the heaven-sealing array. Although the hole was still too small to allow a mouse to pass through, this was a clear sign that the array was about to collapse. This shouldn't be happening now. Robin quickly raised his hand and sent an order to the array. Clatter. The array that was spread over a very wide area to prevent the 400 martial emperors from trying to descend from the sides quickly began to shrink and become thicker. In the blink of an eye, the gap was closed. I can see the outline of this damned cover. Come with me. But of course, this move came at a price. The area covered by the array had become very short. The martial emperors could now easily bypass it and get to the battlefield in 5 minutes. Even if they stayed put and continued attacking at the same pace, they would still be able to break through in a few minutes. But Robin didn't care. 5 minutes was enough time to find a solution. Robin looked south, his pupils flashing golden and narrowing and widening. The scene before him quickly changed until he saw hundreds of martial emperors flying around him at high speed, led by 3 strong individuals. They'll arrive in 10 minutes at most. Robin sighed and nullified his close-up eye. He returned to look directly into Halak's eyes without saying a word. His total forces now were 500 martial emperors from the Orphan Blood, Nihari, and Jura, in addition to the 300 demons he had tasked with clearing the central region. That is 800 martial emperors in total. In 10 minutes at most, he would have to face over 1,500 martial emperors from the Great Serpent Empire, in addition to the warships and 700,000 law-using soldiers. If Halak advanced now, he would barely level the playing field. He had an army of hundreds of thousands of Nihiri giants and beasts, and he had 600 martial emperors who hadn't tasted the war yet. But he was still sitting there watching. Brother Robin, I know I'm very handsome, but how long do you plan to stare at me? It'll only add to my arrogance. Halak laughed and muttered in a low voice, but he knew for sure that Robin could hear him from this distance. I'm honestly amazed. Every time I tell myself that I've seen the limits of your impudence and exploitation, you prove me wrong. Robin raised his eyebrows and whispered as well. The battle is literally taking place right under your nose. What's keeping your majesty on your throne? Deal, my friend. The man has to stick to his word. Bring them to the north and I'll help you. If you want more out of me, then pay more. Nothing is free here. Halak laughed. I'll lower my offer a little since you've come all this way. I just want a promise from you to leave and how to make space portals. What do you think? Robin stared at Halak in shock. Are you still daydreaming about taking over Nihiri and even going to other planets? There's an army of aliens seeking to take over your homeland here. And you came to us to sell milk? What's the difference between you and them? Do you want my help to kill them and then sit on my lap forever? No thanks. Halak raised one eyebrow. I have no personal problem with you, buddy. I still prefer to be neutral with you, but I have to prepare for the future too, don't you think? A half smile appeared on Robin's face and he shook his head. I think you're giving yourself too much credit, honestly. You think you're a third party, but you're just another chess piece. My battle against the Great Serpent Empire will continue with or without your help. It's just that the number of casualties will increase without your intervention now. Haha then, with all pleasure, please show me how you'll get yourself out of this predicament without me, Halak the chess piece. Halak laughed indignantly and clapped loudly, attracting the attention of the giants and beasts beside him. You're already suffering now. In 5 minutes the reinforcements will arrive. 400 martial emperors will be enough to crush your forces, and then 10 minutes later, another 1,000 will arrive. What will you do, poor thing, without me? Not only will the number of casualties on your side increase, they will be wiped out. Robin stared into Halak's eyes for a few seconds, then nodded and turned back to watch the battle. Your explanation of the situation is correct, but you made a mistake in one thing. Oh, and what is it that I made a mistake in, Your Excellency? Halak laughed. At this moment, Halak caught a glimpse of a smile on Robin's face from the side. When I mentioned the increase in casualties, I didn't mean my army. I was hesitant to implement this plan, but you gave me a good reason, so I will gladly implement it. Halak raised his eyebrows and leaned forward slightly. Are you delirious, buddy? There is no escape for you today. It is impossible for you to save your army unless... Halak slowly stood up, raising his eyebrows. Hey, don't say you are thinking of escaping. Haha, so what if I am? When the backup comes and they find me gone and then they see you standing in front of them with a full army, what do you think will happen? Robin laughed out loud. Halak opened his eyes wide. You crazy bastard. Are you going to throw all your plans away just to win a ridiculous stubbornness with me? Who said I would fight if you abandoned me? I will surrender immediately and announce my joining them. To me, you and them are the same. Good idea, but there are two problems with it. First, why do you think they are interested in allying with you and putting up with your ridiculous mind games? Have you forgotten what they did to the central region? Second, Robin smiled and glanced at Halak. Have you forgotten that you are bound by a soul oath punishable by death that you will protect the north against them? Halak began to sweat profusely. Stop your madness. Those 90 martial emperors, dozens of warships, and hundreds of thousands of law user soldiers won't die anytime soon and will keep your army tied down until reinforcements arrive. If you give the order to retreat under these circumstances, at least half of your martial emperors will be killed. Are you going to sacrifice your forces and the entire war just to prove your arrogant point against me? Even at this point, I haven't heard you apologize. You're still trying to negotiate and do what you want. You really are hopeless. Trying to take you as an ally was a mistake. You're someone who should be killed or broken. There's no third option. Robin shook his head and then spoke seriously into Halak's eyes. You rascal, have always underestimated me. You know with all your heart that you can win against me if a battle breaks out, so you don't respect me and keep provoking me at every step. This would be a good opportunity to reconsider your calculations. Robin didn't add another word or listen to Halak's shouting. Rumble. In front of Halak and his army, Robin slowly rose into the sky and raised his hands equal to his shoulders. A dense, almost tangible soul force began to shake the space fabric. Then Robin's voice was heard muttering with a smile, Hoffy, it's time for you to see the light again. Chapter 828. Southern Region. Near the new space portal. This spot is the same place where General Durit attacked and crushed a few months ago, and where the southern space portal was destroyed and the control panel was stolen. The headquarters of the True Beginning Empire did not abandon it, but rather rebuilt it to be a fortified fortress that was many times stronger than before. Now the place was no longer a small, remote city that had nothing special but the space portal, but rather it had turned into a large barracks surrounded by many defensive arrays. And at this moment, everyone in the city was running like crazy. A few minutes ago, all the martial emperors were urgently summoned, and news spread among the soldiers that the great battle was approaching. So they all left what they were doing and went to put on their armor and gather with their squadrons and battalions, preparing for a fierce war. The only corner that kept its calm inside the city was a small mountain that was dozens of meters tall. The fact that there was such a high place in the middle of the city was strange enough, but the mountain itself was even stranger. The mountain was conical and looked like a volcano, but it still somehow had three distinct sides. Each side had a different shade of a dark color, and the top of each side had a different type of leaf. Swoosh! Near the top of the conical mountain, a shadow sword appeared and bowed slightly. Three nobles, tree fathers, please be informed that the northern battle has already begun, and you may be called to the front line at any time alongside the warlords. So please stay ready. Then with a swoosh, the shadow sword disappeared again without waiting for a response. Hee hee, at least the weak among them still show some respect to us old trees. One side of the mountain started laughing. We are just the 41st, 42nd, and 43rd warlords in their eyes, nothing special. I wonder if we made the right decision back then, maybe a quiet death like Hoffenheim was not such a bad choice. Another strong voice spoke. Snost, Tafena, I understand how you feel, but perhaps you should use telepathy. A firm voice interrupted the two. And what do we use it for? It does not matter anymore. The first voice replied in an angry tone. This conical mountain was actually made up of the three tree fathers, their backs facing the city as they slept. It had been a long time since they had used Robin's technique to separate from their true bodies and come to Nehri. This technique was not perfect, and by Robin's admission, every day they spent away from their true bodies they felt their incarnations weaken and their souls shake. Using the thoughts conveying technique, Descartes sent to the other two, will you stop grumbling? Do not forget the oath you took on the day you surrendered. We are just generals under the true beginning empire now, accept this truth quickly. The three tree fathers initially felt infinite gratitude to Robin when they finally got rid of their roots after hundreds of thousands, even millions of years after returning to Earth. And when he told them that he would take them to another planet, they were happy like children eating ice cream for the first time. How could they not love the sound of these words after they had imprinted the shape and characteristics of planet Greenland in their very souls after all these years? If they were to have the chance to see other planets, what would be the problem if they were to fight in the army of the true beginning empire? It is not like they do not know how wars are fought, but their first battle came quickly, and it was a shock. Their vast experience in leading the buds and plotting against each other did not help them, and their huge 60-meter-high incarnations did not intercede for them. They started the battle thinking that they would defeat all the enemies without help, but it ended and they were barely able to keep some generals busy. And if it weren't for their tough bark, they might have been killed that day. After that battle, their importance to the decision-makers in the empire decreased greatly, and even their self-confidence was shaken by taking a blow that was difficult to return from. Although no one reprimanded them, they did it to themselves and more. They always saw themselves as masters, and the feeling of being another member of the herd one day never crossed their minds. We are generals? Where are the soldiers we lead? Hee, maybe you should say we are mercenaries, that is more accurate. Tree Father Tafena laughed sarcastically. When they gather more warlords, there will be no need for us, we will be thrown aside. Is this good or bad? Descartes looked at the two. If there is no need for our existence, you can simply return to your real bodies and stay in the bubble of grandeur that we have been covering ourselves with, but not me. I will stay here and explore the world with His Excellency. I do not want to be just a tree. I am afraid that this is not how the universe works. We were oblivious. This universe is the playground of humans and their ilk. We the treants are just living in it. Tree Father Tafena sighed. Even Tree Father Snowest nodded. Tree Father Tafena was their leader, and even in their darkest times he was there to say the final word. To say such words was heartbreaking and soul-crushing for him, but he understood. He had seen this truth for himself once against the army of the true beginning empire, and twice against the army of the Great Serpent Empire. We are not destined to do anything great. Tree Father Descartes tried to say something, but stopped and looked at the ground. If he comforted them, who would comfort him? Their shaken confidence would not be restored with a few words, or maybe the truth was what they said. All they had to do now was wait for another human to lead them to another battlefield to embarrass themselves once again, hoping that this nightmare would end soon and they would return to their first nightmare as mere trees on a distant planet. Clatter, clatter. At this moment, the sky was disturbed. The clouds took on an arc shape and began to move towards the south rapidly, and even the air and space shook violently. Heavens, what is happening? Tree Father Descartes flinched and looked around. Tree Father Tafena and Tree Father Snost also trembled. Something is happening in the north. Fall, fall. The true beginning empire's soldiers below Saint level all fell to their knees, while the weaker ones among them immediately lost consciousness. I feel my soul shaking. What could possibly be causing this wave of destruction? Tree Father Snowest muttered as he looked north. Tree Father Tafena kept looking north for a few more seconds before slowly standing up, opening his eyes in panic. This soul print. It is a little different, but I will not miss it. It is Hoffenheim. Hoffenheim. Tree Father Snost also quickly stood up. After Tafena's reminder, he could easily recognize the soul print as well. It is really him. Is he not dead? And how could he be this strong? Hey, you there. Tree Father Descartes on the other hand did not have time to wonder. He quickly searched for the nearest shadow sword and shouted at it. Open us a portal to the northern battle, do it now. Chapter 829. Eastern Region. City of Hope. Rumble, rumble, fall, fall. On their knees and faces, everyone fell into a scene similar to what was happening in the south. What is happening? Whose power is this? What the hell is going on? At the top of the Senate Tower, the marshal stood terrified. Jabba also opened his eyes wide when he felt that tremor that struck his soul and looked north quickly. Is this Hoffenheim? It seems that His Excellency has cooked up something new in secret, and what a smell. He then smiled, nodded, and looked back. Hey, Marshal Lacrosse, it seems that your companions will face a great test today. His Excellency? Do you mean this has something to do with the third truth chosen? What are you laughing at, you idiot local? This soul force aura. Marshal Lacrosse took a few quick steps towards the balcony to stand next to Jabba. I felt a similar aura before in one of the battles I participated in the Middle Planetary Belt. It was one of the Overlord's generals. This power is not something that should exist in the Young Planetary Belt. Jabba kept his eyes on the Marshal and asked seriously, "What do you mean it's not supposed to exist in the Young Planetary Belt? How powerful is that general?" His curiosity flared up whenever anything related to the Middle Planetary Belt was mentioned. "You really are a local who doesn't know anything." The Marshal looked at Jabba with contempt. "The person I'm talking about is the 7th general under the Overlord, General Agatar, an expert in the World Cataclysm realm." World Cataclysm? Is this the realm above the Martial Emperor realm? Jabba opened his eyes wider and rested his chin on his hand. Is it possible that His Excellency was able to break through to the World Cataclysm realm? When did he break through to the Martial Emperor realm in the first place? If that is true, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Do you think the World Cataclysm realm experts are carrots and cabbages? The Marshal slammed his hand on the balcony. It really is impossible that he has this kind of power, but he is playing a dangerous game, no doubt. I have to go and participate in whatever is happening, or I will not be able to answer His Majesty's questions when we return. Take it easy. Jabba reached out and grabbed his wrist tightly. If it is just a game as you say, then your 3 colleagues will handle it, and if it is real, then your going will not help at all. Stay by my side here and let us analyze the situation together and find solutions. What do you mean if it is real? Don't you understand? There is no way that anyone on this planet is an expert in the World Cataclysm realm. The Marshal shook Jabba's hand away, but he did not rush to leave. He was clearly convinced by his words and decided to stay. Why are you so sure? Jabba raised an eyebrow, then looked to the north for a long time. His Excellency is a user of the Master Law of Truth after all. He is a great man, and I do not rule anything out when it comes to him. You don't understand, you stupid local. There are too many restrictions on the planetary belts. Among the restrictions on the Young Belt is that no one at the World Cataclysm realm is allowed to appear. This is because the heavenly laws here are too fragile and an expert at the World Cataclysm realm can easily affect the entire planet, even destroy it with ease. Forbidden? You mean that those in the World Cataclysm realm of the Middle Planetary Belt cannot enter the Young Belt? Jabba raised his eyebrows slightly. Then what would happen if one of us broke into the World Cataclysm realm? How stupid are you? Of course, that is not what I am talking about. No one from the Middle Planetary Belt is allowed to drop back to the Young Planetary Belt no matter how strong they are. What I mean here is the restrictions imposed on the sons of the Young Planetary Belt themselves. The Marshal shook his head. If there was one person in the entire Young Planetary Belt who deserved to be in the World Cataclysm realm, it would be His Majesty Pythor, who reached the peak of the Martial Emperor realm thousands of years ago, but he cannot. There are such restrictions? His Excellency didn't tell me about them before. Maybe he himself doesn't know about them. Jabba looked north for a long time. How would a narrow-minded local like him know about such a thing? All the planets in the Young Belt have shackles that restrict the strength of the laws to the 4th stage, which makes them extremely fragile. Look at what is happening around you. Just the appearance of that aura made the entire planet tremble and sent all the mortals to the dreamland. Something like this is impossible to happen in the Middle Planetary Belt. Jabba tapped his chin a few times. Restrictions imposed on the planets of the Young Planetary Belt so that all the laws are up to the 4th stage at most? So what if someone went to the Middle Planetary Belt where the laws are stronger and broke through to the World Cataclysm there and then returned to his planet? What do you think the restrictions on planets are? Every intelligent being born in the Young Planetary Belt has invisible restrictions placed on their soul realm, making the 4th stage of the heavenly laws their ultimate limit, so they cannot comprehend anything above. This also makes it extremely difficult to gather soul force, alongside another restriction ensuring the soul force cannot exceed a certain limit. There are also other restrictions on the energy gathering center, which makes the process of destroying the foundation dozens of times more difficult compared to someone born in the Middle Planetary Belt. So even if His Majesty Pythor went to a planet in the Middle Planetary realm, he would not be able to break through. This is our destiny. The foundations have become unstable in the Martial Emperor realm due to the large size gap between the foundations of a Martial Emperor and those below it. Most likely, the realm above the Martial Emperor will see a major change. Jabba remembered His Excellency's words when he heard about the foundation being destroyed, so he didn't seem too surprised at this point. However, Jabba sent him a side glance. Restrictions on the soul domain and other restrictions on the energy gathering center? But from your description, it seems that the restrictions only make it difficult but not impossible. Hasn't anyone done that before? Doesn't make it impossible? How many people do you think are in the World Cataclysm realm in the entire Middle Planetary Belt? Even there they are generals working for the overlords or false gods, or owners of their own small planets. They are the true power units in the Middle Planetary Belt. Are you saying that a person from the Young Planetary Belt who has all these restrictions can break through to that realm? Wouldn't it be when he slapped all the people of the Middle Planetary Belt in the face? The Marshal looked at Jabba like he was looking at a clown, but that look quickly disappeared and he looked in front of him, narrowing his eyebrows. There is a legend about one person who was able to do it, but it is most likely just rumors that he started to make himself famous and enhance his position. Although rumors fly everywhere, no one really believes them. Really? And what happened to him? Did he manage to return to his home planet and move into the Young Zone freely? If he did, he must have become a hegemon. Jabba asked quickly. This is just a legend that has no connection to reality. The Marshal refused to believe those rumors and shouted at Jabba, then replied in a low voice. Anyway, according to the legend, that person's home planet was immediately promoted to the middle planetary belt, and because the people of the planet were still weak and not prepared for the fierce competition there, they faced a major disaster and were all wiped out. Chapter 830. Near the border of the northern region. A giant, flat circle suddenly appeared on the ground, its enormous diameter making jaws drop. In this circle, the entire army of the Great Serpent Empire could stand, even the army of the north could stand next to them, and there would still be plenty of room. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as that circle settled, shocking soul force waves shot out, forcing everyone under the sagehood realm to hold their heads tightly as if they were about to explode. As for those in the first few levels of the knighthood domain, they immediately fell to their knees screaming, "Ah! What exactly is this thing? Is this the trump card that the third truth's chosen was hiding?" The three battlefields came to a halt. The Great Serpent Empire's ground army was struggling in the face of the soul force waves, and the warships were swaying in the air from the shock waves. Even the Great Serpent Emperors, although they weren't as badly affected as the others, looked at that giant circle with anticipation. Fortunately, the true beginning emperors didn't take advantage of the situation to attack them. In fact, they did something that made the heads of the Great Serpent forces heat up even more as they all retreated at the same time. What is going on? Why are those bastards retreating? That is because those soul waves don't differentiate between friend and ally. Look over there. One of the Great Serpent Emperors pointed towards the north. There, Halak's army was in complete chaos. Damn it, they must have received orders to retreat, otherwise they wouldn't have retreated at the same time and in that orderly way. It seems that the real soul attack from that giant circle hasn't even begun yet. We must destroy that circle. General Malad wiped the blood that was pouring from his head and shouted loudly. A quick conversation between the Great Serpent Emperors then began a massive attack wave on that giant circle. Around 80 martial emperors with dozens of ships and hundreds of thousands of soldiers, all of them opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. But all of these attacks collided with a soul force wall and exploded before reaching the circle. Halak watched the majestic scene as the Great Serpent army rained attacks on the flat circle, ignoring the fainting spells occurring among his soldiers and the frenzy that struck the beast army. Why does that thing look like a portal to something? The giant circle slowly began to rise upwards. As they all rose, something appeared in its place, something that looked like a huge, endless column. Attack, don't stop. The Great Serpent Emperors knew that whatever was happening would not end well for them. The height of the giant circle began to accelerate until it disappeared above the clouds. A few branches filled with silver leaves began to appear on the massive column, making it now clear that this was a tree trunk. Crack! The highest point of the huge trunk finally collided with the heaven's sealing array, and began to push the energy cover upwards. Oh, well, it is no longer needed anyway. Robin laughed and sent his orders to the heaven's sealing array. Clatter! The banners suddenly left their positions and quickly flew towards Robin's location. The heaven sealing array disappeared for the first time in 6 days. Finally, there was no longer a veil preventing the 400 martial emperors from descending. There, this is the location of the controller of the array, and perhaps he is the controller of this strange circle as well. Kill him. One of the smart ones pointed towards Robin's location and then rushed towards him raising his weapon, with 8 martial emperors behind him. Facing this intense attack, Robin merely smiled. Shush. The tree branches suddenly moved. What the? Piffed. With speed like a whip and weight like mountains, those martial emperors found themselves flying backward like meteors. In the blink of an eye there was no trace of them, and their life or death was unknown. The rest of the 400 martial emperors didn't dare to act on their own anymore. They just started to approach the remaining 80 emperors alive and surround Generals Pars and Malad to take their orders. They didn't wait for long, as General Pars shouted, "Everyone be careful. Put your full attention on that thing and stay put." Everyone immediately listened to him without question. They could already sense the 3 marshals and their army approaching quickly, and preserving their lives and the lives of their colleagues until the higher command arrived was the most important thing right now. Crack, buzz, buzz, buzz. After a few minutes, after the last leaf emerged from the top of the huge tree, the giant circular portal disappeared. What it left behind made everyone look up with their mouths wide open. It was a huge silver tree. No, that thing could no longer be described as a tree, but rather a pillar that carried the weight of the sky. Above it, a dense thunderstorm began to gather, and the force of the storm alone was alarming. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This. Near the battlefield, a space portal opened and the 3 tree fathers came out with difficulty, each of them exceeding 60 meters in height. In front of the giant tree that they faced as soon as they appeared as if they were ants that no one paid attention to. About 2 minutes passed after Hoffenheim appeared, and no one made any move. However, his attack a moment ago was still fresh in everyone's minds, so they all just stood and stared at him as well. At the same time, the nearly 700,000 soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire's army began to retreat in all directions under the instructions of Generals Pars and Malad. But when they retreated a certain distance, Hoffenheim made a few threatening gestures towards them. They quickly received another order to stop. Robin was also another subject of focus in this stifling silence. After everyone saw the array banners heading towards him, and saw how the giant tree moved to defend him, everyone's eyes automatically moved to take a quick glance at his position as he stood with his arms folded in front of his chest in comfort, before returning to focus on the giant silver tree. Huff, huff. Arg. 5 minutes after Hoffenheim appeared, 7 martial emperors appeared from afar. They were the ones who were knocked away. All of them were injured and full of fractures, but they were alive. The rest of their colleagues quickly gathered around them to protect them in case the giant tree tried to finish the job, but they were lucky enough that the giant silver tree acted as if it didn't notice them, so they just focused on providing them with treatment. From afar, Halak slightly furrowed his brow, thinking that this result didn't match that overwhelming aura. In that single attack, 2 low-level martial emperors were killed or completely incapacitated, with 7 seriously injured, which was the strength of someone at the half-step level of the realm above martial emperor, almost like him. That expectant silence continued for another 2 minutes, until, whoosh, 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 the 3 marshals finally arrived, with 1,000 martial emperors ready for battle behind them. Chapter 831. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 marshals suddenly stopped in mid-air, their expressions showing surprise and shock, but not fear. Just like Marshal Lacrosse in the eastern region, they also know that their senses are lying to them and realized instantly that this gigantic silver tree couldn't possibly be as powerful as its aura suggested. Almost 1,000 martial emperors stopped behind them. All of them had been flying steadily for the past few days without any hindrance or injury, so they all arrived at the battlefield prepared as if they were just warming up. However, they didn't engage in a major battle as soon as they arrived as expected. Instead, like the rest of the people who were there before, they raised their heads up and stared at the giant silver plum tree that had appeared out of nowhere, but they didn't seem too shocked. Of course, they had seen it on their way here and felt the soul force waves. With all their hearts they wanted to change their path and move in different directions, but they listened to the marshal's orders and continued to advance anyway. Now that they were standing in front of it, they weren't sure what to do. Now that they had arrived, the huge silver tree remained motionless, not seeming to make any move. Also, it seemed that their opponent would not be just that huge silver tree, as there was another army lying in the north containing hundreds of martial emperors and hundreds of thousands of soldiers, many of whom were beasts. In the midst of the silence that had descended upon everyone, a voice was clearly heard. "Ha, welcome everyone, we have been waiting a long time to receive you." Marshal Serpal glanced towards the source of the voice. It was someone standing at the head of the army lying in the north. Is this some kind of joke? It was clear that this army was there to cut off their men's escape route. It could even be said that this pursuit was to prepare this battlefield, so why did the head of that army look so friendly? General Malad quickly pointed out, "Marshal, these are the locals who live in the north. We do not know their intentions, though the battle here has been going on for about half an hour, and that army has not moved a single step." "Oh, you over there, do you want to surrender?" Marshal Serpal laughed loudly. "A wise decision. If I were you and saw the army of the Great Serpent Empire, I would have made that decision too, haha." Holak laughed and folded his hands together. "Well, not surrender. Surrender. We can call it cooperation. I will help you get rid of the third truth chosen for a few conditions that we will agree on later while drinking the finest tea, haha." Marshal Serpal was so shocked that he didn't reply. As for Marshal Xanax, he pointed at him with contempt and looked at his 2 colleagues. "Is that a joke?" Holak's expression turned for the worse. He had really offended Robin too many times and too blatantly, and he couldn't bear to lose their support as well. At that moment, he heard a loud laugh. "Ah ha 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 ha. Burton, if I were you, I wouldn't laugh so hard. You're the only loser here. Don't think that the artificial aura of that damn tree will fool anyone." Holak shouted angrily, unleashing his aura. As for Robin, he laughed until he stopped, then shrugged and went back to silence. Seeing that Robin was afraid of him and listened to his words, Holak gained some confidence and turned back to look at Serpal and Xanax. "Whether I'm joking or not, whether I deserve cooperation or not, we'll find out over lunch today. What do you think? I'll treat you to the most delicious local Nihari food." After unleashing his oppressive aura towards Robin a moment ago and showing that he wasn't weaker than them, this time Serpal and Xanax were forced to take him seriously. They looked at First Marshal Celebos, completely ignoring the human who had laughed a moment ago, as none of them even bothered to look at his face. First Marshal Celistus, who was still examining the silver plum tree until now, finally looked away and turned towards Holak. "Are you the local leader of the northern region?" "Of course, everything here is mine, and every soul obeys me." Holak struck his chest. Although the leaders of the giant tribes behind him were annoyed by his words and sent meaningful glances to each other, they didn't say anything. Following Holak for them was better than following a human, which is exactly why they didn't bring any of the other intelligent races' armies with them today. "It wouldn't be too bad of an idea if we got a local guide." First Marshal Celipus nodded. "Of course, it wouldn't be a bad idea at all. Haha, where do you want to go? I know of many caves that contain hundreds of thousands of pearls." Holak clapped loudly and laughed, finally finding a thread that he could use to negotiate with these people. Hundreds of thousands of pearls. Marshal Celipus opened his eyes wide, with the saliva dripping from the rest of the martial emperors behind him, but he quickly shook his head to regain his composure. "The first thing we need to go to is over there." The marshal then pointed towards the peak of a mountain behind Halak. Halak looked behind him laughing, but his face quickly turned to shock, and he turned back to look at the first marshal with a fake smile. "What you're referring to is the Northern Edge Mountain. It's a huge mountain and looks majestic indeed, but in reality, it's very far away and doesn't contain any pearls, hee. Why don't we just forget about it? Actually, I was going to ask that we make the entire northern region a safe zone for us locals, and give you the rest of the planet to take whatever you want for a certain period. What do you think? Are you the one who's going to tell me where to go, you local scum?" First Marshal Celebus's demeanor changed. "We're going to go to that mountain with or without your help, you have no say in the matter." When the Overlord came to this planet, he knew the location of the planet's spirit and agreed with her to help them refine it, and he also described its location to them. The only reason the first Marshal himself came to Nihari was to start refining the planet's spirit. How could he allow this local to prevent him from the opportunity of a lifetime? Why don't we calm down a bit and sit down to talk, huh? Everything is negotiable, hee hee. In return, Halak's facial expressions quickly changed as well. He appeared tense, but his words angered the three marshals even more, as apparently none of them seemed willing to negotiate this part. He was under a strict soul oath not to allow them to enter the northern region, let alone the northern edge mountain where the planet Spirit resides. For him, allowing them to go there was an absolute impossibility. Piffed, ha 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 ha. Another laugh came from Robin, this time much louder than before. Chapter 832. Ha 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 ha. Robin's loud laughter attracted everyone's attention to him once again. This time, Halak's thick skin began to turn red with anger and embarrassment, as he knew for sure that Robin was making fun of him. He wanted with every cell in his body to shout at Robin, cursing him and maybe even throwing him a punch or two, but he didn't say a word this time. He didn't dare, and this was killing him from the inside. Ah, my stomach. Ah, hee hee hee. Robin held his belly from laughing so hard, his eyes were tearing up a little too. Don't look at me, I haven't said a word yet, I haven't said a word. Ha ha ha. He actually wasn't laughing to provoke Halak, but rather to laugh at the irony of fate. He was planning to cause a rift between the two parties by any means. Perhaps he would provoke one of them to insult the other or try to stop the meeting between them. His standing still until now was to prevent the two parties from reaching an agreement, but apparently there was no need. The cooperation between Robin and Halak up until this moment was based on Halak being able to ignore Robin's control over the entire planet as long as he did not approach his red line, which was the northern edge mountain. Anything else was negotiable in his eyes, and Robin was not interested in possessing the soul of planet Nihari at the moment. But the marshal left everything and wanted the northern edge mountain in particular. On the Great Serpent Empire's side, some of the martial emperors who had just arrived were provoked by Robin's laughter and almost attacked him, but Marshal Celebos stopped them, then stared at his face for a few seconds. I recognize you, you're that guy from the Safe City battle. Ha ha ha, hee hee. Robin wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes and turned to First Marshal Celebos. Just now you recognize me? Your memory isn't very good, you little snakes. Marshal Celebos passed his eyes over Robin from top to bottom. Just a human, all humans are the same. I'll take it as a compliment, but unfortunately I can't say the same about you. Robin pointed at Marshal Celebos' long tail, and Marshal Serple's protruding fang. Although you are an artificial mixture of humans and the same animal, each one of you looks like an animal in your own way, that's really adorable. You. Marshal Serbal gripped his weapon tightly and almost lunged at Robin. Marshal. General Pars called from afar with a loud shout. This is the guy who was giving the important orders in the Battle of the City. We also saw him controlling the energy wall and he was the one who nullified it a moment ago, and he is also the one controlling that silver tree and most likely he is the one who summoned it. Oh. The gaze of the new attendees towards Robin changed from someone who does not know his worth to curiosity and threat. Then Marshal Serbal continued. Do I understand that you are the third truth chosen? Smart. It seems that your human brains were not affected much by your being half animals. Robin nodded with a smile. Yes, I am Planetary Emperor Robin Burton, the one known as the third truth chosen. Whoosh. Marshal Serpal didn't say another word. He simply rushed towards Robin raising his weapon. He even sacrificed a drop of Durger the Devourer's blood and coated his weapon with purple mist. The reward for killing the third truth chosen must be his. This time, First Marshal Celebos didn't stop him. He just narrowed his eyes and focused completely on what would happen next. Even Halak held back his anger and watched closely. Oh, that's scary. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly at the marshal's rush, but he didn't move. Shush. One of Hoffenheim's main branches came down like a whip. Serpal quickly noticed that the sleeping giant had moved and saw the huge branch coming down on him like a mountain, but he didn't retreat or take a defensive stance, continuing forward with his full attack power. Buzz. The branch finally met the marshal's weapon coated with the minor corrosion law, creating a huge energy wave. Piffed. A split second later, the marshal was seen flying backward, spitting blood. Look what we have here. I think I have to adjust my words. The fact that you are half animals really affects your minds. Robin shook his head. Here we are. We can barely start a respectable conversation before one of you wants to bite me. Isn't there a sane man among you? Sigh. You. Under everyone's watch, Marshal Sripal emerged from a deep hole in the ground. He had some superficial injuries but was ready to fight again. In front of this result, Halak showed a big smile. First Marshal Celebos knitted his eyebrows, and Robin sighed helplessly. All of them at the same moment were struck by the same conclusion. This power is still within the Martial Emperor realm and has not yet reached the World Cataclysm realm. In Halak's eyes, he smiled because he regained his confidence that he was still the strongest being here. As long as no one crossed the Martial Emperor realm power limit, he had complete confidence that he and Crixus the Great could defeat anyone. In First Marshal Celebos' eyes, he knew that the aura he felt was most likely a lie and that it was impossible for anyone or anything to have reached this power in the young planetary realm. However, standing in front of an entity with the strength of half a step into the World Cataclysm realm was still a huge headache, especially if that entity was a damn tree with hundreds of limbs. As for Robin, he sighed because he couldn't do anything about Hoffenheim's power. The overwhelming aura that had appeared a moment ago was surging from his soul domain. It was Robin's soul force aura, but everyone was focused on the imprint of Hoffenheim's soul that was coming out of his soul realm at that moment. According to the Greenland planet spirit, the primal soul can form its owner back with the same capabilities and power, because this is the strongest his soul has ever reached and it can't take much more, meaning for example Robin can't absorb the primal soul of a mortal and make him a soul creature able to fight against the world cataclysm, the mortal soul will remain mortal. Hoffenheim died when his soul power was around 950, now Robin can barely push him to 1000 and he's really being cruel to him and reducing the period of time he can fight. Robin is now like someone who has a pot full of soup but doesn't have enough plates, he has 6000 soul units but he only has a bowl that holds 1000, so he sighed, this is a problem that can only be solved by absorbing more primal souls. Maybe one day he will have an army of soul creatures? Or maybe he can absorb the soul of a person in the world cataclysm realm. Robin laughed when he thought about this possibility. Chapter 833. I will kill you. No one will shed your blood but me. Marshal Serpal rushed out and attacked Robin again, pretending to be in a personal battle so that no one would join him and take Robin's head instead. His Majesty Pythor, for some reason, said that killing this human was equivalent to taking over planet Nihiri. But first Marshal Selepus raised his hand to stop him, not caring about his little games. Then he looked at Robin with a slight smile. You introduced yourself as a planetary emperor. You seem to be powerful and authoritative. How many other planets do you control? Why don't you tell me about them? Who knows, we might be able to resolve our differences amicably. Marshal Xanax also smiled when he heard that. Even Marshal Serpal calmed down a little, waiting to see how this conversation would continue, as they both knew very well what the first Marshal wanted to do. Robin raised his eyebrows. Oh, I didn't expect you to expose it as soon as you saw me. I thought you would threaten a little first. Or maybe you want to confuse me so you could continue the rest of the conversation keeping the upper hand? That is not a bad idea. The Marshal's smile remained the same. Expose what exactly? I don't understand what you are saying, Mr. Planetary Emperor. Facing the Marshal's surprise, Robin showed a big smile. You don't understand? I thought you were talking about the two Marshals and the 3 fleets on planet Jura that were crushed. What were the Marshals' names? Oh, one named Darpoth and the other named Stragon, I think? Sorry, I don't remember the names of half-animals very well. Robin then slapped his palms together and raised his eyebrows. Oh, maybe you no longer care about them after they were completely destroyed and you were talking about your friends on planet Orphanblood and planet Greenland that are currently under siege? Haha, there is no need to talk about them either. They will meet the same fate as the visitors of Jura. Anyone who dares to enter the lair of the true beginning empire will be annihilated. Pa, what did you just say? The 3 Marshals were startled, and the smiles and sidelong glances on their faces were wiped away. What? Marshal Dayroth and Marshal Strega attacked a planet together and were defeated. Of course, needless to say, the army of the Great Serpent Empire below was terrified. Even the nearly 1,500 Marshal Emperors were disturbed and looked towards their 3 Marshals quickly, waiting for them to deny these words, but the faces of the 3 were extremely ugly at this moment. Marshals Dayroth and Strega headed with 3 fleets to one of the planets. That is a fact they knew and agreed upon in the meeting. Why did this guy know it? And why did he talk about this large-scale attack on all his planets with a smile? Could it be that what he was saying was true? That he was able to confront them? Marshal Xanax could not remain silent any longer, as every second they were silent only reinforced the doubts in the hearts of their followers. You are a disgraceful liar. How can a local force like you resist the Great Serpent Empire? Is this why you stand alone here, far from your forces? Because they are all dying now in the other 3 planets. Then Marshal Xanax quickly looked at the troops to hear cheers, but unfortunately, his response was not good enough for them. His words proved to everyone that there was a war on other planets currently taking place while this person who called himself a planetary emperor was here laughing with them. And the forces of planetary emperor Robin that he was talking about were here a few minutes ago, and all the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire saw them. Is it possible that all those mighty forces who killed nearly 1,000 Marshal Emperors, destroyed their fleets and ground forces, and even repelled the 3 Marshals a few days ago, are only some random forces who were assigned here? There are more of them on other planets? Unintentionally, Marshal Xanax's words worked in Robin's favor. Robin turned towards Marshal Xanax, directing his full attention to him. His simple smile was gone, and his face was mischievous. One of his eyes began to glow silver, emitting a tremendous soul force. As for the other eye, Robin activated 100% of his Master Truth Law, showing a brilliant golden color. Ah! Marshal Xanax took 2 steps back in midair, put his hands over his eyes, and looked away. A few drops of sweat could be seen on his forehead. Although he was not subjected to a fatal attack, he felt his soul shaking and his entire body exposed to Robin as if he were naked. It was a feeling of weakness and humiliation that he had never experienced in his life, and something inside him screamed at this moment to shut his mouth and get away from Robin. Marshal! The Marshal Emperors and even the soldiers shouted anxiously, as this was the first time they had seen the great entity represented by the name of Marshal acting like this. Polak narrowed his eyebrows as he felt a little nervous as well and asked, Neri, the silver glow is a soul force, I know that, but what about that golden eye? I cannot read it at all. What? Polak narrowed his eyebrows even more. Neri, the spirit of planet Nihiri, did not answer him, but he felt that she was trembling violently. This meant that she had seen something she did not know about or that she did not want to talk about. Either way, this seemed dangerous. Xanax. First Marshal Celespus quickly moved and stood in front of his colleague, then looked at Robin. You dare to attack a High Marshal in secret? Are you declaring war on the Great Serpent Empire? That thing went too far when he cursed me. I am standing here alone not because I have to, but because I can come and go as I please. Who can stop me? You. I am a fucking planetary emperor, you rabble. Do you even know what that means? If you don't treat me like you treat your master, then at least show due respect. Otherwise, don't blame me for treating you in a manner befitting you. Under the pressure of Robin's left silver and right golden eyes, everyone swallowed their saliva. He put his immense soul force into these words, and this made them feel it deep in their hearts and minds. Then Robin's eyes suddenly returned to normal, and he smiled again. And I seem to hear some joke here about declaring war on the Great Serpent Empire? We are already at each other's throats. Do you not see that this ship has sailed? Listen, you, Mr. Marshal Serpal glanced at Xanax before shouting at Robin. What we have is a battle of interests, and its purpose is planet Nihari, but your actions will bring unwanted attention to you, blood, and destruction to everything you touch. Oh, you mean like attacking my 3 planets behind my back? Robin chuckled, then his expression changed to seriousness. Listen carefully, half-animals, I am going to be away for a while to clean up the bunch of idiots who dared to step on my lands, and when I am done I will bring my real army and come back to wipe you all off the face of my new planet Nihari. But do not think that I will leave you unattended on my new beloved planet. My loyal officer Halak will do everything in his power to stop you until I return, Robin continued, pointing at Halak, who was opening his mouth wide. Do not think for a moment that you can cross this line and go to the northern edge mountain under his watch, ha ha ha. What? Wait here. Halak panicked. What do you mean under my watch? What do I have to do with you? Wait. But his screams were met with silence, as if he were speaking another language. After Robin said the last word and while laughing, Hoffenheim's soul creature quickly vanished. Robin then cut through space and jumped into it. This left the Great Serpent Empire's army and the Northern Region's army looking at each other. Chapter 834. No, get back here you son of a bitch. Halak felt his mind about to collapse as he saw Robin tearing through space. He pulled his hand back and unleashed a punch at him with all his might. Pa, buzz, sha. The punch carried the power of someone who had surpassed the limits of physical strength, shattering space. Every tree and every pebble in its path buckled and turned to dust, but unfortunately for him, Robin had already jumped into the space crack and disappeared. No, Halak stomped his foot on the ground a few times. Pa, bah, bah, how dare that filthy bastard put me in this situation? It will be my end. Ha, ha. Halak took a few more seconds to calm down, then automatically glanced at the 3 marshals and tried to force a smile on his face. Gentlemen, there is no need to take his words seriously. He is just trying to drive a wedge between us. I am a local as you can see, while he is a lowly self-entitled invader like you. How can I be an obedient officer under his command? I am open to all kinds of agreements, haha. The marshals heard every word but did not respond. All of them were currently raising their weapons and looking at him as if they were looking at an ancient beast. It was not a look of fear, but of anticipation and respect. The true fear was evident in every member of the Great Serpent Empire's army though. Their experience in war told them that if this punch was directed towards them, it would wipe out a few thousand soldiers before they could stop it. The aura that Halak had showed before did not do him justice. Only when he unleashed this punch did everyone know what they were up to. Marshal Xanax was the first to react. He looked to his right at first Marshal Celebas and whispered, "This power is comparable to His Majesty Pythor and that silver tree, what do we do?" Marshal Serpal clenched both of his hands tightly. Damn it, what is wrong with this damn planet? Within a few minutes, they encountered 2 who could unleash the same power as His Majesty Planetary Emperor Pythor, a half-step world cataclysm domain. A person with this kind of power was treated with the utmost respect and appreciation even among mid-range armies. If we cooperate, we can stop him, and our army can kill the rest of them even more easily. They barely have 600 martial emperors between us, we have around 1500, nothing to be afraid of here, but the first marshal did not seem intimidated. If he is really willing to cooperate, then I do not see a problem. He is not willing to do anything, he is just wasting our time until the 3rd Truth Chosen and his army go to the rest of the planets to fight our comrades and come back. Marshal Xanax sent a glance toward Halak. Did you not listen to him? He does not want to surrender, he just wants to talk. I agree with Brother Xanax. Marshal Serpal also nodded. Well, that is something that will be easy to test. Marshal Celepo smiled, then shouted towards Halak. Hey, you said you wanted to make a deal? Yes, Halak replied directly. What first Marshal Celepas said was also naturally noticed by him. His strength would not be of much use against the 3 of them using a minor law of the destruction path. The first marshal looked into Halak's eyes seriously. Good, then I have one offer. Join us and surrender the Northern Edge Mountain, and in return choose the promise you want and I will make it happen. Everything is on the table. Perfect techniques, epic weapons. I can take you to the middle planetary belt right away. You can even take a higher rank than me in the Great Serpent Empire if you want to stay. Marshal, Serpal and Xanax shouted at the same time. The first Marshal Celepos' position was simply too high, higher than even the prince's. He was His Majesty's friend and companion in war and peace before he met the Supreme Lord. But from the first Marshal's point of view, if Halak accepted this unanswerable offer, everyone would end up happy today. Firstly, getting the support of the king of the locals and the most powerful of them is the same as getting the support of all the locals, which means that they will not have to kill them all and it will be a great help in extracting the planet's resources. Secondly, getting the help of someone as powerful as His Majesty Pythor will double their upper strength, and they will be able to crush rival planetary empires in the young planetary belt with ease. If they get this kind of power and resources with him by their side, what is the problem if he gives him a higher position than him? Thirdly and most importantly, he will need to seclude himself for a very long time to refine the spirit of planet Nihiri, meaning that he won't receive orders from this local until he leaves his seclusion. And after he leaves, he will be the owner of the planet and regain his position as the second man after Pathor. What is wrong with all of you people? I told that fugitive bastard and I will say it again. I do not want to join anyone, and the Northern Edge Mountain is out of any agreement. Halak remained silent for a moment after that before he started scratching his head uncomfortably. How about we choose something else, huh? We have plenty of energy pearls and rare minerals, okay? The first marshal nodded twice, the look in his eyes turning cold, then raised his hand. He really intends to waste our time, no need to say another word. Attack. Charge. Crack. Crack. You bastard, you damnable little bastard. Halak looked angrily towards the spot where Robin had disappeared, then shouted loudly. Brother Crixus, it seems our fate will be in our own hands as usual. Come on, let's slaughter those bastards and then slaughter the biggest bastard later. Rumble. Pa. 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 The sound of wing flapping made First Marshal Celebos look towards the horizon. He found the wyvern, Crixus the Great, coming towards them quickly, his eyes flashing with killing intent and his mouth dripping with blue lava saliva. The marshal's eyes widened at that moment. The sight of that huge entity approaching him reminded him of the majesty of Durger the Devourer. At that moment he began to think that winning today might not be as easy as he expected. Buzz. Robin emerged from a space rift 1,000 miles away from the battle site, in an open valley with no one around, and immediately grabbed his head and dropped to his knees. Arg! A headache was about to kill him. His soul domain was shaking violently as if someone was hammering it. Ha! Ha! Only after about an hour did Robin regain his balance a little. He sat leaning against a tree trunk. Evergreen, what happened to me? I was trying to use my full soul force to crush that marshal's soul domain, but I ended up getting injured myself. Reckless! Why didn't you use one of the offensive soul techniques you created? Evergreen's voice echoed in his mind. I can't believe you tried to use your raw soul force to attack. What are the techniques for then? You even activated the golden eye of truth. Aren't you afraid that someone undesirable like the spirit of this planet might see it? Please stop showing it off like it is something ordinary. He. What, are you afraid that other planet spirits will lust after me too? Anyway, I wanted it to have a huge impact. If I could kill a marshal by simply displaying my soul force, the rest would have run away in fear. I might have been able to catch a few of them with spirit creature Hoffenheim, causing even greater chaos and losses. But it ended up being me who quickly retreated. Robin pressed his left hand to his head. What happened? Why couldn't I display my soul force? Why did this kind of backlash occur? Humph, there are many laws that limit the levels of power in the young planetary belt. For example, there is a limit that prevents the display or use of any law above the 4th stage, so it is extremely difficult to break through to the world cataclysm realm using internal energy. The same goes for the divine tattoo system and even your disciples' body strengthening array since they need runes of different stages of laws to work. Evergreen's voice was heard again. As for what you experienced a moment ago, it is the limits of soul force. Chapter 835. Limits on soul force. Robin was surprised. Yes, soul force is different in this regard. Although the soul is also considered a heavenly law, it is an unclassified law and cannot be dealt with like other laws. For example, you do not need to study the soul law and delve into its stages to become stronger. You only need to collect soul units. Evergreen entered teacher mode and spoke seriously. When it comes to collecting energy units in the young planetary belt, it is very difficult. Even an ancient Traiant like Hoffenheim and his peers who lived for millions of years barely had around 900 points. However, there are some monsters like you who are able to exceed the permissible strength limit equivalent to a half-step world cataclysm or a very weak world cataclysm, which is 1000 soul units, silver soul. The solution with these people is to limit the number of soul units you can use at a time to only 1000 soul units. Why didn't you tell me something like this before? Robin lifted his hand from his head. Doesn't that mean that my 6000 soul units are pretty much useless? It means that I'm no longer stronger than anyone by a significant margin, tisk. With that, one of my most important trump cards has gone. You are right, but you're not weaker than anyone in the young planetary belt either. You're already standing at the top of the pyramid. By only using soul creature Hoffenheim you can fight the likes of Halak. And if you join the fight yourself and use the gift I bestowed upon you as my owner, you'll be able to cut him down easily. The same goes for anyone in the young planetary belt. Evergreen disagreed, then continued. One other thing, it's true that you also can't release the 6000 points all at once, but you can distribute them as you please. Meaning that if you had 5 other soul creatures as powerful as Hoffenheim, you'd be able to release them all and easily destroy the Great Serpent Empire's army and even behead Halak and the 3 marshals at the same time. You had the chance to harvest the primal soul of the other 3 tree fathers who were killed, but instead, you just secluded yourself in your research and didn't listen to me. Humph. I was still afraid to have those soul creatures in my soul domain. I wanted to see what would happen to Hoffenheim's primal soul after it matured first. Robin muttered, then stood up and looked north. But that's okay, it's not too late to gather a few more primal souls, hee. Hey, what are you up to now? You can't go back to the battle, your soul domain hasn't stabilized yet. Evergreen quickly reminded him. Go back. No, even if I had the choice to kill the 3 marshals and destroy their entire army I wouldn't have chosen to do it. The northern region needs some discipline. Robin chuckled maliciously. The Nihiri giant race is a blight that shouldn't flourish. One way or another, the chain of events would have led in the same direction, the invasion of the north, the last home of the giants, the epicenter of danger, betrayal, and hatred that needed to be uprooted before this planet could be safe. What happened in the Battle of Safe City only accelerated the process. You're really playing with fire, aren't you afraid that the guy named Halak might actually ally with them? Then planet Nihari would really be lost forever. Evergreen's voice echoed in worry. Humph, what do you think the Ashera tribe is doing there? What about the armies of the other intelligent beings? I'm not playing around when it comes to the north. Robin laughed sarcastically and turned away from the north. At this moment, Evergreen opened her big eyes wide, finally understanding the confidence behind Robin's actions. The Ashera giant clan had all fallen victim to the soul enslavement technique, and it wouldn't be strange if they passed this disease on to victims from other giant clans. With people like them at the heart of Halak's army, even if he tried to ally with the Great Serpent Empire, they would destroy the alliance. The fate of the North has been sealed since the day I met my son. Now my revenge has been done, and at the same time, Halak will get a taste for messing with me. How I would love to see his face if he survived all this. Haha, what a beautiful day. Robin laughed one last time and then opened a space rift towards the south. As for me, there is one more thing I have to do. Southern Region, Winter Punishment City. Currently, the area around the space portal was densely packed. The entire army of the True Beginning Empire had already been summoned and been standing ready for over an hour. And then the 500 emperors returned and stood between them as well, nervous and ready to be summoned again. None of them knew what was going on there now after they left His Excellency alone. Shortly after that, boom, boom, boom. A large portal opened and the three Tree Fathers came out with a shadow sword, all of them looking panicked after they had barely escaped. But of course, the panic they showed did not spare them from the other emperor's questions. After much insistence, they informed them of the events until the battle broke out between the Northern Region and the Great Serpent Empire's army. Describing what Robin did and how he stood between two massive armies, and yet he spread his supremacy among them and came out without a scratch, it was an epic story that raised everyone's morale to the sky. However, the Shadow Sword said that His Excellency had left before them, but he had not arrived yet, which made them even more nervous. After an hour of waiting, they all gathered around the space portal, waiting for Alexander or one of the senior commanders to give orders to rush to the northern battle and find out what happened to His Excellency. But all the generals remained silent, sweating, not having the courage to move the army or even send a voice message to His Excellency so as not to disturb him. But fortunately, at this moment, a space rift opened in the middle of the soldiers. Buzz! Your Excellency! His Excellency has arrived, open a road for him. Robin's appearance in the army immediately attracted attention. He himself was surprised by the crowd around him. Robin! Billy quickly came over, putting both his hands on Robin's shoulder. Are you okay? Why are you so late? Robin looked at Billy from top to bottom. His armor was full of holes and he himself was full of wounds, some of them old from the Safe City War and some of them still bleeding. When Robin saw this he laughed and shook his head. Brother, I'm the one who should be asking you that question. Haha, these small injuries won't affect me. Although he wasn't the strongest or smartest fighter here, he was still Robin's childhood friend and a representative of the Burton family, and he had to do his best in every battle so as not to embarrass himself. Your Excellency, what are your orders? Alexander slowly landed next to Billy. Victoria and Elizabeth also came along, and after them, Flora and a number of the remaining most important martial emperors approached. Among them was the leader of the first warlord array, Julian Barnett. Everyone, you've worked hard and fought far from home long enough, get ready. Facing his loyal followers, Robin smiled and pointed towards the space portal. We're going to planet Jura. Chapter 836. The stricken city of Jura. Planet Jura. BZZZT. Step. Deep inhale. Cough. Heavy air filled with negative energy. It seems we have reached Jura City as planned. Robin smiled as he looked at the dilapidated metal warehouse around him. Step. Behind him, the space of the portal began to churn, and more of his generals emerged one after the other. Then the rest of the martial emperors began to emerge. Alexander took a few steps to quickly approach Robin. Your Excellency, now would you please tell me the reason for our return? I will not tell anyone, but at least I do not want to be surprised like the rest of the soldiers, or else my prestige among them will decrease. After Robin announced that everyone would move back to Jura, everyone was stunned and showered him with questions. It was not normal for such a sudden change to happen in the middle of a massive planetary battle like the one taking place in Nihari, but Robin just smiled and hurried them to leave. Do not worry, since this space portal is still standing, it means that the boys did a good job. Robin continued his steps forward until he got out of the metal warehouse and started walking along the dilapidated inner city road. Many memories started hitting his head like a sledgehammer. What do you mean the portal is still standing? Your Excellency, why exactly did we come to Jura City and not land near the imperial capital directly? I thought you wanted to hide the army here. Is something happening? Alexander's heart started beating violently. The rest of the generals behind him followed them with furrowed eyebrows as well, waiting for any word from Robin. Robin was indeed about to speak when they were interrupted by the sounds of an explosion coming from not too far away. Boom, crack, arg. What was that? Alexander quickly passed Robin and flew away. He quickly determined the direction of these sounds. There were at least 20,000 people now in front of the city walls trying to enter, but the city wall was moving strangely to prevent them. There is a battle in front of the city. Alexander shouted loudly and flew towards the battle without thinking. Swoosh! Battle! The rest of the generals were shocked by this information and quickly followed Alexander. Who would dare to attack Jura City, the most sacred spot on the planet? As for Robin, he spread his soul sense without moving a muscle. Whatever is happening, as long as the generals headed there with a number of martial emperors behind them, what could not be solved? Badump. But he quickly took a step back when he sensed the person standing above the city gate. It was Richard. Your Excellency, is there something wrong? One of the Burton family martial emperors who just got out of the portal walked towards Robin when he saw him shocked. No, nothing, I am fine. Robin took a few steps to the side until he leaned against the wall of what had once been his palace. Richard. Ever since Robin learned that there was an attack on planet Jura, he has been afraid for Richard. Not because he might be killed, as he is the person who knows his strength best, but he was afraid for his mental health and what he would do as he saw his world collapse. Again. A while ago, he received a report from Caesar that he noticed two different personalities in Richard as they traveled together. A common patient personality, but heartless and ideal for conspiracy and tends towards suicide. As for the second personality, it loves war and killing and rushes towards bloodshed, but it is also the reason that drives Richard to stay alive because this personality places the protection of family and homeland in a very high place. When Robin heard about his son's split personality, a few tears escaped his eyes, but he was not surprised. What Richard went through can cause that and more. All he ordered after reading Caesar's report was to lavish him with more of the empire's goods and provide him with a comfortable life from now on. He did not know that this comfortable life would not even last a few days. Currently, he does not know how to feel when he sees his son defending the last space gate, the last stronghold of the true beginning empire on the planet, with such ferocity. Should he feel proud and happy or ashamed and negligent? In any case, most likely, his relationship with his son, which had begun to improve relatively, no longer exists now. Most likely, he will disown him when he sees him because he is an irresponsible father. Robin took a few more steps back until he reached the palace gate, then opened it and entered quickly and spoke hesitantly. I will spend the night here today. I do not want anyone to bother me. And spread my following orders to everyone. Set up camps around the walls of Jura City and follow Supreme General Caesar's instructions, that is all. Then with quick steps, he disappeared inside the palace that was filled with dust and cobwebs before his son saw him. The martial emperor shrugged his shoulders, not understanding anything, but he returned anyway and informed everyone of his excellency's orders. In front of the Jura City wall. Damn, are these the demi-humans we were fighting in Nihiri? There are warships too. Planet Jura has been invaded too? Is that why we came back? Kill them all. Who is that white-haired gentleman? He is fighting several martial emperors all by himself. Let us ask questions later. Now help the white-haired gentleman and wipe out the enemies. HSS, enemy reinforcements have arrived, retreat. No understanding, no exchange of information, there was no need to even exchange glances. When Alexander and his companions saw Richard surrounded by several martial emperors from the Great Serpent Empire's army, they took out their weapons and attacked directly, each one of them pulling a martial emperor to the side and killing him within a few minutes. As for the martial emperors who had no opponent, they went to eliminate the group of soldiers and traitors in front of the wall. None of them stopped for a moment to ask why there were humans fighting side by side with the invaders. As long as they were standing with them, they shall die like them. Under the attack of the huge city wall and several martial emperors, the Great Serpent soldiers and traitors were unable to continue fighting and fled to every corner inside. Even the warships turned and fled. But after Robin's instructions, it didn't take long before more and more martial emperors and soldiers of the true beginning empire began to emerge. Everyone who knew what was happening would be shocked for a moment before he took out his weapon and rushed to chase the fugitives without having to say a word. This proves the length of mental readiness of this army. After about an hour of chasing and fighting, Alexander approached the white-haired gentleman, placed his right hand on his heart, and bowed slightly. Thank you, respected one, for defending Jura City. If it weren't for you, I cannot imagine what would have happened. I do not need your gratitude for defending my home. The gentleman replied in a rough voice, then jumped down and started walking into the city with his hands behind his back. But I need to meet someone who thinks he can hide from me inside his palace. Alexander raised his head and wanted to ask the gentleman to stop, and tell him that the city was a forbidden place except for certain people, but something inside him told him that he had no right to say such a thing. He simply stood there and stared at the back of that gentleman who was walking away in front of him. Although he didn't dare to say that he knew everything that was going on in the true beginning empire, he was still the third person in the order of power after Robin and Caesar and knew all the pillars of the empire's army. How could he not know this gentleman? His rough tone and his flowing white hair suggested that he was old, but his physical build and taut skin suggested that he was young. Defending his home, a living city wall, the aura of a mid-level martial emperor. Was this His Excellency's son, His Highness Richard? Chapter 837. Under Robin's old palace. The period that Robin lived in Jura City cannot be called long, but he spent most of this period in this palace, specifically in this small room. From here began the tradition that all of Robin's palace builders followed, which was to build a room underground for privacy, until the complexity finally reached the point of building a complete research maze under the imperial palace in the capital. Robin entered through the rusty metal door and quickly closed it behind him as if he were escaping from a monster. But he barely caught his breath when a storm of dust blew on him. Cough. Damn, what is this? Robin looked around and found small eyes shining, hissing, and crawling sounds, and the smell of animal urine and the remains of small corpses made the place smell unbearable. The room had been open for nearly 30 years and was located underground, so it had become a haven for dust, insects, and even small reptiles and mice. His clean study room, where he had produced most of the techniques that had turned the Burton family into a major force on the ancestral continent back then, had turned into a ruin. Get lost. Angry, Robin waved his hand, releasing a deep white flame that raged throughout the room. Schwa! Squick! Squick! In the blink of an eye, all the small animals, the remains of corpses, the old furniture, even the stench, everything was burned. Humph! Robin easily gathered the water in the air around the mansion with his right hand and pumped it into the room to wash away the ashen stains. Then, swoosh, with his left hand Robin summoned a small storm that dried up the water and removed any remains. Within a few minutes, the room was empty and clean again, as if they had just finished building it. What Robin was using now was the perfect fire path, perfect water path, and perfect wind path. Although he could only use the first stage, they were more than enough to handle something as simple as cleansing a room. Robin actually smiled after that and his mind cleared up a bit. It had been a long time since he had used those little laws he had discovered back in the day. Phew. Robin let out a long sigh and sat in the middle of the room in a meditation position. Evergreen, I need your help. What's up this time? Evergreen was currently playing around inside Robin's soul domain. She had made a cover out of tree branches in the realm and then tied them between two nearby silver trees to make a rocking bed. It seems like things are going well for you there. Robin chuckled. But it's time to get to work. I need you to tell me how to search for a planet spirit. What? Ouch. Evergreen suddenly jumped up from her rocking bed and fell on her face. Why are you asking about something like that? Planet Jura is my home and the core of my power. I can't leave it without an owner for much longer. If I had owned it before, it would have been much easier to defend and the losses would have been less. You want to refine another planet spirit already? Aren't you at war? It hasn't been a few years since you refined me yet. That's unfair. Evergreen kicked a small silver squirrel that was walking beside her. Are you my wife? Didn't you say that it was okay to refine more than one planet spirit when I rejected you before and said that I would rather refine planet Jura than you? That's what I'll do now. Robin was surprised by Evergreen's reaction. Although I don't think I can finish refining Jura's soul anytime soon, I at least need to secure a percentage of the refinement so that I can communicate with her. Well, damn it, never mind, damn it. I did promise you something like this before, never mind. Evergreen stood up again and looked away in annoyance. There's not much you need to know about the search process anyway. The planetary spirits are visible in the middle planetary belt and no one in the young planetary belt knows about us. The only ones who do know about us are the ones who have an overlord as backup, and that overlord is the one who tells them about our location. You're not supposed to find us in the first place, so there's no technique involved. Just repeat what the tree fathers did and you might get lucky. Randomly stick my toes deep into the ground? Robin was surprised by her response and sneered. Spread your soul sense. Evergreen stomped her foot on the ground. Her patience was clearly running out early this time. The tree fathers were able to sense my soul domain because their roots were close to me and fell within their soul sense range. But you already have a silver soul. You can easily penetrate thousands of kilometers underground with your soul sense if you focus on one point. But that way I would have to sacrifice the range of my soul sense in order to penetrate the layers of the earth deeply. I would have to move from city to city all over the planet until I finally find it. Why is it so difficult? Robin frowned. That didn't seem very practical. He could easily scan the ground under the city and then move to the next city using the 4th grade space-piercing divine tattoo, but that would still take months. Hey, planetary spirits aren't supposed to appear in the young planetary belt in the first place, nor should they be owned by anyone. You're already cheating, don't be a thick-skinned cheater. Evergreen's face turned a little red. I think you're right, I'll start. Robin scratched his head in embarrassment. Wait, what I'm going to tell you now should be etched into your memory. Evergreen quickly called out. We planet spirits enjoy watching what's going on our surface and we might interfere to waste time, but we're not gods to know everything that's going on above us at the same time. For example, while I'm focusing on cultivating the Terra creature for you, I had no knowledge of the battles your army is fighting, and I certainly wouldn't have knowledge of what every mortal or random soldier on my surface is doing. Do you understand? I get what you're saying, but I don't understand why you mentioned it. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. Just reminding you not to treat the spirit of planet Jura as if she knows your life story. She probably doesn't care, and also don't mention that you have the golden eyes of truth. Let's hope she's never seen you use them before. She's just an entity you want to refine for your own sake. Don't say anything that doesn't concern her. Evergreen looked serious. The less Robin talked about himself the better. Maybe the spirit of planet Jura would reject him this way. Robin nodded seriously. Even he didn't know what the golden eye of truth meant, so he decided to listen to Evergreen. It's better not to talk about it in front of anyone. Okay, I'll start now. Robin let out a long sigh and then closed his eyes. Knock, knock. Father, we need to talk. Chapter 838. Badump. Robin quickly opened his eyes and looked towards the metal door, his pupils shaking violently. Richard. If Caesar were here and saw Robin twitching and his heart pounding like that, he would suspect it was someone else. Is this the same person who looked the all-seeing God in the eye, a mighty figure that brought him back from the brink of death, and told him with confidence that he would never bow to anyone? What Caesar doesn't know is that he actually got into a verbal fight with the all-seeing God during the demon's invasion of Jura, and he also intervened in the Nihiri War knowing for sure that he would earn the all-seeing God's rival's enmity, and yet he didn't care. But now, with all his heart, he really is scared. He thought that Richard would leave angrily when he saw Alexander and the rest and would go into seclusion for a few decades to calm down, and then he might send Caesar to calm things down with him. Why would he come now while he's angry? Does he want to cut off ties with him? Robin wanted to open his mouth and order him to leave, or for him to just jump into a space raft and disappear. He wasn't ready to take on this responsibility. But after hesitating, he opened his mouth with difficulty. "You may come in." Squeak. "Excuse me then. Oh, I didn't expect a room to be this clean in the city." Richard pushed the metal door open and walked in with steady steps, then sat on the floor opposite his father. "We need to talk." When he didn't get any reaction from Robin, Richard snapped his finger a few times in front of his eye. "Hey, is anyone here?" Droop. A teardrop escaped Robin's eye and fell on his thigh. His facial expression at this moment was as if he had seen a ghost. Richard frowned slightly at this reaction, but he didn't say anything and waited silently. "White hair. My son's hair has become white." Robin almost went crazy. What Richard's hair had undergone wasn't just a color change. It had become silky and lifeless, as if it were the hair of someone who had been dead for thousands of years, and it wasn't just his hair that had undergone this kind of change. His eyes were slightly open, but his ocean-deep pupils didn't look alive at all. Under his eyes was a dark aura indicating extreme exhaustion, and his face itself had become thin, with his bones visible as if he hadn't eaten in ages. Even his aura had changed. When Robin last saw him, he was full of hatred and vengeance, but now his aura was as calm as the surface of a blameless pond, frighteningly calm. "I'm sorry." Robin looked down and clenched his fists tightly. "If I were any mortal father, you would have had a better life." "Never mind, say whatever you want and I'll accept your judgment. I just want you to know that I'm really, really sorry." Even if Robin had prepared a speech to defend himself, it had vanished now. Every mistake he made in his life, every bad decision he made, every obstacle he fell into, for some reason, his son had to pay for it in one way or another. "His Majesty the Great Planetary Emperor Robin Burton apologizes? That doesn't seem befitting of your status." In front of Robin's collapse, Richard showed a faint smile. Robin wanted to speak, but Richard quickly continued. "Please, father, let me finish so that we don't get into a pointless discussion. I didn't come today to blame you and exchange accusations. What was destroyed was your homeland too, and those victims were your family members as well. I came to give you a report on the end of the week's events, and to make a personal request of yours." "A request?" "Considerate answered. What is it?" When Robin heard the word father, life appeared in his eyes again. If Richard told him now to leave the Nihari War, he wouldn't hesitate a second. "That can wait." Richard waved with a smile. "First you have to hear the report, that way you can understand my request better." "Okay, let's hear it." Robin took a deep breath. Richard was silent for a few seconds before he finally opened his mouth. Initial investigations from the Shadow Swords organization say that more than half of the planet's cities have been destroyed beyond redemption, while the rest of the cities and villages have seen battles and received varying degrees of destruction. All the former capitals and major cities have been flattened, not a single city or mountain village has survived the war in the past week. Oh, the Demon City and the Imperial capital are among them. Robin was shocked and clenched his fists tightly on his knees. In just 7 days, the entire planet was attacked? How severe and large-scale was that invasion plan exactly? And worse, how many lives were lost? As for the number of casualties, Richard immediately entered the next part. The initial count says that the dead reached approximately 500 million people, most of whom were killed by airstrikes from warships. Another portion was killed in battles against the rebels you left them playing in the ancestral continent. Richard sneered, then continued, "But I think that problem has been solved somewhat. I have taken care of 53 million of them with these 2 hands. Also, all the demons in the central continent were exterminated, and the imperial capital has seen a massacre that took the lives of most of its 2 million inhabitants. I only managed to save 150,000 of them." Robin's lips trembled violently. 500 million people on the planet were killed in a week? The entire planet of Jura barely has 1.5 billion humans on its back. Does that mean that a third of the population was killed? As for the destruction of the Demon City and the Imperial capital, this is a disaster on par with the first. These 2 cities are the power centers of the true beginning empire. What would the soldiers do when they learned that the families they left behind had been killed? According to Richard, all of his soldiers must have lost at least 1 or 2 family members, if not their entire families. But this didn't bother Robin much. He came prepared to hear something like this. He was even happy that 150,000 residents of the imperial capital had survived, even if only a few hundred of them were from the Burton family, as in a few decades the family would grow again. What really hurt his heart was Richard's words about needing to kill 53 million people in a few days. Robin had to steal another glance at Richard, who was sitting strangely calmly as he talked about the death of hundreds of millions. Until this moment, he didn't fully understand him. He couldn't comprehend what he had gone through, but one question popped into his mind: did those events turn his son into a victim or a monster? Then Richard continued smoothly, "Well, these are the important things, I think. After Caesar and I expelled the Great Serpent's forces from the imperial capital, we parted ways. I came to Jura to protect the space portal, while he and the Shadow Swords led a counterattack on the invaders and rebel forces. So far, the battles are raging around the planet. I heard from Caesar that their warships are scouring the planet for escapees. The Shadow Swords say that their movements and the way they are intensifying fire on the villages and cities of the Flame Continent indicate that they want to gather together first and then occupy the Flame Continent, then lead attack on the other continents from there. We are here now, that will not happen." Robin frowned. Of course, he would not allow those thugs to stay inside his home planet for much longer. Of course, as long as you're here, everything will be fine. A big smile appeared on Richard's face. "Here comes my request." "What is it?" Robin's heart pounded after hearing the mocking tone. What would this boy ask? Maybe he wants to leave for the mountains and doesn't want anyone to follow him? Or maybe he would ask him not to take the army out of planet Jura again? Or maybe. My request is simple, Richard interrupted his train of thought. I want to join the army. I want to become strong enough to defend my homeland whether you exist or not. Chapter 839. What? Opening his eyes wide, Robin muttered in a low voice. As I said, I want to join the army. I've thought about it a lot and I couldn't find another way. Richard smiled and closed his eyes slightly. I almost died defending the capital. That would have been nice, but I would have died as a loser who couldn't save anyone. Fortunately, my brother Caesar saved us all. At that moment, while fighting side by side with him, I understood that secluding and neglecting myself is no longer an option, not when I still have people to protect. If I wanted to relax and live in Jura, I have to become stronger first, much stronger. Robin maintained eye contact with his son. Then Richard shook his head. But I didn't know how. The life fire technique is one of your best works and is truly the pinnacle of power in my eyes. I can't imagine anything else that would make me stronger, so I forgot about it for a moment. This was until during my battle on Jura city wall when your generals arrived. They all killed their opponents quickly and professionally without wasting any extra effort even though they were using basic law techniques like wind, flame, and others. Then he continued, I thought, perhaps their strength stems from their experience in fighting different enemies on more than one planet and their discipline as soldiers, experience being the key element. And here I am, selfishly asking to travel with them until the wars are over, and then I want to ask permission to go explore the middle planetary belt if you have the means to do so. Caesar mentioned it to me more than once, I think he also wants to go. Robin kept staring into his son's eyes in stupefaction. Even Richard looked right and left, then waved to attract Robin's attention away, but he didn't succeed. Finally, Robin moved, stood up calmly, and took 2 steps towards his son. He put both his hands on Richard's shoulder, then leaned over and kissed his forehead. Father. Richard looked up in surprise. Still holding his shoulders, Robin spoke extremely seriously, you want to be strong? Look into my eyes, your father will make you the strongest. I just want to join the army. Richard muttered quickly when he saw how serious Robin was. But Robin continued anyway, I will make you strong enough to roam the young planetary belt as your backyard, so you can snap the necks of the likes of Halak and Pythor for fun. I will make you strong enough to look down into the eyes of all the self-proclaimed gods and devils in the middle planetary belt and tell them to fuck themselves. That seems too much. Richard laughed awkwardly, but he was excited in his heart. No one knows the value of strength more than a child who has been tortured for decades and seen one affliction after another. Robin finally let go and took a few steps to the side, resting his chin on his hand. Oh, I have a lot of ideas, but where do I start? Maybe I should modify a third major law into the life fire technique. Maybe I should help you gain soul units to exceed the 1,000 units limit? Or send you to Jabba's body strengthening array first. Maybe I should draw you some divine tattoos? Or maybe I should give you the spirit of planet Jura. No, that won't work. Richard waved several times. Wait, what did you just say? Actually, I was going to start searching for the spirit of planet Jura when you arrived. Robin scratched his head and turned to face his son. Giving you the spirit of a planet will definitely increase your power, but searching for it could take months, that is if I find it at all, and you need a silver soul to speed up the process. Otherwise it could take tens of thousands of years to refine, so it's not the best option right now. Oh. Richard nodded twice, then shook his head. Anyway, I just want to travel with the army so don't worry about me. You need, however, to give some orders to your army because the soldiers outside are going crazy over their families but they can't leave. You're right, I need to solve a few problems first before I can start to look for the planet's spirit. Robin put his hand on his chin again. Go and order a meeting of all the decision makers, any general or high-ranking officer, and also summon Caesar. Wherever he is, he must attend. The meeting will be in 1 hour from now. He then raised his eyes again, looking at Richard. And you will attend, right? Of course. Richard smiled calmly, then stood up and took a few steps towards the door. Excuse me, I'll go arrange the meeting. Creak. Then he closed the door behind him after leaving. Robin stared at the door for a few seconds, then slowly looked down at his trembling fists and let out a joyful cry. Key. Ha ha ha. Robin put his hands over his head and laughed madly towards the ceiling. My son is back, thank you, great serpent bastards, you should have come sooner. Ha ha ha. Congratulations. Evergreen's lazy voice interrupted Robin. Evergreen, did you hear that? The boy finally wants to join me, he wants to be part of my empire. Robin shouted loudly, as it had been years since he had been this happy. No, had he ever been this happy? The guilt he felt towards Richard and his mother killed everything inside him and killed any passion he had for life. It made him lose any love he had for exploration, even making his previous dream to immortalize his name in history seem ridiculous. Richard's request not only took him out of his worries, but gave him a reason to live. It gave the little boy inside him a reason to continue his passion that he had failed for too long, his research. Yes, this is indeed a cause for celebration. I suggest you forget about searching for the planet's spirit and start making a proper technique for your kid. Evergreen looked a little excited. What? No, there is something I need to use the spirit of planet Jura for. Robin snapped out of his bout of happiness upon hearing Evergreen's words and went to sit down. I still have an hour until the meeting. I will use it to practice different methods that will allow me to penetrate the layers of the earth with my soul sense. And after the meeting I will start traveling between cities. I must find the spirit of planet Jura no matter what. Tisk, I think you are exaggerating. Your entire army is here and you are personally present, so what did you need the spirit of such a trivial planet for? Find something that will benefit you and your son better. Evergreen quickly intervened, sweating a little in Robin's soul domain. Hugh, okay, stay quiet now, I will start. Robin ignored Evergreen completely and took a deep breath. Vrim, the silver soul power shook violently and took the form of 6 extremely fine needles. Now, Robin then sent them to the ground. Since I can't use the 6,000 soul units at once, I will divide them into 6 epicenters and send them in 6 different directions. Each one contains more soul power than Hoffenheim had when he found the planet's spirit domain. Robin smiled with his eyes closed, following his soul sense as it was like a 6-pointed fork penetrating thousands of kilometers underground in the blink of an eye. Not bad at all, with this speed and spread, it actually took 3 months to search, in the worst case it took 2 years and then. What's that over there? Thud. Robin's body shook and he fell backward. What happened outside? Robin? Owner. Evergreen looked around in confusion, as Robin's consciousness was no longer in the soul realm. Chapter 840. What happened? Robin started looking around like a madman. The view around him had completely changed. A moment ago he was in his room under the ground sitting cross-legged, and now he was in a completely dark place with nothing but a huge glowing orb that was mostly blue. This scenery looks familiar. Robin quickly raised his hands and a smile appeared on his face. As expected, I am in the Silver Soul avatar form. He then started walking towards the huge glowing orb, or what could also be called the spirit of planet Jura. I don't know whether to cry or laugh. I have postponed searching for you several times because I thought it would be tiring and would take a long time, but you have been lying under Jura City this whole time? Robin reached under the image of planet Jura and started staring at the map of the planet with a smile from ear to ear. But honestly, I couldn't have asked for a better place. Now I can fiercely protect this spot under the pretext that I am protecting Jura City. This is simply perfect, haha. Then Robin raised his hand, placed it on the ancestral continent, and began to zoom in on the location of Jura City. From above, he saw the army spread out like ants. Some of them still chased the remnants of the attackers and captured them, and a few had begun to set up camps around the city as they were ordered to. He also saw a large number of soldiers moving like wasps around behind the generals, all of them asking for permission to leave. Some of the generals shouted at them, and some just ignored them, but this approach didn't seem that it would stop them for long. For most men, there was no reason to fight or even live if they didn't even know the fate of their families. Tisk. It's good that Richard reminded me. I was blinded with fear when I saw him and didn't take the needs of the soldiers into account. If I had left the meeting a few more days, it wouldn't be unlikely that a mutiny would have started. Even the generals themselves want to leave. At this moment, Robin heard a voice. I just arrived but you started using the observation feature so professionally. It seems like this isn't your first time, huh? Robin looked left and right searching for the source of the voice. He knew it was definitely the consciousness of the planet's spirit, but he couldn't find it anywhere around him. Then he finally looked down. There was a short human girl who looked to be around 6 years old. Her small hands were folded in front of her chest and she looked up with cute anger. Her clothes and hair tie were all clothes that little girls in Jura City would wear. If Robin saw her on the street he would think she was an ordinary child. But since she was here, are you the spirit of planet Jura? The little girl looked away with a humph and started walking towards the planet image with quick steps. Aren't you supposed to be a genius? Why are you asking such an obvious question? Or do you think I'm stupid and want me to start a conversation with you with such a stupid question? Alright, no need for all this, no one is stupid here. Robin quickly waved with a fake smile, not knowing what was going on. Wait, do you know me? The little girl stopped, turned around, and gave Robin a look up and down. Is that a stupid question too? Robin's smile turned to embarrassment. Humph. The little girl made herself a chair out of spirit energy and sat on it. What kind of planet spirit would I be if I ignored what happened to you in that cave? You mean the all-seeing God coming down and helping me? That was really a big event that couldn't be ignored. Robin then bowed slightly. Now I know that what happened was a violation of the rules. Thank you for letting him save my life. Tisk. It's not like I had an opinion on the matter anyway. The little girl continued to look at Robin from top to bottom in annoyance. A few veins appeared on Robin's forehead. He wanted to yell at her with all his might but held himself back. So, you were under Jura City this whole time, huh? What good luck. It has nothing to do with luck. Each spirit is located around the most privileged area on the planet to make it easy for potential owners to find us and at the same time easy for the current owner to defend us. The little girl maintained a cold gaze, but she didn't refuse to answer this time. I don't have any special locations on my surface, so after Jura City became the most sacred location on the planet, I chose to move here. Oh, you can call me Yuri. The locations of the planet's spirit domain aren't random? Also, you can move around? Robin frowned slightly. This was the first time he had heard such information. Thinking about it, her words don't seem out of place. The spirit of the planet Nehari is located in the northern edge mountain where the immense natural energy originates. It is believed that the exaggerated size of the mountain is the reason behind the extreme gravity on the planet. It can be said that this mountain is what defines Nehari's features. As for Greenland, it is located next to the Fountain of Youth. This provides the planet with infinite life energy and is the reason for the appearance of the Trey-Ant creatures. On the other hand, Yuri was even more annoyed by Robin's questions. After hearing her talk about not having any special locations, he asked about other things instead of comforting her. Yuri looked to the side with annoyed features. I was created in the primordial chaos without any special features. There are too many planets like me. Not all planets are special and require empires to fight for them, but we still have the ability to manipulate the environment, and we have a lot of time, so planets like us try to change ourselves a little to be more attractive to invaders and new owners when we reach the middle planetary belt. I didn't choose to do that, she continued, clenching her small hands. I gave up the idea of beautification in order to attract potential owners, and invested all my time and energy in developing the human race on my surface. I didn't interfere in creating mutants or half-humans who would hinder your progress or be the cause of wars of extermination. I also tried my best to raise the average talent of my population and give random gifts to a large number of babies, such as Raiden's high lightning affinity, and Your Excellency's special soul. I put all my cards in a major gamble whose purpose was nothing or everything. Then she looked at Robin angrily. I chose to invest in my people so that a strong owner would emerge from them who would cherish me instead of waiting for someone from another planet to notice me and use me as a damn farm. I chose to cherish you humans and strengthen you even though I know your limits instead of bringing you competition. I knew for sure that it was a failed gamble, but I tried anyway. But when fate wills it and I succeed, when someone like you appears and a great planetary empire begins on my surface, is this how you thank me? Thank you. At this point Robin's eyebrows met. Is there a problem between us? What's with this hostility? Why did you go to refine another planet instead of looking for me first? The little girl got up from her little seat and shouted angrily. Chapter 841. What? Robin panicked. Don't try to deny it. I've heard you talk about a planet spirit called Evergreen more than once, even your generals talk about it sometimes. Planet spirit Yuri pointed at Robin angrily. That's true, but what's the problem with that? Evergreen told me that having more than one planet spirit is welcome, even something you desire. Or are you mad because I refined her first? Robin scratched his head with some embarrassment. She's just the spirit of a giant lump of clay, but he felt like he was arguing with his wife after he got a girlfriend. Did she really tell you that? That cheap bitch. Yuri stomped her foot on the ground a few times. I'm angry. So angry. So angry that I'm thinking of changing my mind and letting you refine me just to enter your soul domain and grab her hair. Robin remained silent, not knowing how to respond. Did Evergreen trick him into refining her first? Since she tricked you, I won't be angry with you anymore. But, you have to get me revenge on that bitch somehow. After her outburst ended, Yuri looked back into Robin's eyes. Since you are considered one of my children, I will enlighten you with information that might benefit you in the future. We planet spirits don't accept associates. What? Can't I refine more than one planet? But Evergreen told me that you have no say in choosing your owner, that anyone can start the refinement process. Robin asked quickly, a large part of his plans starting to crumble before his eyes. That little bitch told you half the truth. You were only gone for a few years and you came back talking about refining a planet spirit. That means she made refining it easy for you. Don't you think we can do the opposite as well? Yuri folded her arms over her chest again. It's true that we can't refuse the refinement process outright, but if a weak person, someone we don't like, has refined another planet before, or we think will lead us to disaster, we can simply make the refining process too hard for him. Robin realized something after those words. It had taken him a little over 10 years to refine Greenland even though he had a silver soul, and Evergreen herself had told him that she was helping him with all her might. What if she had made things difficult for him instead? Maybe he would still be stuck at 1%? Tisk. That bitch, did she even tell you that we wanted this? How could you believe her anyway? Didn't she tell you about the special gift you had obtained after refining her? Each one of those special gifts is enough to increase the owner's strength several times over. If the same person had more than one gift, wouldn't that make him invincible? Then it wouldn't even matter what heavenly law he originally used. Yuri left her chair made of spirit power and started walking around the planet image quickly with her hand behind her back. Secondly, who would want to have partners willingly? Those who have managed to refine more than one planet are either so strong that they wouldn't even notice us making it difficult for them, or they are of such a special status that we can give up our pride in order to cling to them because they guarantee us prosperity or being the center of attention, and so on. Even in the middle planetary belt, those who have more than one planet spirit are very rare. I think what you're saying makes sense, but what about me? Can't I be classified as a special status? I have some confidence in my abilities and future. Robin smiled confidently, but in reality, he wasn't. He of course wasn't strong enough to ignore the planet spirit's intentions. All that was left for him was to try to win her over by showing off what he had, even willing to show off the golden eye of truth. In the end, this trump card was what made Evergreen go crazy on him. Calm down, golden eyes. There's nothing you have that I don't know about. I've noticed and watched you for a long time. The first time I noticed you, you were still an old man who frequented that filthy brothel, remember? And ever since you were saved in the cave, I've been following you step by step. Yuri paused and replied in a sarcastic tone. Secondly, if I were you, I wouldn't be so confident about my future. Ha! Robin was shocked by Yuri's words, causing him to lose his speech for a moment. Actually, I understand why that little bitch made it so easy for you to refine yourself and told you that she doesn't mind having more planet spirits. Who knows what other concessions she made to you? The golden eye represents the ultimate glory, but it also represents a great disaster, and she chose optimism. With her hands behind her back, Yuri stared into Robin's eyes seriously. If I were her, I might have chosen optimism too. I might have overlooked the fact that you refined another planet spirit before me and helped you refine mine, but I know what she doesn't know. And what do you know exactly? Robin asked quickly. Yuri remained silent for a while, finally sighing and shaking her head. I know who you're involved with, and I know how much you're leaning toward the fate of a disaster. Who am I involved with? Everyone I know I can kill and no one poses a threat to me. Wait, you mean the all-seeing God? Robin quickly took 2 steps forward but held himself back from continuing so as not to scare her. As planetary spirits we are designed to take the form of little girls and act like them no matter how old we are, speaking softly and evading any questions with a childish laugh. This is in order to make potential owners feel more connected to us and feel like they have an extra obligation to protect us. Yuri looked serious. I'm not supposed to tell you anything or give you any explanation, I'm not even supposed to talk to you seriously, but you're still one of my children. When I started supporting humans, I never thought for a moment that I would produce someone like you. Even if my contribution to your path was small, I still consider you as my pride, and I don't want to see you fall. Robin's gaze became complicated, and his pupils began to shake. Then Yuri stared straight into his eyes. Listen, that person isn't who you think he is. The all-seeing God? He told me he's the ruler of some planets in the Middle Belt, isn't that true? Or are you talking about his intentions? Robin took another step forward. That's as far as you'll get from me. I still want to see the Middle Belt myself, and maybe the Ancient One if fate wills. Yuri shook her head and then returned to establishing eye contact with Robin. But I will give you some advice that might just change your chances a little bit. Your path has been drawn, it is either glory or disaster and nothing else. Put your heart and mind into what you do and strive for absolute power. Don't let anyone distract you from your destiny again, or you will wish for death and you will never get it. Not just you, but your children and family, your empire and your forces, and everyone you've ever seen or caught is sent by accident. Chapter 842. What? No, what the wait a minute. Robin took a few steps forward and then seemed to understand something and stopped. He shook his head and shouted again, what? I've told you too much already. Any more than that and there's no way for you and me to survive. Yuri looked into Robin's eyes with pity. Just follow my advice and you'll be fine. You will have a chance at least. Ah, arg. Robin placed his 5 fingers on his forehead and began rubbing it vigorously. The amount of information that had hit him like a hammer today was simply too much. If he really followed Yuri's advice, he would have to completely reshape his path, again. Just a few minutes ago, he had intended to give up everything and break his ties with the all-seeing God after the Nihari War ended. But after Richard returned to him and asked him to join the army and become stronger, Robin changed his mind. He decided internally to strengthen him and train him a little on how to rule, then leave the empire for him and his brother Caesar to do whatever they want with it while he was content with his research. In the end, every father wants to see his sons in the lead. And now everything has changed again. If he follows Yuri's advice, he must pant after power and personal strength forever like a thirsty dog. Ha! After a few minutes, Robin gave a long sigh. He made up his mind, then leaned again towards Yuri. Seeking power was never my goal. I left my family and secluded myself to get away from these power struggles, to explore the universe, and explore myself first. But time after time I was dragged into devastating wars. Then he looked to the side with guilt. Starting from the Tinley Duchy War to the ongoing Invaders' War, on planet Jura alone, close to 800 million people have been killed, all of them because of me in one way or another, not counting the deaths in Greenland, Orphan Blood, and Nihari. Oh my god, how many have been killed because of me? 3 billion, maybe. No, if counted the indirect deaths we will get to tens of billions. Ugh, all those lives were lost while I was trying to tell myself that I just wanted to be alone and continue my research. Ridiculous, disgusting. I don't know if those wars and those deaths were caused by an inner beast that unconsciously lusters after blood, or because of that great disaster you're talking about. Thinking about it, Evergreen also warned me about something similar. But I don't think it matters. Either way, I'm always in the center of every war, I'm always responsible. Robin then turned to Yuri and bowed again. Thank you for your advice, I will take it into consideration, and I apologize for being tricked into refining another planet first, and I ask that you help me on my path to supreme glory, and together avoid the path of great disaster. Yuri smiled for a moment, then replied bluntly, no, I'm good. Thanks for the apology though. What the hell? Robin stiffened his back with lightning speed. Is this some kind of joke? What about your talk about me being one of your children and your pride and all that nonsense? I almost had tears in my eyes hearing your words. Sorry my dear boy, you're covered in shit from top to bottom. You already started your road towards the disaster and you don't even know. Just because I'm nice and gave you some advice doesn't mean I'm an idiot and I'll jump in your chariot heading towards the abyss. Yuri waved it off indifferently. Why all the blame for refining Evergreen then if you don't intend to follow me anyway? Robin shouted angrily. Just disappointed in you for not coming to me first, but I wasn't going to let you refine me anyway. I'll wait a little longer until the disaster strikes you sooner and another owner comes whose life isn't threatened with every breath. Yuri laughed gently. But there's no need to be sad, your silver soul and golden eyes are more than enough to fool most planetary spirits. Just remember to hold your future meetings with the all-seeing God here in Jura so that no more of your victims will know about your relationship with him, at least until you've finished refining them. Oh, and don't tell him I said anything. You think I'd let you stay without an owner when you're the heart of the true beginning empire? Robin burst out screaming, since she had condemned him to an early death. That's your problem, you can try to refine me if you want, but it won't be easy. Yuri turned and took a few steps away from Robin. You! Robin shouted at her, but waited for a few seconds, not knowing what to say. Then he seemed to remember something and quickly continued, didn't you say that you wanted one of your sons as your owner and didn't want it to be a useless farm? Doesn't your decision contradict what you aspire to? If you don't allow me to refine you, I will have to move the entire empire to another planet. I can't stay on a planet I can't control. Even Jura City would be coming with me. I don't know how yet, but I will find a way to uproot it and take it to Greenland. Better for me to be a farm than to be destroyed. Yuri waved, but her voice seemed a little hesitant this time. The fate of small planets like hers in the Middle Belt is usually extremely miserable. Most of the time they don't find a good owner for themselves and end up home to pirates and failed hybridization experiments. Then Robin quickly followed up, what about Richard? Chapter 843. What about him? The planet spirit smiled. I told you that I don't want to be tied to your fate, but you want to support your son to refine me. Are you crazy? Don't you know that Richard hates me to the bones? How is this a connection to me? Robin took 2 more steps forward. But I am still his father in the end. If you let him refine you, I will provide you and him with protection, and planet Jura will remain under my protection even if he decides to separate from me completely. What do you think? You will have the best of both worlds. You will save yourself from being directly tied to me and at the same time have my support, protection, and glory. Yuri shook her head. No, that won't work with me. I heard your conversation a moment ago. It's clear that the boy has returned to you. A few veins on Robin's forehead twitched in anger. She listened to everything in their conversation. That girl has gone beyond monitoring him, she is practically living with him. But he quickly continued anyway. Didn't you also hear when he said he wanted to head to the middle planetary belt? He doesn't want anything to do with me. He's a bastard who just wants to use me to become stronger. Jura looked Robin up and down. That's too much support for a bastard right there. And what do I do? He's my son, after all, the apple of my eye. Robin sighed and shook his head sadly, then he smiled and looked at Yuri. What now, do we have a deal? There aren't many options for you here. It's actually quite simple, either me or my son, or turning into a barren planet. Yuri stared into Robin's eyes for a moment but didn't respond. Then she turned around and took a few more steps towards the planet model that was already focused on Jura City. She zoomed in until it focused on Richard, who was still gathering generals and officers up until this moment. Then she muttered in a low voice. Well, he did a good job defending me against the invasion, smart, strong, determined, and independent. Even in the middle planetary belt he deserves to be the owner of a planet. Alright, why not? A little smile appeared on her face. Getting an owner early is a source of pride for planetary spirits, especially if the owner is a child of the planet. Ha ha ha, we have a deal then. Robin was very happy, perhaps happier than if Yuri had accepted him as his owner. Just give me a few years to train the boy's soul until he reaches the silver soul and then I will send him to you. Don't worry though, you will not wait long. I have a strong soul technique that will enable him to achieve it shortly like me. Alright, you don't know yet. Yuri laughed and then with a simple wave the scene changed. Now Richard appeared after he came out of the instant space portal and saw the massacre of the Imperial capital. Hearing is different from seeing. Seeing the remains of his relatives scattered, and seeing Richard mentally collapsing and his hair turning white, Robin's heart clenched and sent shivers throughout his body, but he clenched his hands and remained silent. Power. If he had enough power, this wouldn't have happened. Now he understood it after talking to Yuri, but his son understood before him. He understood the hard way. This? Robin opened his eyes wide. At this moment the soul force surrounding Richard completely changed. Is this the power of a silver soul? Richard broke through to the silver soul without help. Robin's shock shook his entire being. He knew very well how difficult it was to obtain the silver soul. It could even be said that if he hadn't been able to absorb Hoffenheim's soul force and his primal soul, he wouldn't have dreamed of it, but Richard actually achieved it. Tisk. You are already a planetary emperor, but you are still very young and need much experience. Yuri shook her head. Do you think the only way to strengthen the soul is through ornate techniques and soul patterns? You should expand your horizons more. The soul law is extremely mysterious. You can gather soul units simply by strengthening your will, and this is done through many methods like torture. There are those who strengthen their souls by putting them under extreme pressure and constantly splitting their consciousness. And guess who did both? She then looked at Robin. Although I didn't see his torture myself, I heard about what happened. This alone was enough to push his soul units to 400 at least. Then he received the advanced levels of the life fire and began controlling giant cities and fighting entire armies by himself by splitting his soul units and consciousness into very small particles. The fact that he broke through to the silver soul is a natural result. The boy is truly a genius. He is the hero of his own story. Robin sighed with a smile, then looked at Yuri. If I were a planetary spirit, I would be happy to be polished by someone like him, am I right? Ha! Hey! Yuri blushed. Come on, go teach him how to reach my domain. Then she waved forcefully. Inside his underground chamber. Ha! Robin gasped loudly as his consciousness returned to his body and he jumped up from the ground as if he had been electrocuted. Ha! Ha! Ha ha! I found a way to make Richard stronger. I didn't think I would fulfill his request so quickly. Ha ha ha! At this moment, he heard Evergreen's voice. Hey! What happened? Where was your consciousness? Robin's joy calmed down a bit and his expression turned cold. You keep quiet for now until I know how to deal with you. He then inserted his spiritual sense into the voice ring with a smile. Richard, did you summon everyone? This was the first time he had corresponded directly with his son, and it gave him a wonderful feeling. The reply came quickly. Yes, father, I have gathered everyone close by and sent the shadow swords with instant space portals to bring all the important people far away. Everyone is here waiting for you above Jura's main gate. Well done, as expected of my son. Robin laughed loudly. Well, host everyone for me. I will be with you in a minute. Tell them we have a war to plan. Chapter 844. above the main gate of Jura city. Like most cities of this era, the city was surrounded by a wall that was around 10 meters high and 3 meters thick. These kinds of walls could easily repel mortal armies, and even withstand blows from those in the knighthood domain. The city gate was naturally the thickest point in the wall. After Robin's orders to assemble, Richard and the rest of the generals didn't know where to go. The city was surrounded by a heavy negative aura that had grown darker after the battles that had taken place in the past few days. In front of the walls, the soldiers were in a state of agitation, so they decided to set up an open tent above the gate and wait there. Elizabeth leaned back until her gentle face was facing the sky. Dealing with those soldiers is too tiring. Ellie, how can that be what you're thinking now? Don't you care about what happened in the Sacred Tree continent? Victoria smiled a rare smile and shook her head. Whenever I tried to contact one of the people I left in the administration in the water continent, they didn't respond. There's no one to respond anymore, that's why. Martin Barnett, Caesar's first lieutenant and the one in charge of the flame forces in his absence, gritted his teeth tightly. I know I shouldn't have, but I used the instant space portal and sneaked a look at the capital of the flame continent to see what happened, but I didn't find the capital that stood tall of more than 30,000 years, there were only ruins. No worries, no worries. Maybe your family managed to escape safely. Elizabeth showed a smile that stole the hearts of everyone present, even Martin himself calmed down a little. However, he stared at her face for a few seconds. I don't understand you. Aren't you worried about your family like me? What about you, General Victoria? What about you, Governor Alexander? Is there something I'm missing here? Alexander at this moment had his hands behind his back and was standing on the edge of the wall watching the agitated soldiers. We are in a state of war, things like this happen, so get used to it. If we panic, then what would happen to the soldiers? Pull yourself together, they need us strong. Martin wanted to respond quickly and tell him that he was human and it was natural to worry about his family, but he stopped himself when he saw Alexander clutching his hand, so he sighed and was silent. He almost forgot that Alexander had a large family consisting of several wives and dozens of children, even though they were all in Greenland. But what was happening here put doubt in everyone's hearts that the rest of the planets were also being attacked, especially since the space portal of the orphan blood planet were no longer available. The only one who did not know whether to be happy or worried was Flora. If it was true that her planet was also being invaded, this meant that Era was innocent and did not oppose the true beginning empire as everyone thought, but this meant that her homeland was also being attacked by those ruthless creatures. Another strange corner of the table was the side where the person in charge of running the ancestral continent, Alfred Marley, was sitting, exhausted and looking like he was 50 years old despite being a saint. Next to him was Billy, showering him with all kind of questions about what happened. Apart from these, there were several other people, including General Cashalevon, the first warlord Julian, and the person in charge of the Shadow Swords, Charles Burton, and many others. But no one said anything, everyone was in deep silence, each one thinking about something different. Even Richard was sitting to the left of the main chair with his eyes closed. Everyone was stealing glances at him from time to time, some knew who he was and some didn't, and in both cases everyone was wondering what he was doing with them and why he dared to sit there next to His Excellency's chair. But no one dared to say a word in any case. Everyone here followed Alexander, and as long as he was silent, everyone would be silent. Buzz. At this moment, an instantaneous space portal appeared above Jura city and a person covered in blood came out of it. That person began to scan the surroundings until his eyes fell on Jura's main gate, so he flew towards it. Quick, quick! All the people sitting pushed their chairs back and immediately stood up, giving the military salute, Supreme General. Swoosh, step, step. You may rest. Caesar looked grumpy, pale, and even tired, but he steadily advanced, patted Richard's shoulder twice, and passed him to sit on the right of the empty main seat. Arg, what should I do with you, brother? Until the battle of the imperial capital, I was fighting as usual and enduring my technical problems in silence, but those wings have now become like drugs to me. I can't stop thinking about them while fighting. Sorry about that, but as you know, I can't stay with you all the time. Maybe you should talk to our father for a suitable solution and I will be happy to help. Richard smiled lightly. Unfortunately, you're right. Caesar sighed deeply, then looked at Richard again. By the way, what are you doing here? Everyone looked at Richard in surprise, waiting for the answer. They all now knew his identity from his words with Caesar. Shouldn't he be a rebellious boy who hates his father? And what was he doing among the generals? I think you should wait for the announcement from our father first. Richard shook his head. How could he respond when he himself didn't know? He asked to travel with the army only, but Robin told him to attend the meeting, and he himself didn't know what he was doing here. Caesar shrugged and didn't say anything, knowing whatever he had to wait for wouldn't take long. Your Highness, you have a blood spot here. From the side, Victoria pointed to Caesar under his eye. Oh, here. Caesar rubbed the area with his finger but spread the blood more. Excuse me. Smiling, Victoria left her seat and went to stand behind Caesar. With a light movement of her hand, she gathered some water from the air and washed Caesar's face herself, her cold expression that she always maintained disappearing and turning into one of warmth and submission. She then used the water to wash his hair, which was also soaked in blood, then turned the water into hot steam and passed it over his armor, making it shine again as if he had just left the store. This is how the Supreme General should look. Thank you. Caesar nodded twice, not knowing what to say more. Sitting in front of him, Richard laughed softly and looked down. Hey Vivi, do you need help there? Hee hee. Elizabeth rested her chin on the back of her hand and chuckled. No thanks. Victoria gave her a sideways glance and then returned to her seat as if nothing had happened. SHN. At that moment, space split, and Robin emerged from it, his hands behind his back. I see everyone is here. Chapter 845. Your Excellency. Everyone immediately stood up and gave a full bow. Robin nodded at them and then went to sit between Richard and Caesar, then waved gently. You may sit. Everyone pulled their chairs and sat back down, all eyes on Robin. Robin rested his hands on the table and spoke seriously without any introduction. Well, there's nothing to hide from you. Some of you must have already wandered around planet Jura, and some of you contacted your family. The news is true. Planet Jura was partially destroyed over the last week by the Great Serpent Empire and a few tens of millions of rebels calling themselves the People. A third of the planet's population was killed and the other two-thirds were injured or affected by the war in some way. The generals and officers from planet Jura let out a long exhale and forgot to breathe afterward. They were prepared for this information, but hearing the extent of the destruction threw their preparation to the wall. I'm sorry to hear that, gentlemen, but we are back now and everything will be fine. King Shaver tried to comfort the generals from planet Jura. When Robin heard that, a small awkward laugh escaped his lips and he glanced over at Fogan, Haidar, and the Tree Fathers, then over at Flora, Bassana, and the Orphan Blood generals. I'm sorry to inform you that planet Greenland and planet Orphan Blood have also been invaded. Things aren't good there either. Alexander closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down, but Flora couldn't have such self-control. No, I have to go there immediately. Flora stood up slowly, her eyes shaking. It doesn't matter if the portal is destroyed, I can still go, right? Suspicion is one thing and certainty is another. At this moment, Flora felt that her world was collapsing. The two closest people to her in life were stuck there. Sit down. Robin stared into Flora's eyes and remained silent until she returned to her place, then smiled. As for your question, that's true. The lack of a portal in the Orphan Blood means that instantaneous travel is over, but you can still go on a space journey that takes between 7 and 10 days. I can handle the trip, please allow me. Flora quickly replied. The two people she cares about the most in this life are fighting there alone. Yes, Your Excellency, please allow us to return. King Deba interjected. He couldn't imagine his still-developing kingdom falling apart. The rest of the generals and kings of the Orphan Blood in Greenland also looked worried and wanted to return home. Even the Three Fathers were worried about their real bodies. Excellent, what will you do after you arrive? Robin nodded a few times. Every planet has been attacked by at least one marshal and 3 fleets. That means 400 battle emperors and at least 200,000 law users. How are you going to stop them? Right here and now, united and at our full strength, yet we only have 500 emperors and most of them are from planet Jura. Everyone looked at each other, no answer. They had fought the Great Serpent Empire's forces long enough to know their immense strength. If the fight in Nihari had continued directly, they would have all been wiped out. They barely thanked the heavens for His Excellency's shrewdness and that he had led the invaders to the northern region and given them time to catch their breath. But now they found themselves having to fight them again, and with an even greater numerical difference. The Orphan Blood forces in the army currently barely have 30 to 40 emperors. What would they do against 400? And who would stop the marshal? The same goes for the Greenland forces. Although they have slightly more martial emperors, the numerical difference is still huge. Alexander gritted his teeth to appear as calm as possible. Your Excellency, what exactly happened? Wasn't it just a squabble on planet Nihari? An expansionist battle that would benefit us? Why was the war brought to our homeland? That wasn't what we agreed upon. They wanted to push us away from planet Nihari and destroy our morale, and they succeeded. Robin opened both hands wide. What, Alexander, are you blaming me for not taking enough precautions? Alexander didn't answer. He wanted to tell him that this was a given in war and that it wasn't his fault, but he couldn't. After he was appointed ruler of Greenland, Alexander moved his entire family there. Here he is trying to act like a sane person while his family is in imminent danger there, or worse, maybe they are all dead. I screwed up, admit it. I had Nihari in mind and forgot that nothing is certain in war. Robin lowered his hands and nodded a few times. If Richard hadn't protected the space portal here in Jura City and sent someone to tell us what was going on, all 3 planets' populations would have been wiped out and we would have been stuck there, worried and demoralized until we were wiped out too. At least now we have a chance to counterattack. Again, the generals gasped as they considered this possibility and nodded in Richard's direction with thanks. But Alexander remained focused on Robin. And how do we counterattack? That you will learn in due time. Robin smiled meaningfully. Now we have to take back what is ours. But the situation is not good, you should know that. First, I will explain our position to you in full, then you will receive your orders. Then he stood up and placed his palm on the table. Immediately the images of the 4 planets were engraved on the ancient wood. Robin pointed to the largest one. First, planet Nihari. I know some of you want to shout now that we should leave it and that it is the cause of calamities and so on, but if we leave it to them, the forces of the Great Serpent Empire there will take control of the planet and will use these vast resources to send more attacks to eliminate us. As long as they know where our homeland is, this war has turned from a war of interests to a war of extermination. So sorry, we have to continue fighting in all fields. What about the eastern and northern regions? Can't they buy some time? Elizabeth pointed her hand towards the 2 regions and supported her pink cheek with her other palm. Out of everyone, she was the most relaxed. All of her close family had already died long ago. Robin clicked his fingers and pointed at her. You are right, that's exactly why we can afford to be here. He then pointed towards the northern region. Halak is strong, too strong that even I can't calculate how strong he is. When he cooperates with Wyvern Crixus the Great, he might be able to fight the 3 marshals and several martial emperors on his own. He might use his planet refinement percentage and control the battlefield, which will tip the balance even more in his favor. But I won't let things go his way. Then he continued. According to the course of events that I have drawn up, in which the Ashera tribe will contribute to achieving, currently a major battle is taking place on the northern border, but it will not last. The Ashera tribe will start pretending to be defeated and then withdraw, creating a large gap in the northern region's army. After that, the rest of the tribes will withdraw in different directions to save their skin. Since the 3 marshals want the northern border mountain, they will penetrate deeper into the northern region, where the retreating army will surround them, and the armies of the rest of the intelligent creatures will intervene along the way, forming a guerrilla war. If everything goes well, the 2 sides will eliminate each other without the need for our intervention. This seems too idealistic. Alexander raised his eyebrows slightly. The power gap between the 2 sides in terms of martial emperors is still huge, but at the same time the northern region is simply too vast and still retains its power, resources, and tens of millions of law and divine tattoo users. A battle of this nature cannot be predicted. It could end in a few days with the announcement of a new king for planet Nihiri, or it could go on for years without end. I know, and that's why we need a decisive factor. Robin smiled, then pointed towards the eastern region. This role will be left to Jabba. Chapter 846. Jabba. Alexander and the rest looked at each other from the corners of their eyes. They had wondered several times during the battle for the safe city and during the pursuit about why the Nihiri Union sect did not show up, as they had all the time in the world to make an entrance if they wanted to. However, Robin had told them the sect refused to come, so hearing that Robin had relied on Jabba completely for the plan stunned them all. Father, when it comes to observation and intelligence, there is no match for you among us. Are you telling me that you didn't notice anything in Jabba's behavior? Caesar's eyes flashed with a faint killing intent, and the rest of the crowd nodded after him. He refused to intervene in a time of war. This alone can be considered treason and should be punishable by death. No, Caesar, no, I didn't notice anything. Robin looked into Caesar's eyes with a smile, then passed his gaze over to the rest of his generals. Jabba may no longer be my disciple due to a difference of opinion, but he would never betray his homeland, he would never betray me. There must be something stopping him, or maybe he is planning something that he doesn't want to tell me about. He is just stone-headed, that's all. Again, all the generals exchanged glances without saying a word. Even Richard stole a glance at his father before closing his eyes again. Now where were we? Oh. Robin pointed back towards the northern region. In the meantime, the Ashera sect must have started to withdraw, creating a breach. After the collapse of the northern army, the 3 marshals will be able to cross more than half of the northern region until they encounter any other obstacles. However, Halak will not be able to stop them again. They will undoubtedly be able to reach the northern edge mountain in 2 or 3 weeks at most. If Halak is smart enough, he will move the second heaven's chosen library from its location, but he will not be able to move the planet's spirit domain, which is most likely the main target of the 3 marshals. He then continued after double-clicking on the northern edge mountain drawing. There, the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers will take a defensive position while Halak will try to rally the entire northern region against them and strike them from all sides with all his might. This is where the greatest amount of losses on both sides will occur. Then he smiled and pointed towards the east. After another week or 2 and after many losses on both sides, the situation will be favorable for Jabba to intervene, and then we will win the Nihiri War without us needing to raise our swords again. He is too smart to waste an opportunity like this, and just to be sure, I will send him a letter to remind him to monitor the situation. Then he pointed towards the central region. And because I know that the number of martial emperors in the Nihiri Union sect is not large enough, I will send the demon forces to the mill the moment Jabba appears. The number of demon emperors among them has increased greatly after the Safe City banquet, so we will sweep both sides without any problems. The generals looked at each other, and then General Kasha replied with furrowed eyebrows. We are still counting Jabba on our side. Everyone followed Robin's words and knew that it was logical. It could even be said that it was the only available path, especially if Robin put all his resources into achieving that path, but his dependence on Jabba was simply too great. Robin's initial enthusiasm as he explained disappeared, then he sent a glance towards Kasha, then passed it to everyone. You will all see, Jabba will move and enter the northern region very soon, then our victory will be assured. Father, can't we just move the demon army to support Halak? Caesar pointed towards the central region. First of all, I don't want to support Halak, the northern region must be destroyed and Halak's nose must be broken. Secondly, the number of demons is not enough for a direct battle, they can only be used for small technical operations or send them to strike where it hurts or perhaps protect a certain area, and only Jabba will be able to employ them this way. Robin shook his head. They also have another mission. Robin raised his face again. Don't forget that our mission is to prevent any energy pearls from escaping from Nihiri. The entire war will fail if we allow 1 or 2 ships to escape carrying pearls. So before I came to you in the winter's punishment city and announced the return of Jura, I went to Amon and gave him the great heaven sealing array and gave him a new mission, guarding the entrance to the wormhole. After clearing out all the escapees in the central region and narrowing them down to those in the northern region only, the demons will use all their strength to prevent any spaceship from leaving Nihiri. This is not an easy task and we must help them with it. He then looked at Julian. Can I count on the warlords? Julian bowed slightly. I will send 5 warlords as a backup as soon as the meeting is over, they should be enough. More than enough. Robin nodded and then looked at General Kashalevan. I want you to coordinate to bring all the prisoners of war from Nihari. It would be a problem if the marshals decided to return for them while we are busy here. Yes, Your Excellency. Kasha bowed immediately. In the process of relocating all those prisoners, the Empire would lose a lot of energy pearls, but losing over 1 million law users and tens of martial emperor prisoners would be even more painful. Well, that's it for the Nihari War for the next few weeks. Robin clapped with a smile. If there are any soldiers or equipment left there, get them back before General Kasha finishes the displacement. Father, is this really a good idea? To leave the war we've invested so much time and effort into fate? Caesar quickly intervened. His position as the Supreme General of the army made him automatically reject this kind of arrangement. Do you have another suggestion? Robin pointed towards Greenland, Orphan Blood, and Jura. Caesar opened his mouth to say something but quickly closed it. He couldn't find anything to say. The army's return to Nihari meant saying goodbye to their 3 planets forever. Do you have any other suggestions? Robin glanced at everyone present. Please advise me, I'm all ears. The rest remained silent as well. As long as Robin wanted to bring the war to their homelands, they were the first to support him. Most of them really want to end the meeting quickly to search for their families and kill the invaders. It doesn't matter whether Jabba will interfere in the northern region or not. When it comes to their families, let Nihari and everyone in it burn. Chapter 847. Robin remained silent for a few more seconds, looking at everyone's faces until he was sure that no one wanted to respond. Then he smiled and clapped once loudly. Good. Since there are no better suggestions, we will adopt my plan. The fate of Nihari will be decided in a battle between Halak, the Great Serpent Empire, and Jabba. The demons will remain there to support and prevent the spaceships from leaving. Meanwhile, the Shadow Swords and Fire Salamander organizations will play their usual roles. Now let's move on to the second and third boards. Then with a simple wave, he erased the drawing of the planet Nihari and pointed towards Greenland and the Orphan's Blood. As you know, I refined planet Greenland, and the planet Spirit informed me of what is happening there. According to her, there is a marshal with his personal guards, and there are 3 entire fleets. The casualty report is that we lost almost a quarter of the cities and villages there, and the number of dead is no longer countable. Fogan and the rest of the other kings swallowed hard. Robin was talking about destroying their property like it was nothing. The good news is that the planet Spirit, Evergreen, intervened in the war and helped our forces there using natural disasters, epidemics, and even insect waves. This caused some casualties on the side of the Great Serpent Empire's forces. Robin pointed towards the middle of planet Greenland several times. And more importantly, her intervention greatly reduced the casualties on our army's side. It can be said that they still retained their full strength as they engaged in a guerrilla war. Excellent. King Sharva rose from his seat and shouted excitedly. As long as the army still retained its strength, the invaders wouldn't dare to move freely. Fogan let out a long sigh of relief, but he quickly gave Sharva a sideways glance. What's excellent about it? Sit down. Fogan is right. The armies of the 4 kingdoms are undoubtedly formidable and have superior armament to that of the Great Serpent Empire. Plus, the Rune Master and Divine Blacksmith's divisions have set up many huge arrays in the planet's major cities. Robin nodded. But the difference in the number of martial emperors is very large, as there are only 20 martial emperors or so in Greenland. Perhaps the only good thing about it is that Theo, Pion, and Emily are there with them, so there will be no problem in the chain of command. Fogan opened his eyes wide. Up until this moment, he thought from the way Robin spoke that he did not care about what was happening in Greenland. He did not know that his adopted sons were there, along with the head of the headquarters, the administrative genius Emily who runs almost all the affairs of the empire. Caesar and Richard raised their eyebrows and looked at the drawing of Greenland. They had to save their brothers no matter the cost, and Zara focused on the map firmly. So what are we waiting for? We have to go there and save General Pion and General Theo immediately. Raiden pointed excitedly. He didn't know either of them personally, but he wanted to be part of the conversation. Flora slammed her hand on the table and stood up angrily. What are you saying? What about the Orphan Blood? Should we just let it burn then? We should focus on planet Jura as we are already here. Should we leave what we have and go after another one? General Martin Barnett stood up, shouting after that. Robin sent 2 glances to the 2 of them, and they sat back in silence, looking at the ground. Raiden followed suit. I think I'll shut up again. Back to the topic. I passed a message to Pion and Theo via the planet Spirit to start building a space portal somewhere safe. If they put all their effort into it, it should be ready in the next 2 weeks. Robin pointed back at Greenland. And considering the state of war there and the planet Spirit's interference, I think Greenland can easily be ignored until the portal is built there. If we try to send an army now, it will take them about 10 days to arrive anyway. Fogan and Haidar wanted to say that they should go now and that even one day defense matters. But they saw Robin looking at their very souls, so they decided to remain silent. As for the 3 tree fathers, they had no objection. They knew better than anyone what the planet Spirit had in store. As long as Evergreen intervened to protect itself, the planet should last 2 weeks or even 2 months without any problems. Alright, since there are no objections, we're done with Greenland for the time being. Let's move on to the Orphan's Blood planet. Robin pointed to a drawing of a planet slightly larger than Greenland, but this time he didn't erase the Greenland drawing from the table. Then he continued, I actually don't have the slightest information about what's going on there. The only confirmed information about it is from the demon city located in the central region. When Richard heard about the demon city, he focused on the following words. According to the Shadow Swords report, the number of demon corpses in the city does not match the number of the city's residents before the attack. It's much less, and they didn't find any Nihiri giants' corpses in the city or any energy pearls. Robin rested his chin on the fingers of his left hand. What we can conclude from this is that they used the space portal before it was destroyed and left. And since they didn't appear in Nihiri or Greenland, then they are in the Orphan Blood Planet. Richard opened his eyes wide. One of the things that bothered him the most was the destruction of the demon city that contained the prisoners of the Uzale tribe whom he promised eternal torment. But he was afraid to reveal that so that no one would see him as a trivial person who did not care about the bigger picture. If a few prisoners of the Uzale tribe really survived, that would be great news. The presence of those demons there, along with about 50 demon emperors, gives them an advantage over our forces in Greenland. But the demons are not good at high-level tactics and will be quickly hunted down if they clash with the invaders. If they haven't been wiped out by now, I'll be grateful for that. Perhaps the only thing in their favor in this war is the chaotic environment of Orphan Blood, which they've become accustomed to. He then pointed a few times toward the planet Orphan Blood. There's also Arrow along with 30 martial emperors and the support of the demi-human tribes. They can be a huge help if they cooperate with the demons, but I can't decide whether they're allies or enemies. You saw how the north in Nihiri turned against us. And the east too. Caesar muttered, but looked away when he sensed a piercing gaze from Robin. Chapter 848. This is inappropriate. Arrow doesn't know how to betray or play games, and he would definitely never put me in a bad situation. As long as we're with you, he'd rather side with the true beginning empire. I bet with all my soul and blood that he's helping the demons right now. Flora quickly interjected. That we'll find out soon enough. Robin stared at Flora for a few seconds before continuing. Unlike Greenland where we have the advantage of a planet spirit and a portal in the making, we don't have any contact with the Orphan Blood Planet, and the demons there don't know how to build portals. The Orphan Blood Planet will be our priority. Thank you, Your Excellency. Martial Emperor Bosana stood on his octopus legs and bowed deeply towards Robin. Your decision will be narrated for generations to come, Your Excellency. General Shoko, of the Falcon Wing clan, stood up and next to Bosana bowed. Flora was so excited that she forgot to say anything. Your Excellency, what about our homeland? We are here now. I am truly grateful for His Highness Richard's efforts, but we have seen with our own eyes the attack on Jura City. There must be many of them scattered around. General Martin intervened again, but this time he spoke while sitting down and in a low voice. Caesar nodded. Before my arrival, Richard had managed to kill a marshal, nearly 30 martial emperors, and 50,000 soldiers from the Great Serpent Empire, and on top of them he took care of nearly 50 million rebels. After my arrival, together we laid siege to the imperial capital, killing another 40 more martial emperors and over 90,000 soldiers. As for yesterday and today, we managed to kill a few martial emperors and several thousand more soldiers. Then Caesar continued as he pointed towards the Flame Continent. This means that there is now one marshal on Jura's back, roughly 300 martial emperors, and around 100,000 soldiers, most of whom have started to gather here, on the Flame Continent. Not to mention there are 5 million rebels still scattered throughout the planet Jura who do not dare to gather and we cannot find them, but they may appear to strike us at any moment if the opportunity arises. Caesar was speaking on very important matters, yet everyone's eyes turned towards Richard who was looking down as if he did not hear anything. Even Alexander could not resist and sent a glance towards Richard. Is there still a need for an army when this guy is here? Robin slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at the map of planet Jura. 300 martial emperors and 100,000 soldiers, even if a large number of them had gathered in the Flame Continent, there were still many of them scattered throughout planet Jura. In addition to the 5 million rebels still spreading their poison among the citizens, that would definitely succeed in rallying more to their side after the disaster that befell planet Jura last week. Dealing with all this headache wouldn't be easy, 2 weeks definitely wouldn't be enough, and even if he ordered the entire army to stay and help, he wouldn't be able to save Orphan Blood or even Greenland. Robin tapped the table several times. We currently have 31 Orphan Blood martial emperors in the army, and about 120 Greenland martial emperors in addition to the 3 Tree Fathers. Can we find another 100 Jura martial emperors to volunteer to go to Orphan Blood today? Today? That won't be easy. Caesar raised his eyebrows slightly. Most of them want to check on their families, and those who don't have families are definitely tired from the battles of Nihiri. No one would want to volunteer to go to war on another planet, but I can force them if you want. Robin shook his head. Forcing soldiers to go to war wasn't a good idea. Announce 5 times the war bounty for every martial emperor who agrees to help our Orphan Blood brothers and double the bounty for every law user who wants to participate. I want 200,000 soldiers, but on the condition that they move today, and you will be at their head. That would be excellent. A big smile appeared on Flora's face. Caesar let out a long sigh and then turned to the agitated soldiers, then nodded several times. All right, consider it done. I'll gather the required number one way or another, and allow me to take 5 warlords. You got it. Robin tapped the table a few times thinking about his next move. Out of the corner of his eyes he saw Fogan looking at him with injustice. He laughed. What? You want Jura's forces to help you in Greenland but you don't want to help with the Orphan Blood Planet? I don't dare think of something like that. But 10 days to go to the Orphan Blood Planet and then 2 or 3 weeks to build the space portal. I'm afraid we won't be able to join our own battle. This is my battle. I'm responsible for protecting Greenland since they attacked it because of me. Robin waved. Go and help your brothers in the Orphan Blood, and don't worry about anything else. Unfortunately, I can't send more of Jura's forces away. I don't know even if we could gather 100 of them. Fogan nodded twice and was silent. The rest of the Greenlandic kings were also angry, but they understood the situation at least. After the Orphan Blood Reinforcement Army leaves, we will be left with 250 martial emperors, 30 warlords, and an infinite number of law user soldiers if we open the recruitment. Robin muttered and looked at Alexander. Can you organize a sweep of the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers with this army? Me. Alexander, who was lost in thought, was shocked by Robin's question but quickly nodded. I believe His Highness Richard would be more deserving of command in the absence of Supreme General Caesar. Alexander would normally have accepted the assignment immediately, but hearing what Richard did before their arrival made him take a step back. How could he give orders to someone like that? Alexander sighed. He sparred with Caesar a few times in secret before, wanting to see just how powerful this man who was giving him orders, and he lost every single time, not daring to draw near the death fire. And after hearing what Richard did now, he knew immediately he was thrown back once more, no longer the second in command. For someone competitive like him, this wasn't okay, but he had to guess something like that would happen. If his adopted son was this strong, how much worse would be his biological son? The guy is a beast and his sons are not that far off. Pa Robin patted his son on the shoulder. Richard has something else to do. I brought him in today just to see how things are going. Who? Alexander let out a long exhale, then stood up and bowed towards Robin. Wait for the good news then. Excellent, now you both know what to do, get to work. Robin stood up and wiped his hand on the table. The 3 maps disappeared, then he gestured to Richard. Come with me, there is someone who wants to meet you. Chapter 849. Buzz. What is this place? Richard slowly opened his eyes and looked around. It was a completely dark place with no source of light except for a slight glow from a huge orb that was slowly rotating on its axis, and the ground below was pitch black with every step he took producing small waves in all directions as if it was covered with water. He had spent the past few hours in Robin's underground research room learning for some reason how to compress his soul sense to create a needle and penetrate the layers of the earth. He thought that his father was trying to teach him a way to strengthen his soul force, but suddenly he felt something pulling him strongly, and the next moment he found himself here. Buzz. Haha, when I saw your head fall I knew you had arrived. Richard heard his father's voice coming from behind him. Who? Father? What happened to you? What's going on here? Richard quickly took 2 steps back when he saw a huge silver-colored thing approaching him quickly, but he calmed down a little when he noticed his father's features and voice. It seems you haven't noticed yet, look at your hands. Robin laughed again. This. Richard was surprised that his hands had turned silver, and they looked small and fuzzy like the hands of a 2-year-old child. Then he realized that his father did not look like a giant, but rather the small one. What is happening here? Haha, don't panic, is this your first time seeing your soul avatar? Robin patted his silver son's head several times. The whole situation was funny, a 6-year-old patting another 1 or 2-year-old. At this moment, the two heard a gentle voice. Hello, I'm the spirit of planet Jura. You'll start refining me starting today, we'll be spending a long time together so I hope you have a good sense of humor. Yuri then materialized in front of them with an innocent smile on her face. Richard and Robin quickly exchanged glances. Richard didn't understand what was happening around him and how to deal with the situation, while Robin didn't understand where this crazy bitch suddenly got her gentleness from. Robin then shrugged and looked at his son. You said you wanted enough power to defend your homeland, right? Refining the planet's spirit will double your soul force, put the entire planet under your control, and give you a special gift that will save your life in times of danger. The gift I got from Greenland was really cool, haha. Richard looked at his father's face for a few seconds, then bowed to his father for the first time in his life. I couldn't have asked for anything better, thank you. He couldn't find anything else to say. He had told him that he wanted to travel a little with the army, but in return, he had given him an entire planet. Robin leaned forward slightly and kissed the little boy's head. You are my kid, the son of planetary Emperor Robin Burton. Just 1 planet isn't enough, we will get you a few more later, alright. Ahem. Yuri stared at Robin with an angry look, but kept silent. Robin laughed and then had him turn to face the planet spirit. Yuri, I'll leave the boy in your care. Teach him what he needs to learn. The boy is over 50 years old, but he spent most of that time locked up or seeking revenge, so he has very little information about the real world. A surprised expression appeared on Yuri's face, and she pointed to herself. Me? How would a little girl like me have any information? I'm just here to teach my owners how to complete their refinement and keep them company in this dark place. What do I know? I was just thinking about asking Big Brother Richard to tell me about his adventures. Yuri clapped a few times and then pulled Richard by his arm. Come on, I'll teach you how to start refining, and you can tell me about the outside world. Do we have a deal? You are already so strong at such a young age, you must have been through a lot. All right. Richard nodded and walked with her, smiling and excited for what was to come. Robin was shocked by Yuri's actions, but her words with him before made him understand a little, so he just shrugged and ignored the two of them, starting to walk towards the image of Jura's planet. Yuri interrupted her pleasant conversation with Richard when she saw Robin still there. This one sir there, what exactly are you doing? There's something Richard needs to do when his refinement reaches 10%. With his current soul force and your help, I think it'll take a week or 2 at most, right? I'll sit here with you until it's done. Robin reached the picture of the planet and started moving his finger back and forth. In the meantime, I'll check the surface of the planet a little to see if I can find something interesting. I can't believe an entire planet doesn't have anything useful. Creak. Some veins started to twitch on Yuri's forehead. Professor, we haven't started the refinement process yet, but you want him to consume 10% in one go? Don't you see that you're exaggerating a bit? Thanks for bringing him here and everything, but my new owner has his own will, as you know. No one cares about my son's strong will more than me. Robin replied indifferently and continued what he was doing. I'll tell him what I want to do, and if he doesn't want to do it, I won't pressure him. Alright, go on please, continue what you're doing. When Richard saw Yuri's fists clench and her veins twitch more as she bit her lips, he was startled. He got up to calm her down and convince her to ignore his father, assuring her that he didn't mean any evil. Only after a long time did she calm down a little, though she still sent angry looks toward him every now and then. Planet Nihiri, Eastern Region, City of Hope. Click, click. Jabba had bought 3 direct observation arrays from the Burton family merchants for a very high price. Robin had destroyed one in a fit of rage a few days ago, and now he only had 2 arrays left. Strange, really strange. Jabba tapped his seat as he watched the Battle of the Northern Region live. That section of the Northern Region army could have held out longer, and it could even be said that they were the section that suffered the least damage since the battle began due to their passive battle style. What happened to them all of a sudden that they started to retreat? Humph, there's nothing strange about it, our army's overwhelming power would have opened a path sooner or later. The marshal naturally didn't like Jabba's words. That arrogant bastard who named himself as King of the North thinks he can challenge the world just because he's accompanied by a beast king? There's a limit to what one person can do. Chapter 850, Beast King. Jabba frowned slightly as he watched the massacre unfolding in front of him. The Battle of the North had been going on for several hours already. In it, the true power of the Nihiri giant's ancestor had been revealed. The person who had managed to unify the entire northern region with just a few words had shown his capabilities. Halak alone possessed a devastating power that could easily keep the 3 marshals busy. Apparently, if there were 3 other marshals, he would have fought them without a problem. He had broken through the physical limits of physical strength and reached the half-step of World Cataclysm realm. The only reason that level 49 Celebus, along with the level 48 Xanax and Serpal, could keep him busy for a little while was the minor corrosion law. This law forced Halak to take a few seconds of his time to deflect their attacks away. Yet he was able to easily fight them and most of the fleet generals beside them without breaking a sweat. And if that wasn't enough, the great wyvern Crixus showed off his strength that had terrorized the northern region for hundreds of thousands of years. He was currently fighting the same numbers as Halak and maybe more. With his height of over 60 meters and the massive area his wings occupy, he flies across the entire battlefield without paying attention to anyone. He simply attacks anything that stands in front of him. He doesn't care about the attacks of the minor corrosion law as they collide with his scales. The presence of Halak and Crixus as unstoppable powerhouses was the reason behind the northern region's army holding out for several hours. Whenever the army was close to falling, Halak or Crixus would appear to solve the problem immediately and resume the battle. Of course, during this time, Halak was trying to talk the marshals into stopping and turning back. He promised them all kinds of temptations, but to no avail. The 2 sides were too focused on the northern edge mountain to think of something else. Marshal Lacrosse pointed towards the wyvern beside Jabba. Meanwhile, it was surrounded by over 40 martial emperors, but it didn't seem to be suffering much. That thing is undoubtedly the king of the beasts of this planet. He has the same status as our Durger the Devourer, and his strength isn't far from him either. But I still don't understand what law he's using. That terrifying blue flame is reaping souls left and right. Everyone who touches it lets out a terrifying scream as if they have fallen into the depths of hell. But isn't it just a flame after all? What's with this violent reaction? And the strangest thing is that blue flame burns the attacks of the corrosion law. Tell me more about the Beast Kings. Jabba finally looked away from the battle, as the terrifying power of the wyvern was one of the things that puzzled him. You are very curious, local. It's okay, allow me to enlighten you as a new member of our own. The marshal laughed. All planets that contain abundant natural energy enough to cultivate also contain beasts. These beasts are always weaker than the strongest intelligent person on the planet. This is a rule with no exception. If a disaster happens to a planet, for example, and its population stops growing during their time in the young planetary belt, the beasts will remain stuck at the same level as the population and will never become stronger. Then he continued his explanation. There are planets that happen to have extremely powerful beasts like dinosaurs or the descendants of Kylans. However, when intelligent beings are about to appear on that planet, the planet's spirit will cause great disasters to destroy those powerful beasts. It leaves behind weaker versions of those beasts that the emerging intelligent beings can deal with. Jabba raised his eyebrows slightly. He always wondered about these things. Then the marshal continued. There is a trait in all beasts as well that you may have noticed. They do not try to exterminate intelligent creatures. The furthest they will reach in history is to destroy several cities in a large wave before retreating to their own territory. That is indeed true. Isn't it because they retreat after they fill their bellies? Jabba asked curiously. And how do these things get satisfied? Why do they return to being squeezed into a small zone when they can easily spread out all over the planet? If they did, there wouldn't have been a single intelligent being roaming any planet, and they would die from the get-go. The marshal shook his head. It's just that the spirit of the planet affects their decisions. It's like birds need to migrate once a year, or bears need to hibernate. All beasts have an instinct that prevents them from going too far against intelligent beings, like a fear that strikes them after reaching a certain point after which they feel they have to retreat. The planet's spirit has been protecting us the whole time from the beasts and we don't know. Jabba looked at the ongoing battle for a long time. A huge number of beasts were participating on the side of the north. The marshal shouted angrily at the idiot local. Protect my ass. It's the planetary spirit's way of constantly threatening the intelligent beings and giving the young and poor among the intelligent beings a chance to sharpen themselves, and maybe some drama to benefit their future. You'll find many heroes of armies and legendary tales have one thing in common: their families were eaten by beasts when they were young, including me. He sighed and continued. That's why you rarely find decision makers care about beasts and don't try to get rid of them completely. The cost of doing something like that would far outweigh just letting them destroy a city or village every once in a while. At the same time, you'll find beasts are the main concern and sworn enemy of the poor and mortals, and the main reason they hate their rulers. You could say they're a local enemy that cannot be avoided. Why are you telling me all this? I only asked you about the beast kings. Jabba furrowed his brows slightly. Of course, he didn't like being yelled at. Beast kings. Beast kings. Marshal Lacrosse muttered a little as he followed the wyvern's flight. As you know, we, the Great Serpent Empire, have set foot on 9 planets if we count the Poison Rock. Among them, there were only 2 beast kings, the first being the Great Serpent Durger the Devourer on our home planet, and the second being the 3-tailed ice fox on the planet Gota. And here we are watching the third. Jabba regained his curiosity again. He had heard a lot about the Great Serpent Durger the Devourer. From what he understood, the entire army of the Great Serpent Empire needed to move against him in order to harvest a few barrels of blood. Did their Crixus have that power? The Beast King is a term given to a beast that has gained awareness and intelligence comparable to ours, broken through the planet's spirit manipulation barrier, and can communicate directly with the planet's spirit. That kind of beast has power, knowledge, and intelligence, and gains the respect of the rest of the beasts. It is a real nightmare. The Marshal put his hand behind his back. As for their upbringing, it varies from one planet to another. Sometimes the planetary spirits empower a certain beast to the point it eventually escapes from their control. Sometimes the beast itself gets lucky and finds something that empowers its bloodline even more and brings it closer to its ancestors. Some are born with a strong law by pure chance after 2 parents with different laws mate. The reasons are many, but the result is the same: an extremely hard body, a high status law, and high intelligence. The only thing that suppresses them is the absolute law that does not allow them to surpass the level of the strongest intelligent being, as long as it is still in the young planetary belt at least. Then the Marshal pointed at the screen. But look at that, does that thing recognize levels? Who below the level of a world cataclysm can kill it? Even worse, beast kings break the law that prevents them from breaking through the moment they enter the middle planetary belt. Can you imagine that thing being in the world cataclysm realm? There's a saying in the intermediate planetary belt that says if you have a choice, you should always avoid a planet that has a beast king, as it is not worth the trouble. You believe that saying? You should avoid a planet that has a beast king. The Marshal repeated his words again and gritted his fangs. Then he shouted loudly, then why the hell is that local bastard writing one? Chapter 851. That is really interesting. Jabba whistled softly and turned back to watch Halak. Your words made me appreciate that man even more. You should be careful with him and think about what he is hiding instead. The Marshal shook his head. There is no way he could have defeated that wyvern no matter how powerful he is. Even if we assume he did, the beast kings have unparalleled arrogance and pride. They would rather die than allow anyone to give them orders, let alone ride them. Then he continued angrily. Look at Durger the Devourer, for example. We attacked him 4 times over the course of 10,000 years. Each time he killed many of us, but each time we were able to beat him up and take his spilled blood. Not once did he back down or accept to communicate with His Majesty Pythor. And here he is gathering the beasts around him and preparing for the 5th round. Are you saying that Halak has something that made the wyverns obey him? Man, you are making him even more mysterious. No wonder His Excellency keeps giving him chances one after the other. Jabba laughed, shaking his head. Humph, it does not matter anyway. No matter how strong those 2 are, they cannot do much by themselves. Look at what is happening in the army. The Marshal laughed as he saw what was happening on the ground. There, the Great Serpent Empire's army was quickly pushing back one of the local army spots. The protectors of that spot were retreating like locusts. In a few more minutes, they would have completely taken over this place. This would destroy the local army's formation and disrupt any communication between them. It was the beginning of the end of the battle. That is the second strangest thing about the battle. They should not have retreated like that. If they had stayed where they were, support would have come to them. Ancestor Halak seems very angry with them too. Jabba leaned his back on the couch and knitted his eyebrows, then he looked back at those retreating. After about a minute, he opened his eyes wide and spotted among the retreating people a bald person wearing a huge rosary as a necklace. That man, could it be that they are? Their retreat is indeed strange, but that Halak looks like a watermelon head who understands nothing but rushing madly and will not do any major tactics. The Marshal laughed and looked at Jabba. Am I misunderstanding the situation? If you see something I do not, tell me so I can warn the comrades. No, the situation is still strange to me too. Jabba shook his head and went back to watching the battle. Then after a few more minutes, his eyebrows furrowed and he quickly stood up, shouting to the Marshal. It seems we have an uninvited visitor, I will take care of it. He then opened a teleportation portal, 10 miles from the gate to the City of Hope. Buzz. Jabba stepped out of the instant teleportation portal and scanned the area with his soul sense until his eyes locked on the shadow of a huge rock. I know you are there, get out or I will get you out myself. Sure. A figure wearing a black mask and pitch black clothes slowly emerged from the shadows. You did not have to bother yourself, Mr. Jabba, I would have even come to you. We are a sovereign power now, do you think this is a stable to come and go as you please? I already posted an announcement that all shadow swords are forbidden from approaching the City of Hope or they will be imprisoned or killed, and here you are getting this dangerously close. Jabba's eyes lit up with a slight killing intent and he clenched his right hand. Give me one reason why I will not crush you immediately. I did not come with any ill intentions, Mr. Jabba. I am here by order of His Excellency to deliver this message to you. Shadow Sword quickly responded and threw a small metal card towards Jabba. Jabba took it after a quick glance, then waved at Shadow Sword. You may leave. Thank you for your generosity. The Shadow Sword bowed close and then returned to the shadow, quickly using the shadow movement technique to disappear from the area. Jabba talked to the metal card for over a minute, finally closing his eyes and inserting his soul sense. After another full 10 minutes, Jabba opened his eyes again, sighed, and entered the instant teleportation portal once more. Above the Senate Tower, City of Hope. Did the shadow hunting net pick up another signal? How many did you catch this time? The marshal laughed out loud when he saw Jabba return. Jabba had designed several talismans that were meant to monitor the shadows and detect any suspicious movement. This was in order to prevent the shadow swords from penetrating the city as they had before. He was not here to infiltrate, he brought me a message this time. Jabba moved straight to his seat and threw the metal card toward the marshal. He then sat down and covered his face with his right hand. It was clear that he was in a very bad mood. The marshal was surprised by Jabba's sudden change in mood. Then he inserted his soul sense into the metal card. This was not the first time he had dealt with this type of information transfer technology. After only 5 seconds, he took out his soul sense and threw the card aside. What kind of nonsense is this? The content of the letter is actually very simple. Robin tells Jabba to be ready to intervene in the war after the Northern Army and the invading army clash around the Northern Edge Mountain, and also tells him that the demons will help him at the right time. I do not even know where to begin to describe the absurdity of this letter. That person is delusional. Does he think he can see the future? And even determine when the battle will happen, when to intervene, and who will help you? And he actually chooses you from among all people. This is too funny, Marshal Lacrosse quickly found himself a seat and held his stomach from laughing so hard. As for Jabba, he kept covering his face, his lips trembling violently under his hand. Apart from the superficiality with which the marshal read the letter, he knew the true meaning behind it. The shadow hunting net was deployed late, so the shadow swords were filling the city until very recently. This is aside from the spies of the Burton family inside the sect and even inside the Senate itself, and not to mention the new technologies that are appearing every day in the true beginning empire. To say that Robin did not smell the news of a marshal's ship entering all the way to the heart of Hope City is a stretch of the imagination. Robin's message today is far from what it seems. It indicates two things and no third. His Excellency is either giving him another chance to reconsider his decision, or he still refuses to believe that he betrayed him. And in both cases, crack. Jabba removed his hand from his face, smashed the table next to him, and shouted at the marshal. Keep laughing, you motherfucker, and I will use your fangs as a bottle opener. Try me if you want. Chapter 852. On the border of the northern region, the battlefield. You dogs of Asherah, you dare. Halak looked agitated as he saw a large section of the army retreating. What the hell are you doing here? Do you want to hasten the annihilation of your tribe at my hands? As soon as he finished his shout, Halak quickly looked back in front of him, opened his hands wide, and clapped loudly. Bam! The purple cloud that had emerged from the 10 emperors immediately retreated, and the martial emperors were pushed back, 3 of them spitting blood. Part of the cloud avoided the shockwave and continued towards Halak, but Halak's black armor ignited with a blue flame for a moment, completely burning the rest. We are sorry, Ancestor, we are taking too many casualties. The Asherah tribe leader, Arnov, stepped back, clutching his bloody chest. Sorry, stay where you are even if you die. Otherwise, if we get out of this mess alive, there shall be no Asherah tribe in this world anymore. Halak looked like he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He knew that if it weren't for him, the army would have quickly collapsed. He stood there on the border like a fortress that couldn't be shaken no matter what. Sometimes, he would jump on the back of Crixus the Great as he passed by and go with them to the rear lines to rest the army a little and give them a chance to breathe. But no matter how strong he is, everything has its limits, and every person has energy. There is a huge difference between martial emperors on the two sides. There are roughly 900 more martial emperors in the ranks of the Great Serpent Empire, and he alone has to stop them? In fact, if he hadn't been wearing the Purgatory War Armor since the beginning of the battle, he wouldn't have been able to hold out all this time. The Purgatory War Armor was something that Halak made himself, or one could say that he was the one who initiated the idea of making it. One day, he was sitting in the Second Heaven's Chosen Library when he thought of something. It's been a long time since I've held a weapon. The last one turned into 37 pieces after a random attack. I wonder how strong I would be if I had a good weapon. But a weapon like that didn't exist on the planet, so he simply started thinking about making a weapon that could withstand its power. The main material for making his new weapon was of course the scales of his friend Crixus the Great, but that's not all. Halak used his power over the Nihiri giant tribes to gather the rarest resources on the planet and throw them next to his weapon. Then he used half of his refinement percentage for the planet and asked the planet's spirit to merge everything together and give him the most suitable weapon possible. In the end, his masterpiece, which he had thought of randomly one day, took shape. The scales of Crixus the Great and the rare metals were compressed tightly to produce a thin black armor-like paper that looked like a part of Halak's body upon wearing it. The armor was extremely hard and at the same time extremely flexible. It could easily withstand Halak's strength. It also covered his upper body, arms, and fists, so Halak could use it as both a shield and a weapon. More importantly, the planet's spirit gave him an additional advantage because he used his refinement percentage. Crixus' scales provided the armor with its own attribute, the blue flame, the purgatory flame. If it weren't for the continuous protection of the purgatory flame, he would have been subjected to the minor corrosion law more than once. This won't work, that guy has killed 23 martial emperors so far and we haven't been able to scratch him. This way the battle will continue until the end of the day and we will lose more of our men even with the withdrawal of that section of the army. From afar, Marshal Celsius slightly furrowed his brows. We need to separate the northern region lord and the beast king from the rest. Then their powerful support will run out and the beasts will disperse. If that happens, the battle will be over in a matter of minutes. The strength of the giants on their own ground was evident. Even against the ruthless forces of the Great Serpent Empire, they did not seem to be the losing party. And worse, there are hordes of massive beasts fighting alongside them. There are 200 emperor beasts below, each one of them a problem in their own right. With them are hundreds of thousands of beasts with the power of the Sage Realm or less. Ha! Ha! Marshal Xanax stepped back beside his colleague, panting. But how do we do something like this? The first marshal remained silent for over a minute, then motioned for Marshal Serpal to come as well. I will take your bodyguards with me and head towards the northern edge mountain. I bet that bastard and his lizards will follow us. This. Marshals Xanax and Serpal looked at each other anxiously. Big brother Celebus, don't you think it's too risky? Immediately after, they thought of those words and felt ashamed. The first marshal, the strongest of them all, with 300 elite martial emperors all carrying epic weapons, and yet they are afraid that they won't be able to withstand one person and his mount? This. Don't worry, I have a way to avoid contact with him until we reach the northern edge mountain. There, while he is isolated from his army, we will kill him and reap my grand prize. Marshal Sealbus laughed. It's not just the third truth chosen who can manage a good pursuit. Let's go. He then looked at his two colleagues. After I and the special forces leave, I will not need any more support. Kill everyone here first, then spread out and destroy the entire northern region and loot everything in it. I don't want any more disturbance while I refine the planet's spirit. Understand? Yes. The marshals nodded seriously. Ha ha ha, let's go then. Swoosh, swoosh, hold your steps. Halak went crazy as he saw the 300 people, led by the marshal, rushing towards the northern edge mountain. Putting all his strength into his right fist, he unleashed it towards them. Pa! The space instantly warped. The huge pressure waves generated by Halak's fist caught the last one of them and crashed into his back. Arg! That battle emperor's scream didn't last more than a second, and the next moment he exploded like a bubble. Brother Crixus, let's go. Without hesitation, Halak jumped onto his mount and flew after them, but he didn't forget to look back and shout to his followers. I will go and eliminate those bastards quickly and come back. Do not let anyone pass. Defend your lands, defend your honor. The tribe leaders opened their mouths as they watched Halak and the wyvern disappear into the horizon. If they stood where they were with the beasts, they would be able to hold out for an extra day and severely damage the Great Serpent Empire's army. Especially since they had the advantage of land, they could then retreat a little and start a war of attrition as Robin had expected. But that didn't happen. The leaders of the giant tribes sighed in relief and announced a withdrawal, and even a complete withdrawal towards their own lands. Without Halak to forcefully gather them together, there was no longer any reason for them to stand together. Listen to the commander's orders? Protect the homeland? What is that? Myself, then myself, I will return to my own territory to defend it and let the rest burn. That was the usual thinking of the giants anyway. Then the beasts soon followed them in the same way. After the scent of Crixus the Great had moved away a certain distance. In a matter of minutes, the bloody clash turned into a short chase, and in less than an hour, the Great Serpent Empire's army found themselves standing alone. 10 days later, planet Jura, somewhere in the ancestral continent. Where do you think you're going? Attack. Horia. Chapter 853. The siege around the city is in its final steps, Captain. One of the demi-human snakelings came running. If we stayed inside the city longer, we would not be able to get out at all. Damn it. The snake-like martial emperor slapped his head hard. They were told that they would attack empty planets. They were told that they would occupy and destroy them easily as if they were dealing with children, but the truth was different. First, two little monsters appeared and besieged them inside the imperial capital, killing a marshal and more than a quarter of the army. Now, the real imperial army has returned to deal with them. Over the past 10 days, an army has appeared on every continent on planet Jura except for the Flame continent. That army does nothing but scan the cities for any escaped demi-humans to kill, or at least expel them towards the Flame continent. And now, a human general called himself Raiden and his army are besieging the city they took control of since the invasion began. Where the hell did all these armies come from? Who are they fighting in Nihiri then if they are all here? Damn it! That martial emperor struck his forehead again, and then he shouted at the top of his lungs. We don't have any warships left, we can't escape today. Kill as many of them as possible, that's the only way we can force them to retreat. On the other side, Raiden frowned slightly. As the battle raged around him, the city was burning and the screams were rising. He kept floating in the air in his black and gold armor, and the golden cloak that he had drawn black lightning patterns on himself. Instead of intervening in the battle, he stayed where he was, holding his thin spear, and observing what was going on with a frown. This city belonged to a ducal family from what was once called the Lying Water Kingdom, a large city with decent defenses, but it was definitely nothing that could stand up to his army of 50 martial emperors and 50,000 law-using soldiers. If this were a direct confrontation, this city would have been crushed hours ago. But the battle is still going on, and it does not look like it will end anytime soon. There is a reason for that, and it is the citizens. The city has about 1 million people, so Raiden and his soldiers have to be careful and not rush or attack with all their might so as not to harm them in any way. There is worse, there are a number of rebels spread among those citizens. Whenever the soldiers rescue a handful of citizens and try to take them to safety, a few people emerge from among them and attack the soldiers from behind, killing them or causing them deep wounds. They were the people rebels. Of course, after that, the citizens themselves are the ones who catch the rebels and kill them, but it would be too late every time. So far, 3,000 soldiers have been affected by this type of attack. They have also become more cautious in approaching the citizens and have begun to refuse to approach to try to rescue them or get them out of the city, and this has made the situation even worse. They can't get them out of the city, and they can't fight freely because they don't want to hurt them. 10 days have passed since the campaign against the rebels and invaders began, but the progress is very slow due to what is happening now. This is not a direct confrontation between two armies, but an attempt to extract a tumor from a sick body. If this continues, it will take many months before they can kill off the demi-human invaders, and will never be able to get rid of the rebels. General, what should we do? This cannot continue. Prolonging the battle means more casualties, and in the end, we cannot guarantee that any of the citizens will survive. One of Raiden's assistants moved closer and whispered in his ear, "Please give permission to open fire and everything will be resolved." Out of everyone, you are the one who says this. Raiden raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at his assistant. He was one of the few officers from the ancestral continent. "We have to do good for the Empire. The city is full of rebels as you can see. Should we save them so they can stab us in the back later? This is a good opportunity to let them go to the other world as victims of the invaders," the officer spoke seriously. Of course, Raiden understood. If everyone in the city died today, he could announce that they came and found that the invaders were the ones who wiped them out. But he looked back at the city and the citizens being trampled underfoot below. He knew that what his assistant was saying was reasonable from a soldier's perspective, but he didn't have the heart to give such an order, and he didn't think most of the soldiers would obey him either. This was a sin that most people couldn't live with. After a long hesitation, Raiden lowered his head. "Continue a little longer. In a few minutes I'll break through their ranks again and cause some casualties." "General, you've already used this method several times. Those cockroaches are too many and your interventions won't accomplish much. We have to open fire." The assistant was almost mad. Every second a soldier was falling dead. "You wouldn't be called a butcher, or even the first to do it. Didn't you hear about what General Victoria and General Alexander did in the past few days in the continents of wind and water? Or do you want to inflict useless losses on your men like what happened to General Billy's army?" Raiden stared at the ground for a long time and gritted his teeth, then let out a long sigh. "All right then, get ready to open." What is this?" At this moment, red clouds appeared above the city out of nowhere, which quickly began to descend and form into arrowheads. There were thousands of those arrowheads, each of them pointing at one of the city's citizens. Whether the true beginning soldiers or the Great Serpent soldiers, they were all surprised by the scene and disengaged for a moment to understand what was happening. The citizens who were marked by the arrows tried to disperse them as if they were repelling a mosquito, but the arrow made of clouds disintegrated for a moment before gathering again. Some of them tried to run, but the arrow followed them. Everyone remained confused for a few more seconds, until a voice was heard throughout Jura planet. "Excuse me, can everyone hear me?" "Well, from your reactions it seems that you hear me. I am Planetary Emperor Robin Burton. Everyone with a red arrow on them is a rebel who participated in the attack on planet Jura in one way or another. You may kill them all, and please enjoy yourselves doing it." Chapter 854. Half a day earlier. "Ha!" Richard let out a long sigh and opened his eyes. "Father, I have reached 10%. Robin was completely focused on browsing the planet's surface, but Richard's words pulled him out of his focus. "A little more than 9 days, not bad at all. All right, let us get started." Yuri looked very annoyed as she saw Robin approaching. "Haha, why are you looking at me like that? Do not put the boy in an awkward position." Robin laughed and looked into Richard's eyes. "I told you, I will give him the nomination, and he can refuse if he wants." Robin continued, "Ask her to make a virtual identification of all the rebels and everyone who has hatred towards the Empire in their hearts." "Who the hell do you think I am? I am just a little girl, not a god." Yuri stood up and shouted angrily. "Should I open people's hearts to see what is going on in them? Well, fair enough." Robin tapped his chin a few times, then snapped his fingers with a smile. "I have another idea. Ask her to visually identify anyone who participated in any operation against the Empire in the last 20 years. Yuri stood silently, then began to count the spirit force around her and quickly took the shape of a stick. "What, the last 20 years is a lot. Is the last 5 years good?" Robin took a step back, waving with a laugh. But when he saw her getting closer with her eyes glowing and her lips trembling, he panicked. "Damn, well, just the last year. Say something, Richard." Richard, who had been laughing the entire time at their appearance, quickly got up and stood between the two. "Sister Yuri, do you not want to stabilize the planet? I think my father's request is not that unreasonable, and we will all benefit from it. You get the peace that you always wanted. I will protect my homeland from the rebels, and my father will get rid of the internal problems of the Empire." 3 days. Yuri paused and gritted her teeth tightly. I will identify everyone who participated in the rebellion in the first 3 days, and the price will be all 10%. Now that is a good planet spirit. Robin clapped loudly, but when he saw Yuri staring at him, he quickly fell silent. Humph. The good thing was that after that, she ignored him and walked towards the planet image. She put both her hands on it and closed her eyes. You both can do whatever you want until I am done. This might take a while. That little bitch. Robin let out a long sigh when he felt that Yuri had closed her senses to focus on her task. He patted Richard on the shoulder and sat him down in front of him. Come on, in the meantime, I will teach you what I know about the soul domain. At this moment. Ha ha ha, those rebels must be pissing themselves right now. Robin's soul avatar slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. This is what you get out of messing with the wrong person, you bastards. Foof, foof, foof. From the side, Yuri was staring at Robin with extreme anger. Her face almost turned into a tomato red. You son of a. Oh. Robin turned and waved at her quickly. Calm down, where is the cuteness? The boy is still here. Yuri sent a sideways glance towards Richard and found him watching one of the battles with a smile on his face. It was clear that he was very satisfied with the result of his request, so she closed her eyes to control her anger a little. Browsing the entire history of the planet's conflicts for 3 days consumed a lot of her energy and focus. It was without a doubt the hardest thing she had done so far. Yuri then looked into Robin's eyes. The rebels agree on hating you, and most of them were harmed because of you. Whether in the events of the demon attack, which I have not held you accountable for yet, or because of your destruction of their interests on other continents, there are many noble families funding them with a lot of money, training resources, and techniques to overthrow the empire and restore the old order. I do not care who they are. Did you identify those nobles? Robin asked quickly. The request was to identify everyone who participated in the rebellion. Financing and incitement fall under participation. Yes, they have been identified as well. Everyone who has a hand in it in any way has been very active during those 3 days because it is their first and maybe only chance. Yuri then smiled at Robin with annoyance. Hey, do you want to know who the rebels have taken as their leader and who has communicated with the invaders and agreed to cooperate with them? Robin furrowed his brows slightly, knowing immediately that this smile would not bring good news. Do I understand that it is someone I know? Yes and no. Yuri laughed and then clicked her finger, and an image of a person appeared next to her. I present to you your biggest hater in Jura and maybe in all the planets. A man who looked to be in his 40s stood in the image. His hair was disheveled and he had a large mustache covering his mouth. His sharp eyes said that he was extremely intelligent, but he had gone through a lot of suffering at the same time. I do not know him. Robin waved in relief. From the way Yuri acted, he thought she was talking about one of his associates. Oh, but he knows you very well. Yuri laughed. This person is called Christian, the son of a woman named Julia, the daughter of a man named Peter Burton. Does that name remind you of anything? Robin raised one eyebrow for a few seconds, then the other followed suit. My nephew. Hee, you got it right. After the way you executed your blood brother John, your sister Julia immediately fled the family out of fear and married a thug who made her life hell. And fate wanted her and that thug to die together in the stomachs of the things you call demons because of his father's stupidity, who went to provoke a group of demons in the middle of the night. So Christian swore to take revenge on you, the one who turned his life into hell. Yuri continued with a laugh. Immediately after that, he went to the training academies and used his bloodline as a member of the Burton family to return to the family. And after a few lies and over the course of a few years, he was able to obtain high-level cultivation techniques, and he was the one who started the People's Movement. He was the source of the techniques and methods of drawing talismans and divine weapons and many others. He was also the one who started communicating with the families who hated you and uniting them in a huge chain that was growing every day. In fact, he reminds me a little of you. Maybe your father's penis really had magical power, haha. Robin stared at the rebel leader's face, at his little nephew's face, for a few more seconds before sighing. For the sake of some to rise, others must fall. That is the way of life. I have no regrets for anything. Tisk. Yuri's smile was wiped away in annoyance. Do you want me to tell you where he is so you can capture him separately and make an example out of him? That will cost Richard another 5% of his refinement. He lived the first part of his life as an unknown person, scared and hiding with his mother from me and the demons. Robin muttered and shook his head. And the second part he also spent as an unknown person plotting in the dark, afraid of being caught by the shadow swords. No, Yuri, leave him with the red arrow on his head like the rest of them. Let him die at the hands of some random soldier as a scared unknown person as he always was. Tisk. Yuri folded her arms and looked away. Father, are you going to leave the planet's spirit realm now? Richard spoke. Haha, what, do you not want to see that old man with you anymore? Robin patted his son's head. That is not what it is, but, are you not going to do something about the war? You have been here for 10 whole days. Robin laughed and went to continue looking at Jura's image. Who said I have not done anything? There is an arrow I fired 17 days ago, and it is bound to hit any day now. Chapter 855. On the southern north border, World's End Cliff, Planet Gouda. Haha, you look good as usual, Your Majesty King Volpe. I wonder what brought you to the World's End Cliff today. A half-human snake that was over 2 meters tall laughed out loud. His features were closer to human-like with a noticeable nose and slightly wide eyes, but his slit pupils and cracked skin easily gave him away. At this moment, the half-human snake was standing on the edge of an extremely deep cliff. It looked like he was standing in front of an abyss that reached the center of the planet. The ground beneath the person's feet looked like embers, and behind him, the trees and rocks looked like they came from the depths of hell. Beside him were two human girls with dark red skin, fanning themselves with hand fans to cool him down. First General Harus, let's get straight to the point. Give me back my daughter. On the other side of the world's end cliff, the person called King Volpe replied while gritting his teeth. Then he slowly raised his face, revealing his features from under the blanket he was wrapping himself in. It was a fox. That fox was just under 2 meters tall, standing on 2 feet like a human and wearing luxurious clothes befitting a king. Even the way he spoke and his expressions were very human-like. Other than that, his face was completely that of a fox. He had fox ears, fox claws, and everything. That King Volpe was wearing several layers of clothes and standing on a snowy ground. Behind him nothing could be seen except the thick fog and a dull storm carrying the snow around. The abyss was barely a mile or two wide, but it seemed to cut through 2 different worlds, 2 different types of hell. Haha, I do not know what you are talking about, Your Majesty. Did you lose your daughter? Tisk. Where was she last seen? General Harus tried to look moved and nodded, then he gestured to a red-skinned human girl who brought him a drink cup filled with ice cubes. Oh, come here, my only pleasure. Oh, what were we saying? Harus. King Volpe gritted his teeth and tried to remain calm. My daughter is used to going to the other side to pick the lava spring flower for her sick mother. I have warned her against this act more than once, but I cannot stop her. In any case, she did not harm you and did not intend to do any sabotage on your side. How do I know that? General Harus shook his head. Do I have to allow anyone and everyone to enter my territory? Just because you have animal heads doesn't mean you have animal brains too, or is that the case? Heh. Watch your tongue. King Volpe removed the blanket he was covering himself with and shouted loudly. I spent hundreds of years fighting against your Marshal Snight, a fierce war that claimed tens of millions of lives, and yet he never dared to touch one of my sons. There is something among leaders called honor, have you ever heard of it? Marshal Snight heard of it and spent hundreds of years fighting you because of it. Heh. General Harus took another sip. You. King Volpe took a step forward and was about to jump, but one of his assistants in the back grabbed him and gave him a meaningful look. Let me go. King Volpe pushed the person who had caught him away, but he did not rush back over the edge. They had been fighting the Great Serpent Planetary Empire for far too long and they knew what they were capable of. Marshal Snight had been fighting them for far too long and whenever they felt their sacrifices were paying off and victory was near, a whole new fleet would be called in to thwart them and drive them back near the lair. It got worse after First General Harus arrived as support nearly 20 years ago. The number of fleets reached 5, including the Marshal's personal forces, that is, 600 Marshal Emperors. In addition to that, General Harus's harsh nature and twisted personality caused them to lose a lot of land and resources, and they did not dare to open their mouths since he arrived. King Volpe crosses the abyss and bites Harus's neck? That is simple, but will the 600 Marshal Emperors behind him and Marshal Snight remain motionless? Even though he recently received an epic weapons package from the Overlord, he did not want another major war until the number of Marshal Emperors in his army increased. And that will not happen anytime soon due to the scarcity of food on the planet in general, and due to the poor chances of their bloodlines procreating. King Volpe clenched his fists tightly. Give me my daughter and I will hand you 5,000 ice energy pearls. Your Majesty. The fox-headed figures behind the king screamed in panic, but he silenced them with a wave. General Harus widened his eyes, but quickly returned them to normal and said nothing. Ice energy pearls are one of the most valuable resources on planet Gutta. Although they are not completely pure and carry impurities of ice law, this is what makes them sought after in the middle planetary belt. Anyone who cultivates a heavenly law related to low temperatures will pay anything to obtain these pearls. Also, the manufacturers of equipment and arrays and the like benefit greatly from this type of special pearls. It is undoubtedly one of the reasons why the Great Serpent Empire has preferred to fight here for all these years despite the heavy losses they are suffering. And most importantly, the planet does not contain that many pearls. If he took the 5,000 ice energy pearls from the king, that means he is eliminating a large portion of the new generation of Marshal Emperors on planet Gutta. You really love your daughter. Harus showed a small smile, trying not to show too much enthusiasm. Make it 20,000 ice energy pearls then. 10,000. King Volpe clenched his teeth tightly after realizing what he had done by proposing this deal. On the condition that you bring her to me immediately without harm, Harus, if I find a single scratch on her, the deal will be cancelled. Haha, of course, just wait a little while and she will be here. General Harus laughed awkwardly, then whispered in the ears of those around him and pushed them away. Go and capture her immediately, they must not feel a damn thing. What exactly am I waiting for? It has been 6 hours since my daughter crossed the abyss, she must be in your possession, I want to see her immediately. General Harus waved seriously. Calm down there, I said I would bring her to you and that is it. King Volpe roared in a low voice, wanting with all his being to go and swallow Harus, but he feared for his daughter and his people. Boom. At this moment, an explosion came from an area not far behind General Harus, and then a voice was heard. Father, do not give them anything, I am coming. Sandaria. King Volpe took out 2 curved swords. What is going on behind you? What are you doing to my daughter? I told you to calm down. First General Harus shouted with absolute authority. We just do not want to hurt her, so we let her play around as she pleases, but I will send someone to capture her and bring her in now. The words did not seem convincing to King Volpe at all. How is it possible that she has been wandering around for 6 hours and you have not captured her yet? She is just a mid-level Marshal Empress. Are you playing with my daughter, Harus? General Harus gritted his teeth. He really did not have an explanation to give. How could he tell him that he had a severe shortage of soldiers after most of them had been assigned to the war against the true beginning empire? The room. At this moment, a space warship appeared from above the clouds, looking like a huge metal snake, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. General Harris raised his eyebrows as he saw the ship enter the airspace. He had no idea that there was support coming. Chapter 856. 17 days ago, during the Battle of Safe City. Hey, die you scum. As one of the true beginning emperors shouted, an instant space portal opened behind him and he was pulled into it. Then it quickly closed. His opponent was surprised by what had just happened, but he shouted and chose another opponent for himself. When that martial emperor felt a shadow sword pulling him, he was happy and thought that he would be taken away to be treated and rested. But Buzz, what is going on here? The next moment, that emperor found himself standing in front of a huge spaceship in a desert. Wait a little longer and you will find out. The shadow sword entered the instant space portal again. These events were happening everywhere during the Battle of Safe City. The shadow swords opened space portals in all the battlefields until 100 martial emperors were randomly pulled out. Then 100 martial emperors arrived, wondering among themselves what happened or asking the shadow swords. But they did not get any answers. They were just ordered to sit in their places and wait, and they did so with annoyance, but without worry. They knew very well how harsh the soul oath that the shadow swords took upon themselves was. They knew that whatever was happening now was definitely His Excellency's order, since even generals could not give such big orders to the shadow swords. After a while, the first demon emperor arrived, then the second and third until the number reached 100, headed by Morin, one of the 3 leaders of the demon race, which made the situation even stranger for everyone. In the end, Old Man Gu also arrived with a number of rune masters from the research and development team, scratching his head like the rest, not knowing what was going on. Then, Charles Burton, the second man in the shadow sword system after His Highness Prince Theo, appeared before everyone. Everyone bowed slightly towards him, except Old Man Gu and Morin, who only nodded towards him. Welcome everyone, congratulations to all of you for being chosen for this difficult yet exciting mission. Charles put his hand behind his back. His Excellency has given the orders to begin the counterattack that we have been secretly working on for the past months. Counterattack. Old Man Gu frowned slightly. You will be sent on this ship to invade one of the planets controlled by the Great Serpent Empire, called Planet Gutta. Shadow Emperor Charles walked towards them. According to the information we extracted from the prisoners, that particular planet has a strong resistance that is equal in size to the Great Serpent Empire's army there. It is also a very important planet to them and they must always control it because they fear the development of its local population. They even say that there is a planetary empire on the way to grow there. That is precisely why it was chosen as the target of the counterattack. Then he stood up and looked into the eyes of Old Man Gu and Morin. Your mission is to help the locals of Planet Gutta fight the forces of the Great Serpent Empire and establish a good relationship with them in the process. Then find a way to build a space portal on the planet and make it a foothold for us to strike the rest of the Great Serpent Empire. Then with a wave of his hand, he spread out several hundred small metal cards. Here you will find the instant translation technique used by the Great Serpent Empire. Learn it on the way there. And those are the drivers of one of the spaceships. They were captured after we took down a ship and were tamed by His Excellency personally. They will be obedient to any order given to them, do not ask how. Then he snapped his fingers and several shadow swords appeared beside him, each one holding a demi-human. They will take command of the ship until you safely reach Planet Gutta and complete your mission. The demi-humans gave the military salute of the true beginning empire and then walked in an orderly manner to the ship and started the engines under everyone's eyes. His Excellency informs you that this mission will be essential in the war. If the Great Serpent Empire feels that their possessions are threatened, they will withdraw their soldiers or at least not send more reinforcements. Victory or defeat depends on your success or failure. Then he lightly threw a space ring to Old Gu. You will find a few things here that may help you establish a good relationship with the people of Planet Gutta. Enjoy the trip. Swoosh. Charles disappeared, and then all the shadow swords from the area followed him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a long time, Demon Emperor Morin and Old Man Gu exchanged glances and opened their mouths at the same time. Ha! Current time. Inside the warship. Sir, we have approached the abyss separating the north and south as you ordered. One of the ship's drivers spoke like a robot, his eyes downcast. He did not seem to be conscious. As they had been on the way for the past 2 weeks or so, Old Man Gu asked the ship's pilots many questions and learned some general information. As expected of a planet that has spent hundreds of years in war, it would not be easy to get involved there. If he landed in the Great Serpent territory directly, then he would not have accomplished anything. He might have just stayed in Planet Nehri and fought them there. And if he landed in the locals' lands, they might think they are the Great Serpent Empire's associates and start a direct battle against them. So he decided to land at the border between the 2 regions to observe the situation first. Everyone get ready, we will enter hostile territory at any moment. Old Man Gu let out a loud shout that resounded throughout the ship. Upon hearing the words, the 200 martial emperors inside the ship stood up, their faces showing extreme worry. Some of them still had injuries from the Safe City battle. When His Excellency invaded Greenland, he took hundreds of thousands of soldiers with him. In the invasion of the farm, he sent the massive demon army. But here in a new world filled with the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers and many powerful locals, they were the only ones sent? Old Gu took a few slow breaths to calm himself down. He knew that His Excellency had chosen him out of everyone to establish good relations with the locals. He must not fail in his mission no matter what. What is going on over there? Old Gu narrowed his eyes slightly and pointed in a certain direction. In the direction he pointed, there were traces of a large battle. That seems dangerous. Morin spoke in a rough voice. Landing right next to a battle did not seem like a good idea. We have to take the initiative. In that spot, we will find our enemies and we will definitely find the locals. Is that not why we are here? Old Gu patted the ship pilot's head. Take us there. Chapter 857. Boom, boom. Stand still, you bitch. Don't think you can go anywhere today. A mid-level martial emperor of the Great Serpent Empire shouted angrily. His face and body were covered in light injuries. Humph, just wait until I tell my father what is going on. The voice was that of a human female, but the face was that of a fox. In fact, she looked like King Volpe, but with slightly cuter features. The girl was holding a katana sword that glowed red. An extremely cold white aura surrounded her. At this moment, the fox girl was surrounded by 6 martial emperors, 2 of whom were mid-level martial emperors, and the rest were low-level martial emperors. Although they all used some form of the minor corrosion law, they could not get too close to her because of that sword and that strange aura. Do not spare a drop of blood, kill her now, and then we will negotiate with Marshal Snight to reward us with double that amount. The mid-level emperor shouted nervously. He started to burn his blood madly. Humph, do you think that only you know how to burn his beast blood? The white aura around the fox girl also began to intensify. Wait a minute, what are you doing? Meanwhile, 2 of the Great Serpent soldiers quickly came and stood next to that mid-level martial emperor. They whispered in his ear, General Haruz wants the girl alive. What? That bitch is the current mediator between those damned locals and the 3-tailed fox Devas. Killing her will disrupt the relationship between them and weaken the locals until they find an alternative. How can we let this opportunity slip away? The messenger quickly replied, her father will pay 10,000 ice energy pearls as a ransom for her. 10,000. Even that mid-level martial emperor was shocked by the number. That number is a little less than what we were able to collect after hundreds of years. How could they sacrifice all that for one girl? It seems they do not have an alternative to her as a mediator for Devas if she is killed. That is an additional reason to kill her immediately. Do not forget why we do what we do. We might not be able to get our hands on 10,000 pearls even if we wait another 100 years. We need to take them now and kill her later. The messenger sent back. The reason they invaded the planets was to gather resources in the first place. Killing locals was a side thing to help them with their main mission. I am afraid this cannot be done. That mid-level martial emperor pointed at her. That bitch even infiltrated the military barracks and cities we occupied and saw the situation there. She knows we do not have an army here anymore. The locals knew that if they did not have enough soldiers, they would be overthrown immediately. And planet Gouda is not like any other that they can come and go as they please. They have been struggling for hundreds of years to maintain 50% control over the planet. If they lose their foothold now, they might never be able to return. I know what to do. The mid-level martial emperor smiled cruelly. Help us grab her and rip out her hands, tongue, and throat. With their healing techniques, they will not be able to cure her for a few years, that is if they cure her at all, heh. But her father said that the deal would be cancelled if he found a scratch on her. So what will he do? Leave her for us to kill in front of him. He still needs her as a mediator. Treating her for a few years is better than looking for another mediator. The most he can do is pay 8,000 instead of 10,000. The mid-level martial emperor laughed, then motioned for the 2 newly arrived messengers to take their positions. The 2 of them sighed and heard the orders, thus becoming 8 martial emperors against 1. Sandaria heard every word from the side. They were treating her as if she was already helpless. From what she heard, maybe she really was. Ah! Sandaria screamed loudly and started stirring the beast blood in her body. You want to capture me? Come on then. But out of the 8 of you, I will kill at least 6. I want to see who will be the bravest to take the first step. Tisk. The mid-level martial emperor furrowed his brows and started to lightly burn his blood as he advanced. He knew that killing this girl would not be easy due to the amount of beast blood flowing in her body. V-room. At this moment, everyone raised their necks and saw a warship belonging to the Great Serpent Empire approaching them at a very high speed. When Sandaria saw this scene, she took a few steps back. Her mouth and eyes were wide open and she swallowed her saliva audibly. Haha, this is simply amazing. The mid-level emperor looked back at Sandaria. It seems that the heavens want you dead today. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The warship fired its cannons downwards. Sandaria gently raised her hand to touch her tongue and neck as if to bid them farewell. Then she roared again and started screaming as she burned her blood madly. Hey! No matter what happens, she must take a number of them with her before she falls. Ha ha, The mid-level emperor laughed out loud, until he felt something light up in his eye. Boom! One of the cannon shots hit his face and sent him flying backwards. Sandaria was surprised at how well the ship's crew was aiming. Boom, boom, boom. But she was surprised that all the martial emperors around her were directly hit. FRR. The ship quickly landed not far from Sandaria, who took a defensive position. At the same time, she looked towards the door with expectant eyes, 1,000 questions in her head. Puff! The main door opened and Old Gu appeared, exchanging the same surprised looks with her. A human who was not red. A fox standing on 2 legs. Chapter 858. Oh, she is talking. Old man Gu opened his eyes wide. Sandria almost shouted at him not to treat her like an animal, but she did not have time. A standard human? What are you doing here? What are you doing inside one of our ships? The mid-level Great Serpent Emperor stood in shock and asked. He had forgotten that he had been shot in the middle of his head by a cannon. Kill them. Old Mangu raised his hand and pointed at the mid-level martial emperor as if he were seeing a dead person. Kill me? Do you know who we are? Do you? The mid-level martial emperor shouted and was about to attack Old Mangu. Step, step. As Demon Emperor Morin slowly walked out, the Great Serpent martial emperors retreated. Even Sandria took 2 steps back in terror. It was about 3 meters tall, its color was deep crimson, it had 2 spiral horns and long white hair. And most importantly, its aura suggested that it was not much weaker than the first General Haru's or King Volpe. Morin stuck out his long tongue and licked his dry lips. It has been a while since the last meal. Run! The 8 martial emperors felt a shiver in their backs as they scattered in all directions. Follow them! Morin shouted loudly, and in a moment, dozens of demon emperors came out and started a chase. Ah! Sandria also jumped up and jumped backward, wanting to escape from those creatures. Out of fear, she did not think for a moment that she was running in the opposite direction of her father. Wait! Old Mangu gestured to her, but she refused to stop, so he pushed another human martial emperor who was standing next to him. Stop her, the first impression of us should not be that bad. All right. That emperor nodded, sparks exploded in his eyes, and the next moment he disappeared. He was a martial emperor using the lightning law. Swoosh! The next moment, that human martial emperor blocked Sandria's path and motioned for her to calm down. Miss, just listen to General Gu, do not make things difficult for us. Swoosh! 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 Old Gu and a number of other human martial emperors arrived and stood around Sandria at this moment. Technically, she had escaped from the Great Serpent Soldier's siege and fallen into the siege of a handful of humans. Hee, I greet you, niece, we just want to get to know you, that is all. Did you not see us fighting your enemies just now? A gentle expression covered Old Mangu's face, he could not mess it up. But she did not underestimate those humans, especially that person who had caught up to her in the blink of an eye. She slowly started to burn her beastly blood as he took a defensive stance. You do not want to hurt me? You used those snakelings' instant translation technique and got off their ship. Is this another trick of that reckless bastard Pythor? I bet those 8 martial emperors who pretended to escape are safe now. Step, step. Morin appeared again, this time walking slowly with a corpse in his hand. He opened his mouth wide and took a big chunk of meat from it whenever his mouth was empty. Sandria felt her heart stop, the corpse was horribly disfigured, but she recognized it in the blink of an eye. It was the mid-level martial emperor who almost killed her a moment ago. Eating victims is not strange to the people of planet Gouda because of the scarcity of food, as they are forced to hunt the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire as food. They do not enjoy it, rather they cook them properly until their features completely disappear, but that crimson monster was gnawing at the emperor's head like it was candy. Tisk! The human martial emperors spat beside them or looked away. Hey! Old Mangu shouted at Morin. Did we not agree that you do these activities away from us? Do you want to scare the little miss? Tisk! Do whatever you want then, we will go check out the barracks we saw during the landing. I think there are still some snakes there, hee. Morin gave a shuddering laugh, then took the 100 demon emperors with him and flew north at high speed. Well, I guess that is good too. Old Mangu shrugged and looked back at the girl. Please excuse them, they are a bit of a special race, but do not worry, they will not hurt you at all. Sandria took a few steps back. Who are you? What is going on here? You are one of the locals, right? Old Gu respected the distance the fox girl kept between them and did not get any closer. Sandria looked around, trying to find a way to escape, but the presence of that lightning-using person made her think twice, so she sighed. Yes, I am one of the locals of the planet. Excellent. Old Mangu clapped with laughter. Can you point us to the king or the chief, or the decision-maker in general? We can meet wherever he wants. Sandria remained silent for a moment, then nodded. If those people here were truly at peace, that would be for the best. Their golden and black armor seemed to be in better shape than the Great Serpent Empire's weapons, and their individual strength did not seem to be far behind them either. She wanted with all her soul and blood to tell her father that there were no soldiers on the other side. It was inconceivable that they would get rid of an enemy only to have another one like him come to them. Not to mention those crimson monsters. Harus, you dare to fire the ship's cannons at my daughter? I will kill you. The king was about to go crazy, but his assistants grabbed him by the hands and feet and he would have already crossed the abyss. Calm down, you know the power of the cannons, how can they hurt a mid-level martial emperor? She will be fine. First General Harus spoke confidently, but he was very worried, as the behavior of that ship was absolutely unusual, so he began to whisper to the rest of the people beside him to go and see what was happening. Do not worry, father, I am fine. At this moment, a voice came from behind General Harus. Sandria. King Volpe shouted happily as he saw his daughter coming out from the shadows of the infernal trees. General Harus was surprised that she came on her own without a guard, and took out a short sword. Be obedient and come stand by my side. Harus, you dare. King Volpe shouted again. Haha, I am closer to her than you. If you make a wrong move, I will kill her with a single strike. Give me the 10,000 ice energy pearls and she is yours. General Harus looked back into the king's eyes and laughed out loud. He did not give the girl another look, that is how harmless he thought she was. But at this moment a voice was heard from behind him that made his laughter stop. Hello there, can I come to stand by your side? Chapter 859. General Harus's laughter disappeared in an instant, and he quickly looked back. Dozens of individuals started to descend behind Sandaria one after another. For the first time in 20 years, he saw people who did not have fox heads, cracked snake skin, or dark red skin. They were ordinary humans like the ones on the poison rot planet. Humans who are wearing gold and black epic armor. General Haruz widened his eyes. You are from that planetary empire on planet Nihiri. You guessed it, ha. It cannot be that you think you are the only one who can attack, right? Old Gu laughed and then sent his colleagues to start surrounding that person through the thoughts conveying technique. Indeed, they started to slowly move to the sides to cut off any path to him. Old Gu had heard about the person called General Haruz. He was a person with the strength of martials and great talent and ambition. There was not a single person among them who could fight this person man to man, so they had to act smartly. Be on your guard, something is happening. King Volpe did not understand anything, but he ordered him to follow the movements of the humans and spread his men along the cliff as well. 30 fleets, 21 fleets fighting in Nihiri, 9 fleets distributed to your other planets, with them 8 marshals with their special forces leading them, all armed with an epic weapon package, and yet you have enough forces and the courage to launch a counterattack. General Haruz muttered in disbelief. This is something they never thought of even in their dreams. Old Man Gu opened his eyes wide and the rest of the martial emperors froze in their places. This was the first time they had heard of armies being sent to their homeland. As long as His Excellency, His Majesty Planetary Emperor Robin Burton is there is nothing to worry about. Fortunately, Old Man Gu quickly regained his composure. You are the ones who started making this war personal by attacking our homelands, and now you will pay the price. You will pay the price. You will see the true might of the empire of the beginning. Arrest him. Old Man Gu's words ignited anger in the hearts of the true beginning emperors. For them, the matter had turned from an operation to prevent reinforcements from going to Nihiri to a revenge operation for their homelands. I knew this was a stupid idea from the start. Since they did not include me in that stupid marshals meeting and take my opinion, then they should bear the loss of planet Gouda. I have nothing to do with it. The first general spat on the ground in annoyance and then looked back at Volpe. Do not trust those humans, they are just like us and worse, but do not worry, we will come and get what is ours very soon, haha. You are not going anywhere. The lightning and wind martial emperors took the initiative to attack from all directions. Humph! A purple mist immediately appeared around the first general, and everything that touched the mist vanished. Even his assistants and the red-skinned girls beside him turned to dust, and even the ground below him started to fall. Just wait, you do not know who you have messed with yet. The first General Haruz was not an idiot to just stand there and fight all of them, so he jumped backward into the abyss. Capture him. Old Man Gu immediately unleashed his attack and jumped after him, with all the true beginning emperors following him. Do not let that filthy bastard escape. King Volpe raised his swords and charged at Haruz with his might. Damn it! The moment Old Man Gu entered the abyss, he knew why Haruz decided to choose it as his escape route. As a level 42 martial emperor, his whole body began to feel turbulent, and his flight was no longer regular. Even the energy paths in his body were not working at full efficiency as he tried to attack, and his soul began to shake slightly, causing a headache. And it was not just him, all the martial emperors behind him showed these turbulences, but they continued to chase anyway. It turned out that the fox-headed people on the other side decided to fly parallel to the abyss and did not jump into it because of this. The only ones who did not seem too affected were General Haruz, and behind him, King Volpe, chasing him like a madman, ignoring any effects. Go back to the cliff and wait there. Sandaria shouted and then jumped after her father. As a mid-level martial empress, the oppression was not as severe on her as the rest of them. Old Gu had no say about it as he saw the distance between them and General Haruz widening fast, so he sighed and gave the order to turn back. Then he sent out the lightning and wind users to pursue the chase from the side of the cliff, but the distance had already widened a lot. As for him, he stood still, looking at the abyss. It was a terrifying sight, and the experience of crossing it was even more terrifying, suppressing the body, soul, and energy. It was barely a mile or two wide, but only someone at the peak of the Sage Realm could cross this abyss and reach the other side alive. Just what was this abyss hiding? A few minutes later, Old Gu heard the sound of the spaceship engines that he was used to, so he looked towards its source. There, he saw more than 10 ships heading upwards towards leaving the planet. Behind them were King Volpe and a number of local martial emperors, along with the emperors of the true beginning, attacking the ships like madmen. They quickly managed to shoot down 6, but the remaining 4 managed to activate the maximum speed in time and disappeared, having left the planet. Old Man Gu frowned slightly. He did not know what happened, but he could clearly hear King Volpe's angry screams. General Haruz had escaped. Chapter 860. General Harrow's escape was not the end of that day, but its beginning. After a few minutes of King Volpe's anger and screaming, he returned to the barracks from which the 10 ships had emerged and began to attack everything relentlessly. Boom, boom. A short while later, all 8 of King Volpe's aides returned and crossed the abyss once more and disappeared behind the snowstorms. Not much time passed before a loud sound was heard that resounded throughout the planet. Boo-hoo. As the war horns spread, the lightning and wind martial emperors returned to Old Gu's side. Right after them, Sandria landed lightly in front of Old Gu. This time she showed a confident smile and placed her hands behind her back. I informed my father about the shortage of soldiers on the Great Serpent Empire's side and he decided to declare a state of alert for the army. Everyone is now mobilizing to reclaim what is ours. You have no problem with that, right? Of course not, this is a natural reaction from a wise king. It is your territory and it must be returned to your control as soon as possible. Old Man Gu laughed gently. His smile soon faded a little and he stared into the girl's eyes. But I am afraid I need to ask for some time with His Majesty as soon as possible. We have come from far away to help as you can see. Sandria slightly furrowed her furry eyebrows. She knew she was dealing with an old fox in human clothing. Old Mangu's manner was clear: we came in peace, but I will not allow ourselves to be marginalized. Sandria nodded. I, the mediator of the three-tailed fox Devas, and the only daughter of His Majesty King Volpe, will entertain you until my father prepares to meet with you. Is that good enough? Hee, good enough, good enough. Old Mangu rubbed both his hands together. Of course, he had no problem. He came here for two missions. The first was to help the locals prevail and liberate their lands. For some reason, this was much easier than he expected and there were no casualties. Most likely the reason was the Great Serpent Empire's attack on Jura, Greenland, and Orphan Blood planets. This was something that His Excellency and the Shadow Swords did not know about, which is why they sent 200 martial emperors here. The second task is to establish good relations with them. He just has to be a little strict so they do not get treated weakly and everything will be fine. We have an understanding then. Please wait a bit. I have sent to bring a number of coats made of Arctic rhinoceros seal skin so you can reach the other side. These fancy metal armors will only make things worse for you. Sandria pointed to the other side of the abyss with a smile. What happens next will be important for whatever conversations will take place between these strangers and her father. The southern hemisphere of the planet is so cold that only minimal signs of life are allowed. Even those who carry the blood of the three-tailed fox doofus in their bodies and are covered in a thick layer of fur have to wear heavy clothing made of the skins and fur of certain beasts. This was one of the main reasons that prevented the Great Serpent Empire's army from holding any land on the other side. Every now and then, whenever a new fleet came to them, they would advance and push the White Fox tribe's army back and control a large piece of land. But the extremely bad weather conditions made them lose it quickly and return to the other half. Not only that, but the battles that take place daily near the abyss are due to the half-snakes trying to steal ice from the other side so that they can withstand the high heat. And the fact that these humans stand in this heat with all these means that they have some kind of mutation and tend to be hot-blooded, right? When those bald humans step on the other side and lose the ability to stand up straight, they will know the difference between them and be polite in future discussions. Haha, you are such a sweet little lady. This old man is very grateful. Old Mangu clapped with a smile, then shook his head. But you do not need to tire yourself out, dear. We can take care of ourselves. Come on, lead the way. Sandria looked at Old Mangu and the rest of the humans behind him for a long time, then sighed and shrugged. I advised you, but then again you are free to do as you please. Let's go. Shush. Old Mangu laughed secretly. He knew what the girl was thinking, of course, then motioned for the rest of the young men around him to follow him. His old heart started to jump a little excitedly. Orphan Blood Planet. Clatter. Clatter. Hey how did you know our escape route? You bastards dared to attack the Lightning Bull tribe? You are dead. Kill them all. V-Room. While the battle was raging in a barren land hidden within the valleys, a space warship appeared that was larger than the rest and had a different appearance. The ship's door opened and a serious-looking demi-human, with a large body and a square face, came out. The man looked down at the ongoing battle, took a deep breath, and spoke in a voice that everyone heard. Local Aru, I know you are with them down there. It is over. Surrender to the new reality and live as a loyal servant to a being greater than you and all of us. Let me think. The answer came quickly. A handsome young man appeared in front of him with two thick horns and long white hair. The young man laughed and looked down. Lightning Bulls, do you want to be loyal servants? No. Well, I tried. Aru shrugged with a laugh, then gripped his spear tightly and struck forward. Kaka. Chapter 871. Within Robin's soul domain. What? Robin shouted at Evergreen the moment he saw her. Bah! Evergreen jumped up from her rocking bed and fell to the ground. Ouch, what's wrong with you? What happened to make you give that strong alarm? I was in the middle of something important. Robin furrowed his brows. His annoyance with Evergreen had been growing every time he saw Evergreen. But Evergreen didn't swallow his manner. She stepped forward and kicked him in the leg as usual. There's nothing more important than me, don't yell at me again. You be. Robin wanted to respond with a slap over her head, but he sighed instead. Never mind, arguing with you is pointless. What's going on with you? What did that tasteless bitch tell you to make you get mad at me? Of course, Evergreen understood what was happening immediately. Where do I start? Oh, what about the fact that planets don't like partners? I can't believe you'd come up with such a lie to lure me into refining you before my own homeland. Do you think I'm a child for you to play with? Robin raised his fist threateningly. Whoa, what fool would reject you if you flexed your muscles a little? Evergreen raised her hands. I wasn't speaking in general, I was just talking about your situation. Then why isn't that the case? Yuri rejected me. Oh, she rejected you? How unfortunate, hee. Evergreen put her hand over her mouth and laughed. Bah, ouch, what's my fault if she's blind and doesn't know where good is for her? And what about the fact that the soul-filling technique is harmful? Why didn't you tell me? Robin was still shocked by Yuri's fear of the technique, while Evergreen was encouraging him to use it more. Again, it depends on who you are. If you, the one with the golden eye, can't find a solution, then throw your eye in the trash and I'll destroy myself and get it over with. Evergreen shouted while closing her eyes. Robin didn't find a response. Ha. Evergreen calmed herself down then went to gently pull Robin's sleeve. My dear owner, don't compare yourself to anyone. That bitch wants to cause a rift between us because she refused to take the risk and is just jealous. I'm not trying to hurt you. How can I even think about hurting you when you are already my owner? I just know who I'm dealing with and give you your due. Why did you summon me? Robin sighed and asked. Understanding ancient beings like the planet spirits was still too difficult for him. Peon and the rest finished the portal work and I have the new coordinates for you. Evergreen smiled, then passed the coordinates directly to Robin. They're done with it already? But the army. Robin frowned slightly, then immediately walked out of the Sol domain without adding another word. Planet Greenland. Below the ancient wood mine, or what was known as Tree Father Lapican. Shii. A soldier of the Great Serpent Empire was swinging on a cloth bed tied between two branches, chewing some kind of grass with satisfaction. Ha! This is life, man, this is life. You are right. Beautiful weather, unbelievably dense natural energy, and food are abundant everywhere, to the point that fruit rots on the trees while animals and beasts die of old age. Isn't this how they describe what heaven is? His friend was leaning on another huge branch. The soldiers of the Empire came from the planet Poison Rock with its harsh environment and acid rain, then they tested 8 planets after it. Each one of them had a problem in one way or another. One is too small, another has infertile land, another has an overly fierce native population, and another has barely any natural energy. It has been established in their minds for too long that there is no way that there is a normal planet that contains all the features. With this belief in their heads, it will be easier for them to deal with any new environment without losing much passion. But Greenland is an exception without a doubt. Remember what the Overlord said when he gave His Majesty Pythor the coordinates of the dwarf world planet. The soldier lying on the rocking bed muttered as he enjoyed the gentle sunlight caressing his face. Yeah, it's something we all know, and it's the reason we've been wandering in space for 10,000 years. His comrade nodded. He said that the planet's coordinates cost him a lot and that he wouldn't give us any more. Exactly, the dwarf world planet is small and contains almost nothing special except the dwarves themselves, and yet he talked about its coordinates as if they were a fortune. I wonder how much the coordinates of a planet like that are worth. The soldier leaning on the branch turned to his comrade, laughing. What, do you want to sell the coordinates? Ha ha, nice joke. The sleeping soldier looked up at the sky again. I just feel like we can't make the most of this planet. Look at that tree we're sleeping on, it alone can provide the raw materials for another army like ours. I think it would be better if His Majesty or the Overlord sold the coordinates. It seems that sleeping too much here has affected your mind. His colleague looked down at the ground, but he didn't laugh this time. This place was really too perfect. Even they, as soldiers of a planetary empire that controls 9 planets, felt they didn't deserve it. Ha! I think we should join one of the campaigns soon. Staying still like this will drive me crazy. The soldier lying on his bed sat up on his side and turned to look at his colleague. I heard that a large campaign will soon start heading northwest. Will you go with me? His colleague laughed. Where should I accompany you, clown? If you mean to attack the last rebel gathering point, then the campaign has already started. Ha! The soldier jumped up from his bed. Damn, why weren't our headquarters soldiers called in to attack too? His colleague laughed proudly. I think they have enough soldiers. Why would they withdraw the headquarters protection soldiers? As long as the marshal is there at their head, that rebel spot will inevitably be crushed. Arg! The other soldier stomped his foot in the air several times and lay back on his back. I've been planning for so long for the moment I'll meet a local. Why never get the chance? Oh, what would you do if you met one? I'll kill them all with one spit, haha. Oh, what else? I'll slaughter them and hang their heads up for the rest of the rebels to see and eat the rest of their bodies as punishment for what they did to us all those days. That sounds violent. Haha, that's natural, those damned locals deserve everything I'm going to do to them. Chapter 872. Sure. The soldier's head fell from a great height, his eyes and mouth wide open. He did not know how he was killed. Pa! At the moment he hit the ground, his eyes were fixed on the head of his colleague who was talking to him a moment ago. Everything happened quickly. It is unknown whether the two still had some consciousness as they looked at each other, knowing for sure that they were dead. It is unknown the seas of words, despair, and shock that they thought about as life flowed out. As for their killer above, he did not care about what was happening to those two. He stood with his long black hair and black eyes as dark as a moonless night. The bottom half of his face was covered by a mask, and he was wearing a loose black robe and several pieces of scattered black armor. He just looked at his dead for a second, holding his 2 long daggers. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, pointing upwards. Continue cleansing. I want Labakan's body free of any filth within 30 minutes. Swoosh, swoosh. The shadows next to the young man shook and jumped up without saying a word. Then the young man with long black hair inserted his soul sense into his ring. Peon, the news has been confirmed. There is a large force heading towards the northwest region. There is no major target in that direction other than Lagoon City. Do what you have to do. Understood. The reply came to him quickly. Do not die. Then he took out his spirit sense again and jumped up in complete silence, with more victims waiting for him. Naturally, this was Theo doing his favorite task since the war began, terrorizing and wiping out. For any invading enemy, the army must first seize the defenses in the land they conquered. If there are no defenses, they must build one and take refuge behind it before moving on to conquer more lands. Of course, the Great Serpent Empire was no exception. As they did in Nihari, Jura, and even Orphan Blood, here in Greenland too the ships would choose well-defended cities, kill everyone in them, and then fortify them further themselves. Then they would send more soldiers in different directions to repeat the action so they would have complete control over the entire area around those cities. Only this way could they say that they had a percentage of control over a planet. But Theo would not allow that. Whenever the Great Serpent Empire's army attacked a city, killed its inhabitants, and began to take it as a headquarters, Theo would wait until the main army came out to look for their next target. Then he would take the available shadow swords and go clear that city of soldiers and destroy any spaceships or weapons they left behind. The number of soldiers left behind was not large, but time after time, city after city, Theo and his small team of shadow swords accumulated thousands of deaths on their hands, destroyed 9 ships, and seized countless amounts of equipment. The only time the marshals and his generals sat in one city to defend it, Evergreen flooded that city with waves of beasts and insects until they were forced to flee. The point of all this is that the Great Serpent Empire has not enjoyed a headquarters for a single day since their arrival. Even after the terrible destruction they caused, technically they did not control any spot on the planet Greenland. And the city on Tree Father Labakan will not be an exception today. Inside the marshal's ship, V-Room. The ship was flying slowly at a low altitude, and behind it were dozens of spaceships, as if they were sending a challenge to anyone with a bow or even a pebble to attack them. Bam! Without warning, the marshal crushed his seat rest, then stood up and walked slowly until he stood in front of the glass of his ship, observing the atmosphere. His assistants did not say a word either. They pressed their knees in silence without daring to breathe loudly. They had just received news that the headquarters they had recently established on that huge tree was under attack. This meant that they were back to being wanderers with no place to go again. It was almost a month on this planet, and so far he had not achieved anything except killing a handful of local mortals. After a while of silence, the marshal clenched both his hands. That is the next city we are heading towards. After wiping it out completely, we will leave half the forces there. Marshal, please reconsider. One of the marshal's assistants, a mid-level marshal emperor, quickly stood up. We saw what happened the first time we gathered in the same place for only 2 days. This planet is almost hostile to large gatherings. Hostile my ass, the marshal shouted. How could it be because of the gathering? How do they live in large cities then? And what about the fog and thunderstorms that appear every time we are attacked by the locals? Is it because of the gatherings as well? It is clear that these reactions are happening because of our presence. It is the interference of the planet's spirit. The planet's spirit? But planetary spirits cannot act like this. The assistants looked at each other. Planetary spirits usually just watch in silence even if all the locals are wiped out. That the planet's spirit is interfering is beyond doubt. The question here is why? The marshal's eyebrows sunk deeply. I am afraid this planet has been refined. What? Impossible. The assistants were shocked by the marshal's words, and one of them quickly followed up. This young empire is not even 1 century old, and according to what we extracted from the locals, they have not even occupied this planet for 20 years. Everyone knows that His Majesty Pathor took 6,000 years to complete the process of refining the poison rock planet, and this was after receiving help from the Overlord. That is what we need to know. How and who? I fear that the war to seize the planet has become too much for us to handle. We must involve His Majesty Pathor in our matter and let him decide. The marshal began tapping his foot. We will take control of the next city with half of the forces, and send the other half to take control of the nearest city and create a close supply network between the two. This way we will be able to withstand the schemes of the planet spirit for some time. After that we will send the fastest reconnaissance ship we got to report on what is happening. The assistants looked at the ground again. Sending a request for help was a great shame for any soldier, let alone a marshal who was supposed to rule a planet of his own. How would he look in front of the other marshals? They must have destroyed the planets they were sent to by now. But it had been almost a month and he had not been able to accomplish anything. If he did not explain the situation to His Majesty now, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Boom. Marshal, we are under attack. Chapter 873. Wind Blades. A musical sound branched out between the sky and the earth for a moment and entered the ears of all the soldiers. After that, all they heard was seek, 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 and boom. We're under attack. Ship number 33 of the 13th Fleet has gone down. Ship number 17 of the 11th Fleet has been partially destroyed. Prepare for another shock. Boom. Who? Outside, Peon let out a deep sigh, then raised his voice again. Destroy them. Eliminate them all. From the dense forest beneath Peon, tens of thousands of people wearing wooden armor and wielding wooden weapons rushed out. Anyone who underestimated these weapons was destined to pay a heavy price. Boom, boom, boom. These soldiers attacked the rear ships with all their might. However, most of their attacks only caused scratches at best. Those ships that were designed to penetrate the fabric of space at high speeds would not fall to such random attacks. But the true purpose of the attacks was soon revealed. Kesh. That gate is opening, get ready. As soon as the ship's gate opened in preparation for the Great Serpent soldiers to land and engage, thousands of wooden armored soldiers rushed towards the gate. They began attacking the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers before they got out of the ship. Some brave wooden armored soldiers took an extra step and flew inside the ship. They used their bodies as human shields to help those coming from behind. Push those lunatics back. Damn it. Close the gates again. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, the sky began to overcast and rain began to fall heavily. The wind also picked up and lightning began to strike the ships. Everything is going well so far. Emily raised her glasses with one hand while holding several reports with the other. The fog's turn is coming in 3, 2, 1 shush. All of a sudden, everyone's vision began to blur. It wasn't until a few more seconds later that the fog really started to form thickly. It didn't take long before it covered everything and vision became non-existent. Only the attacks of flames, lightning, and light could be noticed every now and then randomly launching amidst the screens for help. What was happening now was one of the usual suicide raids that Peon had been in charge of since he woke up from his coma. The idea was based on his brother Theo's basic concept, which was not to allow them to settle down. This meant that they would remain most of the time in their ships, moving from one location to another to destroy it or to search for an area that was easy to defend. Here came Pion's crazy idea, as he said to his brother, "You continue to displace them, and I will take care of reducing their numbers." Then he continued to explain. He wanted to take advantage of the large numbers of soldiers on the planet Greenland under the Martial Emperor's realm, and the presence of Evergreen, whom Robin had talked about several times in front of everyone. He asked Theo to find out the ship's movements and called on Evergreen to support them as much as she could when the battles began. As for his part, it was to lead small armies to their demise. Pion then asked Emily to deploy the headquarters Martial Emperors all over planet Greenland to gather the armies of the four kingdoms. Then he had them divide and spread out across the planet so that each army has 20 to 40,000 soldiers, and that they remain stationed and await their next orders. When Theo learns the ship's path, he informs Pion, who in turn uses an instant space portal to teleport to the nearest army to the fleet's location. He then leads them himself to intercept their path and attack them from below or behind with the help of Evergreen's support. This repeated method of short, decisive, and concentrated attacks has caused a lot of damage to the fleets of the Great Serpent Empire. Each time the attack occurs, several ships are destroyed or damaged and several thousand soldiers are killed. But it is short and decisive for a reason. After the generals understand what is happening, the Martial Emperors are deployed, and the space warships are positioned, the local army would be completely wiped out. So far, Pion has used this operation 7 times, killing at least 200,000 saints or sages from the Greenlandic people. The strange thing is that they knew what would happen to them, and yet it never happened that one of them escaped. Pion couldn't help but admire the Greenland soldiers who, along with their ancestors, were desperately fighting the Tree Fathers every day. But he also had no choice but to throw them to their deaths every now and then. Looks like today's outcome will be good. One of the headquarters Martial Emperors laughed out loud. After the initial strike that took down 3 ships, Pion now stood with 13 Martial Emperors just watching the battle, ready to intervene in case of support. They stood close together to make it easier for them to escape via the instant space portal when the time comes. "We'll only lose another 35,000 good men," a long-haired Martial Empress muttered, hearing the soldiers' dying screams being painful to the ears and hearts. "Isn't there another way? I feel like I'm leading those good men to their deaths myself." With this bold method, we were able to shoot down 27 ships and kill at least 40,000 soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire. If we had coordinated a direct battle, we would not have been able to scratch that number. The brothers from Greenland should thank General Pion for using them to protect their homeland in this way. Emily adjusted her glasses more than once during her short speech. Anyway, according to statistics, such attacks will not be repeated. This will be the last one. The space portal is about to be completed. When the rest of the headquarters Martial Emperors heard this, their eyes lit up. But Pion did not share their optimism. "Don't expect any support soon." Evergreen said that the same attack took place on Orphan Blood and Jura. "Do you think His Excellency will be able to muster an army anytime soon to help us?" Also, Pion was interrupted by a message through the sound ring. He was silent for a few seconds until he heard it fully, then looked up and spoke in an audible voice. "Evergreen, do you hear me? FRR." The dense fog formed into the shape of a smiling little girl with deer horns. "I hear loud and clear. I got word that the space portal has been completed. Would you please pass the news on to His Excellency? Of course, I don't need to tell you the coordinates of the portal." Pion didn't look too excited as he said this happy news, but the Martial Emperors behind him opened their mouths in joy. "AIU." Evergreen gave a military salute with a laugh and then disappeared again. "Calm down and focus on what we have in hand. If support comes in any form, then that's our good fortune, and if it doesn't, then we will continue in the same manner until we eliminate the last one of the invaders." Pion spoke sternly. "Or they eliminate the last one of us." One of the Martial Emperors muttered to his colleague. "Come on, get ready. The ships in front must have started to turn and empty the troops now. We need to leave." Boom. At that moment, a huge explosion went off, sending Pion and the rest flying backward. Chapter 874. The resulting battle of 35,000 Greenlandic law users attacking dozens of warships carrying hundreds of thousands of soldiers was already shocking enough. During the few minutes the battle lasted, Pion saw thousands of explosions glowing for a moment behind the fog before disappearing. He saw the shadows of torn corpses falling like rain. However, that massacre was destined not to be the headline of today's battle. TSH. Beware. Beware. Pion opened his eyes wide as his soul caught the approaching cannon shot, but it was too late. Boom. The giant cannon shot was targeting the battlefield, not distinguishing between friend and foe. At that moment, all the Martial Emperors on that side were pushed back like puppets whose strings had been cut in the middle of a tornado. As for everyone who wasn't a Martial Emperor, they completely vanished. Boom. Boom. Creak. 4 ships instantly exploded into dust, while 11 other ships were damaged and fell, causing a series of further explosions. The pressure waves from the massive explosion pushed the fog away and pushed the clouds away. The field of vision returned to the battlefield once again, but all the voices fell silent. The Martial Emperors, soldiers, ship commanders, and even the generals opened their mouths in shock, unable to comprehend what had happened yet. That single shot had wiped out nearly 10% of their army. What the hell happened? The fleet general who was guarding the rear shouted in anger, since most of those losses were from his fleet. "Who ordered this attack?" "I did." The marshal's ship slowly approached the rear of the army, and the marshal came out of it. "Does anyone have a problem?" He was the height of an average person, his eyes wide as if they had no eyelids, and his body was thin and weak without a tail. If it weren't for his mighty aura, everyone would have thought he was just an ordinary soldier whose race had recently been upgraded. The general swallowed his anger and merely squeezed both of his hands. The rest of the soldiers and martial emperors also closed their mouths. Even the three emperors' friends who were caught in the middle of the explosion and suffered severe burns didn't say a word and went to treat them in silence. Marshal Spinac is known for his brutality and sacrificing anything he sees fit as long as the return is greater than what was sacrificed, making him a true gambler. They just don't realize what the return is from destroying 10% of his own army like this. Marshal Spinac ignored everyone and then looked in a certain direction. The local commander called Peon. I have used up half of the energy essence stock that we have painstakingly collected in this attack, but I don't mind using more. Will you get out for me or shall I get you out? When everyone heard about the consumption of half of the energy essence stock, they involuntarily looked towards the destruction with one sentence in their heads. No wonder. Energy essence is a concentrated natural energy in a liquid state. It is the fuel mainly used in spaceships and it is also the most used fuel for tools, vehicles, and anything that consumes energy to work in general. This is because energy essence burns easily and generates even more energy than energy pearls in the short term. What makes pearls unique and more valuable is that they store a huge amount of natural energy inside them and can recharge themselves if left for a while, unlike energy essence which is hard to transport and when used dissipates and leaves no trace. If someone wants a huge boost of energy to travel quickly, for example, or refine something, or even wants to absorb energy quickly for cultivation, then the liquid energy essence is what they want. Liquid energy essence is usually found in scattered places deep inside the ground and is either mined randomly or by tracing the history of the planet. Finding a well of liquid energy essence would be a great achievement for anyone in the Great Serpent Empire, and would be worth a large dose of Durger the Devourer's blood. But of course, such incidents do not happen every day, or every century. The second method is to create factories dedicated to converting natural atmospheric energy into energy essence, but obtaining it is hard, plus it's very slow. Trying to feed a large planetary empire in this way is a mere illusion. But after arriving on planet Greenland, they discovered that there was a third option. The planet was filled with energy essence lakes. Yes, not wells, not springs, full lakes. Seeing the first energy essence lake was a huge shock to everyone who saw it. How could they know that the planet owner Robin was the one who asked Evergreen to create these lakes to trap part of the energy essence before it leaked into the ground? The ships of the three fleets landed next to one of the lakes. They filled their engines, energy stores, and even the reserve stores and filled all the cannons, even those who had water bottles filled them with the precious energy essence, and yet the lake did not decrease an inch. So when the marshal mentioned that he had used half of the energy essence stores in one go, their joints trembled. What was he thinking? Crack! Several charred trees started to move and were then thrown aside. Bam! From underneath them emerged Peon, covered in wounds and with several fractures and cracks on the golden parts of his armor. He stood there looking at the marshal with mixed feelings, wondering if he should be angry that he had been injured, or grateful that the marshal had caused more damage to his army than he had planned. Crack! Crack! Next to Peon, the ground and trees began to shake, and the true beginning martial emperors emerged from beneath them one by one, looking around in despair. They were seriously injured and completely surrounded, while the monstrous cannon of that ship was still pointed at them. Chapter 875. I appreciate your useless effort, now what? Faced with the angry marshal, Peon laughed. I can easily leave through the instant space portal and repeat those operations whenever I want. Can you repeat that shot every time? I've seen the work of that instant space portal. You can indeed leave, but what about them? The marshal pointed towards the martial emperors behind Peon. With a sign from me, they will all be obliterated before you can save them. I want to see what you can do without your assistance. Peon looked back. All the martial emperors of the headquarters were in a pitiful state, and even if he used his usual method and left them to die, Emily couldn't be allowed to die here. She was too unique to die like this. Trying to drag me into an all-out confrontation is not as smart as you think. I can summon the warlords to crash the party if that's what you want. When the marshal heard about the warlords, he swallowed hard. Everyone did. Over the 7 operations that Peon led, the Golden Warlords only participated in 2, the first and the 5th. During the first attack, everyone was eager to strike back. They attacked with all their might. Peon brought all of the 5 inexperienced warlords, and with their giant weapons, they cut the ships right and left like pieces of cheese. Each of them was able to engage 20 martial emperors alone, killing a number of them. Using the chaos, Peon alone managed to kill 9 martial emperors that day. But they were still warlords in training. The marshal managed to deal a heavy blow to one of them, and it collapsed completely, and the remaining 4 were subjected to violent attacks, and a large number of saints and sages were killed inside the array. It was a disastrous day on both sides. No one wants to see that again. During the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th attacks, Peon did not involve the warlords, which made the marshal think that they had already been eliminated and would not appear again, only for Peon to return and bring the 5 with him again after they had been restored and brought more sages and saints to replace the dead, and he achieved a crushing victory during the 5th attack. But this time, he did not stay until the end. After dealing the first blow and causing a huge commotion by using the warlords, they fled using the instant space portal before receiving any damage. And since then, they have not appeared again. The marshal gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bring them if you want, but in this case and this readiness, I will destroy at least 3 of them once and for all. I want to see who among us can bear the most losses today." He can't appear afraid in front of his men, but the warlords were truly something terrifying, something he had never seen before. Peon furrowed his brows. So what do you suggest? Come and fight me man to man. The marshal pointed down and shouted defiantly, his face showing a triumphant expression. The torture squad told me that you are the adopted son of the truth-chosen Robin Burton. Your head must be worth something. Today I will kill you, and tomorrow I will have your father's head. If it turns out that the resistance leader is stupid like the rest of the humans, he will be able to force him to fight by swarming his followers because humans care about friendship, brotherhood, and such trivialities. If he succeeds in this, he will kill him easily and finish off the resistance leader and thus the entire resistance. And if he fails and flees, at least he will kill all of his few close followers, leaving him alone, making it impossible for him to organize the same level of surprise attacks again. Whether this or that, he is the winner. Just a moment ago, he was muttering to himself about asking for support from His Majesty Pathor, and now this opportunity has come to him on a silver platter. So what's the problem if he sacrifices a few ships and several thousand soldiers? But contrary to his expectations, Peon smiled back. One-on-one combat without the intervention of your subordinates? Sounds good to me. He then waved his right hand like a sword. You're courting death. The marshal felt insulted as he saw the wind blade coming towards him and simply raised his hand. Peon was a level 44 martial emperor who was not even 70 years old, while he was a level 48 marshal who had reached 8,000 years old. The outcome was a foregone conclusion in his eyes. He was just thinking of the worst way he could humiliate this human. Bam! The wind blade instantly faded as it touched his palm and the marshal laughed loudly. Haha, that's the most a human like you can do, arg. But his sentence was not completed to the end. He immediately grabbed his head and stepped back. When he opened his eyes again to look at Peon, his left eye was broken and red like a glass of blood. What just happened? Oh, your soul is stronger than I thought. It seems you didn't live all these years in vain. Peon slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood off his face. Let's try again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. My soul. The marshal opened his eyes wide when he heard that word and focused entirely on raising his soul defenses. Indeed, he felt 3 separate attacks pounding his soul domain forcefully. One of the blades managed to create a crack in his soul domain despite focusing on raising his defenses, but at least he managed to avoid a major injury this time. However, piffed. The marshal's silver armor dented inward, pressing on his vital organs, and he spat out blood. The 3 wind blades hit him perfectly. Tisk tisk. You can't defend one thing and leave the other. That's not good for your health. Peon slowly walked towards the marshal, his confident smile being the title. Honestly, I don't know where you got that confidence to fight me. Even if I'm the weakest among them, I'm still one of His Excellency's adopted sons. What would you do if you fought Caesar or Richard? That's why I didn't respond to you when you said you'd get His Excellency's head and try to defend his honor, killing him. To my ears, that was the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard. Ah! The marshal grabbed his head, was about to explode from the pain, and opened his bloody eyes wide in a loud scream. The space around him began to tremble lightly and the atmosphere turned purple, then slowly took the shape of a huge snake that could be seen through. It seemed as if the corrosive poison had merged with the space itself. Even Peon furrowed his brows tightly. The marshal looked as if he had burned all his beast's blood. Leave him to me. After the marshal finished his deed, he looked at Bune with hatred for a moment, then before pointing at Emily, and killed them all. Chapter 876. Bam, 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 bam. All the spaceships simultaneously fired a barrage of shots toward the martial emperors of the true beginning. The soldiers and emperors of the Great Serpent Army didn't hold back either. Facing the torrent of attacks that lit up the sky and the earth, the martial emperors of the true beginning opened their mouths. All power in their arms disappeared as it fell beside their waists, and they knew that death was coming inevitably. But Peon didn't have the same resigned expression. He was angry. I was sure that I couldn't trust a snakeling like you, so I told the boys to stay ready. As you wish then, let's see who will bear the biggest losses today. Buzz. The instant space portal opened next to Peon, and several shadows jumped out. Swoosh, 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 boom. The barrage of attacks fell on the spot where the 12 martial emperors were located. It caused an explosion no less significant than the cannon shot a moment ago, raising a storm of dust all around. Pointless effort, those I want dead will die. With wide eyes like blood cups, the marshal muttered indignantly. A slight mocking smile began to appear on his face. Man-to-man combat? That's fine, but that doesn't mean he'll let those rats live. Now that the resistance leader's hands and legs have been cut off by this swift attack, most of his ploys are done for. Even if he survives today, he won't be able to do anything on his own. In the best-case scenario, he'll go berserk and continue attacking him alone, thinking he has a chance at a fair fight. After luring him to a good location and during a good opportunity, he'll definitely give orders to surround and kill him. If he leaves, it'll be useless, and if he gets angry and fights, he'll die. This is a foolproof plan. He already won. The marshal narrowed his brows slightly, and from beneath the dust, a faint golden light began to shine. Sure. Bam. Suddenly, a column of lightning broke through the dust storm and shot up into the sky, piercing 2 ships in a row. What? Bam, bam. The marshal could barely comprehend what had just happened when more attacks surged from below, tearing through the dust storm. Each of those mighty attacks claimed either a ship or at least several hundred soldiers. But these attacks also caused the dust to clear completely. They were warlords. 4 of them looked up, fully armored, each one holding a unique weapon and using a different law. While the 5th warlord had his back to the marshal with his arms open, he was protecting the 12 martial emperors, but that came at a price. That warlord was now noticeably littered with corpses inside, and a large portion of his arms and abdomen had fallen off. His armor was destroyed. At least half of the saints and sages inside him had died while resisting that unified attack. It wasn't long before the entire warlord array cracked and the soldiers inside fell to the ground gasping for breath from exhaustion and injuries. The person at the center of the array fell on his face without moving. This martial emperor, the heart of the warlord array, had been honorably killed in battle. No. Emily and the rest looked up in surprise as they saw the corpses falling from the warlord. They immediately knew that Peon had preferred to sacrifice them so that they could live. I gave the orders, but I didn't force them. This is a debt that I will carry for the rest of my life, and I expect the same from all of you. If you want to repay their favor, then live to serve the true beginning empire. Peon gripped his sword tightly as he gritted his teeth, then pointed upwards and shouted angrily, "Kill them all." Ah! The instant space portal lit up again, and under the protection of the 4 warlords, a large number of soldiers wearing wooden armor began to rush in from the other side in great numbers. We must repay the debt. Emily slowly took off her glasses and put aside the bundle of papers she usually held, then pushed upwards, and from beneath the ground, giant plant roots rushed behind her. The rest of the headquarters martial emperors gritted their teeth and rushed upwards angrily as well. You there, come on, let's finish what we started. Peon pointed at the marshal with his short black sword and with a swoosh disappeared in a gust of wind. With pleasure. Today you and your entire army will be annihilated here. The marshal was angry and frustrated that his plan had failed like this and the situation had turned into a direct confrontation, but he knew how it would end, so he didn't look nervous. Both sides would suffer some losses, that's for sure, but after they take a certain amount of losses, Peon and his men would start to withdraw. This was inevitable due to their small numbers. Once again, a great battle started mid-air, but this time it became larger in scale and more personal. The warlords wanted to avenge their comrades, while the headquarters emperors wanted to show their usefulness and that the warlord's sacrifice was not in vain. As for the soldiers with wooden shields, they were still pouring through the instant space portal with nothing to indicate that they would stop anytime soon. A full hour had passed since the battle restarted. After 50,000 soldiers emerged from the instant space portal, the portal closed and returned to Peon's space ring again. 50,000 soldiers, 12 martial emperors, and 4 warlords stood against 150,000 soldiers, 350 martial emperors, and dozens of space warships. If it had been a truly open battle, the true beginning empire's side would have been crushed by now. But because the soldiers were using the warlords as shields and because the fighting was taking place in the heart of the fleets now and they couldn't open fire fully, the battle continued. It didn't seem that it would continue for much longer, as the 4 warlords were filled with corpses and their strength was beginning to weaken. The marshal's fight against Peon wasn't a walk in the park either. The image of Durger the Devourer that was activated with a large amount of the marshal's blood was something that was impossible for Peon to approach, but Peon's soul attacks were also sharp and couldn't be defended. Peon merely evaded the Great Serpent and launched soul attacks from afar. The marshal merely raised his soul defenses and focused on dodging Peon's attacks as much as possible, making the fight, in general, all about the ability to escape. If one had to pick a winner, it was Peon. Not a hair of his had been touched yet, while the marshal had turned into a demon from the amount of blood flowing from his eyes and ears. Ah, the marshal shouted loudly as he received another soul attack. Bring back my ship's cannon again. Kill them all and help me here. The crew of the marshal's ship understood immediately what their leader was getting at. They immediately channeled all the energy essence they had left into the ship's main cannon, ready to fire another fatal shot. Are you crazy? You're going to lose at least a quarter of your army if they fire. Peon almost lost his mind as he saw the ship's cannon being aimed at the heart of the fray, where the 4 warlords, the martial emperors, and the rest of his exhausted army were. If this shot was fired now, most of them would be killed and the rest would be severely damaged. The Great Serpent Emperors would definitely not let this opportunity pass. If this shot escaped the cannon's muzzle, the foundation of the true beginning army in Greenland would be finished. Fire! The marshal paid no attention to Peon. The ship's crew didn't care about their colleagues either. This wasn't the first time they had followed the marshal and learned his style. Buzz! The cannon's muzzle began to glow intensely blue until it became like another sun in the sky. Now where are you going, poor thing? The marshal laughed out loud. After all these sacrifices, I will ask His Majesty to grant me this planet to refine for myself, and this paradise will be mine. The room. At this moment, the space between the marshal and him split, and a smiling figure came out. Excuse me, I heard you talking about my property. Chapter 877. Who's there? The marshal was already on the verge of madness due to the repeated soul attacks, so when someone appeared in front of him out of nowhere, it provoked him even more. That person looked to be in his 20s, handsome, and wearing a loose white robe with long hair that reached his shoulders. Most importantly, he was standing mid-air very comfortably with his hands behind his back while the space behind him was ripped open. Your Excellency! Peon shouted happily, knowing the support was much better than he imagined. Your Excellency? I've heard that title many times before. Does he mean the third truth chosen, the one whose head is said to be equivalent to capturing planet Nihari? The marshal involuntarily inspected Robin from top to bottom. He was a very normal, typical human with no mutations or additions. His physical age suggested that he was younger than 100 years old, and his aura as he floated in the air suggested he was just a high-level sage. Was this the person who established the true beginning empire? As for Robin, he turned around when he heard Peon's excited call and slowly approached him. Boom! Robin slapped him hard on the back of the head. How many times have I told you to call me father? Or am I not good enough for you, brat? It's just. Peon felt a panic attack. Wasn't he good enough? He was the one who felt he didn't deserve to call him father. Shush! Robin didn't let him finish his words, instead raising his hand and running his fingers all over Peon's face. Richard recreated your body and made you into a handsome young man. Why did you let the injuries accumulate on your face again? The scars have become part of my personality, father, please don't force me to do something I don't want to. Peon looked to the left quickly, wanting to hide the biggest scar he had recently gotten. Tisk, as long as you call me father, do whatever you want. Robin was definitely not happy to see Peon like this. He knew for sure that this stemmed from the psychological traumas he had suffered throughout his life. However, forcing him to do something would bring the opposite result. What the hell are you doing? Have I become invisible here? The marshal shouted angrily, his eyes still bleeding. Robin turned to him again, raising one eyebrow in surprise. Your crimes on my property deserve to kill you 1,000,000 times over. The fact that I ignored you for a few seconds means I give you permission to live for a few seconds, yet you reject my generosity and raise your voice instead. Stop your nonsense. The marshal clearly didn't like what he heard. You there, are you the third truth chosen? Robin smiled. I'm not a native from planet Nehri, so I don't know if it makes sense to call me the third, but that's alright. I guess it's not too bad of a title either. Are you trying to be the smart guy? First or third, do you think I care? I just can't believe that you are just a high-level sage. Isn't there someone in your homeland who has the guts to beat you up and teach you your place? Today I'll bring your nose to the ground myself. First I'll destroy your army right before your eyes, then I'll kill you and your son with my own 2 hands. The marshal laughed angrily, then raised his hand and shouted, now, bring them down and get it over with. Buzz. Robin saw the cannon at the front of the marshal's ship activate. Even though he wasn't there during the other shot, he could imagine the devastation that would result from directing such an amount of energy towards the army. Faced with such terrifying energy, Robin spread his fingers and raised his right hand until it reached his shoulder level before stopping. Phoo! The cannon stopped the firing process. The engine stopped working, the attacks of the fighters on the battlefield were stopped in mid-air, and even the shouts of the soldiers stopped in their throats. Everything stopped. Sigh. I think I should end this quickly. Robin took out the black space spear and started moving it around playfully while humming, do-do-do, do-a-do-do. When he passed by the marshal, he couldn't hold himself back, so he stopped and pulled the marshal's tongue out, then pushed his lower jaw up. He then continued on his way towards the ship, humming in the same manner. Now what do we do with you? Robin folded his arms across his chest as he stood in front of the giant cannon. If he tried to destroy the ship or break the cannon, it wouldn't do him much good. This shot was already ready, and if the ship was damaged, the cannon would explode and take a large number of the true beginning army with it. Oh, that should work. Robin snapped his fingers, then rolled up his sleeves and went to the side of the ship, spat on his hand, and pushed E. The 4th stage body strengthening divine tattoo glowed faintly to draw more energy to support Robin. After that, the pure power divine tattoo shone brightly on his body to give him 5 times his physical strength for a limited time. At this single moment, Robin's physical strength could be comfortably compared to a warlord. Cryik. The front of the marshal's ship began to move comfortably until it completely changed its direction. Only then did Robin nod with a smile and jump back to his previous position. Of course, he didn't have to do that, but he always liked the dramatic scene that followed. He then snapped his right hand. Shuz. Key. The marshal felt a sudden pain in his tongue and saw blood rushing out of his mouth like a waterfall. When he looked down, he saw a piece of flesh falling towards the ground. It was his tongue. He had cut off his own tongue by biting it. The marshal's brain stopped for a moment, not realizing what had just happened, but the sound of an explosion behind him woke him up again. Boom! The marshal quickly turned around, realizing that the cannon had been fired based on his wish. He looked there, expecting to see the warlords and the entire true beginning army evaporating. However, the shock on his face increased, and he was surprised that his ship was heading towards the lead fleet. No! Crack, crack, boom, boom. The shot hit the mothership of that fleet, turning it into rubble instantly, vaporizing 10 ships, and killing several thousand soldiers who were standing in reserve in the back. The blast waves also pushed several ships towards each other, causing many collisions. The rest of the fleet's soldiers were thrown far away, spitting blood, some unconscious, some missing limbs. That fleet lost a third of its forces, and the rest would need a long time before they could reorganize themselves. Faced with that abnormal scene, the marshal could only have one reaction. Chapter 878. Faint whistling sound. Robin sarcastically put his hand over his eyes to block the explosion's radiance. Those cannons are really good. They are worthy of being a medium planetary belt weapon, and maybe I should make some of my own. Peon behind him opened his eyes and mouth wide, unable to find anything to say. Even the battle between the 2 empires' soldiers stopped, and they all looked at the stricken fleet with great surprise. They thanked the heavens that that shot wasn't directed at them. At the same time, they wondered what had just happened. My owner! My owner! My owner! Robin's soul domain shook like an earthquake as Evergreen couldn't control her excitement. What was that? What was the law you just used? I remember you used something similar once before you refined me. Is it a merged law like the one your 2 sons have? Humph. Robin smiled confidently, placing the spear on his shoulder. It is the Master Spacetime Law. Yes, the Master Heavenly Law of Spacetime was the same law that almost took Robin's life a few years ago. Back when Robin first discovered the Spacetime Master Law, he was already in a pitiful state after fighting against the warlords and was on the verge of death before using it. Even after discovering it, Robin at that time had the tattoo of the 3rd stage of Space Law and had the knowledge of the 1st stage of Time Law. So when he formed the Master Law of Spacetime, it was the result of merging the 1st stage of Time and the 1st stage of Space. Of course, at that time, Robin would have brought himself to the brink of death if it weren't for the amazing ability of the Master Truth Law to heal itself. However, he still fought the 6 warlords using the first stage of the Master Spacetime Law, and the warlords that the Tree Father Hoffenheim had created at that time were not much weaker than the Marshal standing before him, even though he was still just a saint. But now the situation is different. Robin is a level 38 sage who came at his full strength and had a full energy reserve. He was able to understand his space up to the 4th stage and time up to the 2nd stage, and he formed a tattoo that overlapped with the space-piercing divine tattoo to help him use the 2nd stage of the Master Spacetime Law whenever he wanted. Of course, using the Master Spacetime Law through the limited divine tattoo system was just a figment of the imagination. If Robin tried to draw the true form of the Master Spacetime Law patterns, it would fill the sky and the earth. How could his limited body encompass them even if he painted his skin and bones? Robin chose a simple part of the Master Spacetime Law pattern and tattooed it on himself. This part allowed him to remove himself from the spacetime around him and look at the situation as if he were watching a painting that he could modify as he pleased. The moment Robin intervened, time on the planet did not stop. Instead, he was the one who broke out of the natural fabric and started tampering with it. The Master Heavenly Law of Spacetime? Did you just say Master Law? Evergreen muttered in a low voice with her eyes wide open until her eyelids disappeared. Then she opened her mouth and screamed, "Kaye," and started running around the soul domain raising both her hands. Robin almost asked her if there was something wrong, but he just laughed and shook his head when he heard her scream. "My owner has 2 master laws. My owner has 2 master laws. Ah. You, did you do something?" The Marshal looked at Robin in shock, his mouth still bleeding. "Your tongue seems too long to be silenced with one cut. I'll rip it out by the roots next time." Robin was alarmed when he heard the Marshal's voice again, as his plan to shut him up was ruined. "No, impossible." The Marshal took 2 steps back. Cutting his tongue and diverting the course of such a giant ship in a split second? What kind of power is this? Is this even human, and who can stop something like this? But then he remembered that he was a user of the Master Truth Law, and who really knows the properties of the Master Laws? Moreover, he owned a planet and had a gift like His Majesty Pathers. "I have to get out of here." That thought exploded in the Marshal's head. While looking at Robin's face in fear, he noticed something. Robin was extremely pale. "It seems that your action was not without consequences." The Marshal stood still for a moment, and some hope began to shine in his eyes again. "Yes, how could someone achieve something like this without sacrifices? You have 1% of your energy left? Die then." The Marshal shouted angrily, all his facial openings dripping with blood and his vision turning red as the great serpent behind him rushed toward Robin, wanting to wrap around him and turn him into dust. He had already lost a quarter of his fleet without controlling a single inch of Greenland. Only by killing the Truth Chosen here would he be able to regain his position and even more. "Father, come behind me." Peon quickly advanced, holding his sword to save Robin, and fired several blades at the snake, but to no avail. The only way to save him was to reach him before the snake and take him away, but it was too late because Robin was too close to the Marshal. As for Robin, he raised his head, watching the great purple serpent approaching him quickly with his eyes shining in a glowing golden color. You would be surprised what 1% can do in the hands of a Truth Chosen. Then he raised his spear and struck with a swoosh. A shot of concentrated energy escaped the spear's blade and headed toward the serpent's forehead. Push. Ah. The Marshal opened his eyes wide and, once again, saw something unbelievable. The great purple snake, which was about 50 meters long, disintegrated the moment it hit the energy shot and then instantly vanished. As for Robin, he could no longer lift his spear and began to slowly fall downward. "Father." Peon regained his senses, went to support Robin, and helped him land quietly on the ground. The whole time, he couldn't take his eyes off the Marshal, and even though he was used to seeing the Spear of Truth, he would never get tired of seeing its effect. Sigh. Robin sat on the ground with his left hand behind him to lean on and his right hand on his knee, then used his left hand to point upwards. "Go and kick his ass, but keep him alive for me. I want to try something." Chapter 879. Please rest a little and wait, his body will be in front of you shortly. Peon bowed slightly, then looked at the bloody Marshal with seriousness and slight anger. "Your time is up." Then he rushed towards him. His father somehow managed to cut off the Marshal's tongue and divert his ship's course in the blink of an eye. Couldn't he have simply killed the Marshal? But he left him alive. He even chose to destroy the great Crimson Serpent instead of aiming the Spear of Truth at his chest. That means one thing. He left the Marshal to be a kind of training for him. If he failed to capture him after all this help, he wouldn't deserve his position in the Empire. The Marshal quickly recovered from the shock of losing the great purple serpent when he saw Peon approaching. This time he didn't dare to stand still and fight Peon head-on. Instead, he turned and ran away. Marshal Spinac was the type who loved to bet a lot and knew that he wouldn't gain much without putting more on the line. So he burned nearly 80% of the blood of Durger the Devourer without hesitation during his fight against Peon to form the great purple serpent, but his bet failed with the appearance of Robin, and all that remained was to escape. As for Robin, he continued the chase from below a little, then patted his belly gently and smiled slightly. That was close. The solid energy foundation number 38 had started to harden a little on its way to cracking. Fortunately, he stopped in time. The last time he used the Master Spacetime Law was on planet Jura, when he was trying to teach Flora a lesson. That says he traveled 12 miles back and forth and then came back and cut off her 6 earrings. He had completely used up his newly established energy foundation number 35 in order to do so. So the fact that there wasn't a single crack in his foundation today was something to be happy about. Perhaps it was because he had been busy the past few years and had stayed at level 38 for a long time, so his foundation had become thicker than usual, or maybe because of the second stage spacetime tattoo? Fro. Swoosh. Peon formed a wall of wind in front of the marshal and then rained down several wind blades from behind him. Ah, I need help here, you bastards. The marshal took a defensive stance, but the blades managed to dig deep wounds into his limbs, reaching all the way to the bone. As he felt his soul domain cracking, he knew immediately that he couldn't withstand another attack like this. Yes, Marshal. Several of the marshal's bodyguards quickly advanced and attacked Peon. Tisk, where's the man-to-man fight, Marshal? Peon shouted angrily, his task now much more difficult. Even in this chaos, there were still around 350 martial emperors on the Great Serpent Empire's side. As long as the marshal gave them the authority to intervene, it was unlikely that he would be able to reach him again. Robin indeed helped them greatly, but now he is almost completely helpless after his first move. Even after he managed to reduce the number of soldiers and damage the marshal to this extent, they were still on the losing side. The marshal still had a massive army while they were riding on the momentum created by his excellency, but this was not a fairy tale where enthusiasm and patriotism would prevail. It wouldn't be a matter of minutes before the Great Serpent Empire's army regained their balance and returned to crush them. If the situation continued as it was, victory would not be theirs today. Peon's mouth trembled as he thought that he would have to break the promise he had made to his father, but reaching the marshal was very difficult now that he had decided to take cover with his army, almost impossible. What was important now was to withdraw before his father got hurt. Huff, huff. The marshal gasped with difficulty as he saw his martial emperors surrounding Peon, but the hatred in his heart did not subside as he looked down at Robin. There. That bastard over there is the third truth chosen, he has become helpless and unable to fight. Kill him. Kill him immediately. Even in the worst state he had ever been in, the marshal found a reason to smile. If he could kill the third truth chosen and his son today, everything would be fine. Your Excellency. The four warlords tried to evade their fights, but to no avail. Each one of them was busy fighting 30 martial emperors at the same time. No! Peon let out a heartfelt scream as he saw the soldiers flying towards Robin. Due to his negligence, he was punched by an epic iron glove that sent him flying, spitting blood, yet as he flew backward, he focused his eyes on Robin as if imprinting his image in his mind one last time. What's wrong with you guys? Robin glanced between Peon and the warlords in surprise. What's all the screaming about? Your Excellency, they're approaching you. Please run. One of the warlords used his powerful voice to remind him again. Everyone at this moment felt like he had a concussion. How could he not sense the danger around him? Sigh. You're worried about me because of this trash? Robin shook his head in displeasure. Do you all think your emperor is that weak? So what if I lose all my energy? Buzz. Robin looked up with a smile, as a huge ring appeared in the sky glowing silver. I still have my soul force. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of branches rushed out from that circle and attacked all the soldiers and martial emperors who were targeting Robin. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, they all turned into flesh and blood paste. Ah! The rest of the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers took a step back and looked up, and with their eyes, they saw a giant tree trunk emerging from that huge silver ring. Rustling, rustling. Everyone looked up, their bodies trembling in fear. The natives of Greenland remembered the terror of the Tree Fathers ingrained in their bones. The emperors of the True Beginning remembered their fierce battles against them over the past years, and the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire were terrified at the thought that those huge trees they thought were motionless could actually move and participate in the war. The giant silver plum tree was at least tens of kilometers high, and its trunk was several kilometers long. As for the upper part of it, its branches covered the sky and blocked the sun. Its aura and presence were enough to take one's breath away and attract attention. And with the tree's action with 10 martial emperors and over 500 soldiers just now, it was enough to show what it could do. Tree Father Hoffenheim had entered the battle within Greenland once again, but this time he would not fight to exterminate humans, but to help them. Chapter 880. Do. Robin put all his weight on his left arm that he placed behind him and looked up at the sky with a slight smile, enjoying the sunshine. Ah. Damn, how do we deal with that thing? Tree Father Hoffenheim didn't need to focus on a specific enemy. He just focused on three things: protecting Robin, clearing a way for Peon, and randomly waving his remaining branches towards anyone or anything it could reach. Although he didn't put all his strength behind each branch, each one of them carried enough power. Any saint touching a branch would turn into blood vapor, any sage would have his bones broken, and martial emperors would be pushed back like missiles. Of course, if Tree Father Hoffenheim focused on fighting a specific martial emperor, he would be able to capture and crush him easily. But that wasn't the order he received. He was summoned to equalize the balance, and he did exactly what he was asked to do. 13 martial emperors, 45,000 soldiers, 4 warlords, and one giant tree stood against 330 martial emperors, 140,000 soldiers, and dozens of space warships. And the result? A tie. It could even be said that the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers and ships were decreasing even faster. This way, none of the Great Serpent martial emperors would die anytime soon, but that wasn't the point. You're not going anywhere today. Smiling towards the sky, Robin remembered something and opened one eye. Hey Evergreen, how about some help? Let me feel that you are useful here. All right. Robin heard a childish voice, then immediately felt something warm. A stream of natural energy began to flow into the palm of his left hand that he was supporting behind him. Slowly but surely, the energy level in his body began to rise. Nice. Robin nodded in satisfaction. Blublo. Next to him, the ground sank slightly, forming a small pool about a meter wide. Then a liquid began to emerge from under the ground to fill that pool. Oh, the energy essence. Robin laughed and took a sip. Ah, hot but delicious as always. As he spoke, he felt the energy core number 38 refreshed as if its thirst had gone away. Until recently, he didn't know that the liquid he ordered Evergreen to collect was widely known and people were searching for it specifically and invading planets for it. That information he got when they found quantities of energy essence inside the ships they managed to drop along with a number of energy pearls. Then once again his appreciation for planet Greenland changed. He knew it was filled with this expensive juice. There are many large lakes on the back of this planet. One of them is completely dedicated to the terra beasts so that they grow and reproduce faster, while the rest are treasure waiting to be harvested. V-room. Robin raised his head towards the source of the commotion and found something like a whirlpool forming right above Hoffenheim. With a little bit of concentration, he knew right away that it was made of soul force. You can do it. Why not? Soul force is one of the planet's assets just like natural energy. Evergreen, who had formed in the pool of energy essence next to him, laughed. Now your soul creature can fight for a long time without worrying about it fading away. Again, Robin nodded in satisfaction. Taking out Hoffenheim like this isn't easy. He could compare it to Robin using the major space law continuously and without stopping. Eventually, he wouldn't be able to take it anymore, and the soul creature would fade back into Robin's soul domain. But there was no escape from that. The soul creature Hoffenheim required 1,000 soul units to form into a fixed form, but with every branch movement he made, he consumed 1 or 2 units of Robin's 5,000 reserves. This meant that within a few minutes, he would have to return to Robin's soul domain so that Robin could regain what he had lost. Evergreen's action now is to force the soul creature Hoffenheim to consume the soul force of the planet during his attacks without further burdens on Robin. This way, he will be able to hold out for a much longer period. Do you want me to summon beasts and insect waves? But it will take some time to gather them. Evergreen put her hand behind her back and nodded gently. I could also put a no-fly zone, or maybe empty the battlefield of air and make them unable to breathe? I could summon lightning storms again. Oh, are those things going to be focused on the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers only? Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. Evergreen shook her head. These are laws that I'll be temporarily modifying, and the laws will apply to everyone including your soldiers, except you of course. Robin gave her a sideways glance without saying anything. Did she want to kill his men too? Then no thanks, the situation hasn't gotten that bad yet. As you wish, my dear owner, is there anything you want me to do? Evergreen is willing to serve. She then performed the military salute with infinite kindness. Robin couldn't help but give her a sideways glance. Who is this? Ever since she learned that he had another master's law, Evergreen's mischief, stubbornness, and love of arguments disappeared and were replaced by kindness and complete obedience. Hey! Evergreen looked at Robin with her eyebrows knitted in a puzzled way. Why didn't you burn your life energy while using the master spacetime law? That would have bought you more time. If I remembered correctly, I showed you how to do it, and you saw for yourself that it wouldn't cause you harm. It can't be that you forgot, right? Robin didn't answer right away. When he first finished refining Evergreen, she told him to burn some of his life energy as an experiment, and he did. Then he noticed that the burned part was refilled until it was completely back to normal. Then Evergreen told him that he only had to leave a little bit of life energy in his vein, and she would always refill that vein since Robin's life had become linked to her life as a planet. Of course, this is not an alternative type of infinite energy. Robin noticed that the rate of refilling the lifeline was much slower than the rate of burning it. This meant that if he overused his life energy, he might find himself dead without even realizing it. Today, for example, if Robin burned his life force, it would produce a tremendous amount of energy that would make the time period in which he could use the spacetime master law double or triple. Instead of quickly returning to where he stood, he would have easily been able to kill 20 or even 50 enemy martial emperors before he got close to the danger zone. But in the end, he chose not to. In front of Robin's silence, Evergreen raised her eyebrow slightly and folded her hands in front of her chest. I see. You no longer trust me completely, huh? Chapter 881. Can you blame me? The conflict in opinions between you and Yuri is too much. Even though each of you has reasons for what you say, it still makes me doubt any word that comes out of either of your mouths. Robin shrugged without concern. Who knows what will happen? Maybe if I listen to you and burn my life energy, Yuri would come and tell me that it will damage my life vein in the long run. Evergreen immediately objected. She is just the safe type who does not like taking risks. What is the problem if your life vein gets damaged from emptying and filling it many times? It is not like you will die right away. How can you achieve greatness if you don't take a few risks? As long as you do what you need to do and kill your enemies, you can go look for cures at your leisure. Damn, was my prediction right? It will damage my life vein if I repeatedly burn my life energy. Robin opened his eyes wide. He had given a random example of what he expected Yuri to say, and he did not think he would be right. In front of Robin's agitated gaze, Evergreen slowly descended until she was once again engulfed in the pool of energy essence. Damn! Robin slapped the energy essence pool hard, spilling some of it onto the ground beside him. Immediately, a small bush pulsing with energy emerged from that spot. Robin's face frowned for the first time since he returned to Greenland. If he followed Evergreen's path, he would accomplish great things, but it would kill him one day if he did not live up to her expectations. If he followed Yuri, he would not accomplish anything great and would remain trapped in a circle of safety. He no longer knew whether he should treat the planetary spirits like children who talk without fully understanding, or like crafty geezers who only say what they want to say and keep everything else willingly. In both cases, taking information directly from them was extremely dangerous. Tisk. Taking advice and information from them is like picking up food that has fallen on the ground. I first need to clean it and search through it before deciding what to use and what to put aside. Robin muttered in annoyance, then took another sip of energy essence before shouting at Peon. Hey, what the hell is taking you so long? Come here. Peon felt the pressure increase after Robin's shout and rushed after the marshal like a cat chasing a mouse. That person was taking cover behind the martial emperors and ships trying to get out of his sight for a moment to escape. If it wasn't for Hoffenheim's help in opening the way for Peon, he would have lost track of him already. As for Robin, his physical condition improved and he sat up straight, watching the battle and drinking the energy essence like juice. Half an hour passed quickly. Robin had fully recovered his energy, but he still sat there comfortably watching the situation. He saw no reason to interfere again. The Great Serpent Martial Emperors had had enough of Hoffenheim's attacks and focused on him. While 140 Martial Emperors remained to attack the warlords and try to stop Peon, the other 200 focused entirely on attacking the huge tree father. On any other planet, Robin would have given the order to the soul creature Hoffenheim to focus on killing a handful of them before calculating an escape. But thanks to the soul force storm above the soul creature, Robin let it get damaged and rebuild itself as if nothing had happened. Of course, the siege on Hoffenheim made his attack on the main Great Serpent army and ships almost non-existent. This caused the local Greenlandic army to be cornered and their numbers to be reduced quickly, but they were not in a bad position to the point of being annihilated. They were still retreating and advancing freely around the warlords. At this moment, Robin heard Peon's voice coming from afar. That's enough, soul eradicating field. Arg. When Robin looked at that area, he found Peon in the middle with his eyes shining bright white. He folded both his hands in front of his chest, and around him were more than 20 martial emperors screaming in pain, including the marshal who had already lost an arm and a leg during the chase. Soul eradicating field was one of the techniques that Robin sent to Peon. In short, it transforms the power of a person's soul into very high frequency waves that cause the soul domain of anyone nearby to be shocked and cracked. However, issuing those waves and creating a soul eradicating field is not easy and puts a great burden on the user as well. Therefore, Peon used to leave it as a last resort. But now that the marshal has entered one of the ships and is about to escape using it, he has no other choice. Arg! On the edge of the ship's gate, the marshal screamed in pain. His face was no longer visible from the abundance of old and fresh blood, and he now looked like a mortal who just survived a beast wave. Come here! From the midst of 20+ martial emperors, Peon stepped forward and grabbed the marshal's neck from behind, then flew towards Robin. Marshal! Marshal! The marshal's guards tried to follow him, but their soul domains were shaking violently. They couldn't even stay still in the air and started to fall. Stop him! Several other martial emperors outside the soul eradicating field's range saw what had happened and rushed to surround Peon. Tisk! Bayan took out the banners of the instant space portal array and formed it, then buzz, he disappeared inside and the banners jumped after him. Marshal! The Great Serpent Emperors almost went crazy when they realized that the marshal was being kidnapped right before their eyes. Ah, there he is. Buzz. Bam. Ah. Ack. The next moment, a portal opened next to Robin, and the marshal, or what was left of him, was thrown in front of him. Huff. Huff. Immediately after that, Peon fell to his knees next to Robin, panting heavily. There was no energy left in his body to do anything, and his soul domain was still a little disturbed from using the soul eradicating field. In his current state, he probably could not activate the instant space portal array again. If a random saint from the Great Serpent army appeared right now, he could definitely take his life. But Robin smiled when he saw Peon like this. Instead of running away to a faraway place using the instant space portal, Peon decided to land next to him in this state, which meant that at least deep in his heart, he knew that the utmost safety was next to Robin. You are safe now, drink from this pool and you will be fine. Robin patted his son gently on the back, then stood up and took 2 steps forward, placing his right foot on the marshal's face. He shouted as he looked up, "This battle is over, everyone. Get the hell out of my property." Chapter 882. Marshal. Your Excellency. Robin's shout using his ability as the planet's owner shook the battlefield and entered every ear. All individual battles stopped and all eyes turned towards him, even Hoffenheim stopped his attack. Bring back the marshal immediately or suffer the consequences. The marshal's chief aide shouted in anger and humiliation. Seeing the master he had followed for over 1,000 years under someone's feet was a cruel feeling. And he wasn't the only one who felt this way. The rest of the martial emperors in the Great Serpent army and even the soldiers wrung their hands tightly as they looked at Robin with endless anger and hate. Protect your majesty. One of the warlords shouted loudly, then left his position and rushed towards Robin. The rest of the true beginning army took advantage of the pause in the fighting and also rushed to form a protective circle around his excellency as well. As for Robin, he waited a little while for the army of the true beginning to gather around him, and for the army of the Great Serpent Empire to begin to comprehend their position. Then he continued. This bag of meat is now mine. You have been defeated just like your armies and the rest of my planets, and your so-called marshals were crushed under the feet of my generals the same way you see now. You think you are too mighty? The Great Serpent Empire? You are worth nothing in my eyes. As for those of you who remain, you have 2 choices. Either you remain and continue in this useless fight until support arrives and you are all killed, or you may fuck off from my planet. Robin was speaking with confidence and majesty that made the hearts of the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire tremble a little, making them feel that they were facing Pythor himself. And he was really confident, not just an act. Even if the current battle continued as it would continue for hours without a victor emerging due to the presence of Hoffenheim. During those hours he could use the Spear of Truth and his spacetime ability to capture a number of martial emperors every now and then to gradually reduce their numbers. But in the end, he wouldn't be able to kill them all. There would come a time when the Great Serpent Army would realize that they were inevitably defeated and would withdraw. So it would be better if they withdrew now and got it over with. The Marshal's assistants and the three generals didn't know what to say. The Marshal was their psychological pillar, the person who could guide, unite, and protect them if a strong enemy appeared, but he had already fallen. The fact that Robin is here after he was said to be in Nihiri means that the planets have been linked again and that the possibility of support is indeed very high. Otherwise, the planetary emperor wouldn't have come alone if he wasn't confident of victory. Why would he give them a chance to escape while support is coming? That could be answered easily, simply because he doesn't want more losses on his side either. And most importantly, they don't want to see this planetary emperor act personally again. They still don't know what happened the first time. The Marshal's assistants and the generals looked at each other, all of them wanting to accept Robin's offer and withdraw. But none of them wanted to be the first to take the initiative. Hand over the Marshal and we'll leave. The Marshal's chief assistant pointed at his master's body. If he returned to planet Poison Rock and said that he gave the order to withdraw in order to save the Marshal's life, it would be a good argument. Oh, this thing right here. Robin looked down at his feet. The Marshal was missing an arm and a leg, his entire body was covered in wind blade injuries, and all the holes in his head were dripping with blood. His eyes were sunk deep into his skull from the severity of the soul damage he had suffered. Even if he gave him back to his army, that thing would never be the same again, neither physically nor mentally. However, okay, I'll take something that belongs to me and you take the rest. Robin smiled, then opened his palm, pointed at the Marshal, and muttered with a crazy laugh, soul-catching net. Foom. A silver circle like the one he came out of opened right next to the Marshal's ear, and something like a net came out of it and penetrated into his head. Ah! The Marshal, who seemed to have already been detached from reality, let out a harsh scream like a pig being slaughtered and started kicking his one foot. His one arm spasmed and twisted behind his back, and then he was silent. Pa! The Marshal's feet and arms calmed down again, his trembling body stopped shaking, and he was dead. Marshal! The entire Great Serpent Empire's army was in a rage at this horrific sight. Before their eyes, the silver net came out of the Marshal's ear, and inside it was a white ball. The ball was quickly pulled into the silver circle and then closed as if nothing had happened. Only then did Robin smile, then kicked the Marshal's body upwards with a satisfied smile. All right, I'm done, you can take him. Then he put his hands behind his back, maintaining his big smile as if he hadn't just committed a war crime. Clank, clank. The Great Serpent Empire's army clenched their teeth tightly and gripped their weapons until the handles almost bent. All of them waited for the orders to attack. The warlords and the true beginning army also raised their weapons, certain that a fiercer battle would begin after what His Excellency had done. But the battle never came. The Marshal's chief assistant kept looking right and left, trying to find someone to speak up. Whoever speaks first now and orders an attack will be their new leader during the invasion. But no one spoke. Everyone knew this, and every assistant and every general shut his mouth tight, afraid that a word would escape by mistake. The situation was bad, too bad. They lost their Marshal while at the same time, the other side had their own planetary emperor himself by their side, and apparently they were waiting for the support. This is not a time to play hero. They know they are no heroes themselves. They had to get out of there as soon as possible. You will regret your actions deeply. No one who opposes the Great Serpent Empire lives. The Marshal's chief assistant embraced his master's body as he looked at Robin with indignation, threw a few empty words, and then took off. Let's go. Damn it, what are you waiting for? Get back to the ships. One of the generals got on the helm and began coordinating his men, followed by the other generals. It wasn't long before the remaining ships surged into the sky, leaving the planet, marking the end of the Greenland invasion, for now. Chapter 883. Looking up, the army of the true beginning empire watched the spaceships leave the atmosphere. They held their weapons ready to fight until the last ship disappeared from sight. Phew. Then one of the warlords let out a long sigh of relief, then looked back and knelt down with a shout. Your Excellency. Thud. Thud. Your Excellency. Your Excellency. In a majestic scene, tens of thousands of soldiers descended to the ground, kneeling. At the very front were the martial emperors of the headquarters, and behind them were the four warlords, all kneeling with both hands and feet, looking towards the ground. Robin raised his eyebrows as he saw this sight. This wasn't the military way of kneeling, they had never been taught such a thing before, yet they all performed it at the same time, and without communication. It was a kneeling of gratitude and absolute submission. Just a moment ago, they were all doomed to certain death, and that death wouldn't have been worth anything. They were just trying to take a handful of soldiers from the other side with them in a miserable, featureless battle, until Robin arrived. As soon as he arrived, all the scales were turned and the sky collapsed over the heads of their enemies. The Marshal, the madman who had tortured them for nearly a month, was killed in front of his mighty army, choking on his screams, and yet no one moved a muscle. What kind of authority is this? What kind of pride and honor is that? At this moment, Robin was like a massive wall that they leaned on, a pillar that held up the sky. He was like the sun in their eyes. Robin scratched his head slightly. He spoke to the troops. Spread out and search for anyone from the Great Serpent Army who was left back. Destroy any headquarters and gather any equipment they had left behind. You may also spread the news that the gloom had cleared and relieved everyone's hearts. Well, that's all, you may leave. Yes, Your Excellency. Everyone shouted loudly in one breath, then stood up and saluted with dedication, after which they set off in different directions. If they really found any remaining soldiers of the Great Serpent Army while they were in this morale state, they would bite them to death. After everyone left and the area was cleared, Robin sighed and waved towards the spirit creature Hoffenheim. The large silver ring appeared below him again and slowly swallowed him until he disappeared. He then looked at the huge battlefield with knitted eyebrows for a few seconds, then smiled and spread both his hands and shouted, "Soul-catching net! Shoo!" 1,000 units of Robin's soul power turned into a giant silver net that was thrown toward the middle of the battlefield. Then he quickly pulled it out and inserted it into a large silver ring similar to the one that swallowed the soul creature Hoffenheim, and then he repeated that move 6 more times by randomly throwing the net all over the battlefield. Then he sighed and shook his hand. Phew! Maintaining the shape and power of the net is not easy, but using it in this random way is easier than using it on a living, conscious target. He then walked back towards Peon with a smile. Is everything okay over there? I am fine, but that was too much of a risky move. You should have at least waited for the support to arrive first. You could have stalled as long as you wanted as long as the marshal was in your hand. Peon laughed softly and shook his head, his condition greatly improved after drinking a sip of the energy essence. Of course, Peon meant the killing of the marshal in front of his soldiers. The Great Serpent Army still retained a large portion of its strength, and they had around 330 martial emperors with them. What if they went on a rampage and attacked? Hee hee, what support? Robin chuckled and sat back on the other side of the small pond. You are saying that there is no support coming, and yet you acted like this. Peon opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Logic would have it that Robin should have created an opportunity to pull the army away, or at least taken Peon and the warlords and fled. But what he did was far from logical. Upon his arrival, he destroyed nearly a third of the fleet, wounded the marshal, then used the giant tree to balance the fighting and resume it, and even killed the marshal himself in cold blood. That is exactly why I acted like this. Robin looked up at the sky with a smile. If I acted rationally and tried to retreat or negotiate with them, they would know that I was in a weak position and they wouldn't have retreated. I had to create that psychological barrier for them that I feared nothing and that I was sure that support would arrive. Peon raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't say anything. Robin's risk was too great, but it worked. What would you have done if they attacked? With Robin leading a great battle and emerging victorious, the Great Serpent Empire's army was still too powerful. 330 martial emperors could have exhausted him to death even if they couldn't kill him directly. It wasn't an option. I knew they would inevitably retreat. I've suffered a lot from human nature until I learned some of its basics, and today you saw a little bit of it. Robin shook his head. Buzz. An instant space portal opened next to the two and Theo appeared. Haha, the news was right, father, you are here. Then he took a few steps forward and hugged Robin from behind while he was sitting. Although they hadn't separated for a long time, the events that had happened during that period in his life that was being put to the test every day made him feel like decades had passed. Hee hee, you look good, my long-haired one. Robin laughed and patted Theo on the head. Come sit and drink with us. Peon waited for his brother to come and sit next to him, then asked, why isn't support coming, father? Is the war in Nihiri still raging? No, I have temporarily withdrawn from Nihiri. Currently, our army is completely divided between the Orphan Blood and Jura. Robin shook his head. Jura. Evergreen told me that you returned to Jura about 2 weeks ago. The war is still ongoing. Peon furrowed his brows, and even Theo was shocked by this fact. Robin nodded. Greenland was lucky to have you and your brother, as well as Emily here to lead the resistance since day one, not to mention Evergreen's help. But Jura didn't have that kind of luck, they went too far before we arrived. Robin squeezed his hands tightly. He saw the destruction that Jura had suffered while in the planet's spirit range and saw its current situation, and it was far worse than what he had caused when he brought the demons. Then let's go, our mission here is over. Peon stood with his eyebrows knitted, and of course, he meant to go to Jura. Pa, no need. Robin let go of the hand he was leaning on, lay on his back, and closed his eyes. Alexander needs this victory. Chapter 884. Planet Jura. The Flame Continent. Tap tap. Sitting on a huge throne-like seat, Alexander watched the scene before him like a hawk with not so much of an expression on his face. The third largest city in the Flame Continent was in front of him at this moment, a well-fortified city full of resources, food, citizens, and full of invaders. This was the last spot that Marshal Dayroth decided to take as a stronghold. The city walls were completely covered with the bodies of hanged and mutilated humans. The flags of the Great Serpent Empire fluttered on the castles, and the warships were hovering around the city non-stop. Ha ha ha, why are you standing so far away? Come on, let's have some fun if you dare. Ha 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 ha. The Great Serpent soldiers in charge of the surveillance continued to harass Alexander and his companions. They could hear the screams of the citizens inside the city, screams in terror. Some of them were shouting at the top of their lungs begging Alexander to storm the city, saying that it was okay with them to die as hostages rather than live with those animals. Yet, Alexander, with a huge army behind him, indeed did not dare to come closer. The true beginning army returned from planet Nihiri roughly 2 weeks ago and was divided between planet Jura and planet Orphan Blood. It was expected that planet Jura would be cleaned up quickly after Alexander received 250 martial emperors and 30 warlords, in addition to a huge number of law-using soldiers reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions after the recruitment announcement. However, this did not happen. Firstly, because the Great Serpent Empire's army was spread out too widely and occupied too many cities full of citizens. Secondly, because the rebels were mixed in with the citizens and were taking any opportunity to bait the True Beginning Empire's army from behind. Actually, Alexander and the other generals of the True Beginning Empire found it hard to explain why the remaining rebels were still getting involved in this war. Logic says that after Richard killed more than 50 million of them and the rest scattered among the cities, they would hide and pretend that nothing happened. This way, the generals would have forgotten about them, and maybe Robin wouldn't have put those red arrows above their heads. And the explanation is actually quite simple. They are not the only ones who sold their homeland for foreigners because they disliked their ruler. History is filled with such characters. Logic didn't work with them, it was only hate. They felt that there was still a chance that the True Beginning Empire would lose and Robin would be killed, and they fought for it. They didn't think about what came after, or they just hoped that the foreigners would be more reasonable than their own kin. Emperor Robin was not interested in changing their worldview either, he wanted a purge instead. Arrows descended from the red cloud that covered the planet, and Robin broadcast his voice in everyone's ears, telling them that anyone with a red arrow on them was a criminal who should be killed because they participated in the rebellion. Immediately, all the generals were happy, and all the soldiers were excited and focused on killing everyone that had a red arrow. They thought that they would clean up the rebels first and then focus on the invaders, and this actually brought good results in the first few hours. But when millions of rebels realized that there was no escape from confrontation, they confronted. They were indeed scared now, but they were still somewhere between 5 and 10 million rebels with decent connections. The rebels gathered again and began to attack the cities and villages under the empire fiercely to distract the imperial army. The higher-ups among them used their influence to carry out massive sabotage operations everywhere, even emptying the academies, weapons factories, and stores, then giving everything up to the Great Serpent Empire army. With such a massive service network providing them with weapons and pearls, the Great Serpent army grew stronger and more fierce. The only problem they faced when the rebels stopped hiding among the citizens was that they could no longer stay inside isolated cities far apart around the continents for long. Now they didn't have the trap that slowed down the armies of the True Beginning Empire. Plus, the presence of the warlords and the True Beginning generals hunting them down and taking out their hate and anger upon them meant they could no longer withstand a direct battle. So Marshal Daroth changed the strategy and took half of his fleet to the Flame Continent to take permanent refuge. Then he ordered the other half of the fleet to be free ships and move from city to city and from gathering to kill everyone they see, harvest all the resources, pearls, and weapons they could before moving on to the next city. Dealing with the rebels fighting fiercely for survival was difficult enough. But with the red arrows upon their heads and with no decent military training, the generals could easily take them out with time. Then and after Marshal Daroth's new tactic, trying to stop the ships with their tremendous speed from proceeding with their plan was difficult beyond description. Robin and the army's arrival did planet Jura no good. In fact, its destruction levels got many times worse. Alexander tried to invade the Flame Continent and kill the bulk of the Great Serpent army, then tried to corner the rest of the ships individually until he kills them all one by one or by force, then left the planet. But Marshal Daroth didn't entertain Alexander, he decided to punish him instead. He retreated before the battle began, gave orders for his ships to disperse and spread out all over planet Jura at full speed, killing and destroying as they pleased, and then regrouping in another city on the Flame Continent like nothing had happened. Chapter 885. But Alexander didn't back off easily. He repeated the operation once more, this time with a well-planned siege around the Flame Continent. The result was that he killed a number of soldiers and shot down a number of ships, while the rest managed to flee and repeated their action again. This time they destroyed a large portion of planet Jura and further accumulated tens of millions of deaths to increase Alexander's punishment. They even went to attack the treasury of the imperial capital again. Had it not been for the warlords arriving in time to stop them, it would have been too late for the entire war. And then again they returned to gather on the Flame Continent, specifically here, in the third largest city. A whole day passed here. Alexander sat in front of the walls watching from afar. The army of the True Beginning Empire was still almost untouched, but the civilian deaths and the extent of the destruction were accumulating terribly. This was his responsibility as the commander of the defense army. Sitting at the city gate on a throne no less magnificent than Alexander's, Marshal Daroth laughed and spoke in a calm voice. General Alexander, it seems that you still haven't found anything to do today either, and I know that you wouldn't find anything. You and your army sitting here won't change anything. Let them go back to their wives and kids, if any left of course. After the back-and-forth battles between Alexander and Daroth over the past 2 weeks, the two had become quite familiar with each other. I will not leave this spot until I remove the filth I see before me, Alexander replied emotionlessly, but some suppressed killing intent could not be hidden. Oh, are you talking about me? Then I have to apologize, you won't remove anything, I'm not going anywhere. Marshal Daroth laughed. But I do, in fact, agree that this war can't last forever. We have to make peace in the end, isn't this what all wars are about? Accept my offer and let us both have peace for a few years. Let us lick our wounds and think about the future. What do you think? Alexander raised one eyebrow. Your offer is ridiculous, it went in one ear and out the other, even a child would have some shame speaking those words. Haha, then let me repeat it to you and please try to keep it between your ears this time, it's for your own good. Daroth looked directly into Alexander's eyes. Although you are just a mid-level martial emperor, I realize that you are a high-ranking official in the True Beginning Empire since you were given the task of defending planet Jura, which apparently isn't going very well for you. Make good use of your authority and give me the Flame Continent. I will provide a safe passage for all your citizens to leave this continent, and I will also withdraw all my forces from the rest of the continents and not leave these borders for 10 years. After the period is up we can resume negotiations. You are still talking nonsense? Wanting to establish a permanent base on our home planet, what kind of power do you have to say these words? You can't even handle a direct battle against my army, your ships flee immediately upon seeing a soldier approaching, someone like you should think about how to get off the planet safely, but you dare to think about occupying an entire continent? Are you sane? An ugly smile appeared on Alexander's face. Even dreams have limits. It depends on the request and the means. I don't see my request to be the least bit exaggerated, to be honest, and I do have the means to accomplish my request. It doesn't have to be a direct war for me to take what I want. Marshal Daroth shrugged. You say they are dreams, perhaps you are right, but why shouldn't I dream? As long as I have a way to make it come true, I can dream whatever I want, and honestly, I don't think it's far-fetched at all. I just have to destroy this piece of crap you call home planet sufficiently, and then you will listen to my peaceful offer. The question is, how much longer can you stand what's happening? As for me, I can continue until I level every last building on your bullshit of a homeland to the ground and kill every last person. Piffed, do you really think His Excellency cares if all the buildings are leveled to the ground, or even if all the inhabitants of the planet are killed? Alexander laughed at the naivete of this marshal. He himself destroyed planet Jura not so long ago, or do you think those rebels hate him because of the high prices? Actually, he wouldn't be surprised if Robin knew what was happening to planet Jura right now, but he didn't care to interfere for whatever reason. I know His Excellency to a certain extent. In his eyes, as long as there are a few individuals from the Burton family alive and able to reproduce, then nothing else matters. Alexander continued. The buildings can be restored and the people can give birth to others. He said it himself not long ago. Then he gave a laugh. I see that your last resort should be going after the Burton family survivors, and honestly, I want to see you try to touch them. They are currently in Black Sun City in the ancestral continent. Do you want a map? You're saying he destroyed the planet himself? I heard about what happened. It was said that he only killed those who attacked his family or something like that. Daroth said. That's not strict enough. You should leave the destruction to its people. The marshal laughed and then spoke seriously. My dear Alexander, your talk has no weight here if you don't accept the offer or give me another one that I can think about. We are not going anywhere. You must believe that with all your heart. The marshal continued his provocation but didn't comment on attacking the surviving members of the Burton family. He already knew where they were, but those bastards were protected by 10 warlords and an entire army division. If he decided to send any army there, they would be raped to death. Chapter 886. Excuse me, I can't understand your way of thought. Are you being serious? Do you think you can triumph here or force us into anything? Don't you realize the situation you're in? Alexander's smile disappeared. If you're counting on the rebels to help you, it won't be long. I got 2 generals tasked with helping the Shadow Sword search for and kill the Red Arrow holders. Most of the small fish are already wiped out and only a few thousand are now hiding like rats, and I promise you that the sun won't rise on any of them soon enough. You said it yourself, they are rats. You may solve your internal problems yourself. What do I care for? Marshal Daroth laughed. Those local traders were useful, but they were nothing to care about. Then what gives you this confidence? Do you think I won't be able to get you? Let's suppose for a second that I'm weak and that I fail to bring your head. Do you think that's the end? Alexander smiled and passed his hand over his left eye. Don't forget that Supreme General Caesar and Crown Prince Richard are still on our side, or have your injuries affected your mind? Ugh. Daroth bared his fangs and growled at the sound of the 2 names. Had he forgotten them? No. His broken body, his open wounds, reminded him every moment of the shameful incident of fleeing Caesar under the eyes of his soldiers. But he wouldn't leave. Even Alexander himself couldn't comprehend how serious the marshal was at this moment. He really didn't intend to leave. It was not because he was confident of victory in snatching a piece of the mother planet of a fully grown planetary empire by himself. On the contrary, he had given orders to his army to flee the moment they spotted any potential enemy. He knew for sure that defeating the true beginning army was a fantasy. In the past 2 weeks, he hadn't been able to harm them even a little. He didn't want to stay for the sake of the Great Serpent Empire's conquest or for honor and glory and such nonsense, but for the sake of resources. When planet Jura was invaded, the marshal immediately ordered the expansion and search of the cities for anything of importance. He looked for perhaps information or food rations to help him complete his mission, but he found energy pearls, a lot of them. In the 3 or 4 weeks since the attack on planet Jura began, his soldiers had managed to collect nearly 200,000 energy pearls from houses, academies, and other training institutions. This was a number that the Great Serpent Empire had not been able to collect in 10,000 years, and here he collected it in less than a month from public places and scattered houses. Then what if he took his time and searched more carefully under the houses? He might find some mines or hidden treasuries. And it wasn't just the pearls that caught his attention. They also found a huge number of minor and major law techniques, high-level energy weapons, designs for making divine weapons, talismans, arrays, and divine tattoos. He, as a respected marshal who had lived for thousands of years, had never seen this many treasures in the Great Serpent Empire. He hadn't seen them even in the spoils of the Mid-Belt Wars he had participated in. If he returned to planet Poison Rock with this amount of treasures, he could forget about compensating for the death of Marshal Struga. He could forget about the fact that he would have the right to demand more beast blood than what Pathor himself injected, and forget that he would be the leader of the marshals. He could simply take these treasures to any other planet and start his own planetary empire. This idea had been going through Daroth's head a lot in the past period. He had the ships, he had the resources, and he had the army. He could return to the planet he was appointed marshal on, become independent, and declare it a private planetary kingdom. And if he used those hundreds of law techniques he found decently, he would soon form a planetary empire. Of course, he and his existing army couldn't fully use them, but he could use them on the remaining citizens of his planet. He was using them as mining slaves, but if it appeared that luck had smiled for them, they would be the new source of his army soon enough. The planetary emperor of the true beginning would definitely be furious when he learned of the destruction he had done to planet Jura and about the stolen items. He would no doubt make things even harder for the Great Serpent Empire, maybe even attacking them at their own pace. When it comes to that, both Pathor and Robin wouldn't have time to care about him. In the meantime, he would strengthen himself and his army using these resources. In a few years he would eventually defeat both empires after they exhausted themselves, and he would be the final winner. Hee hee, hee hee. The dreamy smile that appeared on the marshal's face at this moment made Alexander furrow his brows and mutter. It seems Richard's hand was too heavy on him. After his short daydream, the marshal returned to looking into Alexander's eyes with a confident smile on his face. He didn't want victory, because he knew he wouldn't get it. He didn't want the Flame Continent either, he wanted time. He needed the time during which his fleets would be able to roam the planet and gather more and more resources to achieve his dream. If he could stall for 1 year, no, 1 month. If he could lure Alexander for 1 more month, he would withdraw from this place with his rewards. Of course, if that human was stupid enough to swallow the bait and decide to give him the Flame Continent for 10 years to search at his leisure, he wouldn't have a problem with that either. Marshal. At this moment, a shout came from the side, interrupting Derotha's idealistic thoughts. Look up. Chapter 887. Marshal, this is urgent. At this moment, a shout came from the side, interrupting Derotha's idealistic thoughts. Look up. Deroth raised his head and stared for a while, trying to figure out what he was looking at. In the end, he found a number of humans standing above the clouds at high altitudes, and there were at least 100 martial emperors up there. He did not immediately get enraged or take a countermeasure. The altitude was too high to pose any kind of threat, and they were almost at the same distance that Alexander was sitting at now. They were up there just to say that they were there and not to get lazy. They might put some pressure and disturbance on the Great Serpent Empire soldiers, but they would not pose any significant threat without being detected. However, the marshal looked into Alexander's eyes again with apparent anger. Is that supposed to scare me? If they come down a little bit more, I will simply leave. Remember, this will annoy me, and if I get annoyed, the Wind Continent will witness my anger. It might even pop up in my head, and I will decide to move there and claim it as my permanent home instead of the Flame Continent. Alexander laughed. Do not worry, they will stay up there to monitor the situation. As long as you do not try to go up, they will not come down to you, and you have my word. The marshal frowned slightly, suspecting that something was going on but not knowing what it was. But whatever Alexander was cooking up was doomed to fail. As long as the ships were ready and the engines were running at full efficiency thanks to the ridiculous amount of energy pearls he had collected, he would leave this place in the slightest danger. Even the soldiers, most of them were sleeping inside the ships with only a few of them roaming the city looking for resources or dangers. The next few moments passed by heavily. The smile and confidence on Marshal Derotha's face disappeared, and a few drops of sweat covered his forehead. Something inside him was telling him that there was danger, but he did not know where it would come from. Alexander, do not start something you cannot stop. I know. Alexander nodded twice with a smile, still sitting comfortably in his chair. If I start something, I have to make sure I finish it. I learned this the hard way during our past battles. The marshal quickly continued. It is good that you know this, but you should also know that you can never gain any advantage against me. I have fought hundreds of generals throughout my life and cut them all down, and even in the middle planetary belt I have my name and respect. Why are you sweating? I have not moved an inch, calm down, I have not done anything yet. Alexander laughed. Let us both relax and enjoy the good weather. Come on, talk to me more about those offers of yours, and maybe I will consider one. The marshal did not know what to say, but he was really afraid of that human. Although their clash had been short over the past 2 weeks and he had always been in a position of strength thanks to the speed of the spaceships, Alexander had done several tricks that had made him always feel surrounded with no room to breathe. He was definitely not an easy character. Rumble, rumble. The marshal felt something like a very light earthquake under his feet, so he quickly stood up and looked around. A sense of danger exploded in his head. Go back to the ships, we have to dash. Underscore. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the ground around the city wall cracked, and something came out from underneath it. It was the Terra Cavalry Squad. What is going on here? The marshal shouted loudly. He had never seen this squadron before, no, there were tens of thousands of them, and that was an entire army. And he did not know how they got out from underground, but he knew one thing, something was happening. We are leaving. Pa. All the guards and soldiers patrolling the area jumped towards the ships within seconds as they had learned in their training, and the marshal followed them. He stood in the middle of his ship's massive gate and pointed towards Alexander. Just wait, you will regret messing with me again, and the Wind Continent will witness the biggest massacre yet. They shall dash. V-room. Ha! At this moment, a golden veil appeared between him and Alexander. It was something like a barrier wall, extremely high, and it did not seem weak either. Damn, where did that thing come from? The marshal pointed towards the wall. All the ships started firing at the same time. Fire at it, destroy it. Bam, bam, bam. The wall was quickly being pierced and healed. It was clear that if they continued firing it would collapse, but it did not look like it would open enough for a single ship to pass anytime soon. Advance. Under the psychological pressure, the marshal heard Alexander's voice, and then saw him approaching quickly with his army behind him. The marshal quickly looked around and found the city surrounded on all sides by that wall, with several instant space portals starting to open and pouring more soldiers from all directions. He clenched his hands tightly and gave orders. Head up, I want to see if this damned wall reaches the sky. Even if he had to leave the planet now, it would be fine. He would just go around it and land on another continent. Bam, bam. Just when the ships started to turn their heads upwards, attacks descended upon them. They were the martial emperors that the marshal had seen a moment ago. The marshal opened his eyes slightly as he saw 100 martial emperors descending above his head. Then everything went dark as he saw an instant space portal open up above, and a warlord descending towards him holding a club. Chapter 888. After a day and a night. Greenland, the steep hill. I want 700 of you in the Grazing Rat's kingdom to complete the restoration of the capital there, and another 500 in the vicinity of Tree Father Lapican to restore the tree houses we built for the army. Emily spoke loudly as she wrote on scrolls and stamped them at breakneck speed. In front of her were a large number of people wearing scattered armor pieces. Most of them had large beards, and their clothes were torn in different places, while the rest were content to wear long, clean, white robes. Yes. All right. After each time Emily finished writing and stamping a scroll, one of the individuals right in front of her would receive it. Then they would choose a number of people standing behind them before they left. Of course, the restoration here was not about rebuilding the houses, that would be something the people of the region would take care of. Those before Emily were the rune masters and divine blacksmiths, whose mission would be to restore the arrays if they existed and to strengthen government and public buildings, though this would take a lot of time. After His Excellency Robin Burton forced the invaders to flee, the remaining Greenlanders found themselves breathing a sigh of relief that they had survived this ordeal. Then they looked around and found a world in ruins, something they had never seen before, even at the apex of the war against the Tree Fathers. So before any riots or feelings of fear or hatred towards the true beginning empire could arise, Emily quickly opened the hidden vaults. She used the shadow swords and instant space portals to quickly distribute the treasures to the affected people, and she also began to distribute the rune masters and divine blacksmiths of the empire to every place to help the locals recover faster and lick their wounds. Her quick reaction greatly contributed to calming the public down and making them focus on the next step. Swoosh! At this moment, a person appeared next to Emily with a light gust of wind. You should have started repairing the steep hill first if you ask me. In fact, the most damaged spot on Greenland's back was the steep hill. This was because it was targeted immediately after the warships landed due to the presence of the space portal above it. That day, the defense array held up a little, but not enough to allow anyone to activate the space portal and use it. In the blink of an eye, the marshal ordered the motherships of the fleets to fire their main cannons, and they easily penetrated the old array. On that day, a massive massacre took place on the steep hill, or what is known as the headquarters. Emily and her 12 martial emperor assistants gathered what they could of followers and anything important, then pushed them into the instant space portal and escaped. But the rest were not so lucky. In that short battle, a lot of the research and technology that the members of the Sky Opening Tower were working on was lost, and a number of researchers were also killed. Perhaps the only positive thing was that the invaders were unable to open the huge vault under the steep hill easily due to the nature of its construction. At the same time, Evergreen began to gather waves of beasts, insects, and rodents from everywhere to gather on the hill, so the marshal decided to temporarily abandon it and leave. At this moment, Emily was outdoors sitting on a broken chair writing her scrolls on a flat tree trunk that she had erected herself. She was surrounded by collapsed buildings and traces of blaze everywhere. General Peon, I believe that preventing the chances of another people's movement coming out of Greenland is the priority now. Emily raised her glasses for a moment before continuing to type quickly. Did you suppress the riots in Fulhi City? Yes, there was a shortage of food due to the warships burning everything in the area, but that was taken care of. Peon scratched his head slightly, wondering why he felt like he was working for her. Good, you can head to Brynja province now. Take a few shadow swords with you, it is tough over there. Without looking at him again, Emily handed him a scroll with what he was supposed to do. All right. Peon shrugged and turned, ready to leave. Wait. Emily finally looked away from the pile of papers. Is he okay? After the incident of killing the marshal, Robin ordered them to leave except for Peon, who stayed by his side. No one has heard from him since then. He's fine, Peon smiled, then left again in a gust of wind. He just wants to be alone for a while. Above the body of Tree Father Hoffenheim, specifically inside one of the huge bird nests, Robin swallowed. Yum. Robin took a large bite of the roasted thigh of a huge bird as he watched the beautiful scenes in front of him. Sitting at an altitude of tens of kilometers above the ground and watching the world is always something that touches the eyes and the heart. Hey! The scattered feathers of the bird gathered and revealed the figure of a little girl with deer antlers on her head. You sound pretty busy over there, do you need a hand? What do you want now? Robin laughed. How could he not detect the sarcasm in Evergreen's question? Well, I don't want anything, how about you? With her hands tied behind her, she smiled. He quickly understood what she was trying to say. What, am I not allowed to have a break for a few days? A few days? Ahem, don't you think this is too much time wasted, my dear owner? Come on now, this is not befitting you. You have power to reap and an empire to build. Robin swallowed and laughed. Using spacetime is always tiring. I built an empire but can't even have some rest? But I guess you're right. Robin threw the rest of the huge thigh aside with a bam, then sat in a meditative position. Protect me if this guy's wife comes, I bet she would be angry. Hey, I will find her a bigger hubby. Evergreen raised her hand to perform a military salute in a cute manner. Inside Robin's soul domain. Well, what do we have here? Robin stretched out as soon as he entered the domain. Then he placed one hand on his waist and contemplated what he saw with a smile. At this moment, over 10,000 white orbs the size of footballs were flying around his soul domain, all of them moving around playfully and bumping into each other. Robin even saw a number of them hiding from each other behind the silver trees to play hide and seek. Are they conscious? Aren't their consciousnesses supposed to end at the moment of death? Robin raised his eyebrows as he watched the strange sight. These were the initial souls that he had collected on the battlefield using the soul-catching net. Chapter 889. Who said they are conscious? Evergreen's avatar within Robin's soul domain appeared beside him, laughing. Do you think the souls of the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers and the true beginning Empire's soldiers would play and fool around like this if they remembered anything? Then what is going on? Robin slightly furrowed his brows. This is how all pure, primal souls behave in nature. After leaving the body and destroying their original consciousness, all souls become equal and roam freely. They now cannot access any of their old memories, and most of those memories have also been irretrievably lost along with their original consciousness. Instead, they have a simple consciousness derived from nature. You could say that they are like one-year-old children now. Evergreen stepped forward and patted one of the orbs. But this period in the life of the free primal souls does not last long. These souls have three paths to take. The first is to reach a place where negative energy is condensed accidentally, and they will be contaminated by it, and some of them may turn into evil wraiths. The second is to interfere with places where positive energy is abundant, and their lives will be extended for several hundred years, and they will spread more joy in that spot. The third is to remain wandering in the same form you see until they completely disintegrate in several dozen years, or until a powerful soul master absorbs them, and they will start a new life cycle within his soul domain. Their consciousness disappeared, along with it their memories. This complicates Robin's thinking. He thought he could gather information like he did with Hoffenheim. Evergreen understood him immediately. Most of them are gone, yes, but the stronger a person is before they die, the more memories their soul will be able to retain, and you can access them if you dig deep enough. Although I don't recommend it as they will most likely be torn apart and useless. If you want information, it's best to find ways to interrogate the living. Oh, what you can get from them for sure are the laws. Those primal souls retain an imprint of the laws the deceased was cultivating until the soul disappears completely. Then she looked at him with a big smile on her face that reached from ear to ear. What? Robin asked hurriedly. The girl's look was suspicious. Why did you decide to absorb all those souls all of a sudden? Evergreen continued her big smile. Robin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he at least understood why she was laughing. Yuri told him not to use this technique again, while she told him to use it and find solutions to its problems if any appeared. Since he used it and absorbed this large amount of souls, it means that she won. Robin rubbed his head. I'll keep trying until I notice those problems, then I'll decide what to do, whether I'll stop or continue. I haven't decided yet. He then started walking towards the nearest orb and grabbed it with one hand. That's fair enough. Evergreen nodded several times, then pointed in front of her. Why don't you start with that one? Evergreen pointed at a very large orb that took up a large space in Robin's soul domain, almost equal to the size of soul creature Hoffenheim. That orb was deep white and surrounded by silver chains, its shell was full of cracks, and a white liquid was dripping abundantly onto the ground of the soul domain. Robin looked at that ball and laughed. That was the soul of Marshal Spinac. The difference was that Robin was able to chain it and extract it from within the Marshal's soul domain when he was still alive, and this way he managed to retain all of its soul units. This means that in addition to the great primal soul force of a person with the strength and age of the Marshal, it still retained another 800 soul units. Most importantly, it still retained the Marshal's original consciousness inside it. No thanks, I'll leave it in the end. If I find that I can't continue, I'll simply expel it from my soul domain. Robin shook his head and focused back on the orb in his hand. As soon as he grabbed it, Robin immediately knew that it belonged to a soldier from the Great Serpent Army. Zoo, zoo. The silver soul force began to gather, form drills, and started attacking the primal soul. Crack. Even in the end, after a few minutes, Robin managed to break through it. Ha! When Robin felt that the immense force inside was about to explode, he used the silver soul force to quickly form a shell around the primal soul. Boom! A small explosion occurred inside the bubble, but it was strong enough to stun it, and some of the soul force inside leaked out, but it soon subsided. Push! Robin removed the silver membrane, allowing the pure energy to land on the ground of the soul domain, and then slowly seep inside it. Ha! Robin raised his head and closed his eyes, enjoying this addictive feeling. Then he noticeably saw the place where the primal soul energy landed harden and become stronger. He noticed that his own avatar was now more visible, and most importantly, he noticed a small seed taking up space in his soul domain, most likely a seed similar to the one that the soul creature Hoffenheim emerged from. The force that forms the primal souls is much purer and denser than the normal units he gets from the soul strengthening technique. I only increased 7 soul units. Robin opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. I don't remember exactly how much I got from Hoffenheim because I didn't know about soul units at the time, but I definitely increased hundreds of units then. To Robin, the 7 units he took from a proper primal soul like this were better than 70 units of the normal soul force hovering in the atmosphere, as their quality was much higher and they could provide him with more force than 70 units when used. However, 7 units were much less than he expected. What were you waiting for? He's just a soldier in the Saint Realm who is around 400 years old. Evergreen laughed next to him, but the difference is that big. Robin looked back at the orbs. They were still playing in front of him, not caring about what had just happened to their companion, their size not much different from the size of Hoffenheim's primal soul when he harvested it. The strength of a primal soul is determined by many criteria, including the strength of a person during his lifetime, how many years he lived and how he spent his years, his experiences, the laws he cultivated in, and many other criteria. Evergreen then looked at Robin. Hoffenheim's primal soul is very strong due to his long lifespan, he has lived for over 2 million years. I can say that your primal soul is slightly stronger than his, and that is for one reason, which is that you have the master law of truth and the master law of spacetime. But I believe that it will become stronger with time. A strong primal soul provides you with many advantages. Like what? Robin asked curiously. Not now, you have something to do here. Evergreen laughed and pointed towards the 10,000 primal souls. That will take a long time. Robin scratched his head and looked back at all those primal souls. If he continued at this pace, he might continue to sit on that nest for another 6 months. I will try something. Planet Nihari. The Northern Region. Chapter 890. Planet Nihari, Northern Region, Photon Bay City, capital of the Photon Giant Tribe. Not long ago, this was a regular giant city. Its buildings were only 2 stories, but each story was 5 meters high. The doors were made of blue reinforced wood, and each door was 4 meters long. It was very common to find a human or a dwarf tied by the neck outside those doors. It was full of restaurants and bars, and some of them were dedicated to eating the flesh of other intelligent creatures and drinking their blood. Just a regular city like all giant cities. If there was to be something special mentioned about it, it would be the Purple Pearl Domes. As its name suggests, the Purple Pearl Domes are huge buildings in the shape of half an energy pearl. Under each dome, all sorts of gambling take place, selling slaves, trading ancient divine weapons, and everything else that is valuable would be found inside. It is said that the value of the trade that takes place in each dome exceeds 100,000 energy pearls monthly. This makes the Photon Giants tribe one of the richest and most market-controlling tribes. Did you search inside that dome? Yes, sir, we found 13,000 power pearls with the corpses. Then why is the building still standing, you idiot? This will confuse the rest of the search teams and they will try to search it too. That would waste too much time. Oh, I apologize, sir, I will take care of it right away. The officer and his entire squad bowed apologetically. Then the officer stood up, and his soldiers followed him, facing the dome with their weapons raised. Ready, fire, boom, collapse, collapse. The walls of the circular dome couldn't withstand the attacks. Parts of it started flying everywhere until finally, it collapsed completely, revealing what lay behind it. A sea of rubble and blood splattered with a huge number of soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire walking on it. This dome was the last building standing in the city, even its giant walls were flattened. Inside his massive ship, Marshal Cerebral sat on his massive seat with a pained expression. He was surrounded by 6 girls with pale, cracked skin trying to clean and bandage his many wounds. Damn it! The Marshal suddenly shouted, making the girls tremble for a moment before he fell silent again. 2 weeks ago, First Marshal Celepus took all 300 martial guards and advanced towards the northern edge mountain. He dragged behind him the king of the north, Halak, and the king of the beasts, Crixus, and then gave them orders to annihilate the northern region because he wanted to disturb. On the same day, the Marshal ordered the torture and intelligence teams in all fleets to bring a detailed map of the northern region. Those teams did not delay, and within 2 hours, the Marshals had a comprehensive map on which all the giants' powers were distributed and even the settlements of the rest of the intelligent creatures. The 2 Marshals agreed to divide the giant tribes' capitals among themselves while distributing the rest of the giant cities and settlements to the rest of the generals to take care of. The matter was settled that simply. On the same day, the Marshals, 18 generals if Generals Pars and Malad were counted, supported by approximately 1,200 martial emperors, 700,000 elite soldiers, and dozens of space warships took off with the aim of destroying the northern region. Marshal Xanax wants to contact you. A voice interrupted Cerebral's train of thought. All right, connect us. The Marshal replied, still with his eyes closed. Then after waiting another second, he opened his mouth again. Hello, partner, how are things going for you in the Sika Giants tribe? Not very good. Marshal Xanax's voice echoed in the room. He seemed to be in pain as well. I lost 12 martial emperors and 20,000 soldiers in battle. What about you? About the same numbers. Serpal laughed, his mood improving when he knew he wasn't alone in this. Those bastards' muscles aren't just to show off. No need to talk to me about it, Arg. Marshal Xanax suddenly cried. It was clear that whoever was trying to treat him had pressed on something that was hurting him. When the giant army dispersed at the border and each of them returned to their city, the 2 marshals laughed until they were out of breath. They hadn't even dreamed of anything that would make their mission easier. And indeed this made their mission a lot easier, but not to the extent they imagined. The giant tribes that were building up their forces to nearly 200,000 were not an easy target. Each of them concealed nearly 60 martial emperors and a huge number of valiant soldiers. Their huge and well-infused bodies with energy did not fall from a blow or two, and their ancient divine weapons were not weak either. And this is all on one hand, and the strength of the tribal leaders is on another. Being lower level than the marshals and not having beast blood to burn, the marshals thought it would be a symbolic fight, but they were beaten up and their bones were broken one by one. So far, the marshals have attacked 4 tribes, killing 4 leaders thanks to the corrosion law. But in return, their injuries accumulated and they consumed a large amount of Dirger blood in their bodies. Now in terms of the amount of Dirger blood in their bodies alone, they and the generals are equal. This is not very strange. Even Richard had to use everything he had to fight Dawadar, and only a few months later he was able to kill Marshal Striga with greater ease. Defeating someone is one thing, and being able to kill them is another, and the giants were not easy to kill at all. But hey, it was worth it. Marshal Spinac laughed. In 2 weeks he was able to collect 350,000 energy pearls. You're right, when His Majesty receives the batches we've sent, the Great Serpent Empire's features will change forever. Marshal Xanax sighed. Thinking about how many techniques and weapons we can purchase from the Overlord makes me tremble with excitement. Chapter 891. Do you think we could ask for the coordinates of a planet or two? Marshal Serpal became more excited and knocked one of the girls down as he quickly sat up. What are we going to do with them? Putting aside the huge planet Nihiri, we have 3 other planets of the so-called True Beginning Empire. Those 4 will suffice us for a long time. If you come to the truth, Nihiri alone will suffice us for a long time. Marshal Xanax was absent-minded for a moment. Maybe the dream of relaxation and peace isn't that far away. 3 planets, do you believe what the Truth Chosen said? Serpal calmed down a bit. Robin had previously announced that he knew about the attack on his planets and that he had surrounded and even eliminated them. No way, he was lying to dampen our morale. Xanax shook his head. Why do you think he would withdraw his army like that and run away? The most he could do was focus on one planet and reclaim it while leaving the rest to us. And honestly, I don't think he could fully reclaim one of his planets either. They will be a lost case before he goes back. You're right. Marshal Serpal nodded, considering the thought that another marshal would lose an entire planet after taking a 7-day advantage. So, what do we do now? Marshal Xanax fell silent. Of course, he knew what his partner was asking. Before they came, a tribe called Azel was wiped out, reducing the number of the northern tribes to 11, and now they have eliminated 4 more, reducing the number to only 7 northern tribes. If they continue at the same pace, they will undoubtedly be able to destroy all the tribes, but they will lose a lot of soldiers and equipment, and most importantly, they will lose most of the Dirger blood from their veins and it would take a lot of time to regenerate it. At the same time, they cannot turn a blind eye to them. Nihiri will undoubtedly be their center of operations, and they cannot leave such powerful locals around. It is their mission to get rid of them. The northern tribes are not just the city where the tribe leader resides. They use the vast network of cities around them to attract more soldiers and resources. If we cut off these networks and besiege them, we will make them starve before getting rid of them. Marshal Xanax came up with an idea that would relieve them a little from the burden of continuous fighting. Let's give the generals the orders to continue advancing and wipe out anything in their path while not approaching the capitals of the giant tribes, while we wait for the right opportunity. What do you think? No problem with me. Serpal nodded, then asked seriously, then what about the humans and the rest of the sentient races? Marshal Xanax fell silent again. Some reports say that a large number of sentient races have been seen crossing the border towards the central and western regions recently, and they haven't been attacked. The Great Serpent Empire's soldiers also want some rest after all those fierce battles and the nightmare that Robin showed them, so when they saw a large number of enemies trying to escape, they let them escape. The problem they were facing now was that they had gathered information about how powerful the sentient race's armies were, to the point that not long ago, they threatened to invade the northern giant tribes, and it was said that even some martial emperors had appeared among them recently. However, up until this moment, they hadn't seen a single one of them. All the settlements were completely empty. The basic plan that Robin had devised was that the united army of Nihiri giants would retreat a little, then regroup and continue fighting. He ordered the Shadow Swords to lead the sentient race's armies from all the settlements. Then it came to this route, and help the giants' army surround the Great Serpents to balance the scales a little. But since the Nihiri giants had once again failed Robin's expectations and withdrawn for good, what was the point of throwing the army of sentient races into perdition? That's why Charles Burton, the second in command of the Shadow Swords, made the decision to send them all away from the battlefield. Since the Nihiri giants had reached this stage of selfishness, let them die alone. There's something happening in the south. There are billions of sentient race individuals. How come they decide to immigrate at the same time and to the same destination? Marshal Xanax muttered in a low voice. While on the other side, we have the eastern region that is said to be allies, but we haven't seen any support from them so far except for a few pieces of information, while the western, central and southern regions are completely out of our control. Why are we fighting here and reducing our numbers daily while most of the planet is empty waiting for us to occupy it and plunder its resources? I feel like we're being dragged into something here. What do you suggest? Serpal raised his eyebrows and sat up seriously. Shall we divide the army and send some of them there? But the current war. If we just besiege the main cities of the giant tribes and destroy the rest, we won't need our entire army. We can afford to send some of them south. Marshal Xanax continued. At least in the report we'll send to His Majesty on the next ship, we can say that we've taken control of most of the planet's territory. You are right, but since the third Truth Chosen has withdrawn and there is no longer an army in those areas, let's just send 3 fleets. That will be more than enough for the mission. Marshal Serpal nodded, then laughed. And at the same time destroy the space portals that we are picking up in the western and southern regions. That way the third Truth Chosen won't be able to return even if he wanted to. Haha. Hee, this is very compelling. It makes me anticipate His Majesty Pythor's reaction. Hey, why don't we meet up and destroy another tribe together before we continue the siege operations? At least there will be 6 of them. I like the number 6. Hee. The marshal laughed, as he could already imagine Pythor's face after receiving all those batches of pearls one after the other. He must be dancing in his hall by now. No problem, if we work together we can easily eliminate one of the tribes. Serpal glanced at the map beside him. Well, where are we meeting? The next tribe on our way is the Ashera Giants tribe. Planet Nihiri, Central Region. Sakar looked up, observing a magical scene. Although he was a demon with no eyes, he used his soul sense of smell, and sense of hearing that Robin had given them to the highest efficiency to paint a picture in his imagination of what he was seeing now. The sky. It was raining pearls. Chapter 892. Aren't you tired of this sight yet? Next to him, Amon opened his fonged mouth and spoke in a rough voice. Never. Sakar replied with one word without taking his senses away from above. Both of them were standing on high ground, crossing their arms and looking up. Their huge size, 2 spiral horns, and long white hair swaying under the moonlight made their appearance both captivating and terrifying at the same time. Perhaps if a local saw them by chance, not knowing what demons were, he would have died of sheer terror and magnificence at the same time. Amon laughed a terrifying laugh, then raised his head even more until he was facing a certain direction. In that direction, there was a black dot that made the blackness of the night sky appear luminous. That dot was the entrance to the wormhole, and they were standing directly below it. Before Robin fully withdrew with his army, he headed towards Amon and Sakar's location. He handed them the Great Sky Sealing Array and entrusted them with this wormhole, telling them that if ships passed through there returning to their home planet, it would mean that the war had failed. He told them that it was their responsibility to kill anything that gets closer to it. The two of them took Robin's words seriously and gathered all their forces to be under the nearest point of the wormhole, and just stood there looking up. The wormhole was too high. No one can fly to heights where there is no air, and the demons were no exception to this rule. But they stood there anyway, hoping that the ships trying to get through would be a little closer to the ground so they could hunt them down, but of course, this was just a pipe dream. The good thing was that the second in command of the Shadow Swords, Charles Burton, brought them 6 stolen spaceships with a crew of pilots to use as they pleased. Sakar ordered 50 demon emperors to be placed in each ship and patrolled the wormhole with 3 ships around the clock. Those patrols had shot down 7 smaller ships so far that were trying to leave, and what had been destroyed now was the 8th. Those pearls were what they carried in their bowels. The Lord left about 2 weeks ago. How do you think things went for them? Amon asked after a brief silence. Before Robin left and when he told them about their mission, he told them directly that there was a major attack on Jura, Orphan Blood, and Greenland. He said he would try to save what he could. Does it matter? In a rough voice, Sakar shook his head and took 2 steps towards the edge of the hill he was standing on. Then he looked down, contemplating a more impressive view. Rumble. Rumble. You're right. Amon nodded and laughed a terrifying chuckle. The more he spoke to Sakar, the more Amon realized how far apart they were in terms of awareness and experience. When Amon was just a demon saint who had been captured to work in a moving circus, Sakar was already the king of the largest demon group in the eastern region. Yes, what happens in Jura, Greenland, and the Orphan's Blood doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter if all those planets burn, they can live in Nihiri. It doesn't matter if their entire families are killed, they can make new ones. It doesn't matter if the true beginning army is completely wiped out, they will still exist. The only thing that matters is serving the Lord until he is pleased. Buzz. Next to the two, an instant space portal flashed, and then a black-clad human emerged. Are you two bored yet, gentlemen? Amon looked behind him lazily. Charles Burton, what brought you to us today? I have news from the north, Charles replied seriously and then took a few steps until he stood next to Sakar and watched the scene below with him. Standing next to him, he looked like a child with his father, but he acted comfortably as if he wasn't standing between 2 monsters. There are several fleets that have begun making strange movements. Strange how? Sakar asked while still looking down. So far, 3 fleets have been spotted changing their destinations from penetrating deep into the northern lands to preparing equipment and gathering more ships and men from other fleets. Charles spoke slowly while folding his arms. It appears that one of those fleets will head west, while the other 2 will head south. Based on the numbers of fleets and their presence, I believe the goal is to control the western, central, and southern regions. Behind him, Amon showed his fangs with a smile. So the 2 fleets heading towards us, one will stop to take control of the central region, and the other will continue to take control of the southern region? That is interesting. Not really, at least not to you. Charles continued as he looked down. Your mission is not to fight them. I came to tell you to prepare to leave before they arrive. The ship patrols also have to leave. And how do we achieve our mission? Amon showed his seriousness again. I will think of something. The important thing is that you have been relieved of your duty to protect the wormhole. If a ship happens to pass by, I will bear the responsibility. Charles replied curtly. You can return to planet Jura if you want. If you stay here another war will start, and that was not His Excellency's plan. No, Sakar finally spoke. General Sakar, are you disobeying His Excellency's orders? Charles frowned deeply. I am implementing them. Sakar continued calmly. If the Lord wanted to protect the wormhole from a small ship passing through every now and then, it would be up to you, Shadow Swords, but he ordered us to stay, even sending 5 warlords as backup. What does that tell you? Charles furrowed his brows slightly. He is preparing you for war. Yes, he wants to prevent anyone from using the wormhole, and that shall happen. If it means preventing them from stepping a step out of the northern border to secure the wormhole, we will gladly do it. A slight but terrifying smile appeared on Sakar's face. We will stay here. If a ship comes, we will destroy it. If a fleet comes, we will take it down. You say there are 2 fleets coming this way? That is fine. We have not had a good meal in a while. He. Amon laughed and drooled a little. Charles looked down the hill again, not knowing if this was the bloody nature of the demons talking or if they had a good point. Anyway, they would not leave, so he already started making plans to support the demons in the upcoming battle. Rumble. Rumble. Amon also took a few steps and came to stand next to Sakar and Charles to watch what was going on down there with them. A big smile appeared on his face. How can we get bored, Charles? I have never been bored when I am under the Lord's command. Below them were billions of young men, old men, and children from all the sentient races of Nihiri. A large number of them wore golden armor or held a golden piece, all of them having their necks bowed and facing south under the guard of a large number of demons. Chapter 893. 5 days later. Planet Goda. Entrance to the Fate Society. Shush. 2 people landed at the entrance of the village, causing a small snowstorm. The first had the head and body of a fox, but wore a dark human outfit and stood like one. He landed quietly at the entrance with his hands behind his back. As for the other, boom, he came down from the sky like a meteor, making a hole in the ground, then slowly came out of it. He revealed a half-naked, red body full of burly muscles, covered only by a piece of beast skin covering his lower waist, while his hair and eyebrows were burning with a faint crimson flame. Hey, Samson, you want to destroy my homeland on your first visit? The fox-headed person furrowed his brows in anger and let out a slight growl. Everyone here is asleep or huddled in silence for warmth. A loud sound like that would startle the entire community. Ha! Sleeping? Huddled in silence? That doesn't seem to be the case here. The red-haired human pointed in front of him with a loud laugh, but he quickly became a little angry. Don't you know how your kingdom works, your majesty? Have you been deceiving us all these years? Volp furrowed his brows even more and looked ahead, a strange sight unfolding before his eyes after the snowstorm cleared a little. What the hell? Ha, ha. I'll catch you, hee hee. Fox-headed children were running after each other in the narrow streets happily. The small snow huts that were usually silent because they were abandoned or only one person was sleeping inside were now full of life. In front of each hut sat 1 or 2 people with fox heads, laughing or chatting among themselves while keeping a few plates containing leftover food next to them. The quiet main hall where everyone was supposed to gather to warm up together and enjoy safety now had a column of screaming white flame coming out of it that turned the eternal night in the Fate Society into morning. Even the general temperature in the place rose dramatically. Is this? King Volp took 2 steps forward, opening his eyes like he had never opened them before. Is this heaven? Get a grip, man. Samson shouted from behind him and took a few steps into the society, also shocked by the amount of food on the streets. Are you telling me that you don't know what's going on here? If I always had this kind of atmosphere, our numbers wouldn't have reached this dangerous level. King Volp shouted but didn't look behind him, still fascinated by the sight of children playing in the streets. Come on then, let's see what's going on over there. Samson walked over and pulled the delusional Volp from under his armpit, heading towards the main hall. As they walked over, they saw several humans in golden armor moving around freely, eating, drinking, and chatting with the locals. Some even helped the elderly by delivering food to their huts. Again, hee hee. A loud child's voice caught Samson and Volp's attention to the side. Ha, okay, but just once. A human martial empress scratched the little fox's head a few times, then snapped her fingers and a small white flame ball formed, then gave it to the little fox. Yeah. The little fox pretended to be hurt, but his happy voice gave him away. He then took the white flame ball, ran after his friends, and hid them with it. The human empress let out a small laugh. Of course, the flame ball was made to only give off light and not hurt. At this moment, she caught sight of Volp and Samson looking at her, their auras suggestive of danger. Can I help with something, gentlemen? Where's your leader? Samson asked directly, still scanning her from top to bottom. General Gu is now inside the hall with Miss Sandaria. The martial empress pointed forward. Tisk, showing me the way inside my own kingdom. Let's go. King Volp got a little angry and continued to advance. This time he was the one who pulled Samson behind him. Inside the main hall. Boom. Volp kicked the gate open and rushed in. Sandaria, what's going on outside? What's all this? Droop. Volp had now seen the source of all the leftover food outside. There were no less than 7 huge beasts being grilled side by side in the middle of the hall, a snake beast, a cow beast, a 2-headed lion beast, and so on. Each had its own smell, texture, and taste, and next to them were large pots filled with rice and other cooked grains. Next to that were barrels filled with various drinks. Inside the hall were no less than 60,000 demi-foxes, all of them eating, laughing, or sleeping on their backs with their bellies towering from overeating. This was the first time Volp had seen such numbers of his kind under the roof of the hall at the same time. Is this heaven? Father. Sandaria took a few quick steps and stood in front of her father. Her happy laughter took the king's full attention in shock. The last time he saw her in this mood was back when she was a child who did not understand anything. Hey, restrain yourself. Samson pushed Volp a little, then shouted in a voice audible to everyone. Hey, who among you is called Gu? Oh, so His Majesty King Volpe has finally honored us with his presence. I almost went to look for your majesty myself. Old man Gu came laughing and opened his arms. The red human Samson had to look at the one coming towards him from top to bottom. Gu Barnett was actually a strong-built man with broad shoulders and a tall posture. His height was almost 2 meters, and his white beard and flowing hair gave him extra nobility. His black gold armor and the white cloak with a fire pattern that he was dragging behind him gave him an unusually oppressive aura. You're the one they call General Gu. Samson pointed in front of him, his tone of contempt no longer the same. Ha, in flesh and blood, and who are you, sir? Old man Gu smiled with a satisfied smile, but began to examine the person in front of him with his eyes half opened. He was definitely in the Emperor's realm, and not even in the first levels. Just standing half-naked in such an atmosphere was enough proof of his abilities. Even he, as a major fire law user with almost 2,000 years of experience, cannot just set the fire in his body and keep it on all the time like this. Even if his body had gained a certain immunity to the main fire law, it didn't mean he could just ignite it carelessly. "I am Samson, the king of the northern half of the planet," the red man proudly declared. "I came to see what kind of invaders we have this time." "The king hiding in the northern half of the planet, you mean?" Volpe gave him a sideways glance. Samson definitely didn't like that. "You dare." "Ho-ho, please calm down, gentlemen. Taking this long way in this cold weather is causing the nerves to flare up. How about some natural apple cider to calm down before we start our conversation, maybe some barley liquor, or even some wine?" Old Man Gu laughed. After a few more verbal exchanges, Gu succeeded in hosting King Volpe in his own home. Chapter 894. After a little apprehension about the food, and Samson and Volpe trying to carefully examine everything to make sure there were no poisons, they started eating and drinking shyly and with pride. But this period did not last long, and after the first few bites their mouths were open wide. "Ha ha ha, what is the name of this drink? It is amazing." King Samson laughed loudly as he slapped his thigh. "It is Sun Worshipper Tea Nectar, one of the most fragrant drinks you can get on planet Jura." Old Man Gu folded his hands with a smile. Burp. King Volpe looked at the fruit in his hand after taking a bite of it. "Is this from heaven?" Old Man Gu pointed at what was in King Volpe's hand. "Actually, this is one of the common fruits of the tree Father Descartes from planet Greenland. I think even if it reached the middle planetary belt, it would still sell for a large sum." Then Old Man Gu left for a minute and came back with a glass bottle filled with a very red liquid. "This is the blood of the fong deer. It is one of the most intoxicating and rarest substances we have found, even in its homeland, the orphan blood planet. These deer are considered endangered beasts." Samson took the bottle with a loud laugh. Then Old Man Gu came back with a piece of glowing blue wood. "In its homeland, this is called the heart of satiety. It is the heart of a rare palm tree on planet Nihiri. They say that whoever eats a bite of it will not be hungry again for a month." Swallowing hard, Samson watched King Volpe receive the heart of satiety and then looked back at Old Man Gu this time seriously. "Each type of food is from a different planet. Huh, that is interesting." Old Man Gu was happy that someone finally noticed his effort and clapped his hands. "That is a simple thing. We are after all a true planetary empire with complete control over 3 planets and are fighting the Great Serpent Empire for the rights to the 4th planet." Samson took a big sip of the deer's blood, then looked at the bottle for a few seconds before staring back into Old Man Gu's eyes. "I see you are aiming for the 5th. "That is not true, sir. We have endless troops and countless generals. Of course, we knew that the Great Serpent Empire had no troops left here, but instead of coming as invaders we came as helpers." Old Man Gu gently pointed at the golden armored men around him. "Are these the looks of people who came with bad intentions? Out of all the officials in the empire, would they send a weak old man like me as a country? I was sent to be a mediator of good, and these young gentlemen came only to protect me." Bam! Samson put the bottle down forcefully, but not too forcefully lest he broke it and spilled the contents. "Are those demons that roam my land also have good intentions?" In fact, that was the reason the Northern King had come all this way. The people of the northern half, or the indigenous people of planet Gouda, were not completely wiped out after Volpe's race upgrade, nor were they wiped out after the Great Serpent Empire's invasion. The reason for this is the presence of the Northern Fire Pit. There in the far north lies a chain of volcanoes and lava valleys that make the temperatures unbearable even for the locals who were created to adapt to the high heat. But after the arrival of the Great Serpent Empire invasion began hunting them to work as slaves, Samson led as many of his kind as possible and headed north. The temperatures there were enough to melt bones, but between this and immediate extermination or working as slaves under the power of those ruthless serpents, Samson and his companions chose to risk it. In the first few weeks, half of the immigrants died of dehydration and burns, and within the first 2 years, another quarter died, while the rest were gasping for air and any drop of water they could hang on to. A number of them tried to escape Samson's brutality and flee south, but they were immediately captured and the males were used as slaves to dig mines and build defenses, while the females had a much worse fate. Facing this and that, the rest chose to stand by Samson and try to make it work. Samson then ordered the women to dig a network of tunnels underground to get closer to the groundwater sources and escape the intense heat above, while he led the men to hunt anything that moved. During the first 10 years, most of the immigrants had already died, but little by little, the genes of the locals began to change. A woman would give birth in the tunnel network, and when her son was a few months old, she would bring him closer and closer to the top so that his body would get used to the heat of the northern fire pit. These repeated processes over hundreds of years made the new generation more familiar with the fire, and even made Samson and the rest of the sages with him better connect with their origins, and they were able to purify the minor law in their hands to a stage close to perfection. Finally, Samson was able to break through to the realm of a martial emperor using the melting flame minor law, and others quickly followed him. Their numbers reached an unprecedented height, and their familiarity witnessed an explosive increase, and there is no need to talk about their strength. However, Samson did not try to reclaim his lands. He remained in the northern fire pit, waiting for more increase in numbers, strength, and luck. In this decision, he copied the king of the south, Volpe. Actually, when it comes to numbers and the overall power of their armies, Samson was not that much weaker than Volpe. It is just that they both did not have the means to confront the Great Serpent Empire face to face. It was only that the lucky bastard Volpe had the south where it was much more convenient to defend, whereas Samson only had the northern fire pit. But in a way, they helped each other and forced the Great Serpent army to think twice before going big. One of the reasons Marshal Snipe kept asking for support was because he saw the native martial emperors coming down south to hunt. He did not know how many there were and what they intended, which caused him some suspicion, and this was also one of the reasons why he did not invest all his forces towards the southern half. The Marshal actually tried several times to deploy a fleet or two to bombard the northern fire pit and kill off this danger, but to no avail. The massive tunnel network made it difficult to eliminate them quickly, and the intense heat made it impossible to stay there for long. He kept an eye on that area, but he did not try to provoke them further. Chapter 895. A few days ago, one of the brave men out hunting in the northern hemisphere saw spaceships exploding in the air. He saw King Volpe crying at the top of his lungs and ordering the destruction of the Great Serpent Empire's barracks, so he quickly returned to tell his king about what he saw. And indeed, Samson had mobilized his army for the first time in hundreds of years and descended south, for him just to see a strange sight. The demi-snakes were being slaughtered right and left by the demi-wolves and by other things that looked like the demons from the legends. Their barracks were being destroyed and their equipment was being collected. Something big had happened, and they didn't know anything about it. When Samson tried to take a piece of the cake and collect some equipment or a number of the demi-snake corpses to store before the summer came, he found both the demi-foxes and those demons confronting him. The demi-foxes wouldn't let him take any of the equipment they found. Meanwhile, the demons didn't want to let go of any corpse. Samson's raging anger was quickly quelled by a single glance from Morin, and he retreated towards the northern fire pit again, but not to hide. Morin's terrifying aura told him what he wanted to know about this new enemy. Those beings were not intelligent enough to negotiate with or even hide from them as they did with the demi-snakes, so he must fight. So he returned to the northern fire pit to gather more armies. He returned with a huge army containing hundreds of thousands of red people and dozens of martial emperors. That day, he shouted at the top of his voice that he would not allow the northern half to be inherited again while he was alive. He declared that King Volpe was a traitor who sold their half to an enemy worse than the one before, then declared war in advance to attack everything located in the northern half. This time, King Volpe took him seriously and told him that the demons had indeed come from another planet, but they came with humans. He explained that they were only helping them get rid of the Great Serpent Empire, and that there were humans who had come with them to negotiate. He then invited him to meet those humans with him before taking any action. And here they were, talking, while the vast northern half army was still watching closely, waiting for a signal. "You mean the demons, sir? General Morin has been under strict orders not to harm the locals of Planet Gouda in any way. Has he harmed you in any way?" Old Man Gu asked, feigning interest. "No, he didn't harm any of us directly." Samson lowered his voice a little. "But those ugly demons are being too rude. They're grabbing all the demi-snake corpses and don't want to hand them over." "Ha ha ha." King Volpe raised his head and started laughing. "Every time you speak of the demons like this, it kills me. In my eyes, you both look the same, the difference is the presence of eyes. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Because we're red, we're the same." Samson grabbed the glass bottle again, clearly intending to break it on King Volpe's head, but he changed his mind and took another big sip. "Hee, no need to argue, gentlemen, everything has a solution." Old Gu laughed and then smiled at Samson. "Mister, if your problem is with the demons being in your half, then you should know they won't stay for long. They have the entire true beginning empire to roam. And if your problem is with the corpses, then that's baseless. You have all this food in front of you and you're talking about the corpses of a sentient race." Then Old Man Gu continued with a smile, "Actually, we have a planet called Orphan Blood. There is also a food shortage due to the poor soil and the spread of the law of chaos, so the main food there is the meat of sentient races, but that didn't happen here. You preferred to reduce your birth rate rather than form groups and eat each other. This shows me how high your morals are." "Well, there was no need for you to say it like that." King Volpe was clearly very pleased with those words. Samson nodded twice with a big smile as well. "Gentlemen, I know that you are forced to eat demi-snakes in order to increase your birth rate for the war, but that is no longer needed." Old Man Gu pointed to the banquet behind him. "We are here." King Volpe and Samson swallowed at the same time, but they both felt happy. The natives of Planet Gouda have evolved to adapt to the conditions. For example, they can consume very small amounts of water, and they can eat a small piece of meat and hibernate for weeks to prolong the digestion process. This was the first time the two had seen a native of the planet eat to the point of satiety. Even they themselves had never experienced this kind of pleasure before. Perhaps the closest Volpe had ever come to being full was when he was imprisoned in the Middle Range. There they would bring him 3 meals a day, and every time he saw his portion he would mutter, "Is this heaven?" In front of this beautiful scene, King Volpe sighed and looked into Old Man Gu's eyes seriously. "Ha, so, what's the catch?" Old Man Gu froze a little at King Volpe's question. His mission was to help the locals fight, establish a good relationship with them, and then find an opportunity to secretly build a space portal away from the locals' eyes, but the situation had completely changed. He didn't know if Robin was trying to conquer them with that secret space portal, or exploit them to do something with the good relationship, or just wanted to annoy the Great Serpent Empire and establish a foothold next to them. Robin's intentions were completely hidden from him. When Gu noticed that Volpe and Samson's eyes were almost piercing him, waiting for an answer, he raised his finger and answered the first thing that came to his mind. "The catch is trade, of course." "Trade?" King Volpe raised his eyebrows. "What do you want and what are you offering?" "We want those grasses and shrubs and some beast cubs, maybe some minerals. We won't take anything you need to survive," Old Gu laughed. "And in return, you will forget hunger." You can say treasures directly without beating around the bush. Do you think we don't know the value of what you want? You want the treasures of the planet in exchange for providing us with the consumed food. Samson put the bottle down beside him. What will happen after we give you everything we have and you find nothing to drain from us? Stop the food supply and we who will have become accustomed to good food by then die of hunger, right? Working to collect our treasures for you while you give us food to eat and shit on the same day? What a brilliant idea. Even the Great Serpent Empire had to shed some blood to take our resources. You have to work a little if you want our property, old man. King Volpe nodded with a laugh, but he didn't look happy at all. Faced with the atmosphere that suddenly turned hostile, Old Man Gu was silent for a moment, then took out something that looked like a seed bag from his space ring. Follow me. Chapter 896. 5 kilometers away, north of the Fate community. Step. Let me tell you right now, you are wasting your time and ours. King Volpe shook his head. Samson also did not seem satisfied with being out in this freezing weather, so he looked at Old Gu from the side. Hey old man, are you really trying to plant something in the southern region? Are you crazy? Suppose you could find a piece of land in the middle of this icy desert. The southern half is mostly ocean with only a few scattered islands of land. Those pieces of land have definitely turned into solid rock after all these years of solidification, so who could plant something in rock? While negotiating the details of the trade between the people of planet Gouda and the True Beginning Empire, Old Gu took out a bag full of grain and told them to follow him. Out of curiosity rather than belief, Samson, Volpe, and Sandria followed him to see what he wanted to do. Old Man Gu also picked up a number of True Beginning Emperors and took them along. The small team walked the 5 kilometers at a very slow pace. It had been almost an hour since they left that hall. Every few steps, Old Man Gu would look at one of the people he had chosen to come with him, and that person would nod his head and then continue on. After Old Man Gu had endured the grumbling for almost an hour, he stopped and looked at Samson. Hey, don't you think it is impolite of you to call me old man? According to Miss Sandria, you are the same age as me, if not older. But I am handsome. Samson laughed loudly and rested his chin on the back of his hand. Even King Volpe laughed at his reaction. Old Man Gu laughed too and was about to reply, but he heard from his side. General, this spot meets the requirements. What requirements? Volpe took a few steps forward and looked carefully under his feet, but he did not see anything different. The ice sheets still covered everything in sight. This spot is like that one and the one over there, it all falls under the name of eternal frost. What exactly are you looking for? Miss Sandria told me about the frost permanence merge law. As I understand it, it turns anything into ice that is not affected by the signs of time, which basically prevents it from melting, although the nature of the planet does not support this type of cold. Gu stepped forward a little and then closed his eyes, trying to sense his surroundings. But what would happen if we attacked the frost with a flame strong enough to melt it instantly? I have tried this a few times, the frost will melt but another one will form quickly. Samson frowned slightly, not knowing what Old Man Gu was babbling. The southern half of the planet is doomed, dead and buried. King Volpe did not say a word, as there was nothing to say. Agriculture is not something alien on planet Gouda. The northern half is extremely hot, but there are still certain types of thorny plants that can grow. They may taste bitter, are full of thorns, and their chances of surviving to bloom are very low. However, they grow quickly and can be replanted in large numbers, so even if one tree out of 100 survives, it will be a good food source for them. But even this kind of harsh farming is not found in the south. The bitter cold seeps into everything and destroys it from the inside. The plants spread in the southern hemisphere all contain fruits that can boost law familiarity or serve some unknown value, but they are definitely not for eating. The frost forms as soon as it melts because of that whirlpool above. One of the martial emperors wearing black gold armor pointed upwards. Rumble. The sound of thunder far away resounded from above. Then that martial emperor began to move his index finger, and the air chased it in the form of a small whirlpool. There is a whirlpool that originates from the lair of Dephis the Transcendent. From there comes out a large amount of frost that sweeps across the entire southern hemisphere. This whirlpool works to strengthen what the Transcendent Dephis had previously frozen, and to keep the southern hemisphere in a state of permanent frost. That is why if you tried to melt a piece of ice, for example, you would find it quickly forming again. Samson whistled softly at this new information, but King Volpe nodded. He had noticed the workings of that whirlpool long ago, but it was a useless observation in his eyes. It was like noticing that the sun rises in the east. So what? Ha! Old Man Gu let out a long sigh, then opened his eyes wide and spread his arms. Humph! Whoosh! A white flame ball began to expand rapidly, starting as a small orb and quickly becoming several meters in diameter, and still growing until it became like a small sun. Retreat! King Volpe quickly retreated before this tremendous firepower. Even Samson opened his eyes wide as he saw the work of the major fire law. PSH. The ice under the white sun began to visibly melt, first turning into a liquid and then quickly evaporating. Ah! Old Gu kept his hand raised, but sweat began to run down his face. Keeping up the Son of Exaltation's ultimate attack for such a long time, especially in such an illogical atmosphere, was quickly consuming his strength. If it were not for the many pearls in his armor that he was constantly drawing energy from, he would have already fallen. Well, here comes my turn. The martial emperor who was explaining the work of the whirlpool a moment ago stepped forward, then waved his hand. V-room. A powerful storm came, carrying away all the steam and water resulting from the melting, creating a breathtaking sight. Wow! Sandria and even the rest of the true beginning emperors came forward to take a look. In front of Old Man Gu now was a large pit of solid ice about 10 meters deep, and its dimensions were the size of a small kid's football field. King Volpe opened his eyes in surprise. This was the first time in his life that he had seen the ground of the southern hemisphere from above. Pa! One of the other true beginning emperors kicked his foot hard, and the piece of land began to shake and sway until soft soil was brought out from underneath. I have a lot of work today, hee hee. The Wind Emperor received the bag of grain from Old Man Gu, opened it, and played with the grain until they were all planted at equal distances. My turn. The beautiful Empress let out a long exhale and began to say with her movement, a number of frost blocks turned into liquid water. The Emperor then passed the water under the sun of elevation to make it warmer, before watering the piece of land with it. Chapter 897. In front of the perfect field in front of them, Volpe and Samson exchanged glances, their hearts beating rapidly. Excuse me. Another emperor stepped forward with a pure smile and two folded hands. When he opened them, a green energy began to descend smoothly over the piece of land. Sprout, 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 sprout. From under the fragile soil, green grass began to grow rapidly. These grass turned into small plants, and each one of those plants blossomed a number of fruits that looked like bunches of grapes. Pa! King Volpe fell to his knees, his fun-filled mouth wide open. Even Samson lost his mocking gaze and slouched stance. He looked at that low spot as if it was the strangest thing he had ever seen in his life, and that was probably the case. Oh my! Oh my! Sandria jumped up, opened both her arms, and started running between the grape bushes. This was the first time she had seen this kind of plant. Niece, what you see now is called Yaman Valley Vine. It is one of the plants that grow in warm areas and fertile soils on the river banks. You can try some, they say it's very tasty. Old Gu did not look his best, but he forced a smile and nodded gently. King Volpe wanted to shout at her to let the strangers try it first, but he remained silent. Delicious. Sandria cried like a little girl, then gathered some of them and brought them back. Father, please try it. Uncle Samson, take one too. King Volpe and Samson ate all the delicious things at the banquet until their stomachs were full, then they forced the digestion process to go fast so that they could eat more varieties. And yet those grapes were even tastier to the point of crying. Father. Sandria was a little scared when she saw her father crying, but she understood what made him cry. Even she almost cried when she saw the land she grew up on blooming like this. In the true beginning empire, we have an information system called shadow swords. They gave me this space ring and told me that it contains things that help strengthen our relationships. I was surprised on my way that most of its contents were food, but when I asked about the condition of your cup from the Great Serpent pilots, I knew the reason. However, I didn't understand why those grain bags were there, until I reached the planet and saw it with my own eyes. Old Gu didn't look back as he continued talking tiredly. I am currently heading an independent organization called the Research and Development Team, and before that, I had a lot of time on my hands, so I was interested in studying and reading. I know that soil covered in ash and soil covered in snow are actually excellent foundations for farming if they are treated. As long as we have users of the law of wind, fire, water, plant, earth, and life, what soil can't we treat, and what weather can't we fix? Then Old Man Gu paused for a moment and then continued confidently. What we just did is not something you can do even in another million years, nor can the Great Serpent Empire either. Only the true beginning empire that His Excellency established and built upon solid foundations can make something like this happen. Only we can help you. Old Man Gu's words struck King Volpe's heart hard, but his excitement quickly subsided. He nodded and stood up again. From all of my heart, I really want to believe you, but I know that they are just dreams. And you also know this in your heart, they are just words to tempt us with something that we will never attain. What are you saying, Father? They already succeeded. Sandria pointed to the small field below. Samson pointed up and shouted to Old Man Gu, "Hey, why don't you stop that fireball so we can see the final result?" Old Man Gu sighed and pulled his hand back, and the flames began to disintegrate and fade. Boom! The frost vortex picked up a little speed and a blanket of cold descended upon them that even Samson, who was burning alive, grabbed his limbs. No! Sandria screamed as she saw the vines turning into ice statues, but her scream didn't help at all. The vortex continued its work and the ice began to accumulate densely until it covered a height of 10 meters in a few minutes. The field was completely buried as if it had never been, and the icy desert returned to being as smooth as before. As expected. King Volpe sighed weakly. Samson also looked a little angry. Tisk, we took all this trip for nothing. Some of the scruples were clearly evident in his style. One of the true beginning emperors stared at the field for a while and then asked Old Man Gu, "If it's a problem of providing heat to keep the frost away, can't the problem be solved with an array?" The king, Sandria, and Samson looked at that emperor together. "You are right." Old Man Gu nodded and rested his head on his fingers. "As long as the farming here is proven to be viable, keeping the fields alive will be possible. In a few months, the R&D team will be able to find a solution, and if things get tough for us, we can always ask His Excellency for help." King Volpe sent Samson a sideways glance, a bit of happiness evident in his eyes but still a bit of apprehension. "What now? Are we supposed to agree to the trade and give you all our resources so you can help make that array you're talking about?" Samson laughed. Those people were very expectant. Old Gu shook his head. "No, all the food at the banquet is a gift, we don't want anything in return. If you want more though, you can buy it at a reasonable price until the arrays are finished. If you don't want to buy any, you can wait until the arrays are finished and we will sell them to you. But be prepared, those arrays won't be cheap." I would pay anything if you could make farming on planet Gouda possible, but only if it was permanent. King Volpe frowned slightly, some hope beginning to blossom in his heart. Agreed. Old Man Gu clapped. But we have to go back home to tell His Excellency about this agreement and then get to work. If you'll excuse us, we can start building a space portal near here. Your request is useless and suspicious. How did you come? Isn't it on spaceships? Use them to go back. Some apprehension began to strike Samson's heart. He had heard about the portals from King Volpe and was aware of their implications. I don't like the idea of outsiders having a permanent portal that they can come and go from whenever they want. If Marshal Snight tried to build a portal, I would have led an army to eradicate it without a doubt. With or without a portal, they've been occupying you for hundreds of years anyway, right? It isn't that much of a defense. Unfortunately, we can't rely on ships as long as we start making so many trips to and from planet Gouda. A ship trip would take us 10 days to go and back. That's too much and impractical. It's better to use a space portal. Old Gu found himself in a predicament. If he had followed the original plan, he would have had to make and keep the portal in a secret place, but that would have been if the planet was at war and chaos was rampant. Now, however, all eyes were on him and his followers. If he tried to do anything, they would be quickly exposed. And what if I refuse? Samson loosened his hand and clenched his fist. Faced with Samson's coercive manner, Old Gu smiled. Then I'll have to insist. Chapter 898. Then, I will have to insist. Shoala. The crimson flames burning on Samson's hair intensified, and his aura slipped out of control. Then by all means, I want to see today how you will insist. On the other side, the true beginning emperors were about to move, but Old Man Gu raised his hand to stop them. Then he put his hand behind his back and looked into Samson's eyes, smiling as before, but everything else about him changed. Danger! Samson's eyebrows sunk as he watched Old Man Gu. Logically, he was at level 43 and was about to break through to level 44. Old Man Gu was firmly at level 42 and didn't seem ready for any more breakthroughs anytime soon, meaning he had reached his limits. Shouldn't this fight be settled? That white fire was very dangerous, and he involuntarily felt that it had power over his crimson flame. But his body had a strong affinity for the crimson melting flame law and a high resistance to all types of fire, so he didn't think that was why he felt dangerous. Perhaps it is the battle experience? No, he was fighting for his life against the beasts of the Northern Hemisphere every day, who had more life or death combat experience than him. The only explanation was, that is not fair. Take off that set of armor and come face me if you dare. I almost were nothing. Samson shouted nervously. Old Man Gu laughed as if he was looking at a clown. Why would he willingly give up his advantage? If all the locals were like him, he would just snap their necks and do whatever he wanted. But he looked at King Volpe. That guy is level 48 and has beast blood that he can burn to gain more power. He should be a little careful as long as he is around. Old Man Gu continued his fake smile. Mr. Volpe, I have done my part, and I even saved your daughter from a fate worse than death. I have shown you the true goodwill of the beginning empire, and I have given you a permanent solution to the food problem. If I return to my homeland now, I will not face any consequences. I will just say that you are uncooperative. All you have to do is say the word and we will leave right now. Volpe frowned and looked to the side, towards his daughter. He is true, father, if it weren't for their help, my tongue and limbs would have been cut off before I was handed over to you. Sandria looked down as she remembered that humiliating situation. When Volpe confirmed his daughter, he nodded towards Old Man Gu and then spoke slowly. Thank you for saving my daughter, I will make sure to return the favor. He then sank into silence without saying a word, trying to weigh what he should do. Should he give them some treasures and let them leave? But what if their planetary emperor wasn't satisfied and wanted more? He could simply come and invade them and say that he tried to be nice and they refused. From the looks of their armor, he didn't think they would be an easier opponent than the Great Serpent Empire by any means. Would he accept their offer and allow the space portal to be built? But what if they used it to launch a devastating attack that they couldn't repel, and treated planet Gouda as their backyard? They wouldn't be able to catch their breath at all if their enemy had a space portal. Would he order them to be killed? There are more than 100 of them here, and there are 100 more with that monster who called himself Morin. That wouldn't be easy at all. Each of these options would require a lot of study, but he didn't have time. As for Old Man Gu, he really wasn't nervous about whatever they chose. If they accepted the offer, they would extract the treasures of their lands themselves and hand them over to the Empire. If they refused and allowed him to leave, planet Gouda would definitely be on the list of planets to be conquered soon, and if they tried to kill him, well, let them try. Father, can't we reach neutral ground? Sandria quickly intervened when she felt the atmosphere getting heavy to the point of suffocation. We already have a space portal, let them use it. What are you talking about? That space portal is located near the lair of Devas the Transcendent. Volpe looked at his daughter as if she had said the stupidest thing in existence. But when he found her looking at him with her two big eyes and furrowed brows, he took a moment to think, and then opened his eyes wide. Ah, that is right, it is located next to the lair of Devas the Transcendent. Then he turned to Old Man Gu. All right, I agree with that idea. Samson smiled wickedly when he heard those words and did not say a word to refuse, but was waiting for Old Man Gu's response as well. If they used a portal that would always make them land next to Devas the Transcendent, that would be better than landing in spaceships. At least if something went wrong they could ask Devas the Transcendent to destroy them. Old Man Gu remained silent for a few seconds then nodded. It is okay, I agree, but just using the portal to return won't be enough. I have to secure a safe passage back and forth or I will fail in my mission. If I accept your offer you will have to give me the coordinates of the portal as well. That is my last word. Do we have an agreement? Davos the Transcendent might be seen as an invincible entity by the locals, a mythical being worthy of worship and reverence. But what does the true beginning empire have to fear? Old Man Gu would be generous and pretend that His Excellency, the most powerful figure in the empire, does not exist. What about Caesar, who controls the death flames and all living beings flee from him? What about Richard, who single-handedly crushed an entire tribe of giants? Or even the warlords who once besieged Crixus the Great and forced him to bow his head? Old Gu chuckled secretly at the naivete of those locals. You want to corner us next to a beast? That is fine. If that fox sticks his head out of his hole, we will give him a haircut at our expense. Chapter 899. We have a deal. King Volpe laughed and then stepped forward and shook Old Man Gu's hand firmly to seal their agreement. We should go back and start celebrating this happy occasion, ha. Sorry I can't, we need to deliver this news to His Excellency, Planetary Emperor Robin Burton, then start working on your field arrays, we need to leave today. Old Man Gu refrained, he had to leave this place before they changed their minds. Today? What about the demons? You're leaving them to us in the Northern Hemisphere. Samson was agitated again. A big part of his inner objection to having any relationship with the true beginning empire was the presence of demons. Those things were looking at him all the time like they wanted to take a bite. He saw one of them mouth-watering as they observed his thigh. Those things didn't look like they were forced to eat the flesh of the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers. They did it with greed and passion, and they were undoubtedly professional cannibals. The demons have come to help you fight against the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers. You don't have to be afraid of them. And since you have taken control of the planet, naturally they don't have to stay any longer. They will come back with us. Old Man Gu immediately understood what Samson meant. Please just bring the portal. In 2 hours at most we will all leave. 2 hours. King Volpe was surprised. You need several days to go to the Northern Hemisphere and several more days to return to the Fate Community Village. Or do you want to use our space portal to go to the Northern Hemisphere directly? You don't have the coordinates of the Northern region for us to use your portal, and even if we used it, there is no space portal there, so how would we return in 2 hours? Old Man Gu laughed. We in the true beginning empire have our own methods of traveling within planets. Then Old Man Gu looked at his assistants and gave them some orders to get the rest ready and wait for him by the space portal. After which he took out several black banners from his space ring, which quickly formed into a small portal, then jumped inside. Buzz. Samson opened his eyes wide. What was this? Volpe and Sandria were also surprised. Was this a space portal? Hee hee. This is the instant space portal, one of His Excellency's most amazing inventions. The Wind Emperor laughed proudly. Apart from using coordinates to navigate within the planet, it can also transport you to any location within your sight, and you can give it orders to transport you a certain distance, say 100,000 miles, in a certain direction. But of course this is an unsafe method of transportation because you might find yourself in the belly of a beast or someone's toilet. General Gu must have been measuring the distance between the location we landed in and the Fate community while we were coming, and will use this information to return. There is such a thing. King Volpe muttered and looked northward. Even during his years in the Middle Belt prison he had never heard of such a thing. Ha, you ain't seen nothing yet, let's go. No harm in telling you some stories of the true beginning empire and its ruler since you've become allies. That Wind Emperor laughed and wrapped his arm around Samson's neck. Where do I start, man? How about the first time he made a talisman? Or that time he brought in demons from another planet? That was an epic day. Malcolm, don't talk too much. The Water Law Empress stared straight into her colleague's eyes. Hey, let him talk, woman. Samson wasn't happy about the story being stopped before it even started. Ha, just general information, be more cheerful. The Wind User Emperor laughed and then led Samson towards the Fate Community Village again. This time the return trip wasn't so boring. 2 hours later. Next to the Fate Community. Buzz. From the instant space portal, Morin walked out with dozens of demons behind him. It's a bit cold in here. Buzz. Old Gu walked out behind him. I told you to at least wear the piece of armor that regulates your body temperature. No need, we have our own ways. The blood in Morin's body began to boil and move quickly. There's a large gathering in that direction. Is that where the portal is located? A large number? Let's go. Old Gu frowned and quickly moved in that direction. There was indeed a huge metal arch with the human emperors standing in front of it like they were ordered, but most of the people of the Fate community were scattered around it. What's going on here? Oh, General Gu. King Volpe quickly showed himself. Can you take us with you? What the hell do you mean by taking you? Do you want to make an exodus? What's going on here? Old Gu exclaimed in shock. If all the people of the planet left, who would be left to gather the treasures in this bad weather? Ha, you got it wrong, Brother Gu, these people came to see us off. It's just me and Samson who will go with you, and only some of my family members and his family, and only some of our close army administrators. Who else is left? Old Gu didn't know what to say, but he calmed down a lot after hearing the word Brother Gu. This was the first time he had been treated with such respect since his arrival. Come with me. The water user Martial Emperor grabbed her colleague by the ear and pulled him forcefully. General, this is the culprit. Ouch. The Wind User Emperor evaded her grip after several attempts. What does it have to do with me, General? I told them some general things and they decided to come with us. Old Gu wanted to thank that Martial Emperor and strangle him at the same time. On one hand, it seems that his stories gave the Empire a good heroic character. On the other hand, he had put him in a big mess. This was not part of the plan. Hee hee, this is amusing. Morin laughed as he passed his soul sense over the thousands of pieces of meat scattered in front of him. Is there a problem, Brother Gu? It seems like you're not very happy. Going with you will put us in a variable position, not you. Whether you intend bad or good for us, you should be happy. Or is there something you don't want us to see? Samson slightly furrowed his brows. Something like what? It's not like that, it's just. Old man Gu paused for a moment and then sighed. Well, why the hell not? Where are those family members and your army administrators? We'll move right away. Ha, I knew brother wouldn't refuse. King Volpe laughed out loud, then scratched his head. The problem is that those people are currently in the northern hemisphere. Can we use your instant portal to bring them in? Planet Nihiri, Central Region. Chapter 900. Central Region, Planet Nihiri. The huge planet Nihiri is famous for its blue trees and ground, its immense gravity, and its countless treasures, and recently, it is famous for the warships roaming its skies, and the blood that falls like rain. Less than 2 years have passed since the invasion of planet Nihiri began, and yet billions of intelligent races have been killed. The rest have been displaced. Currently, there are only 2 groups who have not left their homes or been killed. The first are the 7 northern giant tribes of Nihiri who have not been attacked yet. The second group is the Nihiri Union sect who have enjoyed safety since the war began. As for everyone else, they have tasted hell before they were sent to it. Even the warring empires of the True Beginning and the Great Serpent have suffered heavy losses. And today, those losses will continue. What is wrong with those damn things? Do not they care about their own lives? Formation 6, advance 100 miles to the left. We need support from the center. GRA. At this moment, there was a big battle taking place in the central region. It covered the entire central region. 5 days ago, the marshals gave orders to combine a number of their remaining armies to form 3 standard fleets. Each fleet consisted of 100 martial emperors, 120,000 law-using soldiers, and 40 ships. They appointed their 3 best generals as their leaders. Just 2 days ago, those 3 fleets left the northern region. 2 of them headed towards the central region, and 1 went to the western region. The goal was to tighten control over the western, central, and southern regions in one strike. With that, they would have those 3 regions under complete control. They would have the eastern region under their indirect control, and they would also have half of the northern region. With that, almost the entire planet would be theirs. But it was not that easy. They did not allow it to be that easy. The safe city feast that the Lord had provided for them provided a lot of nutrition. After that, the war of erasure that they waged on nearly 100 martial emperors and 50,000 soldiers scattered in the central region added to it. This was in addition to all the other corpses that were lying right and left across the entirety of the central region. When demons and food come together, the results are always brutal. Before the Battle of the Safe City, the number of demons was around 600. 200 of them were killed, and 100 went on a mission with the Shadow Swords, leaving them with only 300 demon emperors. After all those feasts, the number of demon emperors reached 700, not to mention a huge number of the weaker demons who found enough food to become demon kings. The 3 fleets that entered the central and western regions on what was supposed to be a routine survey and flag-raising mission found themselves facing an army that outnumbered them many times over. At first, Sakar sent 200 demon emperors to the northern border with an army and sent another 100 demon emperors to the northwestern border. He ordered this with the intention of fighting an equal battle to train the newly transformed demon emperors. But when the exhausted Great Serpent generals saw this bloodthirsty crimson army before them, they ordered the ships to disperse and spread out throughout the central and western regions. They attacked any demon they saw in the rear ranks and tried to create scattered defensive lines. This was almost the same as what Marshal Dayroth did on planet Jura. This is one of the plans followed by the Great Serpent Empire army, exploiting the tremendous speed of the spaceships to the maximum to exhaust their enemies until they surrender. But they made 2 mistakes this time. The first is that the demons have nothing to cry over. The second is that they have only seen a small part of the real demon army. When he learned of what had happened, Amon immediately headed to the western region with 100 other demon emperors as support. Meanwhile, Sakar deployed the remaining demon emperors to spread across the entire central region, creating a giant network of connected military outposts. You have 80 ships scattered around, and each ship contains 3,000 soldiers plus 2 to 3 martial emperors. Well then, I will make you 250 military outposts, each one containing 2 demon emperors and thousands of soldiers. Sakar's plan was simple and crazy, something that the generals of the Great Serpent Empire had never encountered before and had never calculated even in their wildest nightmares. No military leader would choose to scatter his soldiers in such an uncontrollable manner. Logic dictates that a military leader should gather his army around him and wait for the right moment to strike, just like Alexander did. But unfortunately for them, Sakar is not a military leader, nor are those soldiers, and logic does not exist here. They are just hungry. Sakar's plan worked greatly, as hardly any ship advanced a few miles without finding a demon outpost waiting. Within the first few hours of Sakar's deployment, 12 ships were shot down and 7 outposts were destroyed. One of the generals tried to regroup after noticing the losses, and after he was assured that he had penetrated deep enough into the central region. But like crazed dogs, all the demon hotbeds in the region attacked them one by one without caring about their lives. Within 3 hours, they forced them to disperse again. There is a term known to all military leaders, which is guerrilla warfare or urban warfare. When both armies spread out inside a city and lie in wait for each other in tall buildings or underground trenches, it is the worst kind of warfare with the most losses and slowest progress. It never occurred to the generals of the Great Serpent that they would engage in guerrilla warfare, such that that city would be the entire central region that is equal to the size of the poison rot planet. But that is exactly what was happening now. Damn! General Thurin struck one of the communication devices on his ship. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.